Chi re-extricated Dai from her dismal original world and thrust her into a novice task realm. Having endured hunger for 3 days and nights, Dai possessed nothing but a single coin from her former world, lacking all else. Ding. Your private wallet has been credited with 1 coin. Ding. Your private wallet has been credited with 1 coin. The inexplicable activation of a fortunate ability allowed her to relish a rare vacation in the novice world for a few days. However, Chi-Ri informed her that she must survive for 7 days in each task world and achieve a flawless victory in each endeavor. After the conclusion of each task world, she could select any 3 items to carry into the next world. Novice World, Game Testing World, Ancient War World, Zombie Apocalypse World, World of Cultivation in the Final Era. Dai was unaware of why she had been chosen by Chi-Ri, nor did she know what the next task world would be like. All she understood was that she had to endure day by day until the next 7 days arrived. Chapter 1 Ding. Your private wallet has been credited with 1 coin. As per usual, surrender your mind first. The realms traversed by the female protagonist are entirely fictional. Please refrain from fixating on issues of pricing or common sense. I'm hungry. I'm truly starving. But it felt as though her ears were stuffed with cotton, muffling the surrounding clamor. However, the sounds around her gradually became clearer, and Dai could discern the friction of bicycle chains, the hissing of bus brakes, and the cacophony of bustling pedestrians. On the street, with her eyes tightly shut and her hands pressed against her abdomen, the aroma of food wafting from a nearby eatery exacerbated her already aching stomach, intensifying her discomfort. Wait, wasn't I just in my room? How did I end up outside? She suspected that her extreme hunger had induced a hallucination. After 3 days without sustenance, she lacked the strength for any superfluous movements, and only after the throbbing in her head subsided slightly was she able to slowly open her eyes. Suddenly, a bustling scene unfolded before her. Ouch. My head hurts. That moment, a sharp pain pierced her temple. Dai laboriously raised her right hand to massage her forehead. She recalled that after 3 days and nights of hunger, she had finally discovered a coin wedged in the crevice of a drawer, in the small shop beneath her building. That single coin could purchase 2 small vegetarian buns or a small bowl of corn porridge. However, low blood sugar caused her hands to tremble, and in a moment of clumsiness, the coin slipped from her grasp and rolled beneath her bed. The joy of finding the coin evaporated instantly as she hurriedly crouched to retrieve it. When she finally held that precious coin in her hand again, a sudden wave of dizziness and pain overtook her. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in this unfamiliar place. In disbelief, Dai extended her right hand and opened her palm to discover that the coin still lay comfortably in her grasp. Bang! Ouch! Hey, are you blind? What are you doing standing in the middle of the road? A sudden jolt of electricity surged through her mind before tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. Rubbing her sore shoulder, Dai cast a cold, piercing gaze at the middle-aged man who had collided with her. Dressed in a cheap suit, slightly out of shape, he clutched a laptop bag under his arm, resembling an unremarkable office worker. The man felt unnerved under Dai's intense scrutiny, muttering a phrase in his native tongue before hastily departing. Following his path, Dai realized she was standing next to a subway entrance. Once the man's figure disappeared into the crowd at the subway entrance, Dai slowly withdrew her gaze. She noticed that her precious coin had once again fallen to the ground during the collision. Quickly, she bent down to pick it up, but her hunger left her dizzy. Even this simple action required considerable effort. Gently rubbing the surface of the coin with her thumb to remove the dust, she clutched it tightly in her palm. Yet, before she could rise, another passerby collided with her. Oops. My apologies, young lady. This time, it was a stylish woman in her 30s, far more polite than the previous man, who offered Dai an apology. However, seeing Dai's blank expression, the woman mistook her for a simpleton and hurriedly walked away. Dai was not truly stunned. Rather, a strange mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Your private wallet has been credited with 1 coin. The unexpected announcement left Dai momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, the person who had bumped into her was already far away. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, standing in the way of the subway, she carefully placed the coin into her jacket pocket, deciding to seek a quieter place to gather her thoughts. Glancing around, she finally spotted a long bench behind a breakfast cart. It was peak morning rush hour, and the street was bustling with people, leaving no one with the leisure to sit down and rest. Yet for Dai, at that moment, there was no better place for contemplation and recuperation than that bench. Cautiously navigating through the crowd, her slender frame allowed her to weave effortlessly among the throngs of people. Before long, she arrived safely at the bench. Fortunately, she had not bumped into anyone this time. and the area was relatively quiet, apart from the tantalizing aroma emanating from the breakfast cart, which only served to heighten her torment. The gnawing hunger caused her stomach to cramp painfully, and the overwhelming dizziness even made her feel nauseous. Dai sensed she could barely hold on and longed to sit down and rest. And so, she did just that. However, just as she was about to settle onto the bench, she felt something hard pressing against her backside, straining her jeans. Quickly, she reached into her pocket and was astonished to pull out a mobile phone. Dai? She had used a phone before, albeit a second-hand one gifted to her. After it was smashed, she had been without one ever since. The phone before her appeared brand new, the screen gleaming and encased in an adorable pink and white fuzzy cover. Both the model and the design of the case mirrored the second-hand phone she had once owned, evoking a wave of nostalgia that brought a lump to her throat. Skillfully pressing the side button, the screen illuminated Dai. To her astonishment, even the screensaver was identical to that of her old phone. Why was she suddenly so excited? Her fingers trembled as she navigated the screen, and she delightedly discovered that even the unlock password was the same. Unable to contain her joy, she held the phone close to her heart, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Upon reopening her eyes, she confirmed that the phone and her surroundings were not a mere figment of her imagination. Dai resolved to purchase a bun from the adjacent breakfast cart. She was utterly famished. The gnawing hunger dulled her thoughts. She required a modicum of sustenance before she could contemplate further. Abruptly, she found herself in an unfamiliar locale, her long-lost mobile phone reappearing alongside a solitary 1 yuan coin. Moreover, an unfamiliar mechanical voice echoed in her mind moments ago. What is a private wallet? What does it mean to receive 1 yuan? Perhaps it was merely an illusion conjured by her hunger. She yearned for something to eat before she could reassess the situation. Chapter 2. Welcome to the 7-day cycle. The bench was conveniently situated close to the breakfast cart, merely a couple of steps away. Dai gently caressed the coin nestled within her pocket, reluctantly pulling it out. She pondered the cost of items in this unfamiliar place. What could 1 yuan possibly procure? Contemplating this matter, she felt a twinge of uncertainty, especially since she possessed only a single yuan. Before she could even raise her hand to grasp the coin, she was left dumbfounded. A large sign hung above the breakfast cart, inscribed with characters that Dai could not comprehend. Was that a price list? Yet, what could those incomprehensible symbols and numbers denote? At that moment, Dai realized she had indeed been transported to an entirely alien environment. While the surroundings, architecture, vehicles, and the attire of the people bore a striking resemblance to her previous life, the text and figures on the price list were utterly indecipherable to her. Curiously, she had understood the words spoken by the two individuals who had bumped into her moments ago. So why did the written language elude her? Initially, she had speculated that she had arrived in an unfamiliar city, but now she sensed her naivety. This could very well be an entirely foreign country to her. She hesitated to approach, feigning interest in the items listed on the price board, ostensibly grappling with the decision of what to purchase, while in reality, she discreetly observed the patrons interacting with the breakfast cart staff. What to order? I'll have 2 meat buns and a cup of sweet soy milk. All right, that'll be 8 yuan. Would you like to pay with a scan or cash? With a scan. This exchange felt entirely normal, as she could comprehend every word. However, the prices here seemed a tad exorbitant. Dai continued to watch the transactions of the 2 customers behind her, noting the process was identical to that of her former life, where one could either pay directly or use a mobile payment method. Yet, each customer purchased an abundance of items, leaving her unable to ascertain the true value of her single yuan, causing her to remain indecisive. It would be quite embarrassing to request something only to find herself unable to afford it. Wait, what did she just see? What was that elderly lady holding? Young man, I'll have 4 vegetable buns. Cash, please. The elderly lady opted for cash, reminiscent of many seniors from Dai's previous life who were averse to using mobile payments and preferred cash transactions. Certainly, for vegetable buns for 4 yuan. Just place the money in that biscuit box, and I'll prepare your buns. The young staff member at the cart was friendly and amiable, though not particularly tall, with fair skin. Young man, look closely. I'm placing 4 1 yuan coins inside. The elderly lady produced 4 golden coins from her purse, clinking as they landed in the biscuit box. This scene left Dai, who was observing from behind, utterly bewildered. In disbelief, she craned her neck to glimpse the contents of the biscuit box, then scrutinized the silver coin in her palm. Who could possibly explain to her why the coins in that box looked utterly different from her own? Dai firmly shut her eyes, retreating to the bench where she plopped down. An unfamiliar environment, unintelligible writing, and dissimilar currency. Her instincts screamed that she was no longer in the city she once called home. To confirm her suspicions, she attempted to search for information on her phone. But upon unlocking the screen, she discovered there was no network signal. Furthermore, aside from the current time and weather forecast, the only app on her phone was a single icon on the second page. Nothing else. It was a vibrant red icon, emblazoned with two ominous characters, Chiri. This solitary icon sat starkly on the screen, and Dai stared at it for an extended period, ultimately succumbing to her curiosity, reaching out to tap the app. The phone responded smoothly, and the app opened instantly, revealing a page. The background was a dark, blood-red hue, evoking an inexplicable sense of irritation at the mere thought of lingering on it for too long. Yet, Dai was oblivious to such feelings. After all, what could be more bothersome than her rumbling stomach? The app displayed a sentence in the same dark red font, gradually enlarging on the screen as if it were a welcoming message. Welcome to the 7-day cycle. Upon reading this phrase, Dai felt as though her mind had been struck by a heavy blow, nearly causing her to faint. However, the discomfort soon dissipated. In its place, the welcome message was replaced by a series of operational prompts resembling a beginner's guide. Due to your inherent excellence, you have been specially invited to join our 7-day cycle mission. Our task is simple. Survive for 7 days in the assigned mission world to complete it. For each successful 7-day survival task, you may take away any 3 selected items. However, if you die in a mission world, it will signify true death. Please strive to survive and complete your mission. Note 1. Your first mission world is a novice protection world with significantly reduced survival difficulty. There is virtually no life-threatening danger. As long as you do not act recklessly, you will not truly die. Note 2. The items you select after completing the survival task can accompany you into the next mission world and will function normally in subsequent worlds. So please choose wisely. A mission world? Survive for 7 days? To die in the mission world means true death? Dai's head buzzed as she absorbed all the information. Then followed the beginner's guide to briefly explore all the functions of the app. Perhaps due to her status as a newcomer, Dai's app was remarkably uncluttered. Aside from displaying basic information about the current mission world and the remaining time, everything else was grayed out and inactive. Due to my inherent excellence? Where exactly am I excellent? Dai pondered the opening line repeatedly, feeling utterly confounded. After a moment, she resolved to set aside her confusion. After all, she had been drawn into this peculiar task system, and it would be best to follow its progression, trusting that she would eventually understand the circumstances. She believed that even if she were to perish in this so-called mission world, it would be preferable to remaining in her previous unsatisfactory existence. According to the app, Dai's current mission world, labeled as the Novice Protection World, was a realm of modern civilization. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the level of civilization in this novice world bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her previous life. While not identical, the differences were negligible. Chapter 3 Private Wallet truly deserving of the title Novice Protection World. A seamless transition, easily accepted. Aside from her own illiteracy, everything else could genuinely be described as a flawless integration. The current task time marked the morning of the first day. The task requirements were straightforward. Survive in this world for 7 days to complete the mission. Dai silently glanced at the countdown timer. 1, 675, 243. Well, according to the task requirements, she would need to reside in this place for over 160 hours. Precisely to the second, she switched her phone interface, checking the weather forecast for the upcoming week. Splendid. The first 3 days promise fine weather and moderate temperatures. However, the weather for the next 4 days appears rather dismal, with forecasts indicating that a severe storm is imminent in the city where she currently resides. How troublesome. One wonders just how accurate the weather predictions are in this world. Nevertheless, Dai subconsciously believes that the weather report on her phone is likely not connected to the official meteorological bureau of this realm. It seems more plausible that this forecast is a perk granted by the Task World app, and thus she feels it prudent not to harbor doubts about it. Surviving the next 7 days is not an insurmountable challenge, as long as she can secure at least 1 meal a day and a place to stay. Even 1 meal a day would suffice. She is no longer in the world she once knew, where all those loathsome individuals have vanished. With her skills in securing odd jobs, obtaining a meal each day should not pose much of a problem. Finding a place to sleep is equally manageable. A bridge underpass, an unfinished building, an abandoned factory, or a train station can all serve as free lodgings. The impending heavy rain over the next 4 days might be a bit uncomfortable. Though, suddenly, Dai finds herself contemplating the unexpected advantages of being thrust into this task world. At least she has the autonomy to dictate her own life now. What a curious sensation it is to feel a renewed sense of purpose. As she swipes the screen, she exits the 7-day reincarnation app. Dai's fingers continue to glide over the screen, a habitual gesture she employs when pondering matters. She always finds comfort in manipulating some object nearby to cultivate a sense of grounding. Unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently swiped to the next home screen. To her astonishment, her phone possesses 3 home screens. Yet, only these 3, as further swipes yield no new screens. The first screen displays the time and weather. Intriguingly functional without an internet connection, Dai assumes this is another benefit bestowed by the task world. The second screen features a singular app, the 7-day app, where she can access all information related to the current task world. During the novice phase, the task world generously offers its insights, so the app contains limited useful content. On the third screen, however, she discovers an app icon resembling a small wallet. Aside from the golden wallet icon, 4 words adorn it: private wallet. A flash of inspiration strikes Dai, and she hastily taps the app. The display reveals, "My balance. 100 yuan, note, resets upon world transition." She recalls the mechanical voice that had echoed in her mind earlier, indicating that her private wallet had just received a deposit of 1 yuan. The private wallet and 1 yuan align perfectly with this delightful revelation. She notices a button at the top of the page. Upon clicking it, 2 options appear: scan and payment code. Dai rises and strides towards the breakfast cart. She is eager to test whether she can exchange this freshly acquired 1 yuan for a similarly fresh and warm vegetable bun. Before long, with a plump, white vegetable bun in hand, she returns to the same long bench where she had first sat, tears streaming down her cheeks silently. She cherishes the bun, savoring every bite as if it were the most delectable food in existence. The tears mingling with the soft dough as they flow to her lips are both salty and fragrant. How wonderful it is that the money in her private wallet can indeed be utilized in this world. She has procured sustenance and has thus survived. After devoutly finishing the entire bun, while her body digests the food and restores her strength, Dai begins to ponder her next conundrum. How exactly did she acquire that 1 yuan in her private wallet? The mechanical voice announcing the deposit seemed to appear out of thin air in her mind, and despite having used that 1 yuan to buy a bun, she still finds the situation rather perplexing. Where was she when she received that 1 yuan? What was she doing? Or perhaps, what had she seen? Who had she encountered? Dai's mind races, her stomach now pleasantly full, allowing her to engage in deeper contemplation. She recalls that she was standing near the subway entrance when a fashionable woman bumped into her, coincidentally as she picked up a coin that had fallen to the ground. During this sequence of events, she heard the sound indicating the deposit of 1 yuan. She cannot comprehend which specific action in this chain of events led to her inexplicable gain, but she understands that if she can pinpoint this key moment, countless yuan may come rushing towards her. In her musings, she even pulls out a 1 yuan coin from her pocket, tossing it onto the ground before picking it up again. Her mind is enveloped in silence, with no revelations to be found. Well, it is evidently not the act of picking up coins that triggered it. She reflects on the time displayed on her phone, from 7:16 a.m. to 7:32 a.m. Ultimately, she decides to set this matter aside for now. What is more pressing is to seize the early part of the day to find temporary work, preferably distributing flyers or engaging in market research that pays daily. Otherwise, she simply cannot survive the next 7 days in this task world. Even if the impending rain does not arrive, she must first navigate through the initial day, and then she will unravel this unexpected financial windfall. She will eventually decipher the rules. Yet, Dai remains unaware that the day she expects to understand these matters will arrive sooner than she anticipates. Ding! Your private wallet has received a deposit of 1 yuan. Ding! Your private wallet has received a deposit of 1 yuan. Heaven knows how there can be so many people at the subway entrance. She swears she merely spotted a fitness studio across the street with its entrance adorned with a plethora of floral arrangements. Typically, such establishments have just opened, and there is a high likelihood of obtaining a temporary job distributing flyers there. Thus, Dai clenches her precious tool, the phone, and resolves to navigate through the bustling crowd to stake her claim for a job at the gym entrance. Chapter 4. Indeed. This is the correct way to unlock 1 yuan. Before she could even reach the most crowded part of the subway entrance, she inadvertently brushed against the arm of a hurried office worker, and then she heard that heavenly sound of a deposit notification. Before she could fully process this, another girl following closely behind bumped into her hand, and the notification chimed once more. Dai feels as though she has stumbled upon the code to a treasure trove, and, with newfound determination, she turns back towards the densest throng of people. Forget about those trivial daily wage jobs. She has coming for her 1 yuan. Ding. Your private wallet has received a deposit of 1 yuan. Ding. Your private wallet has received a deposit of 1 yuan. Ding. Your private wallet has received a deposit of 1 yuan. Indeed. This is the proper method to unlock 1 yuan. In the midst of the bustling crowd, there is no need to intentionally collide with others. Even the slightest gesture can inadvertently brush against those nearby. As Dai is swept along by the throng, she is carried down to the underground level. Faced with the dilemma of either turning back to rejoin the crowd or purchasing a ticket to board the subway. However, she quickly makes a decision. Repeatedly jostling about at the subway entrance merely to save the cost of a ticket might lead others to suspect her of being a thief. Although the allure of being directly taken into custody, enjoying free food and lodging, is indeed tempting, who can predict how many days one might spend there? What if she is released before a week has passed, especially if it happens during those days of torrential storms? Wouldn't she be left in a precarious situation? On a rainy day, how could she find so many people to earn money from? It would be far more prudent to purchase the cheapest subway ticket and squeeze into the metro. She resolved to push her way through from one car to another, traversing the entire train, then switching to another line to continue her endeavor. With determination, she made her way to the ticket vending machine, but quickly turned back, realizing she could not read. Instead, she approached the human ticket counter, enduring the piercing gaze of the attendant, and scanned her code to buy the least expensive ticket, costing 3 yuan. While purchasing, she glanced at her personal wallet and gasped. Had she really scraped together 46 yuan? The efficiency of earning money during peak hours was remarkable. Resisting the urge to return to the breakfast cart for 2 buns, she rejoined the throng of commuters. The peak hours of the subway occur twice a day, in the morning and evening. Each session lasts no more than an hour and a half to 2 hours, with the flow of people dwindling as time passes. When the crowd thins, one must deliberately create opportunities for contact. Any action taken with intention is prone to mishap, so she needed to seize every moment of the morning rush. Clutching her subway ticket, she felt a surge of anticipation for her impending journey. Soon, she melded into the bustling crowd, and, accompanied by the cheerful chime of money being credited to her account, she squeezed her way down to the second underground level, the arrival platform. Typically, there is an escalator to ascend from the first underground level to the second, but in her quest to earn a few extra yuan, she laboriously climbed the stairs. The stairs were filled with a diligent crowd fearful of being late. Butterfly deliberately chose to walk against the current, successfully leveraging close contact to accumulate over 10 yuan. That could buy her several buns. Coming from a modest background, she was committed to maximizing every yuan earned. She had gleaned valuable insights. It was unnecessary to exert effort to bump into people, merely holding her phone, pretending to glance at it, and slightly raising her elbow would ensure she brushed against a line of commuters. The arrival of 1 yuan was unrelated to the size of her contact area. Any brush resulted in a new credit. Finally, she managed to squeeze onto the platform, where 2 distinct directions of the subway line awaited. Butterfly opted for the side with a visibly denser crowd. Instead of standing still, she feigned searching for the ideal spot, continuously weaving through the throngs. Soon, the train arrived at the platform. As she caught sight of the cramped train car, packed like sardines, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. When the train came to a halt, the doors opened, and like the other waiting commuters, she sought a way in from both sides of the entrance. The number of people boarding and disembarking was astonishing. She hardly needed to move, as the crowd propelled her forward. Yet, she adjusted her movements, aiming to brush against as many different individuals as possible, having discovered that one could not earn 2 yuan from the same person. To increase her earnings, she needed to enhance her opportunities for contact. A large group disembarked, followed by another crowd boarding, of which Butterfly was a part. The morning rush was so overwhelming that the last few individuals boarding were practically pushed in by the platform staff. Many commuters grumbled, and the train car buzzed like a cage of squawking fowl. In contrast, Butterfly felt as if she were in paradise, bubbling with happiness. Although her mind was buzzing with the incessant notifications of money being credited, she relished the experience, darting like a nimble eel from one car to another. Oh dear, why were there so many people on line 3? It was suffocating. Frequently caught in the throngs, she overheard complaints from fellow passengers, which she found entertaining and often extracted useful information from. For instance, 2 girls nearby were grappling with the crowd while lamenting. Ching Ching, you're new to Sanbei City and still unaware. To be honest, this line 3 is considered decent. The morning rush on line 7 is far worse. It's so crowded, you can't even step onto the platform. Butterfly's ears perked up. Such a place existed? If there was an even more congested line than this. She felt invigorated. In truth, Butterfly's endurance had brought her this far. Having gone 3 days without food, relying solely on that one bun, her strength was nearly depleted. Now, she was more a passenger than a competitor, letting the crowd carry her forward. With a clear direction in mind, she made slight adjustments, allowing the surge of people to propel her onward. The incessant notification of 1 yuan being credited was like heavenly music, urging her to persist even as her vision blurred. Finally, the time struck 9:18 a.m. Chapter 5, What a Surprise! At this moment, Butterfly had switched between 3 subway lines, and the crowd around her had visibly diminished. As the efficiency of earning money decreased, she tiredly rubbed her sore shoulders and exhaled deeply. It was about time to call it a day. Ding! Your personal wallet has received 1 yuan. As she brushed past the last passenger heading in the opposite direction, contributing the final yuan of her morning shift, Butterfly felt a sense of fulfillment. She believed it was time to conclude her work for the morning. Continuing was no longer feasible. When the crowd was dense, she could rest amidst the throng, but now with fewer people, she felt completely drained, her limbs weak and her back aching, unable to stand straight. With unsteady steps, she departed from the platform of line 1, her eyes landing on a porridge shop conveniently located near the subway exit. It was close enough. And after several days without proper food, a warm bowl of porridge to soothe her stomach was essential. Gathering her last bit of energy, she dragged her weary body into the porridge shop. It was nearly 10 o'clock, a time between breakfast and lunch, with only a few patrons inside. After glancing at the ordering code on the table, Butterfly opted not to approach the cashier, preferring to conserve her energy for eating. She found a comfortable spot on a sofa and sank into the seat. The waiter quickly brought her a pot of lemon water and a glass. She looked up and sweetly thanked him, successfully causing the young attendant to blush, leaving behind a note that orders could be placed via scan and hastily retreating. To be honest, Butterfly was not the kind of beauty that turned heads at first glance. Having lived a difficult life in her previous world, going 3 days without proper meals, she was quite thin, her complexion pale and hair unkempt, tied in a messy bun at the back of her head. Her clothing was ordinary, far from the epitome of beauty. However, having long traversed the lower echelons of society, adept at conversing with both the mundane and the supernatural, she possessed an innate charm that was distinctly her own. She could not quite articulate the nature of this charm, yet those whom she earnestly sought to captivate seldom resisted her allure. Unfortunately, the unscrupulous took advantage of this trait, repeatedly exploiting her. Nevertheless, having extricated herself from that inferno, she resolved to cast aside troubling thoughts. It was time to eat. In the grand scheme of things, food reigned supreme. With a bit of money in her pocket today, she was determined to indulge herself. She poured herself a glass of complimentary lemonade and downed it in one go, feeling invigorated. After 2 hours of jostling in the subway, her throat was parched. Setting down the empty cup, she retrieved the phone given to her by Chi-Ri and attempted to scan the ordering code on the table using her digital wallet. Unsurprisingly, she succeeded. Let me see. What delectable offerings does this establishment provide? The kanji shop was spacious, and the menu was abundant, featuring an array of porridge, side dishes, and exquisitely presented Chinese delicacies, soups, and beverages. First, she decided to choose a kanji to warm her stomach. To her delight, there were numerous varieties: century egg and lean pork kanji, boat kanji, and kanji with dried scallops and fresh shrimp. The image of the pork rib kanji made her mouth water. Heaven knows how long it had been since she savored a hearty meal. However, she understood that she should not indulge in such a substantial dish at this moment. So she settled for the fragrant salted pork congee instead. The shop's description indicated that their congee was freshly cooked, typically taking over 20 minutes to prepare. After some contemplation, she confirmed her order for the salted pork congee and leisurely browsed for additional dishes. These black bean sauce chicken feet look enticing. They appear soft and tender. Surely I could digest those. I shall also have a cup of sweet soy milk. Given my current gastrointestinal state, I am undoubtedly lactose intolerant, so milk is out of the question. Soy milk is a much safer option. Lastly, in addition to the salted pork congee, she ordered the black bean sauce chicken feet and shrimp dumplings, along with a cup of sweet soy milk and a bowl of fresh meat wontons. The total in her shopping cart amounted to a staggering 139 yuan. I would need to charm precisely 139 individuals to recoup that amount. However, today she had money. She confirmed the entire order and proceeded to make payment, then switched back to her digital wallet to admire her current balance. My pocket change, 310, 800 yuan. Note, reset upon world switch. What a delightful surprise. In less than 2 hours during the morning rush, she had managed to accumulate over 3,000 yuan just by riding the subway. This was especially impressive given that it was her first day on the job. Still unfamiliar with the operations, she could only imagine how formidable she would become after honing her skills over the next 2 days. Butterfly, anticipation face JPG. While awaiting her meal, she resolved to take advantage of the fine weather over the next 3 days to spend her entire living expenses for the following 4 days. After a torrential storm, one could easily surmise that there would be no one on the streets willing to lend her money. It was likely that the entire city would come to a standstill. Yet, with the efficiency she demonstrated this morning, accumulating enough for 7 days' worth of expenses in just 3 days did not seem like an insurmountable task. Perhaps it would allow her to enjoy those 7 days to the fullest. From the information she gathered this morning in the subway, she discovered that the city she was in was called Sanbei-shi, a prominent metropolis. Sanbei-shi boasted a staggering 20 subway lines, and today she had only traversed 3 of them, Line 1, Line 3, and Line 12. Initially, she had intended to seek out the infamous Line 7, rumored to be overcrowded beyond measure, but upon inquiry with the station staff, she learned that she was quite far from it. Thus, she decisively abandoned that plan. Nevertheless, she decided to visit Line 7 during the evening rush. But before that, she wanted to enjoy a hearty meal and then study the navigation map she had obtained from the subway station to determine how to reach Line 7. The navigation map was acquired from the service desk just before she left the subway. In a city as large as Sanbei-shi, the complexity of the subway system necessitated the availability of many navigation maps at various platforms for the convenience of passengers. However, upon receiving the map, she quickly realized her naivety, the reason being she could not read the characters. Subsequently, the dramatic Butterfly took center stage, portraying the image of a foreign traveler in Sanbei-shi to perfection. She managed to charm the station staff, who patiently pointed out the various lines for her, even gifting her a pen to mark her notes. Chapter 6. Money gone, yet I remain? Is this not terrifying? Now, the navigation map was filled with the characters from her world. As long as she carried it into the subway, she was unlikely to lose her way. Soon, a table laden with delicious food was served. The fragrant and savory salted pork congee was utterly irresistible. Each spoonful of the warm rice porridge flowed into her veins, making her feel truly alive at that moment. Grateful to Chi-Ri, she appreciated her personal digital wallet, which not only liberated her from her previous troubling existence, but also allowed her to earn effortlessly and dine splendidly. Butterfly savored each bite, while the young server she had previously embarrassed watched in astonishment as this slender girl consumed an entire table's worth of food, her eyes nearly popping out. However, Butterfly ate slowly, taking over an hour to finish, ensuring her stomach felt perfectly content. After satisfying her hunger and quenching her thirst, she meticulously examined the subway navigation map, selecting the most suitable route before she set off. She planned to visit the most overcrowded stations on Line 7, as narrated by other passengers, to assess the surrounding environment and choose a convenient spot for shopping and traveling, ultimately securing a room for 7 days at a nearby inn as her temporary residence in this world. If all went according to plan, Her routine for the next 3 days would consist of 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening spent on the subway earning money, leaving the remaining time for rest and shopping. During the last 4 days of heavy rain, she would prepare in advance, stocking up on necessities to hunker down and take care of her body. With a clear direction set, Butterfly once again boarded the subway, which was nearly deserted at this hour. The platform was unusually calm and serene, as if the morning's tumultuous crowd had never existed. She easily found a seat, comfortably settling in to continue studying the subway navigation map. By the time she transferred to line 7, the entire map was etched in her mind. Throughout her journey, she found herself lamenting the absence of a camera function on the phone gifted by Chi-Ri. If only she could snap a picture of the navigation map for easy reference instead of holding a piece of paper that made her appear somewhat foolish. Nonetheless, these were merely fleeting thoughts. She was grateful for what she had. As she disembarked at a chosen station along line 7, she continued to perform her foreigner act, charming an elderly lady who happily shared a wealth of information about various notable stations along the line. Dia marked the names of these locations on her navigation map, and then proceeded to investigate each site in person. Initially, she thought it would take considerable time, but to her surprise, within half an hour, she had identified her base in this task world. This station, known as Xingfuli, featured a grand commercial complex visible immediately upon exiting the subway station. Spanning 8 floors, including the basement, it offered an abundance of dining, entertainment, and leisure options. The first basement level housed a large supermarket. Upon assessing the variety at the entrance, Dia was impressed by the extensive selection. Just standing there to observe for a brief moment resulted in her being compelled to spend 6 yuan. Dia mused, such a delightful surprise. The second basement level was entirely dedicated to a food court, showcasing delicacies from various regions, freshly squeezed juices, milk teas, coffees, and countless snacks and desserts. In high spirits, Dia treated herself to a cup of jasmine milk tea, adding coconut jelly and pudding toppings, all for a mere 14 yuan. Delicious. With the first sip of the milk tea mingling with the egg pudding, she felt as if she was about to soar with happiness. Wandering back to the main levels of the mall, the first and second floors primarily featured clothing, accessories, shoes, bags, and electronic devices, with the occasional cafe and bakery. The third floor was dedicated to children's products, while the fourth and fifth floors offered an array of dining options, including hot pot, barbecue, tea houses, and regional cuisine, among others. The sixth floor, the top level, was divided into 3 sections, one of which housed a luxurious cinema. Dia had already resolved to watch 2 movies after work that evening to fully immerse herself in the cinematic culture of this world. She was no longer hesitant to spend money. Not only was it easily acquired, but if she didn't exhaust her wallet's balance before transitioning to the next world, it would be wiped clean. Imagine losing her money while still being present. How frightful. Sipping her milk tea, Div meandered to the gaming arcade beside the cinema. Even before approaching, the dazzling lights and booming background music nearly overwhelmed her. How intimidating. Although she felt tempted by the gaming machines inside, she recognized her delicate constitution could not withstand the intensity. She genuinely could not endure it. Hastily slipping away from the arcade entrance, Dia arrived at her intended destination. This commercial plaza's 6th floor, aside from the previously mentioned cinema and arcade, also housed a business hotel. Interestingly, the hotel rooms were not situated on the 6th floor. Only the front desk and lobby were located there. After checking in, the lobby staff would escort guests to the back of the lobby to take an elevator down, where the actual guest rooms were located on the 4th and 5th floors. However, while wandering the 4th and 5th floors, mall patrons could not see the hotel rooms from the outside. As soon as she spotted the hotel sign upon exiting the subway, she resolved to stay here. With the hotel located within the mall, she would not need to stock up for her last 4 days. She could simply go downstairs to buy whatever she desired. Fresh and warm meals were always preferable, weren't they? Though she lacked an identity card for this world, that was hardly a concern. The Chi-Ri app would automatically generate an electronic identification for her in each task world. Using the electronic ID provided by the app, Dia smoothly checked into the hotel. At the front desk, she learned that a standard room costs 289 yuan per night, but lacks a window. The cheapest room with a window was 359 yuan per night, while the best suite in the hotel was priced at 499 yuan per night. Staying for 5 nights or more qualified her for a 10% discount. This hotel was not a luxury establishment, given the location, The rates were quite reasonable. With a wave of her hand, Diz booked the suite for 7 days. The front desk required a deposit of 1,500 yuan, while the remaining room fee could be settled upon checkout. Taken aback, Dia exclaimed, "What is this? Such a wonderful deal." She had initially intended to pay daily, but now she was informed she could stay first and pay later. After 7 days, she would likely be automatically transported to the next task world, which meant the remaining 2,000 yuan might not need to be paid at all. Chapter 7. This is her battlefield. Elated after securing 4 days of accommodation, Dia followed the hotel staff to the door of the only suite on the 5th floor. Swiping her card to enter and locking the door behind her, she joyfully flung herself onto the sofa. Well, she had initially intended to leap onto the bed. But considering her current appearance was scarcely better than that of a beggar, she abruptly redirected herself towards the warm embrace of the sofa. Rolling around excitedly, Dia planned ahead downstairs to purchase a couple of outfits before indulging in a bath. The hotel had only charged her 1,500 yuan, leaving her with another 1,500 in her personal wallet. With money in hand, she certainly couldn't skimp on herself. Clothes, shoes, and socks were all on her shopping list, and she needed to buy a backpack as well. Navigating the subway while managing her funds was quite an endeavor. It would be best to carry a backpack to store some snacks and bottled water. Oh wait, no bread. Compressed biscuits were far more reliable. Bread simply could not withstand the rigorous test of crowded conditions. Standing up, she surveyed the spacious suite, approximately 60 square meters in size. Splendid. This would be her base of operations for the next 7 days in this world. The Cheery app had not deceived her. Indeed, the novice world was simple. Coupled with her money-making system of earning 1 yuan per interaction. Well, one could argue that her ability to earn money by merely being present constituted a system of sorts, right? With food, drink, money, and a place to stay, Dia felt that this novice world was akin to a vacation. Joyfully locking the door, Dia tucked her room card away and returned to the hotel lobby via the elevator. Just as she passed the front desk, the receptionist called out to her, "Please wait a moment." Curious, Dia turned back. Is there something wrong? She instinctively covered her phone in her pocket, assuming they might want to collect the remaining room fee. Forgive me for not asking earlier, but do you require breakfast at the hotel? If so, I can provide you with breakfast vouchers right now, the receptionist said apologetically. Is it complimentary? Dia inquired casually. Yes, breakfast is complimentary for suite guests. Since it was free, she certainly would not refuse, although there were countless delicious options downstairs. Taking advantage of a complimentary breakfast would be prudent. Sure. Please hand me the breakfast vouchers, Dia replied cheerfully, extending her hand towards the receptionist, who promptly placed a small stack of vouchers in her palm. Thank you. After counting, she found exactly 7 vouchers, 1 for each day, and casually tucked them in her pocket before bidding farewell to the receptionist and continuing her way out. Upon arriving on the first floor of the mall, she perused the clothing stores, only to discover the prices were exorbitant. Despite her impressive money-making skills, her current balance of only 1,500 yuan was rather limiting. She then took the elevator to the 2nd floor, where prices were significantly more reasonable. However, shopping freely was still not an option. Even a simple t-shirt was priced at 300 to 400 yuan, with many items costing 400 to 500 yuan, prompting her to shake her head in dismay. Never mind, until my balance exceeds 5 figures, these clothes are simply beyond my reach. Turning on her heel, she took the elevator directly to the basement level's large supermarket. The clothing available at the supermarket was economical and practical, perfectly matching her current style. At the entrance of the supermarket, she leisurely pushed a shopping cart towards the clothing section. Along the way, she was unexpectedly shortchanged a few coins, causing her lips to curl in displeasure. Turning a corner, she arrived at the apparel area, where a large promotional banner hung from the ceiling. Today's special, cotton sports sets for 199 yuan each. Pure white short-sleeve t-shirts for 299 yuan each. Limited time offer. Leather sandals for 99 yuan a pair. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, affirming that this was indeed her battlefield. With the season transitioning from late spring to early summer, the weather outside was pleasantly mild, hovering around 22 degrees, perfectly agreeable. Thus, in accordance with her current economic capacity, she selected 2 sets of outdoor attire and 1 set of comfortable loungewear. The outdoor outfits primarily served as her commuting attire, suitable for the strenuous task of squeezing onto the subway, which often resulted in damp clothing. Without hesitation, she grabbed 4 pieces of the 299 yuan pure white t-shirt, one for each morning and afternoon, totaling 4 for rotation. The hotel offered a paid laundry room equipped with communal washers and dryers, alleviating her concerns about laundry. The 199 yuan cotton sports sets, available in a variety of colors, featured long sleeves and pants, striking a perfect balance of thickness and breathability. She chose a sky blue and a goose yellow set to pair with her short-sleeve t-shirts, creating an impeccable work ensemble. The loungewear was intended for use within her hotel room, as she preferred not to wear outdoor clothing in her sleeping space. The prices of spring and autumn loungewear in the supermarket were attractive, though the patterns were somewhat eclectic. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a satisfying solid-color pajama set, a long-sleeved, long-pant ensemble in beige with a current promotional price of 129 yuan. After a bit of mental arithmetic, she realized that this collection of clothing had cost her nearly 650 yuan, a startling revelation. Goodness, money truly slips away quickly. However, the quality of these garments was commendable. In a supermarket, they were reasonably priced, yet if purchased in an upscale store, they would likely cost several thousand. With her chosen clothes in tow, she proceeded to the shoe aisle. She dismissed slippers, as the hotel provided disposable cotton slippers, deeming it unnecessary to spend on them. She carefully compared options and ultimately chose a pair of comfortable sneakers, knowing that good footwear would be beneficial for her upcoming work. The price tag read 159 yuan, acceptable. With 700 yuan remaining in her budget, she turned her attention to 7 pairs of cotton socks, 7 pairs of cotton underwear, and 4 bras. After a day of early shifts, a refreshing shower and a change of clothes were essential, and this quantity of undergarments would suffice. She decided to utilize the hotel-provided toothpaste and toothbrush, as well as the shampoo and body wash, opting for practicality over extravagance. The hotel supplied 4 bottles of mineral water each day, which would be ample for her subway travels. Upon returning to her room, she could use the electric kettle provided to boil water, eliminating the need to purchase drinks. The food shelves were abundant, yet aware that her savings were dwindling. She only selected a few small packs of chocolate and onion-flavored compressed biscuits. Other items could wait until her finances improved. After placing these in her shopping cart, she suddenly smacked her forehead. She had forgotten to purchase a backpack. Was she to carry plastic bags on the subway? Hastily, she pushed her cart back into the supermarket, fortuitously collecting a few more coins along the way, which brightened her mood. Chapter 8. Eat. One must eat well to have the strength to earn money. After much effort, she found the luggage section, only to realize her funds were running low. Thus, she couldn't afford to be picky and opted for a sturdy and durable choice. That one looks good. She made her selection swiftly. Next to the luggage shelf, there was a display of promotional items, brimming with a blue denim backpack on sale. It appeared robust and practical, with a delightful price of 599 yuan. Without hesitation, she seized it. Checking her phone, she was shocked to see it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and she hurried to the checkout after waiting behind 3 or 4 customers, ultimately spending over 300 yuan. Gazing at the meager sum of just over 100 yuan left in her wallet. Sigh, money truly doesn't last. Carrying her bounty of clothing, she rushed to the hotel's communal laundry room. After purchasing laundry tokens, she removed all the tag from her newly acquired garments and stuffed them into the washing machine. Since there were no dark clothes, she was untroubled by color bleeding, so she set it all to wash at once. She selected the quick wash option and returned to her room. Upon entering, she turned on the television and casually chose an interesting program while organizing her belongings for the night shift. From the bathroom drawer, she discovered an unopened pack of replacement tissues and nonchalantly added it to her backpack. She also retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the cupboard, placing them in her bag as well. After some thought, she returned to the bathroom to grab a small hand towel provided by the hotel, which she tucked in her backpack. When she found herself sweating profusely, using this towel to wipe her face felt much more comfortable than paper towels. Excellent. The compressed biscuits and chocolate she had bought were divided into 3 portions, and she placed 1 portion in her backpack. Additionally, she folded 2 of the supermarket as plastic shopping bags to stow away in her bag and felt satisfied with her preparations. After resting on the sofa for a moment, she estimated that the washing machine should be finished. Grabbing her room card, she headed back to the laundry room. Indeed, the clothes were all washed. She carefully removed each item and placed them into the dryer. Having previously worked part-time in a laundry facility, she was aware that typical home dryers did not possess immense power. If she overloaded the machine, it would not dry swiftly. Therefore, she purchased a few more tokens and operated 3 dryers simultaneously, shaking out her freshly washed clothes and distributing them among the machines, setting them all to quick dry. She opted to wait in the laundry room rather than returning to her room. After a while, she paused the dryers and opened them to shake out and flip the clothes. With her assistance, all the garments dried quickly. Once neatly folded, she joyfully returned to her room with her fragrant, soft, and warm clothes. She organized them in a wardrobe, retrieved one set, and promptly entered the shower for a delightful hot wash. After drying her hair, she donned her new attire and felt completely rejuvenated. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from her stomach. How could she already be hungry after having breakfast just over 3 hours ago? Glancing at the time, she noticed it was nearly 4 o'clock. With her shift commencing shortly after 5, she decided to head downstairs for a bite to eat. Otherwise, she might lack the energy to work efficiently. After restyling her hair into a bun and slinging the denim bag over her shoulder, she stepped outside. Descending to the basement food court, she selected a beef noodle shop. The enticing aroma of the broth, simmered from beef bones, was irresistible. She ordered a large bowl of beef noodles with an extra serving of beef, along with 3 skewers of grilled beef. The total came to 76 yuan. With a pained grimace, she confirmed the payment. Eat. One must eat well to have the strength to earn money. During today's evening rush hour, she was determined to elevate her performance and achieve new heights in her earnings. Your meal is ready. Please enjoy. Thank you. The beef noodles arrived swiftly, and Dai, with chopsticks in one hand and a skewer of beef in the other, immersed herself in her meal, savoring every bite. However, as she relished her noodles, she noticed through the transparent partition of the noodle shop that the number of pedestrians outside was gradually increasing. The evening rush hour is approaching. It was 17:23. Dai pressed down on the brim of her duckbill cap and quietly melded into the swelling crowd. She had purchased the cap for 30 yuan at a small shop near the subway station after finishing her beef noodles. It was a powder blue that complemented her water blue sports outfit perfectly. Feeling well-fed, Dai believed she was no longer the same person she had been in the morning. She navigated through the crowd with ease. While others around her complained about being jostled, she wore a smile on her face. Indeed, the rumors were true. Line 7 was indeed far more congested than the other lines. The evening rush had just begun, and the station at Xingfu Li was already as crowded as Line 3 during its peak hours. Dai joyfully flowed with the tide of people, her newly acquired duckbill cap perfectly concealing her expression. However, she resolved to buy a bag of masks after work tonight, so that when she donned the mask along with her cap, others would not see the somewhat maniacal smile on her face. It was hardly her fault, who could remain unperturbed upon hearing the incessant chime of money being deposited. Dai felt that she could not manage such composure. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, and having money brought her joy. Initially planning to switch 2 lines during her night shift, Dai ultimately dedicated the entire evening rush to Line 7. She meandered back and forth between the most congested stations on Line 7, and after finishing a bottle of water and consuming 2 pieces of chocolate, she finally arrived at her moment of triumph. My spare change, 577, 400 yuan. Note, reset upon world switch. After her shopping spree in the morning, Dai found that she had only a few dozen yuan left, which meant that she had earned almost 6,000 during the evening rush. Rubbing her belly, she felt that she could devour an entire cow. Dragging her weary feet, she made her way from the subway's underground passage to the food court in the basement of the Xingfu Li shopping mall. Just as she intended to treat herself to a delightful meal, she suddenly faintly heard the loudspeaker repeatedly announcing something. Leaning against the glass railing next to the escalator, she strained to listen. It was peak time at the food court, and the cacophony of music from various restaurants made it challenging to discern the loudspeaker's message. Chapter 9 confirmed with a glance. These are competitors. Limited time promotion at the Xingfu Li supermarket. Exit 0, 99 yuan per jean. Rice at 1, 29 yuan per jean. Limited to 1,000 jean, 1 jean per person, starting at 8 o'clock sharp. Hurry while supplies last. Die exclaimed in excitement. She quickly pulled out her phone to check the time. Yikes. It was 7:53. Looking down at the supermarket entrance, she gasped. The elderly waiting to snatch up the discounted eggs and rice had formed a formidable wall around the promotional display. If not for the staff and temporary barriers, those eager seniors would have surely pounced like hungry wolves. Dai's eyes sparkled. Why bother with dinner? She needed to dash downstairs to make some money. She had no interest in the cheap eggs and rice, but given the enthusiastic crowd of elderly folks below, she felt it would be remiss not to join in the fray. With a limit of 1 jin per person for each item, she realized that if she played her cards right when the clock struck 8, she could easily earn a few hundred yuan right there at the promotional display. Dinner could wait. Securing a prime spot to earn money was her priority. Rolling up her sleeves, Dai hopped onto the escalator to the second basement level. But as she approached the supermarket, she found herself unable to move. The elderly folks were simply too enthusiastic. To be honest, the supermarket's limited egg promotion always captivated those humble grandpas and grandmas. They eyed each other with suspicion and caution, confirmed with a glance. These were indeed competitors. Yet, amidst this familiar crowd, they suddenly noticed a new face among them. Oh, this newcomer seems rather young. Has she reached adulthood? Who let such a young girl venture out alone at night to snatch cheap eggs? Observing Dai clad entirely in supermarket merchandise, they speculated about her circumstances. Perhaps she came from a struggling family or was an orphan without parents. As Dai worked her way towards the center of the crowd, she inadvertently earned a few extra yuan in the process. What puzzled her was that the once stern expressions of the elderly folks had softened into looks of affection. If they were kind to her, she could not turn her back on them. Therefore, Dai smiled sweetly at the surrounding grandpas and grandmas. Oh dear, this young girl looks so thin. Her face is so sharp. Alas, her complexion is pale, clearly indicative of a hard life. After seeing Dai's appearance, the surrounding elderly began to concoct elaborate narratives of familial drama. Thus, their expressions towards Dai became increasingly difficult to interpret. However, when the clock struck 8, the barriers at the promotional display were lifted and the charge commenced. Family ties, friendships, love, and sympathy all were cast aside. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, nothing would stop her from purchasing eggs at 0.99 yuan per jin. Swept along by the crowd, Dai felt that compared to these elderly folks, even the rush-hour office workers were remarkably gentle. Let go of those eggs and let me through. Old Zhao, that's excessive. Each person is limited to 1 jin. You clearly have more than that. You, Zhou Posey, are being sneaky. The battle ignited, and Dai's earnings surged rapidly. Ding. 1 yuan has been deposited into your private wallet. Ding. 1 yuan has been deposited into your private wallet. Ding. 1 yuan has been deposited into your private wallet. This silent war erupted swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Within half an hour, Dai emerged with an additional income of over 800 yuan, humming a tune as she stepped onto the escalator to the lower level, triumphant. My spare change, 660. 700 yuan, note, reset upon world switch. Gazing at the balance in her private wallet, Dai felt she would be smiling in her dreams tonight. Returning to the food court, she chose a spicy bone soup mala tang, opting for a non-spicy broth to avoid aggravating her currently sensitive stomach, and selected a generous array of ingredients: fatty beef, tenderloin, black fish slices, crab sticks, shrimp paste, luncheon meat, Chinese sausage, gluten, konjac noodles, spinach, wood ear mushrooms, and crispy rolls. After weighing it all, she spent over 50 yuan, and the shopkeeper even gifted her a bottle of orange juice. With a cheerful disposition, she clutched a cup of orange juice and settled into her chosen spot. It must be said that the Xingfuli station is indeed bustling. The foot traffic in this shopping mall is substantial, even at past 8:40 in the evening. The food court remains vibrant with patrons. Upon inquiring with a nearby staff member, she learned that both the food court and the mall would remain open until 10, while the cinema on the top floor would not close until after midnight. However, in the morning, the opening hours are not as early, with the earliest food court stalls commencing operations at 9:30, and the restaurants upstairs not opening until 10. Expressing her gratitude to the staff for their informative assistance, she felt a wave of relief that the hotel had provided her with breakfast. Regardless of the quality of the breakfast, what mattered most was that it would suffice to fill her up before she embarked on her early shift. With this thought, she silently thanked the hotel receptionist 100 times, grateful that she had remembered to collect her breakfast voucher. Initially, she had intended to treat herself to 2 films that evening, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue. After consuming a large pot of spicy hot pot and 2 bowls of white rice. She felt her mind become foggy and her limbs weak, nearly dragging herself to the top of the shopping mall. Passing by the cinema, she cast a longing glance at the row of movie posters outside and silently vowed, "Just wait, I shall indulge in your offerings tomorrow." With that, she entered the hotel without a backward glance. Finally back at her room, she dropped her backpack, donned her fragrant loungewear, and dashed into the bathroom. One must admit that after enduring 2 hours on the subway, it felt akin to completing a marathon. The short-sleeved shirt she wore alternated between damp and dry, while her hair, tucked beneath her hat, was completely soaked. After thoroughly cleansing herself twice, she utilized the hotel's minuscule bottles of toiletries to their fullest extent. Once refreshed, she took advantage of the time spent drying her hair to boil a kettle of hot water. She planned to prepare herself a fragrant cup of instant coffee using the complimentary coffee sachets from the hotel. And perhaps a bag of black tea would suffice as well. Chapter 10. The perfect morning rush, sipping her hot coffee while watching a variety show on television. She felt her eyelids grow heavy and difficult to keep open. She switched off the television, climbed onto the soft, inviting bed, and slipped under the covers, falling asleep in an instant. On the second day of her novice world, dawn broke with a gentle hue reminiscent of crab shells. She experienced a dreamless night, and the alarm clock on her bedside table rang punctually at 6 in the morning. Stretching widely, she felt only a slight ache in her limbs. Aside from that, she had enjoyed the most comfortable and restful sleep she had experienced in over 10 years, having achieved a solid 8 hours of quality deep sleep. Promptly rising to wash up and pack her bag, she recalled that breakfast commenced daily at 6:30, as indicated on her breakfast voucher. She spent half an hour preparing everything and arrived at the restaurant adjacent to the hotel lobby right on time. The staff at the restaurant collected her breakfast voucher and allowed her entry. She swiftly located a table close to the food collection area for convenience. The breakfast offerings at the business hotel were modest, featuring a simple buffet of Chinese and Western cuisine. It was not a high-star resort, but she was not picky. To her, it was more than satisfactory. Heaven knows that just yesterday, at this very hour, she was a nearly starving little calamari. Now, with food and drink available, especially for free, she felt truly fortunate. She first approached the noodle station, where she requested a bowl of small wontons, then proceeded to the nearby steamer to take 3 small dumplings and a barbecue pork bun. At the other food station, she noticed tender corn and grabbed a piece. Although she considered getting a bowl of porridge, as the hotel offered both plain and millet porridge along with various side dishes. She feared that drinking too much liquid might necessitate a restroom break during her early shift, which would hinder her efficiency. Thus, she decisively opted against it. Instead, she filled her plate with a helping of fried rice, golden and appetizing. She also spotted stir-fried noodles with shredded meat and decided to save that for another day, given that she had a week to indulge. Among the boiled eggs and tea eggs, she chose the latter, taking 2. She also helped herself to a handful of fresh, vibrant spinach. Just as she returned her plate to the table, the noodle chef called her over to collect her wontons. Delighted, she hurried back with her bowl of wontons, generously garnishing them with cilantro, seaweed, and dried shrimp. On her way back to the table, she passed the Western food station, glanced at the sliced bread and toast, but felt indifferent. She preferred the warmth of Chinese breakfast items. Nonetheless, she took a crispy chicken sausage and 2 golden brown potato cakes. The bacon appeared slightly overcooked, and fearing it would be hard to digest, she ultimately decided against it. Looking at the bountiful spread before her, she sincerely thanked Chi-Ri, for if it were not for Chi-Ri bringing her into this task-filled world, she would likely have starved and decomposed by now. Shaking her head, she reminded herself to focus on her meal and not dwell on unpleasant thoughts. Good days were just beginning, and she should not create discomfort for herself. With a leisurely pace, she savored her meal, returning to the food station for refills twice. The hotel was not crowded during the off-peak season, and at that early hour, she was the sole diner engrossed in her meal, thus enjoying the entire restaurant to herself. She continued to eat until 7:15, standing up only when she felt satisfied. That would suffice. Being 8/10 full was adequate, as she would need to navigate the subway shortly. Sweetly bidding farewell to the staff in the restaurant, she succeeded in reddening the ears of 2 young gentlemen before shouldering her backpack and heading towards the elevator. Armed with the experience of the previous day, she felt confident in her performance for the day ahead. She set a modest goal for herself, to earn at least 10,000 a day. However, She wondered whether the supermarket downstairs would have time-limited promotions again tonight. If only they occurred every day. Spending an extra half hour could yield nearly 1,000, which would be splendid. She resolved to visit the supermarket after work, just in case. Upon entering the subway, she had purchased a 3-day metro pass the day before, sparing her from enduring the service staff's pitiful gazes once more. Playing with her metro ticket, she observed the bustling crowd within the train. As time ticked by, the flow of people at the Xingfu station erupted like a tidal wave at a critical juncture. Hadzikulit. Mask in place. Backpack ready. Off she goes. With determination, she thrust herself into the crowd. Early shift at 8. Here I come. My change. 231,000 yuan. Note. Reset after switching worlds. Exhaling deeply, she settled into a corner of the subway station, releasing a long sigh. She felt that the morning rush on Line 7 was far more exaggerated than the evening peak. It was as if she had been tossed into an overworked washing machine, battered for 2 hours. However, the results were gratifying. In the span of her morning shift, she had earned over 6,000 yuan, matching the previous night's supermarket promotional earnings. As she gently massaged her limbs to alleviate the lactic acid buildup, she sipped her bottled water. Drinking too quickly would only leave her feeling unsatisfied and drenched in sweat. So she had cultivated the habit of sipping water slowly. After resting sufficiently, she finally rose from her spot. The corner she had chosen was relatively secluded, as few passed by. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the audacity to sit on the floor in public. With a gentle pat to her backside, as if to brush away non-existent dust, she sauntered through the underground passage and once more arrived at the food court of the shopping mall. At this hour, prior to 10 o'clock, only a handful of stalls had opened for business. Fortunately, she wasn't particularly hungry today, but the exertion of the morning had left her craving something delicious. Thus, she indulged in 2 large, succulent meat buns, each bursting with flavor and delighting her palate. With over 20 minutes remaining until the mall officially opened, she decided to return to her room to take a shower and change her clothes, all the while washing her dirty laundry. It wasn't until nearly 11 o'clock that she finally dried and put away her clothes. Upon entering her room, she discovered that the cleaning lady had tidied up the space, replenishing the daily necessities and coffee packets she had used yesterday, which brought her great joy. The bliss of not having to tidy up her room. Who among her family could truly understand that feeling? After neatly arranging her clothes, she ventured out once more, now with money in her pocket, eager to purchase something useful. She had not forgotten that the currency amassed in this world could not be carried into the next. Rather than allowing it to be wiped clean, she preferred to spend it. Moreover, the Qi guide indicated that one could select 3 items to bring into the next world, and upon her arrival, she had only a single coin in addition to the clothes on her back. Chapter 11. Illiteracy, though uncertain of what the next world would entail. It was indeed time for her to begin contemplating her future. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. One must not be blinded by the fleeting comforts of the present. Today, her objective was to purchase a mobile phone that could function normally in this world. The first floor of the mall boasted several dedicated mobile phone stores, and she perused each one, unconcerned with style but rather focused on price. All she required was a standard phone capable of internet access and photography, so economic practicality was her priority. Soon enough, she settled on a sleek white smartphone, a hue she particularly favored. The sales assistant informed her that this model was a newly released version aimed at students, thus offering excellent value for money. If she didn't require substantial memory, it could be hers for $12.88. What do you say, beautiful? Would you like to take one home? The assistant presented her with a demo unit for her to try. The touch was responsive, the feel smooth, given that she would only use it for 6 days. She even felt that the price of $1,200 was somewhat steep. However, anything cheaper would be akin to a basic model, so she decided to proceed. Yes, I'll take this one in white. Great. Follow me to the checkout. Shall we scan? The assistant showed no sign of displeasure at the modest transaction. He understood that even a mosquito's leg is meat, and that small savings accumulate over time. After completing her purchase, she requested the assistant to unbox the phone and set it up while she utilized the electronic identification in the Qi app to acquire a data plan. Upon powering on the device, her expression gradually turned to one of disbelief. She had forgotten that she could not read the characters of this world. After a moment of brainstorming, she asked the assistant to download all the popular multimedia and social apps. Then, she requested his assistance in changing the phone's language settings. fabricating a story about learning a second language and claiming that switching the display language to that of her studies would aid her learning process. Her words rang with conviction and clarity. The assistant may have harbored his doubts, but as long as she believed in her own tale, that sufficed. While she was engrossed in exploring the various preset languages, she failed to notice the look of respect the assistant cast her way. Goodness, have today's students become so competitive? It's not enough to compete within the school. Now, they must even bring their A game to using a mobile phone? Fortune favors the diligent. She astonishingly discovered a language among the presets that bore a striking resemblance to one of the major languages from her original world. Tears of joy welled in her eyes at that moment. She felt that the 6 languages she had painstakingly learned in her previous world were not in vain. Though not entirely identical, it was akin to the relationship between French and Belgian French, essentially 2 siblings from the same mother. Browsing through was no challenge. Once again, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the helpful assistant and left the store with her newly acquired phone. Stepping out of the mobile store, she noted that it was nearly time for lunch. Determined to secure a table before noon, lest the surrounding working crowd occupy every available seat, she opted for a quaint restaurant on the 4th floor of the mall, famed for its exquisite soup. Since she was on holiday in this world, she resolved to treat herself well. She ordered a nourishing dang shun pigeon soup, 2 additional dishes, and a bowl of rice, only to find the total exceeding 200. How remarkable it felt to indulge in a meal that surpassed the average of 200 per person. She couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The prices at the underground food court are far more reasonable. While waiting for her meal, she busied herself with her new phone, delving into its functionalities. Although operating it in a non-native language felt somewhat awkward, the internet style of this world bore a striking similarity to that of her original realm. Before long, she found herself joyfully scrolling through captivating videos made by local creators. Of course, her purchase of the phone was not solely for amusement. Presently, apart from the television in her hotel room, she had no means to gather information about her external environment. This necessity prompted her to acquire a device capable of connecting to the local network. However, with lunchtime approaching, the importance of electronic entertainment during a meal was evident. Other distractions could wait. After relishing a delightful lunch, she found the dining establishments in the mall bustling with activity. After a tearful and profitable $30 gain, she successfully navigated her way to the underground supermarket. To her surprise, the supermarket was even more crowded today. Wait a moment. How could there be so many customers in broad daylight? There were far fewer yesterday. With a hint of suspicion, she pulled out her newly acquired phone to check the current date, only to be startled to realize that today was Friday in this world. Oh no, if tomorrow is the weekend, that means she won't be able to travel on the subway to earn money. Her heart sank at the thought. The past few days had been too leisurely, and coupled with the fact that the Cheery app only displayed the countdown for her current tasks, she had failed to synchronize the year and date of this world. Had she not purchased a phone today, she would have been utterly lost come tomorrow morning. She had never anticipated this. Given how similar this world was to her original, how could there be no concept of weekends? This was unacceptable. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that there would be a morning or evening rush in the following 2 days. Furthermore, with the forecast of heavy rain looming, the importance of weekends would soon become irrelevant. Her chances of earning money would dwindle to only the evening rush today. Thankfully, she had purchased a new phone just in time. This plan still held some flexibility, but missing out on a day's earnings meant she would have to forego at least $1,000 in income. She pressed her hand to her heart, feeling a pang of regret. Resolutely, she released the shopping cart handle she had been gripping tightly and opted instead for a handheld shopping basket. The shopping cart occupied too much space, making it difficult to maneuver and collect funds. A basket was undoubtedly a much better option. She decided to take advantage of the bustling supermarket crowd this afternoon, determined to find ways to maximize her monetary gains within the store. While the efficiency of collecting funds in the supermarket could not compare to that of the subway, she could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. Every bit counted. She feared the prospect of being unable to collect anything in the following days, leading to a complete downturn. Unexpectedly, due to the fact that it was the day before the weekend, the supermarket was hosting numerous small-scale flash sales. Although these deals could not be compared to the discounted eggs from the previous night, they still attracted a considerable number of elderly patrons. They even spotted several familiar faces amidst the crowd. Seizing every opportunity, she wove between the various flash sale areas, continuously accumulating small amounts of money. During this process, she discovered another rule regarding fund collection. While one could only collect from the same individual once per day, they could return to the same target the following day to collect again. This was evidenced by the elderly patrons she had approached last night, from whom she successfully collected money again. However, upon attempting to collect once more, she found that it was no longer possible. This was splendid news. She had previously worried that encountering the same group of elderly individuals daily would diminish her earnings. With this daily refresh of targets, such concerns were alleviated. After spending an entire afternoon wandering through the supermarket without making a purchase, Dia exited leisurely. She still had a bottle of water and 2 compressed biscuits from the morning rush, which were sufficient, so she decided not to head back upstairs for more supplies. As evening rush hour approached, the crowds were dense, not only from those returning from work but also from others enjoying their weekend. This was likely her last significant opportunity to collect funds in this world, so Gia resolved to enter work mode by 5 o'clock, determined not to miss any chance at collecting money. $1. Here I come. With her backpack secured to her chest and both phones tucked away inside, she pressed down her cap's brim and confidently entered the subway station at Xingfuli. By 8:40 in the evening, after nearly exhausting herself, Dia felt too fatigued even to consider dining out. She hurriedly ordered 2 burger meals from a fast food restaurant and stumbled back to her hotel room, utterly drained. As she passed by the cinema, she made a hasty escape. Tomorrow, she would definitely return. Sitting on the sofa, sipping her drink, she realized she had consumed more than half of it and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, she felt revived. Her energy was still low, a consequence of her previous tribulations. However, she acknowledged that she had pushed herself quite hard today, having not exerted herself to such an extent in a long while. She gently set down her drink and picked up the remote control from the coffee table to turn on the television. As the screen illuminated, it was broadcasting the city's nightly news at 9 o'clock. Dia deemed it essential to familiarize herself with the basic conditions of the city and did not rush to change the channel. While watching the news, she grabbed a burger and began to consume her belated dinner. Compared to fast food, she preferred steaming rice or fragrant hot noodle soup, but given the circumstances, indulging in a burger was quite satisfying. The domestic news was rather mundane over the course of 20 minutes, followed by a 10-minute segment on international news that was equally unremarkable. However, the weather forecast that followed piqued Dia's interest. This seemed to be a local station for Sanbei City, as it only reported the weather for the next 2 days. Tomorrow would be sunny, with a minimum temperature of 16 degrees and a maximum of 25 degrees Celsius. The following day, it would be overcast with light rain, a minimum of 13 degrees, and a maximum of 19 degrees. The significant temperature variation over these 2 days was notable, and the cheerful weather presenter kindly reminded viewers to adjust their clothing accordingly to avoid catching a cold. Light rain starting the day after tomorrow. Judging by the timing, it aligned closely with the weather forecast displayed on my phone from Kiri. However, Kiri's phone could only show the current temperature and the overall weather changes during the 7-day survival period. For instance, in this world, Kiri indicated that the first 3 days would be sunny, followed by 4 days of severe storms. Never mind. I will remember this channel and make it a point to check the news and local weather every evening. It will aid in better planning my subsequent actions. After finishing the news and her dinner, Dia prepared a kettle of hot water for coffee. Meanwhile, she indulged in a relaxing hot shower in the bathroom. By the time she returned to the sofa with a steaming cup of instant coffee, it was already past 10 o'clock. Sipping her coffee, she began to contemplate her plans for the following day. After much deliberation, she decided to take a chance on the subway in the morning. Although, according to the rules of her original world, there would be no morning rush on weekends, she remained unconvinced until she witnessed it for herself. What if this world did not observe weekends? Or perhaps the locals were particularly diligent and insisted on taking the subway to work even on weekends? Having set her alarm for 6 o'clock the next morning, she began reviewing her earnings from the day. Opening the private wallet on Kiri's phone, she was gratified to see a 5-figure balance that soothed her weary spirit. My change to 174,800 yuan. Note, reset to 0 upon switching worlds. Astounding. Clenching her fist in a gesture of encouragement, she felt immensely satisfied with her relentless efforts. She recalled that at the end of the morning rush, her private wallet contained just over 12,000 yuan. After spending 1,200 on a new phone, this meant she had earned approximately 10,000 yuan throughout the afternoon and evening. DM marveled at her hard work. How did I manage to be this industrious? Upon further reflection, she calculated that she had collected around 300 yuan in the supermarket, which was not particularly efficient but still constituted earnings. Then during the evening rush, she worked tirelessly from 5 until 7:50, timing her return perfectly for the supermarket's evening flash sales. The subway was teeming with people the night before the weekend, a scene that could only be described as frenzied. In less than 3 hours, she had collected nearly 8,000 yuan. The supermarket at 8 o'clock did not disappoint either, as the scheduled flash sales commenced as anticipated. Additionally, due to the special weekend sales, the store had introduced discounted eggs and rice, along with a new offer of 1 yuan per pound for cabbage and 39 yuan per pound for pork belly. Each item was limited to 1,000 pounds and restricted to one per person. This substantial promotion ignited the enthusiasm of the elderly community at Xingfu Li. Even more seasoned shoppers than the previous night flocked to the store, alongside many young couples residing nearby. Dia found herself amidst the surging crowd, repeatedly reflecting, "Thank goodness I'm not actually here to purchase discounted goods." Looking at it this way, had she really managed to collect over 15,000 yuan today? How astonishing! Terrifying indeed. How truly terrifying. It is unfortunate, however, that beginning tomorrow, such income may no longer be available. With a soft sigh, she began to tally her daily expenses for the upcoming days using her fingers. Only 2 days had passed in the beginner's world, and she needed to continue surviving here for 5 more days. Given the current circumstances, the beginner's world was simple and pleasant. It should not be a problem for her to thrive until the 7th day. Presently, she felt no pressure regarding survival. In fact, she could enjoy her remaining time quite well. With a place to stay secured, she would be directly transported to the next world once the countdown concluded, saving her the remaining 2,000 for accommodation. Although she felt a slight pang of guilt towards the front desk attendant, every penny mattered, and whose money comes easily, right? Taking a sip of coffee, she continued her calculations. With 5 days remaining, her biggest expense would be meals. Fortunately, the hotel provided breakfast vouchers each morning, so she wouldn't need to spend on breakfast. This left only lunch and dinner, averaging 100 per meal for 5 days. That amounted to 10 meals and a total expenditure of 1,000. With over 700 remaining, she could easily indulge in snacks and perhaps treat herself to an extra meal. Even watching a movie or engaging in some entertainment would likely not exhaust her funds. Thus, she would have a substantial 20,000 to allocate towards preparing supplies. Indeed, although only 2 days had elapsed, she was already planning for the future. According to the rules of Qi Ri, she could select any 3 items to bring into the next task world. Naturally, these items could not materialize out of thin air. They had to be purchased with real money. Furthermore, she could not mistakenly assume that all subsequent task worlds would possess the same level of peace and modern civilization as the beginner's world. If all worlds were indeed like this vacation-like realm, how could the requirement to survive for 7 days be justified? 20,000, that should suffice for purchasing equipment. Gradually clarifying her thoughts, Dai finally dispelled the unease caused by her disrupted plans. With a substantial sum backing her, she contentedly retired to bed. On the 3rd day in the beginner's world, another night of quality deep sleep ushered Dai from her dreams at 6 o'clock, when her alarm rang punctually. After 2 days of delightful food and restful sleep, her complexion began to brighten, no longer appearing as dreadful as when she first arrived. With a glimmer of hope, she promptly rose to wash up and pack her bag. At 6:30, she presented a breakfast voucher once more to the hotel restaurant's attendant and, with her backpack, entered the dining area. Upon entering the restaurant, she chose not to sit in yesterday's spot, but walked directly to the window. She selected a table adjacent to the restaurant's expansive glass wall, allowing her a clear view of the subway entrance at Xingfu Li below. This way, even if she didn't descend to the subway platform, she could accurately gauge the day's foot traffic. Although the breakfast variety at the business hotel was not overly extensive, having eaten well for 2 consecutive days, the novelty had worn off, yet Dai remained entirely satisfied. Free breakfast with the option to select and eat as much as one desired. What more could one want? As per her usual routine, she collected an abundance of her favorite foods from the buffet and returned to her table to enjoy a slow and elegant meal. After several trips to replenish her plate, the clock struck 7:30, and she once again glanced toward the subway entrance below. Yesterday, at this hour, The area had been teeming with crowds, bustling with activity. Yet now, Dai felt a wave of disappointment as she only saw a few solitary figures in business attire pass through the entrance, devoid of the frenzy of the previous day's morning rush. It seemed today would not yield any fortune. After treating herself to a plate of fresh fruit, she decided to remain at her window seat to continue observing. If, by 8 o'clock, there was still no sign of profitable activity, she would retreat to her room for a rest. As time slipped by just past 8, Dai could no longer sit still. Having consumed 2 plates of watermelon and dragon fruit, she was now too full to eat, and the subway entrance remained eerily quiet. Splendid. The weekend in this world truly had its own rhythm. It appeared she would have to wait until after 10 when the underground supermarket opened, and then she would venture there to try her luck. Slinging her denim bag over her shoulder, she strolled leisurely towards the cinema. Taking out her phone, she snapped high-resolution photos of the movie posters at the entrance, preparing to return to her room. Halfway there, she turned back to the cinema, realizing she had forgotten to capture today as screening schedule. Once she had taken all the necessary photos, she returned to her room with an air of satisfaction. After turning on the television to scan the news and finding no valuable information, she shifted her focus to selecting a film for the evening. Currently, there were 7 or 8 films showing at the cinema, with an average ticket price of 50 to 60 yuan. She found this pricing quite reasonable. Watching one film daily would not be a burden on her wallet. Nonetheless, she carefully selected 2 films she was most eager to see, prioritizing them for tonight. At 9:55 in the morning, Dai decided not to bring her backpack this time. She slipped her phone into her pocket, zipped it up, and hurried to the underground supermarket. As expected, the weekend crowds at the supermarket were quite impressive. Employing her previous tactics, she grabbed a shopping basket and maneuvered through the throng. Having eaten a hearty breakfast, she felt little hunger by midday, allowing her to save on lunch expenses. The late risers at the supermarket perfectly filled the midday void in customer flow. Thus, Dai spent the entire day at the supermarket. When she grew tired, she found a chair sold within the supermarket to rest. When thirsty, she simply purchased a drink at the checkout. She even took advantage of the free samples from the live cooking stalls. It was delightful. Finally, emerging from the supermarket at 4:30 in the afternoon, she realized she had to leave, as exhaustion was beginning to set in. Moreover, after 5 o'clock, the various restaurants in the mall would soon welcome the weekend dining rush. So she needed to eat before that and take the opportunity to rest. For dinner, she chose a local eatery, ordering 2 small dishes and a bowl of rice, totaling 67 yuan. Excellent. It did not exceed her meal budget, and she savored every bite. After a brief rest, she dashed out once more, as the entire underground food court was beginning to fill up with opportunities to grab a meal for just a yuan here and there. Chapter 14. A dramatic shift in weather trends. Thus, she did not rush back to the supermarket, but leisurely enjoyed her meal in the food court while seeking opportunities to make some money. The supermarket's limited-time sale commenced at 7:30 that evening, and Dai eagerly joined in. By 8:30, she exited the supermarket with a bag of snacks. Amidst the lively bustle of the underground's first and second floors. Yet she had to leave. Laundry awaited her, and she needed to shower and catch the evening news and weather forecast. Later, she planned to visit the cinema, as she had been anticipating it for 2 days. If she delayed any longer, she might succumb to a sense of unease. After a full day of effort, Dai's earnings amounted to just over 2,000 yuan. While it could not be deemed disappointing, it was within her expectations. One could only view the extra 2,000 as a buffer against errors, which was indeed a positive aspect. According to the forecast for the upcoming weather, rain is expected to commence tomorrow. There exists a saying in the service industry: rain drives away all customers, and strong winds have their numbers. This implies that on rainy days, patrons tend to vanish, and on windy days, at least half of them are likely to stay away. Dai pondered that if the rain were to begin in the morning, she could afford to relax a little earlier. Thus, she resolved to endure the day as toil, for she had still managed to earn 2,000 kuai. As the clock struck 9, Dai, freshly washed, turned on the television, searching for the channel broadcasting the evening news. The news content was rather similar to that of the previous day, remaining as mundane as ever. However, her focus was not on these reports. Rather, it lay in the weather forecast that concluded the broadcast. The familiar weather presenter appeared, radiating cheerfulness as she announced the temperatures and weather conditions for the next couple of days. Tomorrow, overcast with light rain. A minimum temperature of 13 degrees and a maximum of 19 degrees, with localized southwest winds at levels 3 to 4. The day after tomorrow, expect heavy rain accompanied by brief thunderstorms and strong winds, with a minimum temperature of 10 degrees and a maximum of 14 degrees. Southwest gusts may reach levels 4 to 5. Indeed, following this weather trend, the rain would intensify day by day and the temperature would notably drop. Well then, she would adhere to her original plan of resting in the following days, allowing herself to indulge in leisure. Leaning back on the sofa, a sudden wave of relaxation washed over her. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such autonomy in her life, and merely contemplating the prospect of more days like this filled her with heartfelt gratitude towards Chi-Ri for extricating her from that grim world. Even if the tasks ahead were to escalate in complexity, she remained thankful to Chi-Ri. After all, for her, death would be preferable to remaining in her previous existence. Turning off the television, Dai grabbed her room card and departed for the cinema. She had promised herself a movie tonight, so she decided to act swiftly while there was still time. The film she wished to see was set to commence at 9:52, and time was of the essence. Upon entering the cinema, before reaching the ticket counter, she made a quick turn towards the concession stand. Today, not only would she watch a movie, but she would also treat herself to the much raved-about viewing package. A large bucket of popcorn and a large cup of soda, please. Clutching her oversized popcorn bucket, she gleefully made her way into the screening room. Ah, the fourth morning in the novice world arrived. Dai rubbed her dry eyes, extricating herself from her cozy cocoon, and stretched luxuriously. Pressing the button to open the electric curtains, she watched as the floor-to-ceiling drapes slowly parted, revealing countless tiny water droplets clinging to the glass. Alas, it truly was raining. Last night, upon returning from the cinema, she had already noticed the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall. With rain blanketing the weekend, any hope for a reprieve was futile. Therefore, she decided against setting an alarm, opting instead for a leisurely sleep until she awoke naturally. However, her robust biological clock roused her at 7 in the morning. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, she observed the rain. Though not heavy, it fell steadily. She surmised that today, not just the subway, but even the underground supermarket would likely see a significant drop in patrons. Thus, she resolved to rest as planned. After freshening up, Dai utilized a breakfast voucher at the hotel restaurant, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast. With no work obligations today, she relished a warm bowl of millet porridge accompanied by pickles and salted duck eggs. Delicious. She also indulged in soy milk and yogurt. Free from the worries of restroom visits, since there was no need to spend money today. Having eaten her fill and with time still on her side, she returned to her room, comfortably reclining on the sofa. She pulled out her phone and began searching for and downloading videos related to adventure, trekking, and survival. While enjoying breakfast, Dai contemplated various matters concerning her future. Last night, she had come to realize that even while still in this vacation-like novice world, she had a premonition that the upcoming task worlds might grow increasingly challenging. Therefore, she aimed to utilize her spare time to acquire relevant knowledge and adequately prepare herself. After all, one can never predict which of the unexpected or tomorrow's challenges will arrive first. Indeed, who knows what type of task world she might encounter in the future. Perhaps the next beginning could be as catastrophic as the sky collapsing, and such carefree days of indulgence might never be encountered again. With only 4 days remaining in the novice world, she could not allow herself to be blinded by the transient happiness before her. A plethora of survival videos and tutorials began downloading, and she even saved some fitness and basic martial arts instructional videos. Meanwhile, she opened a renowned online shopping platform in this world, intending to purchase a suitable weapon. However, just as she registered her basic information, she recalled the weather forecast for the next 2 days. If the winds and rain were particularly fierce, wouldn't that delay the delivery? With merely 4 days to go, should she fail to receive her package, it would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, online shopping necessitated a bank card, and she was reluctant to stray too far from the mall, uncertain whether the bank would be open on Sunday. Forget it, this is too much hassle. Instead, she resolved to wait until the mall opened, then directly head to the supermarket to select a suitable kitchen knife or fruit knife for self-defense. Though it may not be ideal, it is better than having nothing. Regardless, a weapon is essential, and even a subpar one could potentially save her life. Chapter 15. Out to purchase gear, she rose from her seat, retrieving hotel-provided notepaper and a ballpoint pen from the desk drawer, beginning to jot down all the essential items that came to mind. Later, she would sift through the list to select the 3 most crucial and beneficial items to bring to the next world. First and foremost was a weapon then. Protective gear was also vital weapons and armor weight. Biting the pen cap, a sudden insight struck her. When I arrived in this world, I was clad in the very clothes and shoes from my previous world. Everything, even my socks and shoes, came along with me. Does this imply that any clothing I wear can be assumed to follow me through the transition? Her eyes lit up with newfound excitement, realizing she might have discovered a remarkable loophole. As for whether this theory would hold true, it would depend on whether her clothing remained when she next transitioned worlds. However, she felt confident that this approach was feasible. After all, Chiri would not transport her to another world completely bare. Given this possibility, she decided against donning the supermarket's inexpensive sportswear for her next challenge. This particular outfit, a bargain at 199 kwai, was suitable for everyday wear. But should she face a more demanding survival environment, it would lack both protection and quality. Grabbing her phone mid-download, Dai began to examine the gear worn by well-known outdoor enthusiasts and survival vloggers. If you encounter something you cannot comprehend, simply take a screenshot and search for it on an online shopping platform. Record the category and name through the product introduction videos found there. Additionally, note down the prices of various brands. With limited savings, one must be cautious, as those engaged in survival activities typically possess ample funds. Some brands offer equipment at exorbitant prices. Dai diligently selected a few brands that provided good value for money, then utilized a mapping application to locate the physical stores of these brands in Sanbei-shi. Alas, reluctance to venture outside lingered, yet became necessary. However, disregarding the bank card seemed wise, as a storm was imminent and deliveries were unreliable. Furthermore, within the next 4 days, today was the only day with light rain. After checking, she noted that the rain was minimal at present and did not hinder her from going out. Once the winds and rains intensified tomorrow, it would be truly inconvenient to procure equipment. It was imperative to gather all supplies before the storm escalated. Since she had to go out regardless, she decided against purchasing knives for self-defense at the nearby supermarket and opted instead to visit an outdoor equipment store, where she might find even better items. Oh, this store is so close to Xingfu Li Shopping Mall. Among the multitude of shop coordinates, Dai discovered that her Target brand store was conveniently located next to the mall where she currently stood. This store was not a brand-exclusive outlet, but rather a consignment shop. A review platform indicated that, aside from the brand she was interested in, many other brands were available for selection. Dai resolved to check it out, as its proximity was undeniably appealing. Technically speaking, the shop was situated on the second floor of the outdoor commercial street area adjacent to Xingfu Li Shopping Mall. With a smile, Dai headed to the hotel front desk to borrow an umbrella, then walked towards the outdoor commercial street with the umbrella in hand. Upon arrival, she realized she had arrived too early. The outdoor commercial street, like the main mall, did not open until 10 in the morning. It was barely past 9:30, and Dai smacked her forehead in regret. She should have checked the time before leaving. 30 minutes could have been spent enjoying a cup of hot coffee in her room. As she stood under the umbrella, aimlessly pacing at the store's entrance, the glass door of the shop suddenly creaked open from within. "Hello, beautiful. Are you here to buy equipment?" Dai was startled by the unexpected greeting and turned to see a young man, not particularly tall, but exuding vitality, grinning as he held the door open. His sun-kissed skin and lean, muscular physique suggested he was an experienced outdoor enthusiast. Dai momentarily froze before flashing a sweet smile and replying, "Yes, handsome. I am quite interested in outdoor activities, but I'm a novice, so please don't take advantage of me." Dai spoke candidly. In such a specialized field, pretending to be knowledgeable would be futile. Such behavior would only paint her as a complete novice in the eyes of seasoned professionals. Therefore, to feign ignorance to avoid being deceived was a foolish endeavor. It was far better to openly acknowledge her inexperience. In this orderly modern world, the likelihood of being maliciously swindled was considerably lower. Dai had a measure of confidence in her judgment of character, and after their brief encounter, she was left with a positive impression of this young shopkeeper or perhaps employee. She believed that even if he did attempt to deceive her, the extent would be minimal. Moreover, one could always negotiate prices. Although she was a novice, she had yet to claim that she was inexperienced in haggling. A beautiful lady braving the rain to visit my shop so early. I wouldn't dare take advantage of you. Today, my friend has order just arrived, so I came in early. Please, step inside and take your time to choose. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Today is your lucky day. I usually don't open before 11, especially in such dreary weather. It's rare I get to open early and meet you. Impressive. He truly was a shop owner. Dai gratefully replied, "Thank you, handsome shopkeeper." She quickly gathered her umbrella and entered the store, careful to place it upright beside the door to avoid wetting the floor. Little did she expect that such a simple gesture would significantly elevate the shopkeeper's fondness for her. This young proprietor was not lacking in wealth, coming from a well-off family. He had chosen not to remain idle. Passionate about outdoor activities, hiking, and wilderness exploration, he transformed his hobby into a profession by opening a shop specializing in related equipment. The brand Dai had researched was merely one of the many brands represented in his store. Once Dai was inside, the shopkeeper left her browse, returning to the back room to tend to other matters. Dai took out her phone and notes, beginning to search the shop for the styles and models she had saved. Chapter 16. Survival Gear Small Bag. The shopkeeper, a true connoisseur of outdoor activities, had curated a modest yet treasure-laden store filled with highly practical and reasonably priced goods. Naturally, she also noticed some conspicuously expensive items in prominent locations. Their prices left no doubt that they were beyond her reach. Indeed, the realm of outdoor gear was quite intricate. As the shopkeeper emerged from the back, he spotted Dai's increasingly bewildered expression and could not help but chuckle. "What's wrong, beautiful? Are you overwhelmed by the choices? Is the equipment here too impressive that you find yourself at a loss?" Hearing his laughter, Dai's cheeks flushed. However, the shopkeeper did not let her feel awkward for long. He approached her with enthusiasm, eager to provide guidance and teach her about proper equipment combinations. Considering her status as a beginner, he recommended a 3-in-1 waterproof jacket and pants with a pressure-bonded hard shell. This jacket not only offered waterproof and windproof features, but also boasted excellent breathability, with an inner down insulation layer that could be removed depending on the temperature. Essentially, if it was above 15 degrees, there was no need for additional thermal clothing. As the temperature rose, she could simply remove the down lining. Additionally, the jacket came with an adjustable waterproof hood. The shopkeeper also paired it with a sunshade mask and a pair of sunglasses to protect against ultraviolet rays in bright conditions. With this ensemble, Dai would be well equipped to handle most weather situations unless faced with a torrential downpour or extreme heat. Following the shopkeeper's advice, Dai opted for a mid-range set of jacket and pants, which totaled nearly $1,600. This price did not include the mask and sunglasses, and she found it rather steep. However, she had done her homework prior to coming. This price range was comparable to what she had seen on online shopping platforms. Furthermore, this was merely the shopkeeper's initial offer, and she had yet to negotiate. After setting aside her preliminary selections, the shopkeeper presented her with 2 sets of quick-drying clothing, one fitted and one standard style. Dai lovingly caressed the smooth fabric of the quick-drying garments several times before ultimately deciding on the fitted option. Though it was significantly cheaper than the jacket, it still cost over $500. She casually picked it up and added it to her collection of chosen items, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the shopkeeper. The young lady, in her charmingly naive manner, displayed a delightful innocence. The small proprietor, resigned to his fate, turned to assist Dai in selecting a pair of anti-slip mountaineering boots. Soon, he procured 3 pairs for her to choose from, allowing her the liberty to select her preferred style and color. All 3 pairs shared the same fundamental features: waterproof, durable, and suitable for complex terrains. When paired with thick wool socks, they could withstand most low-temperature environments. However, the proprietor pragmatically advised Dai against purchasing socks or similar accessories from him, candidly suggesting that she could find them cheaper at the supermarket, with little difference in quality. Ultimately, Dai selected a pair of deep brown anti-slip shoes, priced just over $800. The color closely matched her chosen jacket and pants, forming a complete outfit that would allow her to blend seamlessly into the earthy tones of the Old Forest. In addition, the proprietor efficiently gathered a plethora of various small accessories, along with several different styles of hiking backpacks. Dai was uncertain whether these backpacks would accompany her on her journey across worlds, despite their seemingly ample capacity. Yet, no matter how enticing they appeared, she could not justify the burden of carrying them, and thus reluctantly decided to forego the backpacks. As for the remaining assortment of small accessories, each item seemed useful upon closer inspection, leading her to a state of indecision. She could only select 3 items to take with her, with 1 slot already reserved for a weapon, leaving her with only 2 available spaces. While these small accessories were indeed appealing, they could only be considered supplementary, lacking the capacity to provide substantial aid in times of adversity. Nevertheless, she ultimately chose a high-lumen headlamp that could be directly worn on her forehead, a pair of durable gloves designed for rope work, a sturdy 10-meter paracord, and a compact survival toolkit. The first 2 items could be worn on her person, and Dai felt inclined to give them a try. After all, clothing and footwear were also worn directly against the skin. The paracord was strong and versatile, proving useful in various situations. Dai planned to use it as a belt. If these items could be transported alongside her, they would significantly enhance her chances of survival in the future. She contemplated exploiting a loophole in Chi-Ri, wondering if wearing them would allow her to be transported as if they were clothing. Even if that were not the case, the items were not excessively valuable. Losing them would simply serve as a lesson learned through experience. The survival toolkit, while modestly named, was quite substantial, filled with an array of practical tools. It included a compass, a dual-head flashlight, one end high-lumen, the other a windproof lighter, a small bottle of insect repellent, a multifunctional army knife, and a serrated, anti-slip survival knife, among others. Dai meticulously inspected the kit, confirming that each tool was original and from the same brand. The proprietor assured her that the survival toolkit was an independent product, specially customized by a renowned outdoor brand for novice players. She reasoned that since the kit was packaged as a single item, it was entirely reasonable to regard it as one. Furthermore, with 2 types of knives included, it served both as a survival tool and a means of self-defense, perfectly conserving her weapon slot. However, the kit's price was slightly steep, nearing 1,000, causing Dai's hand to tremble as she nearly lost her grip. The proprietor then suggested additional gear, such as camping tents, waterproof mats, and sleeping bags. Yet, Dai was not genuinely preparing for outdoor adventures. These items might not be necessary. After careful consideration, she concluded that even after surpassing this novice world, she would still be a beginner. Therefore, her next world should not thrust her into a dire situation requiring her to endure the elements. After all, the gradual increase in difficulty resembled the slow boiling of a frog, necessitating a gradual approach. In Chapter 17, she resolved to purchase a waterproof down sleeping bag as a contingency plan. With the sleeping bag, she could find any shelter from wind and rain and sleep comfortably. When not in use for sleeping, it could be fully unfurled and used as a down blanket for warmth, proving quite practical. Lightweight and compact, it could easily fit into a larger backpack. She deemed it a suitable candidate for her second item to take to the next world. If she failed to find a more ideal tool before the 7th day, this would be her choice. As Dai contemplated her options, the proprietor's friend arrived to collect an order. The proprietor exchanged greetings with Dai, leaving her to ponder her choices while he retreated to the back warehouse to retrieve the equipment his friend had reserved. Dai curiously turned to observe the gear they were handling, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. She stealthily approached, seizing a moment of their conversation to softly inquire, "Hey there, is there any more of that available?" The proprietor, taken aback by the sudden interruption from the young lady lost in thought, momentarily faltered. "What? This?" He instinctively lifted the anti-stab vest he was about to hand over to his friend, directing his question at Dai. Yes, that one. Do you have more?" D, having overheard earlier that the proprietor's friend was coming to collect items, now understood that the anti-stab vest was not part of the store's regular inventory. This realization heightened her desire for the vest. The proprietor, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty about retaining the vest he had reserved for himself. "Are you truly willing to let me have it? How can I accept such generosity?" Dai, cradling another anti-stab vest the proprietor had fetched from the warehouse, feigned reluctance, yet her actions belied her words as she embraced it tightly. The proprietor quipped, "If your hand had been any slower, I might have actually believed you." He explained that the vest had originally been set aside for his girlfriend, as he already owned one himself. He had merely procured additional vests for his friend and girlfriend, both of whom desired one. D, realizing the vest she now held was meant for the proprietor's girlfriend, was undeterred. Once it was in her hands, she had no intention of relinquishing it. After all, The proprietor could always acquire another for her girlfriend, whereas her time in this world was fleeting and she could not afford to wait for another opportunity. Feigning innocence, Dai asked, "Oh, will your girlfriend be upset?" The proprietor silently rolled his eyes at her question, thinking, "And if she is, does that mean you would return it?" "Well, she probably won't. I could just call her later and ask for another one," he replied. "By the way, would you like to try on this anti-stab vest? I see that your figure is quite similar to my girlfriend's, though you seem to be a bit slimmer. It would be wise to try it on for good measure. After all, this item is not inexpensive. I'm not exaggerating. The cost price for this soft, stab-resistant tactical vest I brought in is nearly 2,100. Suddenly, the small shop owner, recalling something, felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly smiled at Dai, smoothly changing the subject. Dai was not surprised by the price at all. She nodded, picked up the stab-resistant vest along with a large pile of clothes she had chosen, and turned to enter the fitting room. My word, with so much gear accumulated, it must amount to nearly 10,000. Surely, she needs to try them all on to address any issues promptly. If she were to discover problems after returning to the hotel amidst a heavy downpour, would she exchange them or not? Ultimately, after trying everything on and engaging in a spirited tug-of-war, Dai spent a total of 7,800 yuan to purchase all the equipment she had selected. The small shop owner was utterly amazed by this young lady's hidden bargaining prowess. Of course, he wouldn't be losing out. At most, he would earn a bit less. But with Dai acquiring so much gear, overall, the transaction was mutually satisfying. Just as Dai was about to head back to her hotel room with 4 large bags in tow, the small shop owner called out to her. He then presented her with a sturdy and exquisite small waist bag as a gift. "Now, don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Not only did I let you have the gear originally reserved for my girlfriend, but the other items are also quite practical. And take this waist bag too. It's incredibly convenient for carrying medications, a knife, a lighter, a passport. Many commonly used small items can fit inside, in situations where a backpack isn't suitable. This waist bag is undoubtedly the top choice. Trust me, once you get used to it, you'll fall in love with it." Dai looked at the small shop owner in surprise. "For me? For free? Are you sure?" The small shop owner gritted his teeth. Yes. For free." Dai graciously accepted. "Thank you, boss. Indeed, handsome men are all good people." The small shop owner, as she prepared to affix the waist bag snugly around her waist, Dai hoped to pass through security without issues. Upon exiting the shop, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the rain outside had lightened. Whether it was a brief respite from the heavens, she seized the opportunity, grabbing her bags and umbrella, and hurried into the shopping mall. She swiftly returned to her hotel room, taking all her newly purchased clothes to the laundry for a rinse. Under less favorable conditions, she would not be so particular, but with the current circumstances, she chose not to neglect herself. After washing and drying her clothes, Dai felt her stomach rumble and realized it was time for lunch. She took the elevator down to the underground food court, as she needed to replenish some supplies from the supermarket afterward. Sure enough, even on a weekend, the foot traffic on both the first and second underground floors had decreased by 3/4 due to the rain. Dai observed busy delivery personnel darting between the various restaurants. Yet very few customers had ventured out to dine. It seemed everyone preferred to avoid going out to eat in the rain. She selected a small hot pot restaurant that appeared clean and refreshing, ordered a mushroom broth base, and a large assortment of ingredients, eating voraciously without lifting her head. Having acquired most of the gear she would need for her departure, she felt immensely satisfied, which in turn heightened her appetite. After finishing her hot pot, she went to a pharmacy adjacent to the supermarket. Uncertain whether she could bring many medications with her, she decided not to over-prepare. She opted for just the essentials, a box each of antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, hemostatics, and antidiarrheals. Without hesitation, she requested the most expensive effective medications in the pharmacy. She also asked the pharmacy staff for a small roll of medical gauze, a small box of alcohol wipes, and a small box of iodine swabs, all in the smallest packaging for the best quality. After purchasing the medications, she ventured into the neighboring lingerie boutique. The lingerie, socks, and undergarments here were significantly pricier than those in the supermarket. However, correspondingly, the styles and quality were also greatly improved. Dai picked out a very comfortable women's sports bra and a matching pair of sports trunks from the same brand. The price was indeed substantial. The 2 small items cost over 600 yuan combined. Initially, she thought she would only wear 1 set of undergarments, so she only requested 1 of each. But her clever mind began to whirl. Who said she could only wear one set? Why not layer two bras? It must be possible. At worst, it would be a loss of 600 yuan, and once she departed from this world, the money in her wallet would be useless anyway. It would be better used for experimentation. Thus, she waved her hand, asking the attendant to fetch her another identical set. No more than that. She would only be in each world for 7 days, and 2 sets of undergarments would suffice for the next realm. If she could develop stably in the next world, perhaps she could acquire new items there. After selecting the undergarments, she also picked 2 pairs of high-quality mid-calf socks, 1 pair made of warm wool and another made of refreshing cotton. She certainly could not be barefoot during her transfer in 7 days. Exiting the lingerie store, she crossed over to a nearby accessory shop. The shop was filled with beautiful hairpins, hair ties, rings, and necklaces in abundance. Dai eagerly browsed and tried on all the items she liked. In the end, she contentedly purchased a blue wire hairpin and a small box of pure black high-strength elastic hair ties. The accessory shop attendant, initially intending to explore the supermarket, after visiting several stores and accumulating numerous items, it became inconvenient to enter the supermarket again. So she decided to return to the hotel. There were still 3 days left, and she was not in a rush. Back in her room, she hand-washed all her undergarments and socks and hung them to dry in the bathroom. Then she flopped onto the sofa, continuing to download the materials she wished to study. She was torn about whether to reserve the last spot in her luggage for the smartphone in her hand. After all, with less than 4 days remaining, memorizing all the downloaded content seemed nearly impossible. However, if she did decide to bring it, she would need to purchase a device with larger storage. The current phone, bought to save money, had the smallest memory and could not hold much. She resolved to wait and decide whether to bring electronic devices the day after tomorrow. There was still time to consider whether there were any other valuable items to take along. Having memorized quite a bit of basic survival knowledge, Dai felt her brain buzzing. She decided to switch gears and turned on the television, hoping to find a cheerful program to lift her spirits. The moment the TV powered on, it was the news channel she had seen earlier. Although it was not news time, the content currently airing caught Dai's attention. The program seemed to have been broadcast unexpectedly. She had missed the beginning, but it appeared to be at a critical point. On the screen, she saw a meteorological expert analyzing the host's questions. The expert looked serious, and behind them, a massive display screen showcased a grand satellite weather dynamic image. From their discussion, Dai gleaned that a gigantic hurricane was gradually forming over the open seas of this world. Experts have analyzed images transmitted by satellites, revealing that the wind intensity at the eye of the hurricane may have surpassed level 16. Meteorologists from various nations have unanimously issued warnings for severe storms and torrential rains. This colossal hurricane is generating numerous small vortexes around its periphery, and experts speculate that these smaller systems may soon make landfall on various continental landmasses. The term small is relative, as each of these smaller hurricanes boasts wind speeds exceeding level 13. They are compact, swift, and proliferating, creating an overwhelming presence that sends chills down one's spine. Satellite imagery clearly indicates that these formidable storms will reach the continents within 5 to 6 days at most, or 2 to 3 days at the least. Meteorologists worldwide, including those from the nation where Sanbei City is located, are urging citizens to prepare diligently for flood and typhoon defenses. Over the next week to 2 weeks, it is advisable to minimize outdoor activities and secure windows and doors at home. Additionally, it is recommended to reduce the use of electricity and gas, and to respond promptly to any emergency evacuation alerts issued by the city. Upon hearing the full commentary from the experts on television, Dai exclaimed in disbelief. She realized that she might only remain in this world for another 3.5 days. And now she was being warned of potential encounters with hurricanes before her departure. Dai decisively picked up the mobile phone from this world and searched for the map of the country where Sanbei City is located. To her astonishment, she discovered that 2/3 of this nation's borders are adjacent to the ocean. Considering the length of its coastline in conjunction with the hurricane's projected path, Dai was horrified to realize that the country she was in would face at least 3 to 4 super hurricanes. The only solace was that Sanbei City is situated deep within the landmass of the country and at a higher elevation. Even if the hurricanes make landfall, they would not immediately strike Sanbei City. Now, she could only pray that the hurricanes would arrive after her departure or that they would weaken as they approached the coastline. Ideally, by the time they reached Sanbei City, their intensity would diminish to that of a typical strong typhoon. However, a sense of profound unease lingered within Dai, leading her to contemplate the true meaning of survival mentioned in 7 days. Chapter 19. Acquiring reserve gold even in the novice world, as it nears its conclusion. 7 days graciously allows her to experience the essence of striving to survive for 7 days. Realizing this, Dai understood that she could not evade the impending hurricane disaster. Since avoidance was not an option, she resolved to confront the situation head-on. This novice world was merely an appetizer presented by 7 days. She believed that future task worlds would undoubtedly grow increasingly arduous. And if she could not pass this current challenge, how could she face the trials ahead with composure? With newfound clarity, Dai set aside all forms of entertainment, including movies, and dedicated the remaining time to diligently absorbing various survival knowledge. During the next 3.5 days, she estimated that today and tomorrow should still fall within a safe time frame, allowing her to dine downstairs as usual. The safety of the final 2 days, however, would depend on the whims of fate. If her predictions were accurate, her remaining free time would be limited. The television remained on, continuously broadcasting meteorological updates, which would assist Dai in planning her next course of action. She was also downloading a plethora of useful learning materials and instructional videos on her phone, while jotting down notes and sketches on sticky paper, constantly refining her plans and arrangements for the final days. According to the countdown on the 7 Days app, she would conclude her survival mission in the novice world at 7 a.m. on the 8th day. She had been transported to this world at 7 a.m. on the first day, which meant that by 7 a.m. on the 8th day, she would have spent precisely 7 days here. Presently, 86 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds remained before her departure from this world. However, she was acutely aware that her actual preparation time would not exceed 38 hours, roughly a day and a half. After meticulous planning, around 6:30 p.m., she donned her backpack and left her room. She decided to have dinner first, followed by shopping at the supermarket to procure sufficient food and water for 3 days. And then she intended to visit the jewelry store on the first floor of the mall. In principle, she could still dine at the mall the following day. But to be safe against the rapid advance of the hurricane, she thought it prudent to stock up on 3 days' worth of food and water. Since she could not afford to squander precious teleportation space on provisions, buying just enough for 3 days would suffice. For dinner, Dai chose the same old herbal soup she had enjoyed 2 days prior. Although the price was not inexpensive, she felt that now, with her gear and weapons ready, money was of little consequence, and she should treat herself to a better meal. This restaurant mostly offered medicinal dishes, which were highly nutritious, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. She planned to dine there for the next several meals, until the restaurant ceased operations. Today, she ordered a nourishing chicken soup with angelica and astragalus, along with a beef brisket with radish and stir-fried shrimp with lily. Dai also requested 2 bowls of fragrant rice, savoring each bite meticulously. After finishing her meal, she promptly made her way to the supermarket downstairs. However, upon arriving on the supermarket floor, she realized she had underestimated the situation. A throng of citizens, guided by the television weather reports, surged forward, seizing the opportunity to stock up while the rain remained manageable. The underground supermarket at Xingfu Mall was likewise teeming with a tide of people. Seeing this, Dai, unable to secure a shopping cart, quickly clutched her backpack to her chest, unzipped it, and dashed into the supermarket. Most of the supermarket patrons resided nearby, and with kitchens at home providing water, electricity, and gas, they prioritized fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats despite the experts' advice to minimize electrical usage. Amid the incessant notifications of transactions on her phone, Dai navigated her way to the instant food aisle, where many shoppers were frantically filling their carts. Employing all her skills, she ultimately managed to secure 6 buckets of instant noodles, for self-heating pots, 3 chocolate bars, 2 bags of old bread, 2 bags of compressed biscuits, 3 cans of luncheon meat, and 2 large bottles of mineral water, items that were easy to carry and store. She made sure to select sturdy packaging to prevent spoilage from unexpected water exposure. As she passed the fruit section, she hesitated but ultimately decided to squeeze into the crowd and grab 3 apples. Apples are durable and resistant to decay, making them an excellent source of vitamins for the next 3 days. Before leaving, she also snatched several sturdy plastic bags for weighing the fruits, which would protect the food from water damage. Before reaching the checkout, Dai diverted to the aisle where she had originally purchased her backpack. The quantity of food and water she had acquired was considerable, and her small backpack was no longer sufficient. It seemed prudent to take this opportunity to purchase a larger one. The backpack aisle was nearly deserted, allowing Dai to finally catch her breath. After a brief respite, Deal engaged in another round of selective picking, ultimately settling on a large black student backpack. Strapped with this bag, she stood before the full-length mirror, resembling an ordinary high school student. During checkout, Deal opted for the self-service kiosk, where the queue was significantly shorter compared to the cashier's desk. The bustling atmosphere of the supermarket stirred an unsettling feeling within her. The safety window she had anticipated might not even last 38 hours. Upon exiting the supermarket, she found her personal wallet balance surprisingly intact, leaving her in a state of bemusement. With utmost urgency, she returned her supplies and backpack to her hotel room before hastening down to the largest gold shop on the first floor of the mall. In stark contrast to the crowded supermarket, the gold shop was desolate, devoid of any customers. The staff anxiously observed the torrential rain outside, clearly aware of the impending hurricane, their minds restless as they longed to return home to stock up on supplies. The moment Deal entered, she did not linger to browse, but directly requested a gold collar chain valued at around 10,000 yuan, disregarding style and size, provided it did not exceed that price. The shop assistant, taken aback by such an unusual request, assumed Deal's intent was to purchase the gold for its investment value and suggested a small gold bar instead. A 20-gram gold nugget, without any processing fees, was considerably more economical than a non-specific necklace. However, Deal felt that a gold bar would likely be counted as a separate item by Kiri, unlike the collar chain, which snugly adhered to her neck and could perhaps be surreptitiously smuggled into the next world she was to enter. Chapter 20. Red Weather Alert. Decision to change hotels. Deal believed her remaining funds would be more than sufficient, as in this peaceful novice world, opportunities to acquire either cold or hot weapons were scarce. It would be wiser to convert her funds into gold. If upon her arrival, she found herself utterly alone, how would she earn money? Gold, being a precious metal, would hold some value in any similar world. If she struggled to procure funds initially, selling the gold in her possession would ensure a smoother start. Seeing the young girl steadfast in her desire to purchase the collar chain, the assistant wasted no time in fulfilling the request. After all, pushing sales in light of the impending closure due to the hurricane was paramount, and every sale counted towards their monthly targets. Before long, a delicate collar chain weighing less than 20 grams adorned Deal's slender, alabaster neck. The gold price in this world was under 500 yuan per gram, significantly cheaper than in her original world, and the final price for the collar chain amounted to 9,560 yuan. After settling the payment, Deal promptly turned to leave, eager to return to her room to watch television. She was anxious to learn about the hurricane's status over the open sea, sensing that her plans might need a complete overhaul. Just before the elevator doors closed, she observed a steady stream of customers entering the mall, all presumably there to procure essential supplies. The mall's announcement echoed appropriately. Good evening, esteemed customers. To accommodate your shopping needs, our mall will extend its closing time for the next 2 days. Clearly, everyone was taking the extreme weather seriously. However, during her frenzied shopping spree at the supermarket, Deal noted that despite the rush, the basic social order remained intact. There were disputes over certain items, yet they resembled the usual fracas during sales, indicating that the imminent hurricane had not incited panic among the locals. As long as societal order persisted, Deal felt a sense of calm within her. In the elevator, she glanced at her phone, noting the time, 7:43 p.m. She then checked her wallet balance. My balance, 560, 700 yuan. Note, resets upon world transition. Remarkably, her shopping spree had yielded considerable gains. Soon, she returned to her hotel room, where the meteorologist on television continued to drone on, displaying the weather forecast for the next 3 days in Sanbei City. Date, X month XX, heavy rain with brief thunderstorms and strong winds. Minimum temperature 9, maximum temperature 13. Southwestern gusts of 4 to 5, with localized areas potentially reaching level 6. Date, X month XX, heavy rain with prolonged thunderstorms. Minimum temperature 6, maximum temperature 10. Yellow thunderstorm alert, accompanied by orange heavy rain and wind alert. Date, X month XX, citywide red thunderstorm, heavy rain, and typhoon alert. Minimum temperature 3, maximum temperature 5. Work and classes suspended citywide. Going outdoors poses a danger. Residents are advised to stay indoors. After absorbing the weather forecast, Deal fell silent. After a moment, she snatched her room card and rushed out of her room. The underground supermarket was overcrowded, so she headed directly to a luggage store on the second floor of the mall. The prices there were undoubtedly higher than those at the supermarket, but she was unwilling to waste time and energy battling crowds. Her balance was still adequate. The luggage store's offerings were indeed pricey, yet her belongings were scattered, comprising gear, food, and various accessories. Ultimately, she grit her teeth and selected an 18-inch plain waterproof suitcase, priced at over 600 yuan, which she heard was already discounted. After swiftly returning to her room, she organized all her items into the suitcase, leaving only a small backpack outside. Then, she pulled out her phone, opened the map, and began searching for the highest area in Sanbei City, settling on an upscale hotel with 18 floors. After calling the front desk to reserve the cheapest deluxe double room, specifying a room on the 15th floor or higher, she felt reassured upon receiving confirmation. With that, she proceeded to check out of her current hotel. "Are you sure you only want to stay until tomorrow?" The front desk attendant inquired, puzzled by Deal's decision to check out just as the heavy rain was approaching. "Yes, the weather is bad, and my friend has invited me to stay at her place tomorrow." Deal fabricated an excuse, which the attendant accepted with ease, clearly relieved by the explanation. "All right, I will register your checkout for tomorrow noon. However, since you did not stay the full 7 days, you will not receive a discount. Including tonight, you have stayed for 4 nights, totaling 996 yuan. You paid a deposit of 500 yuan, so you need to pay an additional 496 yuan. Will that be cash or via scan?" Deal clenched her teeth. Scan. She had hoped to save on the remaining balance. With a crisp electronic sound, 496 yuan was deducted from her personal wallet. Now, her balance dwindled to just over 4,000 yuan, and she would certainly need to pay a deposit when switching hotels tomorrow. Fortunately, she had prepared her supplies for the coming days, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Tangible resources would undoubtedly prove more valuable than mere currency. Back in her room, Deal immersed herself in a wealth of survival and adventure knowledge. Growing weary of the repetitive meteorological commentary on television, she opted to turn it off. The curtains remained drawn to provide her with the most direct insight into the heavy rain outside. True to her expectations, after 10 p.m., the rain intensified. Large droplets pounded against the glass window, creating a cacophony of sound. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the outside light intently for a while. Eventually, she discerned that although the rain was heavy, it had not yet reached the level of a typical typhoon, which allowed her to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Around 11 o'clock, she turned on the television one last time to check for any developments regarding the colossal Hurricane I and the numerous storm systems in the open sea over the past few hours. After that, she switched off the lights, turned off the television, and went to bed. Initially, she thought she would be too anxious to sleep, but surprisingly, the white noise of the torrential rain lulled her into slumber swiftly. On the 5th morning of the novice world, she did not wait for a natural awakening as the alarm she had set for 7 o'clock rang punctually. The moment she got out of bed, Dai switched on the television while casting her gaze towards the curtain of rain outside. The downpour had visibly intensified, making it seem as if someone were outside dumping bucket after bucket of water against the floor-to-ceiling window. The meteorological experts on the television appeared to have changed, which was to be expected. After all, meteorologists are human and need their rest. Chapter 21. The storm systems begin to move. However, when Dai shifted her focus to the large screen behind those experts, she was horrified to see from the satellite weather map that the countless storm systems, which had been spinning around the enormous Hurricane I, were now showing clear signs of loosening. They were no longer tightly clustered together, but began to drift towards the surrounding major tectonic plates, propelled by the ocean currents. Given the terrifying speeds of these storm systems, it was merely a matter of time before they made landfall on the coastlines of the various plates. Upon realizing this, Dai promptly turned off the television. An immediate evacuation was imperative. At this rate, the storm systems could reach the coastline of this country as early as tonight, or at the latest, by tomorrow morning. The possibility of a direct impact on Sanbei City by tomorrow night or the day after was entirely plausible. She ultimately decided to don her newly purchased rain jacket and non-slip boots. both to combat the dropping temperatures outside and to ensure the new gear did not appear too conspicuous if she were to find herself transported to the next task world, as it could happen on the bustling streets of a large city, just like her first day in this novice world. This was a perfect opportunity to wear them, allowing the shoes and jacket to collect some rainwater and mud to enhance their deceptive appearance. Of course, she ensured that the inside of her gear remained clean. Once she was properly dressed, with her backpack slung over her shoulders and her suitcase in tow, she conducted a final check of the entire room to confirm that she had not left behind any belongings. Satisfied, she hurried towards the hotel restaurant. She was determined to enjoy her complimentary breakfast before embarking on her journey, for she did not wish to travel on an empty stomach. Having learned from her experiences over the past few days, Dai selected a modest amount of her preferred foods, ensuring she was nearly full before finishing her meal. Afterward, she politely bid farewell to the hotel staff she encountered along the way, fully aware that this would be her last encounter with them. The hotel she had booked the previous night required her to take the Metro Line 7 and transfer to Line 11, with the entire journey taking approximately an hour. Upon alighting from the subway, it would take her no more than a minute to sprint from the station to the hotel lobby. Thus, she chose not to purchase an umbrella, opting instead to utilize the hood of her rain jacket to dash inside. An hour later, Dai stood at the subway exit, feeling somewhat disheveled. At this moment, the wind and rain outside had intensified significantly, watching the plane trees swaying wildly in the wind along the sidewalks. She seriously doubted whether she would be swept away if she dared to step out of the subway station. Nevertheless, the hotel entrance was just within sight, a mere 100 meters away at most. However, the storm outside would undoubtedly test her weight. Resolutely, Dai tightened her hood, cradled her backpack in front of her, and firmly grasped the handle of her suitcase before plunging headfirst into the tempest. Finally, approximately 5 minutes later, drenched and questioning her life choices, Dai stood in the hotel lobby. Before she could collect her thoughts, a staff member from the concierge rushed over, holding a large towel for her. Surprised, she accepted the towel and began to wipe herself down, while the attendant took her suitcase and backpack, drying their surfaces before placing them on a luggage cart. Dai couldn't help but click her tongue in appreciation. Truly, this renowned 5-star establishment offered exceptional service. The cost of over $800 per night was well worth it. Although she appeared somewhat disheveled, one could not deny the quality of the gear recommended by the proprietor was indeed remarkable. The waterproof and windproof properties were outstanding. Despite being soaked on the outside, she remained completely dry within. After a quick wipe down, she was once again presentable. Following another staff member, Dai made her way to the hotel front desk. Since she had made a reservation the previous night, she merely presented her electronic identification and effortlessly received her room key. The front desk staff smiled as they collected her $2,000 deposit, politely informing her that the hotel room included daily breakfast, served from 6 to 10 in the second-floor Western restaurant. Hearing that breakfast was included once again, Dai couldn't help but smile. In just a few short days, she had grown fond of the hotel's self-service breakfast. Each morning, the dining experience was enjoyable and delightful. After spending another $2,000, Dai's wallet dwindled to just over $2,600. Fortunately, there was little time left, and this remaining amount would suffice for her needs over the next 3 days. With her room key in hand, the same staff member who had delivered her towel guided her to her room. When she made her reservation last night, she had requested a room on the 15th floor or higher. The front desk had graciously upgraded her to a premium room on the 17th floor. Due to the weather conditions, aside from the few guests who had to remain due to transportation disruptions, there were not many new arrivals, allowing the front desk staff to provide Dai with an exceptional experience and service despite the rain. The hotel's elevator was stunning, adorned with champagne-colored mirrors that imparted an air of luxury. The staff member asked Dai to scan her room card in the designated area below the elevator buttons before assisting her in pressing the button for the 17th floor. A sweet scent of freesia wafted through the hotel, causing Dai to feel utterly relaxed at that moment. Ignoring the torrential rain outside that seemed to cascade down like a waterfall, she was at peace. The staff member escorted Dai to her room door, assisting her in placing her suitcase and backpack on the luggage rack inside. After bidding farewell to the staff member, Dai immediately turned on the hotel television. She had anticipated that it would take some effort to find the channel she had watched at the previous hotel, but to her surprise, nearly all channels were broadcasting live coverage of the Hurricane I and storm systems. Since her last viewing, nearly 2 hours had passed. and it appeared that the situation of the storm systems had not changed significantly. She exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly shedding her wet clothes and hanging them on a clothesline in the bathroom. The hotel room maintained a constant temperature and humidity, assuring her that they would dry quickly. Subsequently, she retrieved her pajamas from her suitcase and indulged in a relaxing hot shower. After drying her hair, she held a bottle of purified water provided by the hotel and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass window, staring blankly at the outside world, which seemed to be pouring down like a deluge. The sky appeared to be shrouded by an enormous gray cloth, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. Light may not penetrate, yet the relentless downpour can traverse without hindrance. As she rushed out of the subway entrance, she noticed that water had already begun to accumulate on the ground. Despite the elevated construction of the subway entrance, water was already cascading down the stairs into the interior. Chapter 22. What is meant to come will indeed arrive. Standing on the 17th floor, far above the ground, Dai couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming sense of security that this height bestowed upon her. She felt exceedingly clever, with 3 days remaining. All she needed to do was to remain at this 17th floor refuge. Even if the entire city were to be submerged, it would not reach her. She brewed herself a cup of hot coffee. The coffee provided by this hotel was of superior quality compared to that of her previous lodging, possessing a richer aroma. Holding the coffee cup, Dai continued to absorb survival knowledge under the backdrop of the weather broadcast BGM. Throughout the 5th day, she refrained from descending. Both lunch and dinner were ordered through room service, and to her delight, the service required no payment, merely a signature to charge it to her room. The staff informed her that she could settle the bill upon checkout, and Dai was thrilled to have feasted on 2 sumptuous meals without spending a dime. However, it seemed that some balance in her personal wallet would inevitably go to waste. For lunch, she ordered creamy bacon pasta paired with pumpkin soup, along with a sirloin steak sandwich. For dinner, she sampled a room package from the Chinese restaurant, which included savory fried rice with salted meat, pineapple sweet and sour pork, and stir-fried eels. She dined rather early, but by 10 o'clock, she felt a pang of hunger again, prompting her to call for a bowl of yellow fish wontons. Years of malnutrition had turned her stomach into an insatiable abyss. Consuming 5 meals a day posed no issue. The taste of room service was quite pleasant, though the delivery speed was somewhat sluggish. It took nearly 45 minutes for her late-night wontons to arrive. Nevertheless, she was not picky. After all, it was complimentary gourmet food. Just as the fragrant yellow fish wontons were placed on the table, the television screen unexpectedly lit up with a hurricane warning. Dai stared blankly at the glaring red exclamation mark on the screen, momentarily losing the taste of the wontons in her mouth. Countless hurricane formations were advancing at speeds exceeding that of a Category 5 hurricane. The latest report from meteorological satellites indicated that 5 super hurricanes, numbered AXE 3017, AXE 3019, AXE 3201, and YT 4033, in 2019 Australian dollars, were closing in on the nation's coastline. Their maximum speeds could reach up to 320 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, at this pace, the 5 super hurricanes would officially make landfall on the nation's coast by noon tomorrow at the latest. Coastal residents were urged to cooperate with local governments and armed police to ensure evacuation. Dai thought to herself, what was destined to come has indeed arrived. The hurricane would make landfall by noon tomorrow, and from the map, she found that Sambay City was approximately 600 kilometers from the coastline. Calculating at a hurricane speed of 320 kilometers per hour, it would strike Sambay City within 8 hours of landfall. If the hurricane were to make landfall at noon, say around 12 p.m., it would reach Sambay City by approximately 8 p.m. tomorrow. With 35 hours remaining until the countdown ends, she could only hope to safely survive these final hours. Although she was now elevated nearly 60 meters above the ground, theoretically, even in the event of flood, it should only reach the height of 2 or 3 floors at most. Yet, the nagging feeling of unease within her grew stronger. It was well known that this catastrophic storm was a parting gift from Chi-Ri, intended to deepen her understanding of survival. Thus, these last 35 hours would assuredly not pass by without turbulence. The television screen remained lit through the night, but Dai forced herself to sleep for a full 6 hours. Uncertain of the challenges ahead, a restful slumber would provide her with the strength and energy necessary to face whatever lay in store. On the morning of the 6th day in the novice world, Dai slowly opened her eyes at 6:30. The first sounds to greet her ears were the live weather broadcast and the sound of rain pounding outside. She sat up, leaning against the headboard, to check for any updates on the 5 hurricanes that were directly threatening the coast. As the 5 super hurricanes drew closer, she learned from the television that Sambay City was on the trajectory of Hurricane Awaiti 4033. This hurricane was currently approaching the coastline at a rapid speed of 386 kilometers per hour. Its might so formidable that meteorological experts warned that its impact could potentially trigger underwater geological shifts, resulting in medium to large tsunamis, further amplifying the destruction. Residents along the entire coastline had been urgently evacuating overnight, relocating beyond the potential tsunami impact zone. Emergency shelters in neighboring provinces and high-altitude, mountaintop refuges were overflowing with people. It was expected that the hurricane would make landfall before noon, and Dai knew that the duration of survival she faced might far exceed 35 hours. Turning off the television, she opened a live stream on her phone and began to quietly wash up and dress. In Sambay City, apart from the sound of rain, there was an eerie silence. Everyone was dutifully staying indoors, awaiting the swift passage of this impending disaster. After plugging in her phone to the provided headphones, Dai took the elevator down to the second floor of the hotel for breakfast. Upon entering the dining area, she found everything orderly, which eased her nerves somewhat. This hotel, a high-end resort, offered a breakfast spread that was evidently superior in variety and quality compared to her previous accommodation. The dining room was not crowded, with guests quietly selecting their meals and eating. Amidst the rich aromas of the food and soothing background music, Dai began to carefully choose her preferred dishes. However, her moment of joy lasted less than 10 minutes. As she sat down at a table beside the glass curtain wall with her plate, the tranquility she had just embraced was swiftly replaced by anxiety, her heart feeling as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. Through the expansive glass window, she could clearly see that water had begun to accumulate on the ground. The water level had nearly submerged half of the fire hydrant on the sidewalk. Were it not for the elevated lobby and the several steps leading up to it, the water would have already surged into the hotel lobby, suppressing her unease. She called over the nearest restaurant staff member. Pointing to the rising water below, she inquired whether escalating water levels would affect the hotel's normal operations. The staff member, evidently trained for such emergencies, gently reassured Dai, stating that the hotel had received relevant notifications. Should the water level exceed the lobby floor, the hotel would immediately close the first-floor lobby and seal off all fire doors between the first and second floors. Chapter 24. The storm approaches. Apologies, everyone, for the mix-up in order. Please proceed to the subsequent chapter, as Chapter 23 follows Chapter 24. Back in her room, she first called to reserve room service for 5 o'clock. Although the lobby was closed, the hotel operations remained normal, and the dining department confirmed Dai's reservation, assuring her it would arrive punctually. After ending the phone call, she turned and headed to the bathroom for a warm shower. Uncertain whether she would have the luxury of enjoying a hot bath at this time tomorrow, she resolved to relish this opportunity and cleanse herself thoroughly. Once she finished her bath and dried her hair, she charged her phone and turned on the television to continue watching the live broadcast of Awaiti 4033's progress. By this point, nearly 2 hours had elapsed since Awaiti 4033 made landfall. The silver lining was that Awaiti 4033 had traversed mountainous terrain, significantly diminishing its ferocity. However, the unfortunate news was that Awaiti 4033 remained steadfast, seemingly determined to reach Sambay City, albeit perhaps with a delay of 1 or 2 hours. As Dai finished her dinner, the clock struck 5:20 p.m., and the meteorological experts in Sambay City had already projected a relatively accurate arrival time for the hurricane. They estimated it would strike between 4:10 a.m. and 4:40 a.m. the following day, directly targeting Sambay City. Nonetheless, the experts and the government also reached a consensus, aside from a few areas where evacuation was necessary. The vast majority of residents in Sambay City would not need to leave their homes. Given the city's elevated terrain, experts believe that even with the hurricane's arrival, it would not inflict catastrophic damage. At worst, floodwaters might rise to the height of 5 to 8 stories, at which point the low-lying residents could be moved to higher floors. Based on this assessment, Dai felt reassured about her safety on the 17th floor. A flicker of hope arose within her that she might endure the night in her room until 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Quietly, She set her alarm for 3 a.m., ensuring she would get a full 8 hours of sleep without being pressed for time. What if AYT 4033 arrived earlier than expected? She then prepared her backpack, filled with 3 days' worth of food and water supplies, and laid it along with her entire set of gear on a large bed, which consumed half of its space. She donned 2 layers of athletic undergarments and quick dry clothing before lying down on the other half of the bed, ready to sleep. Perhaps this was a unique skill of hers. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she soon fell into a deep slumber. On the 7th day of the novice world, it also marked Dai's final day in this realm. If she could withstand the remaining 20 hours, she would depart for her next mission. At 3 a.m., her alarm rang punctually. Instantly awake, she felt invigorated thanks to ample rest and a nutritious diet over the past days, her energy and vitality in an ideal state. She switched on the television, opting for the live broadcast channel dedicated to Sanbei City. The hosts, meteorologists, and reporters appeared solemn, their faces pale as they awaited the judgment of fate. The program's commentary and live feeds from outdoor cameras revealed that AYT 4033 had reached Shinhu City, approximately 500 kilometers from Sanbei City. Barring unforeseen circumstances, AYT 4033 would soon fully descend upon Sanbei City. At this moment, the massive display behind the meteorologists was broadcasting the devastation wrought upon Shinhu City by AYT 4033. The destruction and despair could only be described as catastrophic. The floodwaters had risen to the height of 8 or 9 stories, forcing nearly all residents of the lower floors to seek refuge on higher levels. Yet, those on the upper floors were not entirely fortunate, as the hurricane propelled various debris like projectiles against the facades of buildings. Dai witnessed several high-rise office buildings' glass facades shatter under the impact of airborne objects, allowing the storm's wrath to pour in through the broken windows. Sanbei City's government soon realized that they might have underestimated AYT 4033's might, leading to an expansion of the evacuation zone. As all residents in low-lying areas were directed to higher ground, Dai instinctively turned to the floor-to-ceiling windows of her hotel room, anxiety gripping her heart. Would her room be compromised when AYT 4033 arrived in Sanbei City? The thought unsettled her. She rushed to the window and gazed down, only to find the streetlights completely submerged. What was once referred to as standing water could now only be described as a deluge. The floodwaters had risen nearly to the second-floor level, illuminated by the lights of the hotel and the opposite residential complex. She even spotted an official rescue team struggling in a boat to transport evacuated citizens to her hotel. No staff member knocked on her door, and she speculated that it was due to her status as a paying guest and the abundance of vacant rooms in the hotel, which could accommodate those fleeing the disaster. She tapped on the thick glass wall, uncertain of its reliability. If AYT 4033 struck and her room's windows shattered, the storm would swiftly inundate her sanctuary. She needed to devise a contingency plan. Remaining idle in her room was not an option. She swiftly rose, washed up, and meticulously donned her gear. Various accessories and the medications and bandages she had purchased were stowed in her waist pack, and when that proved insufficient, she stuffed them into her backpack. A length of paracord was wrapped securely around her waist, and she layered her outer garments with a waterproof jacket and pants. As the outdoor temperature had plunged below 10 degrees Celsius, though the hotel was equipped with air conditioning, it had ceased functioning for safety reasons, leaving only ventilation operational. No wonder she felt a chill upon waking. Thankfully, the hotel's heating was still effective, and donning her jacket alleviated her discomfort. Her suitcase contained only the worn clothes from the previous days, as she carried all essentials with her, readying herself to escape at a moment's notice. The day prior, while checking in, she had overheard the front desk staff mention that the 17th floor and above were designated as special administrative levels, typically not accessible to ordinary guests. However, when they registered her electronic identification provided by 7 Days, the staff had inexplicably smiled at her. Initially intending to upgrade her to the 16th floor, they ultimately settled on the 17th. Given the unique status of this floor, it was likely that the hotel would not be evacuating residents up there anytime soon. Dai stroked her chin, pondering the plausibility of this scenario. Indeed, such a measure would ensure that the experience of those residing on the upper floors remained undisturbed. However, the staff member had also advised Dai not to panic excessively, to avoid inciting fear among other guests. Grateful, Dai sincerely thanked the staff. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that the hotel had already considered disaster response measures, which brought her some comfort. Thus, she began to savor her breakfast meticulously. The hotel's breakfast, featuring both Chinese and Western options, was exceptionally delightful. In addition to traditional soy milk and milk, fresh fruit juices were available. The variety of Chinese pastries was nearly 5 times that of the previous hotel, and the numerous noodle toppings offered her a plethora of choices. Consequently, Dai's breakfast extended for an hour and a half, as she savored each bite slowly, feeling neither rushed nor overly full. After finishing her breakfast, she did not return to her room. Instead, she instructed a server to bring her a cup of latte and continued to sit by the window, attentively watching the weather broadcast while keeping an eye on the water accumulation outside. She remained in that spot until the restaurant closed at 10 o'clock. By then, the water level outside had risen nearly 10 centimeters, reaching the brim of the fire hydrant. Exiting the restaurant, she took the elevator down to the hotel lobby. Upon stepping outside and glancing around, she noticed that the rain today was even more intense than when she had arrived yesterday. Fortunately, the elevation of the hotel's first floor was quite high. The water had nearly submerged the fire hydrant and had just begun to creep over half of the steps leading to the entrance. She did not rush back to her room, but instead found a window seat in the lobby cafe, settling down to continue her observation of the external conditions. She switched the live broadcast to the background, listening intently in case of any urgent developments, while simultaneously opening a survival tutorial to continue her learning. At this point, her newly purchased phone had been filled with various content she deemed useful. However, time was too short. There was simply not enough time to learn. Gradually, noon approached, and she switched her phone back to the weather broadcast. Contrary to her expectations, the powerful hurricane had not yet made landfall on the coastal area. It appeared her predictions were not sufficiently accurate. Although the hurricane was traveling at speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, it did not seem to be moving in a straight line. This provided the coastal regions with a bit more breathing room. However, as the hurricane drew closer to the coastline, experts provided a precise time for its landfall. The super hurricane, designated AYT 4033, was anticipated to officially make landfall in Sambay City at 2:43 p.m. local time, potentially accompanied by a medium to large tsunami exceeding 67 meters in height. She quietly noted this time before switching the live broadcast to the local weather channel for Sambay City. Indeed, meteorologists there had also confirmed the predicted time for AYT 4033's direct impact. However, due to the mountainous terrain along AYT 4033's path, the Sambay meteorologists predicted that the hurricane would likely weaken significantly before reaching the city. Yet, the extent of that weakening remained uncertain. This seemed somewhat futile, as the predicted time of arrival would be around 2 o'clock in the morning the following day. She connected several important time points and ultimately decided to remain in the lobby observing the water situation outside until before 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, before returning to her room, she would have a simple dinner in the lobby cafe. After returning to the 17th floor, she would immediately take a shower and sleep, allowing her to rest for 8 hours before rising at 2 o'clock to reassess the situation. An hour passed, and at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, AYT 4033 continued its relentless approach towards the coastline. She noticed that the water outside had completely submerged the fire hydrant by the roadside. Another hour went by. At 2 o'clock, AYT 4033, along with 4 other hurricanes, seemed like demons emerging step by step from the depths of the sea, had entered the territorial waters. Outside, the water had risen to the penultimate step of the hotel entrance. Through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling glass, she could see an apocalyptic scene. The sky was pitch black, and the streetlights appeared feeble against the raging storm. The trees lining the streets were nearly bent over. Debris flew through the air, and large pieces of plastic and twisted metal signs were scattered everywhere. The more she gazed, the more she felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as though she were witnessing a scene from a post-apocalyptic film. Her phone alarm chimed at 2:40 p.m. She switched to the national live broadcast channel, where the hurricane, accompanied by a tsunami far exceeding predictions, was hurtling towards the coast. The footage was sourced entirely from traffic cameras in coastal cities, as no one could venture out to capture material under such catastrophic weather conditions. She watched as torrents of water surged into the city. AYT 4033, resembling a colossal storm giant emerging from ancient times, wielding a spell called tsunami that mercilessly swept across the land. Fortunately, all the inhabitants of this city had already been evacuated, leaving only the once impregnable concrete structures to be effortlessly torn apart by the storm giant. Soon, the footage from the first city struck by the hurricane was cut off as outdoor cameras were successively destroyed by the disaster. However, as the hurricane advanced, all cameras along its path began to relay the events. Meanwhile, evacuation and relocation efforts in the rear cities were continuing vigorously. She switched to the Sambay City Live channel, where meteorologists repeatedly assured the residents that the Sambay government had not issued any evacuation orders and that the city was safe, urging residents not to panic and to pay attention to news notifications while cooperating with the government to weather the storm. At that moment, she found herself unable to concentrate. Her phone screen flickered between the national broadcast and the Sambay City Live channel, while the water level outside the hotel continued to rise. The original plan to finish dinner by 5 and return to her room had to be altered as of 3:30. A lobby staff member came to apologize. The water outside had overflowed the hotel entrance steps, and the first floor would be completely closed, with the fire doors being activated. She helplessly glanced out the window once more, noticing that the water had submerged half of the trash bins on the sidewalk. Nodding slightly to the server, she took her phone and headed back to the elevator. Chapter 25. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows as long as the current refuge was not overly crowded. The hotel on those special floors would surely reserve some space. With this thought, she could no longer remain still. Plugging her local phone into her headphones, she switched to the live broadcast channel, locking the screen and slipping it into her jacket pocket. With her belongings secured and her room card in hand, she stealthily exited her room. Glancing left and right, she found the entire 17th floor eerily quiet. Not a single guest was in sight, and even the staff and cleaners were absent. It was likely that there had been no guests to begin with, and the staff were busy elsewhere on different floors, having just relocated so many evacuees. She had every reason to believe that no one would pay attention to her in the hotel at this moment. As she stealthily advanced along the wall, she suddenly felt a bit like a thief. Silently mocking herself, she relaxed her demeanor slightly. After all, she was a legitimate guest of this hotel. Why should she act so furtively? Realizing this, she immediately adopted a more confident stride, though her gaze remained sharp as she sought out the next refuge. Her primary targets were the material rooms located in the central areas of the hotel's various floors or similar small rooms. These spaces often housed an abundance of supplies and had no windows, thus unaffected by the debris brought by the hurricane. She was determined to find a suitable one as a fallback, as the uneasy feeling in her heart was growing stronger. She did not believe she could remain in her room until morning. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Could she, a living person, be outwitted by a mere rabbit? Between the 17th and 18th floors, Dai had been stealthily investigating until the early hours of the morning. At last, she found herself delicately perched on the toes of a YT-4033, having identified 2 alternative hideouts. One was located in the materials room on the 17th floor, while the other, her preferred choice, was the duty manager's lounge on the 18th floor. This lounge was the only guest room on the entire 18th floor, housing the sole presidential suite of the hotel. Typically, such suites are accompanied by a personal butler on call for guests. Thus, Dai discovered the butler's designated lounge for duty on the 18th floor. The lounge was modest in size, but offered a level of comfort superior to that of the materials room below. Aside from the absence of a private restroom and bath, all essential amenities were available. She even spotted a capsule coffee machine, a microwave, a water dispenser, and a small refrigerator, along with a variety of unopened bottled water, chocolates, and snacks like chips. These provisions were likely prepared to cater to the needs of the presidential suite's guests, yet they now served her well. Do not inquire how she gained entry. Suffice it to say, she was indeed a commendable member of the 7 Days team. To avoid drawing attention from the staff below, she opted for the emergency staircase to navigate between floors. However, unbeknownst to her, the hotel elevators had long been rendered inoperable, ensuring her solitude for the time being. Upon returning to her room, Dai heard the landline ringing incessantly. She hurried to answer it. On the other end, a hotel staff member spoke. "Hello. We apologize for disturbing your rest. Due to the hotel's temporary requisition as a shelter, we have relocated all guests from the lower floors to vacant rooms on the 16th floor to ensure their privacy and safety. You are currently the sole occupant of the 17th floor, and there will be no other guests or evacuees to disrupt your stay. However, we must apologize again, as the elevators have been shut down due to the approaching hurricane. For the next few days, you may find it inconvenient to use the elevators, and we sincerely apologize for this disruption. Moreover, breakfast service may not be available as the restaurant floor has been entirely closed. We regret to inform you that the hotel restaurant will be inaccessible for the next 2 days. However, we can send some bread and water up to you as provisions for your meals. Would you like that? Dai, relieved by the assurance of solitude, declined the staff's offer. With ample food and water at her disposal, she preferred to avoid complications during this sensitive period. She had dined splendidly throughout the week, and a little hardship on the last day was inconsequential. After refusing the meal proposal, she meticulously checked her room, ensuring she had gathered all useful items into her suitcase. Charging her phone, she switched to watching live television. At that moment, a YT-4033, though delayed by less than half an hour, had finally made its presence known at the juncture of Sanbei City and Zenu City. Feeling a newfound calm, Dai retrieved a bag of stale bread and an apple for her breakfast. With sufficient sustenance in her belly, she wasn't tempted by instant hot pot or noodles. After her meal, she visited the restroom and took a hot shower, then dressed neatly and moved a chair to sit by the floor-to-ceiling window. Listening to the live broadcast on television, her gaze remained fixed on the torrential downpour outside. At 6 in the morning, a YT-4033 officially made landfall in Sanbei City. Despite being over 95 kilometers away, Dai witnessed the transformation of the world beyond her window into a scene of chaos. Floodwaters rapidly engulfed the opposite community's lower floors, while fierce winds distorted the very atmosphere. Various debris began to pelt the building's surface, and Dai even spotted a dark rodent spiraling upward in the storm. At 6:10, the floodwaters reached the 4th floor of the opposite community. By 6:15, they overtook the 5th floor. At 6:20, the outer winds of a YT-4033 enveloped Sanbei City, with floodwaters submerging the 7th floor. By 6:30, a YT-4033 was poised to impact the hotel where Dai was sheltering, completely inundating the 9th floor of the opposite community. In that moment of terror, Dai discovered that the entire hotel building seemed to tremble within the hurricane's grasp. She curled up in a corner of her room, using pillows and cushions to shield her spine and neck. Fortunately, she had not remained in her previous hotel had she been on the 4th floor there. She could scarcely imagine the predicament she would face now. The live broadcast had been cut off 10 minutes prior, leaving the screen a flurry of static. Dai clutched her belongings tightly, retreating from the window and wrapping herself securely in a blanket. As the impacts against her room's windows grew more frequent and larger, she even witnessed a broom fly past, striking the glass and leaving a white mark. Yet still, she hesitated to retreat to her alternate hideouts, as those rooms offered far less comfort and lacked restrooms. As long as her window remained intact, she refused to leave. If it were to shatter, the blanket and pillows would at least provide her some protection against the first wave of onslaughts. The apocalyptic scene outside stirred Dai's emotions, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. This would be her new reality. Her future existence would revolve around the precipice of disaster. According to the meteorologists' earlier analyses, barring unforeseen circumstances, Sanbei City would be free from a YT-4033's influence within 4 to 4.5 hours. However, the meteorologists had not anticipated that a determined young girl, diligently fulfilling her 7-day survival task, was currently hiding within their city. The clock struck 12:30, and a YT-4033 should have long departed Sanbei City over an hour ago. Yet, it appeared as though it had hit an invisible pause button, stubbornly remaining to wreak havoc. Dai despaired as she recognized that this inexplicable phenomenon was undoubtedly linked to her, the enigmatic little butterfly. All she could do was silently apologize to the residents of Sanbei City, feeling utterly powerless to do anything else. An hour later, the winds outside continued their unrelenting dance, showing no signs of abating. Both the television and her phone had lost signal, isolating Dai from the outside world. She retrieved a chocolate energy bar from her backpack and, while fixated on the window, took a few bites. After finishing, she reflected on the meager amount. Yes, it seemed insufficient. She pulled out another bar, washed it down with some bottled water, and begrudgingly considered it a makeshift lunch. She now needs to maintain her stamina at all times, as there are less than 18 hours left before she departs from this world. In the final hours, she may require a significant amount of energy to escape. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberates as something strikes the floor-to-ceiling window, and Dai watches in terror as an incredible scene unfolds before her eyes. What is dancing in the deep gray hurricane outside, to her astonishment, is a long chain of shared bicycles. Indeed, a long chain. Dozens of blue and white bicycles are linked together, swirling like a ribbon of color in the hurricane, relentlessly battering the surfaces of the buildings they pass. A few bicycles merely graze the exterior of her room's floor-to-ceiling window, leaving several white, circular marks on the thick glass curtain wall, some of which have begun to show faint cracks at their centers. If they strike again, the window may shatter at any moment. Dai anxiously stares at the chain of bicycles, her eyes straining from the tension. After enduring the perilous sight of the bicycles flying far away, she finally exhales a long breath of relief. She steadies herself, dashes to the bathroom to attend to her needs, and rushes back to continue observing the situation outside. Cocooned in her blanket and pillow. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there are 16 hours remaining until her departure from this world. During the past 2 hours, her room's floor-to-ceiling window has withstood multiple impacts without serious harm. Having eaten only a small amount at noon, she now feels a pang of hunger and retrieves a piece of bread and half a bottle of water to satiate her. With time running short and an abundance of food prepared in advance, it is impossible to consume it all, thus she need not ration her intake. However, she must remain vigilant for impending crises, so she can only steal moments to replenish her energy, just as she prepares to endure further. A tremendous and muffled crash suddenly reverberates. The entire 17th floor shakes, and her heart skips a beat. Following the sound of the impact, she hears the shattering of glass. Were it not for her unwavering gaze upon her room's floor-to-ceiling window, she might have doubted that the glass had been shattered in her own room. Yet despite the visible cracks, the window remains intact, unmistakably indicating that the shattered glass belongs to another room, not hers. Just as she begins to breathe a sigh of relief, her nerves tighten once more. No, the clarity of that impact and shattering sound suggests that the unfortunate room is undoubtedly quite close to her own. It is likely on the same floor, or perhaps one above or below. If it is above or below, that is acceptable. However, if it is on the same floor, then surely the rainwater will soon flood the entire 17th floor. Realizing this, she can no longer remain seated, ignoring the tremors of the building in the hurricane. She tightens her grip on the blanket wrapped around her, drags her suitcase, and with her backpack and waist pouch already secured, resolutely steps out of her room. She ventures into the corridor, inspecting each room's door in search of the one with the shattered window. The clarity and volume of the crash lead her to believe that the room in question cannot be far from her own. Indeed, it proves true. She has not gone far when she notices water beginning to seep out from under the door of a room ahead. Rainwater is flowing from this room, rapidly cascading down the corridor of the 17th floor. Goodness, is the influx of rainwater so swift? Seeing this, Dai turns on her heel and hastens toward the emergency staircase, pulling her suitcase along. Upon entering the stairwell, she closes the door behind her. While this door may not provide much defense against the flood, it could at least buy her a moment. The countdown to her departure is precise to the second. Even if this door can grant her a few extra seconds, it could very well save her life. She races up to the 18th floor, arriving at the duty manager's break room, where she expertly opens the door. Do not inquire how she has mastered this skill. It is a talent honed from her experiences in the original world, enabling her to navigate various challenges with agility. Perhaps this is what Chi-Ri refers to as excellence. Chapter 27. Alas, the wealthy. Unfortunately, the presidential suite requires a key card for entry, and she cannot access it. The very thought that the glass windows of the presidential suite are also at risk of being shattered dissuades her from attempting entry. The duty room, however, is preferable. Its lock is simple, easily managed with a bobby pin. Look, her entire box of bobby pins purchased from the accessory store has found its purpose. Upon opening the door, Dai removes all her belongings and swiftly exits the duty room. She strides a few steps to the adjacent materials room on the 18th floor, employing the same technique to open the door. Inside, she is met with a room overflowing with various hotel supplies. Even though the 18th floor contains only one guest room, the materials room is stocked just as extensively as the one below, showing no signs of slackening despite the reduced number of rooms. In fact, the materials room seems even more spacious and stocked than the one on the lower floor, perhaps intended for the guests of the presidential suite or possibly serving as the hotel's central supply depot. As Dai gazes at the towering piles of towels and pristine linens, she can only sigh inwardly. Alas, the wealthy. Shaking her head, she begins her work. She fills the cleaning cart with as many towels and bath towels as it can hold, pushing it to the door of the emergency staircase on the 18th floor. After securing the door, she starts to stack the towels in front of it. After several trips, she constructs a small mountain of white towels at the entrance. Yet she does not stop there. She returns to the materials room, pushing a cart laden with sheets and pillowcases to further block the door. Using these thinner textiles, she seals every gap in the emergency door. The mountain of towels is then topped with thick hotel comforters. Water flows downward. If the 17th floor becomes submerged, the accumulation of water from below will inevitably seep through the door and into the 18th floor. This pile of towels and linens will absorb some of the flooding. Of course, these towels alone cannot contain all the flood water, but envisioning the weight of a mountain of saturated textiles is a daunting thought. Indeed, Dai does not expect these textiles to fully stave off the flood. However, a mountain of soaked textiles can at least hold back the water from the stairwell for a while, ensuring that the 18th floor does not succumb in an instant. Dai reserves some towels and linens to block the entrance of the presidential suite. Since the number of textiles allocated for the presidential suite is only 1/4 of the original amount, she also needs to reserve some for her final refuge, the duty break room. Consequently, she pushes all 3 cleaning carts from the materials room to encircle the pile of textiles at the presidential suite's entrance. The wheels of the cleaning carts cannot be detached, so after engaging the brakes, she places several thick towels beneath them. After absorbing water, these thick towels made it quite challenging to maneuver the carts. To augment the weight of the carts and better combat the impending flood, Dai filled the cart bed with numerous cases of mineral water. Once she completed this task, she pushed the carts with all her might. Ah, splendid. They did not budge. Having finished these preparations, she returned to the duty lounge, clutching the last few bundles of towels and bedding. Oh, she even dragged along several heavy blankets. She piled these textiles inside the lounge, forming what she hoped would be her ultimate line of defense, wishing they would remain untouched until her departure. Turning around to survey the approximately 15 square meter duty lounge, which was well equipped and abundantly stocked, Dai nodded in satisfaction. She glanced at the countdown on her Cheery phone, 142847. Excellent. With just under 14.5 hours remaining, barring any unforeseen events, she should manage to endure. Although the internet was down, the hotel still had power. It was uncertain whether this was due to the hotel's own generator or if the entire Sanbei city was still electrified. Dai switched on the television in the lounge, thinking that should the signal be restored, she might regain live broadcasts. Even if it were restored only in the last hour, that would still be beneficial. After all, having more knowledge about the outside situation would serve her well. She charged the phone she purchased in this world. The phone provided by Cheery was remarkably magical, requiring no charging at all. Now, she was uncertain whether she would choose this phone as her designated item for the next world. But it was always prudent to be prepared. Unfortunately, she hadn't purchased a device with greater memory capacity, even though she still had over 2,000 M. It seemed that 2,000 wouldn't buy anything particularly good. Oh, well, that's that. From her backpack, she retrieved a self-heating pot and a bucket of instant noodles. The water dispenser in the lounge had hot water, allowing Dai to comfortably prepare a warm meal. She even added an entire can of luncheon meat, then took out an apple. She initially considered making herself a cup of coffee, but thinking about the lack of a restroom in the lounge, which required her to go outside and turn right, she decided against it. After relishing her meal, she felt content. Indeed, one prefers warm food. Since she could not witness the terrifying scenes outside, Dai felt her spirits lift considerably. However, she understood that the crisis remained unresolved, particularly with the damaged room on the 17th floor, where rainwater could inundate the entire floor at any moment. Fortunately, the water spilling from the 17th floor would not all ascend. The accumulated water would likely flow downwards, primarily cascading down the safety stairs towards the 16th floor or even lower. This provided her with additional time, and with that thought, Dai finally exhaled in relief. After finishing her meal, she began to organize her equipment and supplies for the final time. She set her backpack aside, knowing it could not accompany her to the next world. It was merely an ordinary backpack, unlike the spatial ones found in stories that could carry anything. She removed all wearable gear from her waist pouch, affixing the headlamp to her forehead. She refrained from putting on gloves for the moment, as they would hinder her dexterity. She would don them once everything was in order. She untied the paracord from her waist, adjusted her fitted, quick-drying top, and secured the paracord against her skin. She then strapped the waist pouch snugly against her body. Cleared her throat, she wondered if this little bug could be exploited. After all, trying wouldn't cost anything, right? Upon lowering her quick-drying shirt, she felt the bulging waistline and silently chanted to herself, out of sight, out of mind. She donned the high-quality anti-stab vest she had forcefully purchased from the little boss, which was long-sleeved and effectively protected her arms. Alas, there was no lower garment, but protecting her upper body was already commendable. Over the anti-stab vest, she wore her rain jacket, ensuring everything was properly adjusted before putting on her sun-shielding mask and UV-blocking sunglasses. Always prepared for an escape, she donned these items. Though wearing sunglasses indoors was somewhat uncomfortable, she pushed them up on her headlamp. Next, she took the boxes of anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medication she had bought and removed their outer packaging, leaving only the tablets. Using scissors from the lounge drawer, she cut the tablets into small pieces and tucked them into her mid-calf socks. Yes, they were snug against her skin. She also unwrapped the gauze rolls and bandages, wrapping them around her calves. Should she need to use them later, she could always soak them in hot water to unfold them, provided she could successfully smuggle them into the next world. Once that was completed, she retrieved the hairpins and hair ties she had purchased earlier. She clipped an entire box of steel hairpins in her hair, then loosened her bun, dividing it into 2 sections, each braided into a plate. She also divided the small bag of black hair ties in half, securing one plate with half the ties. Fully armed, she slung her sleeping bag over her back and nestled the outdoor survival kit in her arm. This was not out of fear of them being left behind, as she would certainly designate these 2 items for transport. She merely worried that should a last-minute escape be necessary, she could not afford to forget them. Meanwhile, the suitcase stuffed with old clothes and the backpack filled with food and water remained quietly at her feet, as neither could be taken along, so they would stay put. Having completed all these preparations, she stood up and circled the modest duty lounge, hoping to uncover any hidden surprises. After all, her 3rd item remained undecided. Perhaps she might stumble upon something more suitable. She opened each drawer to inspect them. She rummaged through the wardrobe, filing cabinet, and refrigerator, even bending down to shine her phone's flashlight under the single bed in the lounge. Ultimately, aside from discovering 3 unopened packages, she found nothing else. These parcels likely belonged to the duty manager who utilized this lounge, but now they were all hers. Gazing at the 3 boxes resting quietly on the floor, Dai rubbed her hands together, excitement bubbling within her. Ah, who doesn't he love unboxing surprises? Though opening someone else's package without permission felt a tad unethical, Dai believed the original owner of these surprise boxes was likely too preoccupied to care. Therefore, she resolved to graciously accept them. She used scissors to open the 3 packages one by one, starting with the smallest. The tiniest box, about the size of 2 palms, revealed a brand new smartphone upon opening. Dai recognized the brand from the mobile phone store. It was considered a high-end brand in this world, with any device from this brand retailing for 5 figures. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her breathing quickened. Behold, the surprise had indeed arrived. Hastily, she extracted the new phone. Despite the language barrier, she had observed a store clerk operating it before. After a flurry of taps, she successfully powered it on and adjusted the language settings to match those of her original phone. Ah, now it appeared much more pleasing to the eye. Activating the Bluetooth on both the old and new mobile phones, Dai commenced the peer-to-peer transfer, gradually migrating all the downloadable content from her previous inexpensive device to her new phone. The new device boasted an immense storage capacity, and even after transferring her previous downloads, it was far from being filled to 1/3 of its potential. After charging the new phone, she set it aside, eager to explore the 2 unopened blind boxes that awaited her. The first blind box yielded a delightful surprise, heightening her anticipation for the remaining 2. With eager hands, she unwrapped the second box, which was of moderate size, akin to that of shoebox. Light in weight, a sense of foreboding crept into Dai's mind as she opened it, and indeed, the box contained an array of accessories for her new phone: a high-capacity power bank, a transparent phone case, a set of screen protectors, and a pair of Bluetooth headphones. The most valuable items appear to be the power bank and the headphones, both exuding a quality that suggested they were not cheaply made. Dai speculated that the phone case and screen protectors were mere promotional gifts accompanying the more prized accessories. Realizing the truth, Dai hastily equipped her new phone with these accessories, hoping she could discreetly transport them together. She charged the power bank as well, connecting it to the phone, contemplating the possibility of smuggling them away together. Since acquiring the new phone, she had nearly concluded that the third item must indeed be this luxurious device, unless the last blind box contained something even more astonishing. Rubbing her hands together, Dai placed her right hand on the largest package. This box felt quite heavy, large enough to contain a basketball. And with no understanding of the shipping label, she had no inkling of what lay inside. With eager anticipation, she opened the final box, only to be met with a resounding disappointment. Her tone was laced with dismay as she gazed at the large box filled with canned beverages. It appeared to be drinks, as the cans were adorned with vibrant fruit and ice illustrations. Well, that was a letdown. It seemed the position of the third item was firmly held by her newly acquired upscale phone, which was a stroke of luck, as she had not spent a single penny to obtain such a luxurious device. Moreover, the color of the new phone was her favorite white, a stunning iridescent shell hue that was simply captivating. While Dai was checking the transfer progress on her phone, the television behind her, which had been flurrying with snowflakes, suddenly emitted a crackling sound. She quickly turned to see the screen displaying distorted lines, which soon vanished, revealing the weather expert and host who had been absent for quite some time. The television signal had been restored. Upon seeing the signal return, Dai excitedly turned back to her phone, but alas, the network had not yet been reinstated. However, her spirits lifted once more as the television host announced that relevant authorities were working diligently to restore electric power and network connectivity throughout the city, with an estimated time frame of about an hour until power would be reinstated in temporarily darkened areas. At that point, the network in Sanbei City would be fully restored, allowing the city to reconnect to the digital realm. Checking the current time, she noted that it was already 6:17 p.m. Perfect. The network should be back by around 7 p.m., and with several hundred gigabytes of storage still available on her new phone, she planned to fill it with useful information. Redirecting her attention back to the television broadcast, she noted that even the weather experts were at a loss to explain the current situation. No one understood why Hurricane Awaiti 4033 had settled over Sanbei City and refused to depart. Several seasoned experts on the program engaged in a heated debate, nearly resorting to physical confrontation. The devastation caused by Awaiti 4033 had far surpassed initial predictions, with the death toll in the city reported to exceed 2,000, and missing persons reaching over 10,000. Faced with these grim statistics, Dai fell silent for a moment. She wanted to convince herself that this natural disaster was merely a trial that the world had to endure, unrelated to her unexpected arrival. Yet, could it truly be unrelated? Had Kiri intentionally chosen a world on the brink of disaster to cast her into this ordeal, or was her presence the catalyst for the world's turmoil? Such questions, it seemed, only Kiri could answer. However, as of now, Dai knew very little about Kiri, and the prompts from the device were scarce. Perhaps after experiencing a few more task worlds, she would uncover more answers. Around 7:40 p.m., the network in Sanbei City was finally restored. Dai, filled with excitement, swiftly tapped on her phone to download all the content she had planned during the past hour. The phone's storage capacity proved impressive, even after completing the downloads. Nearly 300 gigabytes remained free. She did not hesitate to download an array of television shows, movies, animations, novels, and documentaries. Mental nourishment was just as vital as physical sustenance. And as long as she could find a power source in future worlds, these would become her most treasured assets. During the downloading process, she occasionally stepped outside to check for any anomalies at the safety door on the 18th floor and to ensure there was no leakage at the entrance of the presidential suite. She worried that the floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite might also fall victim to the chaos, turning the 18th floor into a replica of the 17th. She had no idea how the 17th floor was faring, but she certainly wasn't foolish enough to venture down to check. It would be unwise to unseal the barricaded door to the 18th floor. After a thorough inspection revealed no issues, Dai returned to the duty room, sealing the door cracks once more. Glancing at her downloading phone, she felt the need to take a brief nap. It was now 9 p.m., with only 10 hours left until the countdown ended. No one knew what lay ahead. The current environment seemed stable, making a short rest to replenish her strength the most prudent choice. She set an alarm for 2 hours, ensuring she wouldn't sleep too deeply, intending to rise after that period. If all remained well, she could afford to catch a bit more sleep, employing her remarkable ability to fall asleep instantly. Dai cuddled her survival toolkit and sleeping bag, lying down comfortably on the single bed in the duty room. The television continued to broadcast the devastation wrought by Hurricane Ayyti 4033, while her phone diligently downloaded an assortment of mental sustenance, and the countdown from Kiri persisted. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Dai felt as though she had just closed her eyes when her phone alarm rang. Rubbing her eyes, she turned over and got up. First, she glanced at the television. Nothing particularly noteworthy. The experts were still at each other's throats, escalating from verbal disputes to physical altercations. The live broadcast merely reported the number of individuals evacuated and the count of missing and deceased persons. Turning her gaze back to her phone, she saw that all downloads had completed successfully, and both the phone and power bank were fully charged. She powered them down and stowed them away in the sleeping bag pocket. Checking the time, it was now 11:13 p.m. Once more, she shouldered her belongings and stepped outside to conduct another inspection. After a thorough round with no anomalies detected, she let out a sigh of relief and returned to the duty room. She retrieved some food and a bottle of mineral water, treating herself to a late-night snack. After finishing her meal, she rubbed her belly and stepped out to the right to visit the restroom. Upon returning, she lay back down on her bed and set her phone alarm for 1 hour. From that moment on, she resolved to rise every hour to check the situation outside, returning to rest and sleep after each inspection. Thus, the cycle continued until the early hours of the 8th day in the novice world, at 4:30 in the morning. After completing her 5th patrol of the duty room's exterior, Dai returned once more, managing to doze intermittently for 6 or 7 hours. She had rested enough and found it impossible to sleep again for the time being. However, with less than 3 hours remaining before she would leave this world, the need for sleep was inconsequential. Taking out her last apple, she also grabbed an old loaf of bread. Suddenly inspired, she dashed to retrieve a can of juice from the box she had opened yesterday, deeming it her breakfast for the day. With a satisfying pop, the can opened, and she took a swig, finding it quite sweet and delightful. Soon after finishing her meal, she stepped out again to the right for another visit to the restroom, taking the opportunity to brush her teeth and wash her face to feel refreshed. The tranquility of over 10 hours had nearly made her forget the apocalyptic world outside. But suddenly, a deafening noise jolted her back to the harsh reality she had almost forgotten. Bang! As she exited the restroom, making her way back to the duty room, Dai was caught in the corridor, her heart racing from the startling sound. She could distinctly hear that the noise emanated from the presidential suite to her right. Oh no! Had the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite been shattered? If so, rainwater would soon inundate the room. How infuriating! There were less than 3 hours left. Dai hurried to the entrance of the presidential suite, pressing her ear against the wall beside the door in an attempt to discern what was happening inside. Unfortunately, the wall was too thick for her to hear anything. All her belongings, intended for the next task world, were hung upon her. So she decided to sit directly on the carpet outside the presidential suite, her gaze fixated on the towel at the bottom. Chapter 30. The last 3 minutes. Once that towel began to absorb water, it would signify that rainwater was overflowing from the presidential suite. At that point, she would immediately retreat to the duty room and seal the door cracks as best as she could. It became apparent that the water absorption capacity of the presidential suite's furnishings was far superior to that of ordinary rooms. After the windows of the 17th floor guest room were broken yesterday, Dai quickly noticed water beginning to spill out into the corridor. Yet today, after the presidential suite's windows were shattered, Dai had sat outside for a full hour and 20 minutes without witnessing any water seeping through the door cracks. Could it be that the area of the broken windows was not extensive? Thus, not much rainwater was entering? If that were the case, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, Dai felt as if she were about to develop fisheye vision just to see if any rainwater was seeping out. On her phone, the countdown timer displayed less than an hour remaining, 005432. If she could endure these final 50 minutes, she would be safe. Gazing at her phone screen, Dai's thoughts wandered. Was this novice world truly simple? According to Chiri, this world was a special benefit granted to newcomers like her, so it should indeed be uncomplicated. As long as every choice she made within the 7 days was correct, it would not be difficult at all. However, should she underestimate it or become lax? This world would just as readily take her life at the last moment. The novice world was not the leisurely escape she had initially assumed. Had she truly treated it as a vacation and failed to decide to change hotels on the fourth day, the past 2 days would have been fraught with peril. She might not have died, but she would certainly have faced considerable distress. Even her meticulously prepared supplies could have been lost in her desperate flight, leaving her to struggle in hunger amid the flood. How unlike her current situation, where she was well-fed, well-hydrated, and sufficiently rested, possessing the energy and strength to confront the challenges ahead. The alarm on her phone rang, swiftly bringing her thoughts back into focus. This was the 30-minute countdown she had set for herself. Its ringing signified that her journey in this novice world was nearing its conclusion, with only half an hour remaining. Turning off the alarm, Dai glanced again at the towel beneath the door of the presidential suite. A different shade caught her eye, causing her pupils to constrict in alarm. Hastily, she knelt and crawled to the pile of towels, turning on her phone's flashlight to illuminate the bottom towel. Indeed, the presidential suite had begun to overflow with water. Fortunately, there were only half an hour left. It would be all right, as long as she could endure these final 30 minutes. She believed the door and her prior preparations would withstand the impending flood for 30 minutes. Wait, why was the carpet damp? Dai, puzzled, lifted her left hand, which had been resting on the carpet, and was shocked to find her palm wet. She quickly looked down at the carpet beneath her. The thick wool carpet, originally featuring geometric patterns in varying shades, now appeared particularly disorienting. Stretching her hand further left, she confirmed it was indeed wet. Moreover, the further left she reached, the wetter it became. Dai suddenly recalled that the left side led to the emergency staircase door on the 18th floor. Could it be that water from below was already seeping up? No way. Had it truly risen so quickly? She sprang up like a spring and dashed toward the emergency door. The carpet here was evidently saturated, making her steps feel like running through mud, the squelching sounds echoing through the empty corridor. When had the water started to rise? It was entirely her fault for being too complacent, fixating on the presidential suite's door and completely forgetting to check elsewhere. Before she could even approach the emergency door, she spotted a small mountain of white textiles piled up, thoroughly soaked, with the bottom towel appearing as if it were submerged in a shallow puddle, gushing water. Had the lower floors completely succumbed to the flood? She ceased her approach and turned to flee. Sprinting back to the duty room, she shut the door. In addition to the textiles she had previously used to block the door, she yanked down all the bedding, blankets, and pillows from a single bed in the room and stuffed them at the entrance. In a whirlwind, she circled the room, shoving anything she believed could absorb water to the door. Tissues, 2 sets of hotel staff uniforms from the wardrobe, and the single mattress she had removed from the bed. She even opened her suitcase and stuffed her 2 sets of workout clothes and a set of pajamas at the door. After all this commotion, Dai was left panting heavily. She climbed onto the highest piece of furniture in the room, the desk. Sitting atop the desk, she took a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, sipping it slowly to calm her racing heart. After downing nearly half the bottle, she gradually regained her composure. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out her last chocolate energy bar, chewing it in small bites, needing to replenish her energy and strength. Almost there, almost there. The phone provided by Chi-Ri was already tucked in her waist pouch. Inside the pouch's inner pocket lay the $1 coin she had brought from her original world. At this moment, she held in her hands the inexpensive mobile phone she had purchased in this world. The current time was 6:47 in the morning, with merely 13 minutes remaining until the countdown concluded. These final 13 minutes marked the threshold beyond which she would depart from this world. As the clock ticked down to the last 12 minutes, she noticed a corner of the single mattress, placed against the lower half of the duty room's door, had begun to show signs of moisture. There was no need for alarm. It was merely a small stain that had just appeared. However, in the last 11 minutes, the water stain on the mattress began to spread rapidly and uncontrollably. By the last 10 minutes, all the textiles blocking the doorway were soaked through, and the paper towels had become limp, almost transforming into a mushy white paste. In the last 8 minutes, Dai was horrified to see water seeping into the duty room through the unshielded upper part of the doorframe, droplets cascading down like beads that had lost their thread. Dai began to survey her surroundings, searching for any other urgent measures to take. At the last 5 minutes, the carpet in the duty room was already saturated, with a thin layer of water accumulating on the floor. Meanwhile, The water rolling in from the doorframe increased in volume. By the last 3 minutes, the water in the duty room had risen above the height of the trash can, and the gap in the door was stretched wide enough to fit a finger. The not overly heavy door creaked ominously, deformed by the pressure of the water outside. In Chapter 31, the preparation room, at the last 2 minutes, the water level approached the height of the bed frame, continuing to rise swiftly. The door to the duty room was now completely warped, with the water outside flowing into the room at a visibly alarming rate. In the last minute, Dai stood up from her desk, as the water level had reached the surface of her desk, soaking her shoes. The influx of water from outside was becoming more pronounced, and she had no idea if the entire duty room would be submerged within a minute. In the last 50 seconds, the water had risen to her shoe tops, and the waterproofing of her hiking boots was being put to the ultimate test. At the last 45 seconds, Dai realized that the ceiling of the duty room was made of square aluminum panels. In a swift motion, she pried open 2 panels and grasped the beams between them. Hoisting herself up as if performing a pull-up, suspending her body in midair, she curled her legs to avoid contact with the rising water, as being drenched when transported to the next task world was hardly a delightful prospect. In the last 30 seconds, the water level continued to surge, and despite her efforts to curl her legs, the distance between her shoe soles and the water surface was less than 30 centimeters. In the last 15 seconds, she threaded one arm through the ceiling beam, securing herself while using her free hand to remove 2 adjacent aluminum panels, exposing more beams. With both arms now through the beams, she managed to stabilize her upper body, allowing her legs to curl further away from the water. However, the water level had already reached the position where her feet had once been, signifying that the water was now halfway up the room. In the final 10 seconds, the water surged violently upwards, transforming the door of the duty room into a crumbling sheet of iron, teetering precariously in the torrent. Fortunately, Dai's slight frame, weighing less than 85 pounds, proved advantageous in this dire situation. Using her nimble weight, she swung her legs and finally managed to dislodge an aluminum panel with her toes, then deftly hooked her foot onto the exposed ceiling beam. In the last 4 seconds, her other foot squeezed into the same beam, rendering her body akin to a spider suspended from the ceiling. In the last 3 seconds, her limbs began to ache and tremble, and her sleeping bag slipped from her shoulders, threatening to pull her down. Thankfully, the strap of the bag halted at her elbow, swinging in the air. As the bottom of the bag brushed the water below, Dai could only silently wish that her mobile phone inside the bag would remain dry. In the final 2 seconds, her sleeping bag had begun to absorb water, though the outer layer was waterproof. In the last second, she could almost feel the dampness behind her, the moisture vapor rising. Time's up. Congratulations on completing the 7-day survival task in the novice world. You will soon be transported to the preparation room. Please prepare for transfer. Just as the water was about to reach her back, Dai felt as though her entire environment had come to a standstill. The space she occupied seemed frozen in time. Then, an ethereal mechanical voice resonated in her mind, and before she could react, the transfer began. Suspended from the ceiling, Dai felt a blackout sweep over her, her body loosening, and she collapsed. Instinctively, she thought she was about to plunge into the water, struggling anxiously. But before she could flail, she realized she was seated on a soft surface. As her vision gradually cleared, she blinked and observed her surroundings. A blanket of white mist enveloped the area, with only about 2 square meters around her being visible. Beneath her, the ground felt like fresh, soft grass, and a deep breath revealed the fragrant aroma of greenery. Was this the preparation room? Dai rose slowly, stretching her arms and shaking her legs, discovering that the discomfort from gripping the ceiling beams for an extended period had dissipated. Soon, she noticed that all her belongings had been transported into this so-called preparation room, without a single item missing. Wasn't she supposed to select only 3 items? Yet everything was here. Dai thought that even if Chi-Ri had loopholes, it was unlikely to be this significant. Thus, she promptly retrieved her Chi-Ri mobile phone and opened the Chi-Ri app to check. Indeed, just as she suspected, it would not be so benevolent. Following the standard welcome message, a new notification popped up on the Chi-Ri app homepage. Congratulations on successfully completing the survival task in the novice world. Next, you will have 1 hour of preparation time. Please select the items you wish to carry into the next task world within this hour. Your personal clothing and accessories will follow you into the next task world without requiring additional selection. Selectable items will emit a white light upon your touch, while non-selectable items will emit a red light. You may choose any 3 items you need. These items will accompany you throughout your survival journey until they are completely destroyed and no longer usable. Please choose your items wisely. Countdown in the preparation room. 54, 47, 02. There seems to be a contradiction in these rules. Dai furrowed her brow, reading the notification 3 times. Although it stated that she could select any 3 items, it also mentioned that selectable items would emit white light while non-selectable items would emit red light. Wasn't it supposed to be any item? Why the distinction between selectable and non-selectable? Watching the countdown slip away, Dai decided not to dwell on it. After a few more experiences, she would likely understand how it all worked. She tentatively placed her hand atop the sleeping bag, which began to emanate a soft, white glow. Ah, splendid. This can indeed be taken along. Shortly thereafter, a cerulean panel materialized on the sleeping bag, displaying the message, "Item available for selection." Would you like to carry this item? Yes or no? I shall refrain from making a selection for now. I wish to conduct a few more experiments. Butterfly swiftly withdrew her hand, and as soon as her fingers retreated approximately 20 centimeters from the sleeping bag, the white glow dissipated, along with the cerulean panel. Chapter 32, Storage Section, Survival Points. Next, she extended her hand towards the paracord tied around her waist. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. A full minute elapsed, yet the paracord remained utterly unresponsive. It neither glowed white nor red. She removed her hand from the paracord, stroking her chin in contemplation. Could it be that this paracord, in contact with my skin, has been deemed by Chi-Ri as part of my attire? Thus, it does not emit light. Considering this possibility, she proceeded to examine herself thoroughly. Headlamp, shoes, top, pants, anti-stab vest, bandages on her calves, and even her undergarments. Ah, splendid. As long as they are classified as personal attire, none will emit light. Bayou Ji is perfectly timed. Delighted, Butterfly boldly confirmed the selection of her sleeping bag, survival toolkit, and new mobile phone. Notably, the phone along with the attached power bank, the outer casing, and the original charger were all included in the package. As Butterfly's delicate fingers made contact with the phone's surface, these accessories emitted a radiant white light. However, the expensive wireless Bluetooth earphones remained isolated. Was it because there was no cord to connect them to the phone? Watching the recognized power bank and the unrecognized Bluetooth earphones, her lips twitched in frustration. Oh well, it's just a single earphone. If it cannot be taken, so be it. At last, the selection of 3 carryable items was confirmed. Immediately, a new prompt appeared on the Chi-Ri mobile application. Simultaneously, Butterfly gazed in astonishment at her sleeping bag as the phone and survival toolkit transformed into 3 beams of white light, merging into her body. What on earth? Where are my belongings? She quickly turned her attention to the newly displayed prompt, which read, 3 items confirmed for transport to the next task world. Personal storage section activated. Personal storage section, a place to store items confirmed for transport to the next task world after each task concludes, with no storage limit, retrievable by thought. Congratulations on successfully completing the first task world, earning 10 survival points. The survival point shop has now been unlocked, allowing you to purchase any desired items with survival points. Items purchased from the survival point shop can also be stored in the personal storage section. The survival points obtainable in the novice world are limited. The acquisition of survival points will increase based on the survival difficulty of subsequent task worlds. Strive to survive and earn as many survival points as possible. Personal storage section, survival points, and a survival point shop. At this moment, Butterfly noticed that the Chi-Ri app had indeed added 2 new interfaces, one of which was the personal storage section. She hurriedly clicked in, discovering that the entire page was filled with a multitude of small squares, resembling the inventory grids of a game. Presently, only the first 3 squares contained her sleeping bag, phone, and toolkit, each displayed as a still image before her. Retrieving items by thought, is it? She attempted to summon the sleeping bag mentally, and almost instantaneously, it appeared in her hands. With another thought, the sleeping bag vanished into thin air, transforming into an icon on her phone screen. Butterfly played with the retrieval process for a while, but was reminded by the Chi-Ri notification that there were less than 15 minutes remaining in the preparation room. She could no longer afford to squander time on mental retrieval. Ahem. Gazing at the countless vacant squares in her storage section, Butterfly began to ponder. The earlier message indicated that this storage section had no limit, and after each task world, there should be an opportunity to confirm items. Does that mean after each task world, she could add 3 more items to her resources? Otherwise, if the storage section could also accommodate items purchased from the shop, there would be no need for so many squares. Contemplating this possibility, she found it easy to verify. When the next task world concluded, she would know for sure. Of course, this was contingent upon her surviving to leave the next task world. With just over 10 minutes remaining, she quickly opened the Survival Points shop page. At the top, her current balance of survival points was displayed, a solitary 10 points. As she scrolled down, she realized that this so-called shop bore no resemblance to a typical marketplace. The entire shop page was stark and desolate, featuring only 3 items, 2 of which were grayed out and unavailable for purchase. However, Butterfly quickly understood why they were marked as unavailable. Simply put, she lacked the funds. Facepalm JPG. Due to insufficient survival points, the items were displayed as unavailable, which was quite comprehensible. Alas, how disheartening. With time still on her side, she meticulously examined the 3 items in the shop. The first item was the only one she could currently afford. Prophecy card. Function upon use. It randomly provides partial information about the next task world, enhancing your survival odds in that world. Price, 10 survival points. Ah, this is a valuable item, genuinely beneficial for task completion. Next, she looked at the second item. Forced exit card. Function, upon use, it enables you to forcibly exit the current task world. Once a forced exit card is utilized, the survival tasks in that world will be considered failed, and you will receive no rewards or survival points. Additionally, all items and props obtained in that task world will vanish, and you will forfeit the opportunity to select 3 carryable items after that world concludes. Price, 100 survival points. Note, the forced exit card can only be used after surviving 3 days in the task world. Furthermore, the card may not be used more than 3 times in a lifetime. A forced exit card. What a splendid item. Although using it forfeits rewards and survival points, it is primarily intended for the sake of survival. When weighed against her life, everything else is trivial. Moreover, through the description of this card, Butterfly also gleaned clarity concerning her previous contemplation. Indeed, after each task world, one could select 3 different items to store in the storage section. If she could select 3 items from every task world, her survival equipment reserves would only grow richer with each experience. In other words, her survival capabilities would become increasingly robust. Chapter 33. Transport Error Alert. Butterfly began to contemplate the note regarding the forced exit card. This note implies that the card cannot be used immediately. One must endure for 3 days first. Sigh. I wanted to mention that if I were to enter a task world in the future and suddenly be struck by a colossal meteorite, I could swiftly activate a forced exit card. Ahem, I'm thinking too much. Aside from the rule that prohibits usage within 3 days, the final rule is equally crucial. This card may only be used a maximum of 3 times throughout one's lifetime. No wonder it is priced at a mere 100 survival points. Although 100 points seem astronomical to me, I should be able to accumulate a substantial amount of survival points once I complete a typical task world. In that case, obtaining these 100 points should not be overly challenging. Given that it can only be used 3 times, there is no need for it to be excessively expensive. I surmise that this price of 100 points is set to ensure that newcomers like myself can survive a bit longer. If it were to allow for unlimited usage, it would likely be priced in the thousands. Nonetheless, it is still quite reasonable. 300 points for 3 cards, equating to 3 lives. This is a worthy exchange. I truly hope that in the future survival point marketplace, more life-saving items will be available. Originally, Dai wanted to spend 10 survival points on a prophecy card to test the waters, but after seeing the forced exit card, she retracted her eager hands. No, she must save her survival points for a life-saving card. After all, as a newcomer, the next task world shouldn't be too challenging, so whether or not she can foresee events is of little consequence. With just 5 minutes remaining, she hadn't yet examined the third item. Seizing the opportunity, she took a glance and was momentarily dumbfounded. Item conversion card. Function. Allows the conversion of non-carryable items into carryable ones. Price. 50 survival points. Purchase limit. 3 cards. The functionality description is succinct, and the price is quite reasonable at a modest 50 survival points. However, it comes with a purchase limit. Currently, Dai is unable to comprehend what counts as carryable versus non-carryable items, so she set this product aside. Overthinking is futile, especially since she can't afford it at the moment. Closing the marketplace page, she switched her phone screen to her private wallet and opened it up. Splendid. Not a single cent remains. All balances have been wiped clean, and Dai felt a fleeting pang of regret. After all, every penny in her private wallet was earned through her own merit. Sob sob. It's all right. What is gone is gone. As long as she is alive, that suffices. Out with the old, in with the new. It wouldn't be useful in the next world anyway, so there is no need to dwell on it. 0000000. Countdown complete. You're about to be transported to the next task world. Please prepare for the transfer. 10, 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, Dai received a notification regarding the impending transfer. With her hands in her pockets, she attempted to relax her mind, feeling a tinge of anticipation for the world she was about to enter. What kind of world awaits her in the next task? In an instant, she noticed her body gradually becoming transparent, vibrant colors shimmering around her. However, before she could marvel at the wondrous transformation, she suddenly saw her previously ethereal form morph into a chaotic state filled with garbled text. Dai's heart raced, but at that moment, she found herself entirely unable to control her body, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Mere seconds later, her entire being twisted and vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Bang! Ouch! Just as Dai opened her eyes, she had yet to discern her surroundings when she lifted her head and collided with something hard, causing her to gasp in pain. Ouch! That hurt quite a bit. Thankfully, I was wearing my headlamp. If I had collided directly with my forehead, I might have split my skin open. I wonder if my headlamp has been damaged. She quickly removed her gloves, reaching up to adjust the headlamp's position, successfully locating the sore spot on her forehead. No need to look, it was surely red and swollen. But once she caught her breath, she realized that the area surrounding her was enveloped in complete darkness, to the point where she could hardly see her own hand. Initially, she thought it was due to her sunglasses, but after removing them, she still saw nothing. What on earth is this place? Why is it so dark? She hurriedly fumbled for her headlamp, and fortunately, the quality of the item recommended by the shopkeeper was indeed excellent. The headlamp was intact. Click! The headlamp illuminated, casting a bright beam of light from her forehead, illuminating a large area before her. However, as a novice using this lighting tool for the first time, Dai experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though a hole had opened in her forehead. Is this what the third eye of Erlangshtin feels like? All right, focusing back. She began to survey her surroundings. Strangely, where the light shone, there was nothing but rock. As she scanned the area, the beam moved with her head. Minutes later, she confirmed beyond doubt that she was in a rocky cave, a nearly completely enclosed one, with no gaps to be found, firmly trapping her inside. 7 days, what is going on here? Hey, she's a newcomer. Can't the difficulty be a bit gentler? Dai quickly unzipped her waist pouch, stowing her gloves and sunglasses inside, then retrieved her 7 days phone, swiftly opening the 7 days app. To her surprise, as soon as she opened the app, a bold and red alert caught her eye. Transport error alert. Transport error alert. Due to special circumstances during the transport process, we regret to inform you that you have been transported to the incorrect world. The world you are currently in is still in the testing phase and is not a true task world. We sincerely apologize for this. The testing phase world possesses certain peculiarities. The forced exit card cannot be used here, and you must complete 7 days of survival to be automatically recalled. Therefore, to compensate for our error, we are pleased to grant you 100 survival points as an apology. Additionally, as you have already been transported to this test world, we cordially invite you to assist us in completing the survival test in this world. Should you successfully survive the first 3 days, we will reward you with 2 random cards from the Survival Point Marketplace. Once again, we extend our heartfelt apologies. 7 days, Chapter 34. Welcome, Tester No. 7001 to this test world. After reading the alert, Dai felt somewhat speechless. However, she finally understood the reason behind her body's transformation during the transport. No wonder it felt as though she was covered in QR codes. It turns out she was mistakenly transported to a testing world. Does this mean that every task world must undergo testing before it can be designated as a task world? What are the criteria for this test? Is it merely to ensure that participants in the 7 days survival challenge can ultimately meet the 7-day survival goal through their efforts? Conversely, if the difficulty of the testing world is excessively high, resulting in no participants successfully completing the survival task, does that mean this world has failed the test? In any case, she is currently oblivious to the criteria of this test. All she knows is that she has unfortunately been transported to this dark and eerie place, compelled to partake in the tasks of this world. Fortunately, Chi-Ri has provided her with a bonus of 100 survival points, which is quite delightful. Since the testing world does not allow for a compulsory exit card, she decided to save these 100 points for future use. With this thought, she specifically checked her balance in the survival points mall, and to her satisfaction, she found she had 110 survival points. Die for Chi-Ri's honest and trustworthy approach. Additionally, upon successfully completing the testing task in this world, she would receive 2 mall cards as a reward. This compensation is quite commendable, as long as they are not 2 prophecy cards. Not that prophecy cards are undesirable, they're simply too inexpensive. After all, who wouldn't prefer to receive 2 more expensive cards without any cost? Now that she understands the situation, it is time to strive for survival. For the sake of the reward, encouraging herself, Dai began to examine her equipment. Her mask, sunglasses, headlamp, gloves, paracord, waist pouch, bandages, and gauze all made the journey with her. Even the hairpin and hair tie in her hair remained intact. The only item not recognized as a personal accessory by Chi-Ri was the pill she had tucked in her sock. Oh well, if it didn't come along, then so be it. It seems such sneaky behavior is not acknowledged by Chi-Ri. However, all the layered undergarments and socks she wore passed without issue, and she was comfortably attired. She removed the smaller items like the mask and stuffed them into her waist pouch. Just as she reached to untie the bandage around her calf, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Welcome test player number 7001 to this testing world. This testing world is a cave survival world, and the task is to survive for a full 7 days in this world. This is a data-driven survival world, and all players participating in cave survival will be digitized. As a test player, your role is to assess the survival difficulty of this world for future entrants. Detection confirms that test player number 7001 has entered the cave survival world. Your personal information will be digitized. Please hold on. Personal information conversion in progress. 5, 15, 50, 99, 100. Personal information conversion successful. Test player number 7001. You can view your relevant information in the current testing world by calling the personal information panel. During the testing period, you will possess all items and rewards available to future players in this survival world. Please strive to complete the test. The first 3 days are novice protection period in this survival world. Good luck, test player. What on earth? Have I become a test player in a survival game? She realized that she had not read any novels related to survival games, yet she felt no panic. She possessed a cheat device, her phone, which held at least 1,000 popular novels, among which there must be selected survival game narratives. Without a second thought, Dai sat down on a large rock and summoned her phone from her inventory. Powering it on, she began her search. Instantly, a couple of hundred various survival game stories appeared. Raft survival, desert survival, wilderness survival, island survival, highway survival, night survival, extreme cold survival. Found it, cave survival. I am in a cave, and this story is about cave survival. It's quite similar since both involve surviving among piles of rocks. She quickly opened the first chapter of the cave survival narrative and began to skim through it. As she read, she noticed something peculiar. How come the text on my phone has transformed into my mother tongue? Could this be a hidden benefit of confirming the item as a carry-on? Regardless, this makes reading much more convenient. Having it in my native language is nothing but advantageous. Thus, Dai unleashed her true reading prowess, managing to absorb information at an astonishing pace. About an hour later, with the aid of the cave survival narrative, she had grasped some basic information about the current testing world. She learned how to access her personal information panel, how to swiftly upgrade her shelter, and how to avoid many traps and dangers within the survival world. The survival novels proved immensely helpful to her, and she resolved to dedicate her free time each night before bed to study various survival narratives. Opening her personal information, Dai attempted to access her game panel in this cave survival world and discovered that all her personal attributes and information had indeed been digitized. Her strengths and weaknesses were laid bare. ID 7001 name. Hu Dai age 15 level. 1 physique. 4 strength. 6 agility. 8 intelligence. 12 spirit. 9. The average values for an ordinary adult are 5. Skills. Decomposition talent. None. Whom the physique is the weakest. And intelligence is the highest. This seems rather unsurprising. However, I'm only 15 years old, still a minor. The future is bright, given her history of abuse. Her physique was understandably not great. Although her physique is currently subpar, her intellect shines. Behind the personal information panel, there are several different pages, somewhat resembling her Chi-Ri app, with multiple pages interconnected. She clicked through them one by one, which included Backpack, Regional Communication Channel, Regional Trading Channel, Friend Information Channel, Leaderboard, and so forth. Due to her prior study of survival narratives, she felt quite familiar with these pages. After all, these functions are standard features in survival game tales. However, aside from the backpack, all other pages were utterly empty. Dai attempted to communicate in various channels, only to find that she could not send a single message. Moreover, the current number of participants displayed in the regional channel was just one, herself. Thus began the second world for little Dai. To all the lovely readers at this point, please add this to your bookshelf, light up 5 little stars, leave a good review, and follow for updates. A new book seeks your support. With your backing, I can find motivation each month. Thank you all. Chapter 35, The Glowing. Little Mushroom, it appears that my identity as a test player resembles that of testers in the early stages of large-scale online games. The difference is that in this cave survival world, I'm the sole test player. Dai switched her information panel to the only content-filled backpack page, which currently contained the icons of a shelter, a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and a novice pickaxe, 4 items in total. Huh, that's odd. In the cave survival narrative, doesn't every player also possess a survival manual? The survival manual contains numerous rules, such as how many caves one can explore daily, elimination rules, upgrading rules, and so on. Where's my survival manual? The backpack holds only those 4 items, devoid of the survival manual Dai had been eagerly anticipating. Could it be that this game world is still in the testing phase, hence the survival manual has yet to be completed? Well, if it's not there, then so be it. Let me see what this shelter is all about. The fingers of Dai lightly tapped on the icon of the shelter nestled within her backpack. The shelter's icon depicted a modest thatched cottage, appearing rather rudimentary. Basic shelter current level, level 1 area. 2 by 2 square meters upgrade requirements, 50 wood, 50 stone, 50 hay. Usage. You may choose to place your level 1 basic shelter on a flat, vacant area of 2 by 2 square meters. When not in use, it can be retracted into your backpack. The level 1 basic shelter does not provide insulation or warmth, nor can it withstand attacks from beasts and monsters. Please upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. DX claimed, Vow. It's actually a portable shelter. She illuminated her surroundings with her headlamp. Very well. Clearly, this area was insufficient for a 2 by 2 square, so the shelter could not be placed here. After reviewing the shelter's description, she briefly glanced at the details regarding water and bread. 500 milliliters bottled water X, 1500 G bread X1. Excellent. She wouldn't starve for the time being. The final item in her backpack was a novice pickaxe. With a mere thought, a gleaming metallic pickaxe materialized in her hand. Novice pickaxe function, used for excavating cavern spaces. Each player may excavate a number of spaces daily, increasing with personal level. Current durability, 200. Your current personal level is 1, allowing you to excavate 5 spaces per day. Safe excavation time is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Excavation activities are prohibited after 8 p.m. Players must find a suitable location for their shelter before 8 p.m. Those who do not stay in a shelter after nightfall will encounter dreadful consequences. Note, as you're a testing agent in this cavern survival world, the lifespan of your novice pickaxe is doubled. Use it without worry. Does the novice pickaxe have a lifespan? Dai was astonished that a simple pickaxe could provide her with such useful information. She weighed the pickaxe in her hand. It was slightly heavy, yet still manageable. What time was it? She pulled out her 7 days phone and noted that it was nearly 10 a.m. She had spent quite a bit of time contemplating survival strategies and understanding her circumstances. Only 10 hours remained for safe excavation today. As a level 1, she could excavate only 5 spaces a day, meaning she had an average of 2 hours per space. Besides excavation, she needed to allocate time for gathering resources and resting. She wondered about the difficulty of excavation and whether she could complete one in 2 hours. Upon checking her 7 days phone again, she found that unlike the previous novice world, the homepage displayed no weather forecasts apart from the current time. Indeed, if nothing unexpected occurred, she would be digging in the cavern for the next 7 days, making external weather conditions irrelevant, thus eliminating the need for forecasts. It was a pity, however, for her little golden finger. This desolate place was filled with rocks and offered no opportunity for monetary gain. Having grasped the essential information, Dai prepared to commence her excavation. Delay would jeopardize her completion before 8 p.m. But where could she excavate? Was she to dig randomly? She shouldered the novice pickaxe and moved forward. Just as she finished her thoughts, she noticed a glimmer from the pickaxe on her shoulder, revealing a blue light dot on the stone walls in front, behind, to the left, and to the right. She surmised that these light dots indicated the locations of spaces requiring excavation and decided to select one at random. Following the notion of men left, women right, Dai approached the right stone wall. Standing before it, she swung the novice pickaxe vigorously at the blue light dot. With a resounding clang, as she continued to strike, the stone wall shattered, sending variously sized stones tumbling down. However, oddly, the fallen stones were not recognized as materials for upgrading her shelter. Dai sighed in frustration, persisting in her excavation of the stone wall before her. During the process, she discovered that only the stone wall within approximately 1.5 meters of the blue light that could be excavated. Furthermore, within this designated range, the stone was as easily penetrable as somewhat firm bread, allowing her to extract sizable chunks with each swing. Yet beyond this range, no amount of effort could disturb the stone. Being petite, she found it easy to bend slightly and access the excavation area without difficulty. Moreover, the novice pickaxe was remarkably efficient, conserving her energy during the process. After about an hour and a half, she finally excavated her first space in this cavern survival world. Crouching through the tunnel she had created, she emerged into a vast open area, illuminated by a faint light that barely brightened the entire cavern. She switched off her headlamp and curiously searched for the source of the light. Ultimately, she discovered small mushrooms emitting a gentle glow along the walls and ceiling, predominantly purple or yellow, which were responsible for the illumination of this space. She wondered if these mushrooms would wither if picked and decided to test it. Reaching out, she plucked a finger-sized, glowing mushroom, holding it in one hand while using the other to search the space with her pickaxe. The stone walls revealed nothing beyond the glowing mushrooms, yet the uneven ground was littered with numerous stone piles of varying sizes. Dai resolved to start with these stone piles. Chapter 36. Setting up the shelter, she approached the nearest stone pile, tucking the glowing mushroom behind her ear, akin to how men might place cigarettes there. She then reached down to pick up a stone from the pile. Ding! Obtained stone X1. Wow, was this the correct way to acquire stones? After placing the stone into her personal information panel's backpack, she reached for another stone. Ding! Obtained stone X1. Ding! Obtained stone X1. Dai soon realized that regardless of the size of the stones she collected from the pile, they were uniformly classified as a single stone material by her personal panel. She looked around. It appeared that there were not thousands, but definitely hundreds of stones in this area. However, with limited excavation time today, if she spent all her time collecting stones, she would achieve nothing else. First, she needed to gather the 50 stones required to upgrade to a level 2 shelter. With one hand swiftly gathering stones from the pile, her other hand firmly gripped the pickaxe, her eyes scanning the surrounding stone piles, wary of any sudden ambush from lurking beasts or monsters. Yet, until she had cleared the entire stone pile before her, no such creatures emerged, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon checking her backpack, she discovered that this stone pile had yielded 32 stones. She still needed over 10 more stones to meet the upgrade requirement. A glance at her current time revealed 11:42. Fortunately, nearly 20 minutes remained before the 2-hour mark. She decided to collect stones here until noon, at which point she would proceed to excavate the next area. She chose to forego lunch, as she was still satiated from the food she had transported from the novice world and felt no hunger. With the experience gained from her first pile of stones, she found her subsequent collection of stones to be significantly expedited. Within 10 minutes, she had amassed an additional 112 stones. Her backpack allowed for a maximum stacking of 999 identical items, and currently, her total of 142 stones occupied only a single slot. However, the number triggered her obsessive-compulsive tendencies, prompting her to casually collect 8 more stones, bringing her total to 150. Once she reached 150 stones, she ceased her collection, now fairly certain that this space held nothing beyond stones. Oh, and there were also glowing mushrooms. It suddenly dawned on her that she had a mushroom tucked behind her ear. Upon removing the mushroom and examining it closely, she noted it appeared quite lively, glowing gently. A splendid find. This could serve as a light source. Though not particularly bright, it was undeniably useful in this stone cave survival world. Thus, she dedicated the remaining moments to gathering these luminous fungi. She refrained from depleting the area entirely, as she might return to collect stones again. So she selectively harvested mushrooms larger than her finger. Within her reach, she gathered a total of 47 suitable glowing mushrooms, all safely stored in her backpack. During her mushroom collection, she also casually overturned several stone piles with her pickaxe, confirming yet again that the piles beneath were still merely piles of stones. At noon sharp, she retraced her steps along the tunnel she had previously excavated, returning to the initial cave. Unfortunately, the stone wall in the previous stone pile area had not revealed any blue light points indicating further excavation opportunities. She attempted to strike the wall with her pickaxe, but proved immovable. Reluctantly, she had to return to the starting point, where 3 blue light points awaited her exploration. Choosing to dig in the forward direction once more, her digging progressed swiftly this time, partly due to her newfound experience, and perhaps the space itself was simply more amenable to excavation. In under half an hour, she broke through into the second area, significantly extending her search time. Upon emerging from the tunnel, she realized that the second space was considerably smaller than the first. Could the duration of excavation correlate with the size of the space? With her novice pickaxe firmly in hand, she anxiously surveyed this new area. There were no glowing mushrooms here, and she relied solely on her headlamp for illumination. Fortunately, the space was not large, measuring no more than 10 square meters, roughly equivalent to a small bedroom. The ground was clean and level, void of any weeds, and the stone walls were smooth, without a single crevice. The entire space was barren, save for a black chest positioned in the far corner. Was this the treasure chest mentioned in survival literature, capable of yielding resources? Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the chest, yet she remained vigilant. Survival guides clearly warned that treasure chests could harbor both valuable items and lurking dangers. She aspired to be the leading female protagonist in the survival narrative, not merely a doomed secondary character who met an unfortunate fate when opening a chest. Cautiously, she approached the chest, maintaining a safe distance while extending her arm as far as possible, using the pointed end of her pickaxe to lift the lid. The creaking sound would made her flinch, and she instinctively stepped back several paces, yet nothing leaped out from within the chest, nor did any toxic gas escape. It seemed that nothing had occurred. Still, caution was the mother of safety. She retrieved a stone from her backpack and hurled it towards the chest. The stone struck the chest and bounced away, but the chest remained undisturbed. Well, it appeared that this chest truly posed no threat. After several confirmations, she finally approached to inspect the contents within. She first picked up the stone she had thrown, then directed her headlamp's beam into the chest. Upon discerning the items inside, her spirits soared. The chest contained 3 bottles of water, 2 meat buns, and an iron axe. As she extracted the supplies from the chest, it dissolved into sparkling starlight and vanished. With the materials safely stored in her backpack, she began to contemplate the square space, suddenly realizing it would make an excellent location for a shelter. Currently, her level 1 basic shelter required only a 2 by 2 meter footprint, totaling 4 square meters. However, future upgrades would necessitate a larger area. Considering her goal was to survive for 7 days in this testing world, this 10 square meter space should suffice for her needs. The sooner she established her shelter, the more securely she could continue her excavations. With this thought in mind, she promptly opened her backpack and selected the shelter icon for placement. Would you like to place your level 1 basic shelter in the currently selected area? Yes or no? Yes. Chapter 37. Rainforest space, a flash of white light appeared, and in the center of the square space, a quaint thatched hut emerged, equally square in shape. This small hut measured 2 meters in length and width, and 3 meters in height, lacking doors or windows, and appearing quite unremarkable. The only entrance was a grass curtain, which explained the description, stating it lacked insulation and could not withstand attacks from beasts or monsters. Its simplicity rendered it incapable of providing any advanced functionalities. Alas, it seems imperative to upgrade the shelter's level promptly. Otherwise, should any peculiar entities attempt to assault her shelter during the night, she would be in grave danger. After a brief exploration of the thatched hut, she found it completely empty, save for the dry grass strewn across the floor. Exiting the hut, she couldn't help but shed a sympathetic tear for herself. She began to long for the hotel rooms in the novice world. The soft double beds, the comfortable sofas. No, she mustn't dwell on such thoughts. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still not yet 1 p.m. Having just opened the treasure chest to find food and water, and with her shelter established, she had ample time. She decided to have a light snack before continuing her excavation of the next area. She retrieved a bottle of water and a meat bun, taking small bites while inspecting her recently acquired iron axe. Iron axe, function, used to fell low-level trees in the space, thereby acquiring basic wood materials. Durability, 200. Note, as you're a testing participant in this stone cave survival world, your iron axe's lifespan has been doubled. Use it with confidence. Is this the special privilege granted to testers? Even the axe they received has double durability? Noticing the axe's durability, she recalled her novice pickaxe, which had already excavated 2 spaces. She promptly checked its current durability. Novice pickaxe function, used to excavate stone cave spaces. Each player may excavate a number of spaces daily, increasing with individual level. Current durability, 180. Your current, 180. I have excavated 2 spaces in total, which means each space consumes 10 durability. No, the excavation times for these 2 spaces were different. Perhaps it is based on the time taken to dig. It just so happened that both were completed, consuming a total of 20 durability. No worries, I will take a look after finishing the excavation of the 3rd space. After consuming a meat bun and sipping a third of a bottle of water, Dai glanced back at her shelter and resumed her journey with the pickaxe in hand. She returned to the starting point and decided to begin her digging on the left stone wall. The sound of clinking echoed as she worked for nearly 40 minutes. And within less than an hour, Dai felt quite satisfied. Rather than hastily breaking through the tunnel, she took a moment to assess the durability of her pickaxe, 170. It appeared that the wear and tear of the tool was not directly related to the digging time, as each excavation consumed a fixed 10 durability points. This time she dug for 40 minutes, shorter than her first attempt, but longer than her second. However, the difference was minimal, suggesting that this space was only slightly larger than the second one, with the first 2 spaces devoid of danger. Dai pondered the likelihood of encountering unforeseen events in this 3rd space, especially during the initial 3 days of the novice protection period. Thus, she resolved to act with utmost caution. Silently, Dai stowed her pickaxe back in her backpack and retrieved the iron axe she had previously acquired from a chest. Gripping the axe firmly, she tested its heft. It felt quite suitable. The axe exhibited greater destructive power than the pickaxe, and she decided to wield it as her weapon for the time being. After mentally preparing herself, Dai took a deep breath and carefully emerged from the tunnel. The moment she surfaced, the blinding sunlight made her eyes water, leaving her momentarily unable to open them. Was this truly the outdoors? How could there be sunlight in a cave? It was perplexing. Just moments ago, darkness loomed ahead at the tunnel's entrance, yet now she could see the sun. Quickly, Dai retrieved her sunglasses from her waist pouch. Once adorned with them, her eyes felt considerably more comfortable. After being submerged in darkness for too long, the sudden exposure to sunlight was overwhelmingly stimulating. After surveying her surroundings, Dai was astonished to find herself in a small rainforest. However, the area was not extensive. Just as she had conjectured while in the tunnel, it was merely a few square meters larger than the second space where her shelter was situated. Before her lay an utterly bizarre sight. Within a roughly 15 to 16 square meter cave, a small patch of lush, tropical rainforest thrived. The boundary where this rainforest met the stone wall appeared as though it had been severed by some unseen force, creating an oddly disjointed appearance. Standing at the entrance of the rainforest, Dai felt the unique humidity of the environment against her exposed skin. She could smell the scent of decaying vegetation mingled with the fresh aroma of new grass. Sounds of unfamiliar birds chirping, along with the calls of monkeys, echoed from deep within the forest. The symphony of insect sounds was relentless, leaving Dai in disbelief at the sights and sounds that surrounded her. Could it be that each space within this cave was in fact independent? At that moment, Dai realized her understanding of survival skills was evidently insufficient. She resolved to dedicate her evening to intensive study of survival techniques. Undoubtedly, the rainforest harbored various dangers. Dai decided to linger at the entrance and use her iron axe to gather some wood for upgrading her shelter. She selected a seemingly modest tree and began to chop. The sound of her axe striking the wood resonated like the clinking of her novice pickaxe against the stone wall. Although cutting down trees required considerable effort, the unknown trees felt similar to slicing through dry bread. After approximately 20 strikes, the first tree fell, transforming into 10 pieces of wood, resting quietly on the ground. With 10 pieces of wood obtained from one tree, she would need to fell 5 trees to upgrade her shelter to level 2. Fortunately, the time required for tree felling was brief. 20 strikes took only 5 minutes. Checking the durability of her iron axe, she noted it remained at 195. This indicated that felling a single tree consumed 5 durability points. Her novice pickaxe could excavate 20 spaces, while the iron axe was capable of felling 40 trees. However, as a tester, she enjoyed double the tool durability. Regular players had tools with a durability of only 100, allowing their pickaxes to excavate just 10 spaces and their axes to fell 20 trees, assuming they could even find an axe in the chest. Chapter 38. The battle. Wouldn't regular players quickly exhaust their tools? After depletion, how would they acquire new ones? Was it all reliant on opening treasure chests? Such a gamble. And the appearance rate of chests seemed rather low. Setting these questions aside, Dai continued to chop the second tree. Since entering this rainforest space, an unsettling feeling had lingered within her, as if something were poised to spring forth from the depths of the forest at any moment. With each strike of her axe, the unease grew. In less than half an hour, Dai had gathered enough wood to upgrade her shelter to level 2. She collected all 50 pieces of wood into her backpack and removed her sunglasses, placing them back in her waist pouch. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and headed towards the tunnel entrance. The feeling of unease intensified, and her heart raced. She was certain that, unbeknownst to her, something was watching her. This cursed place was no longer tolerable. As she approached the tunnel entrance, an alarm bell rang in her mind, and every pore in her body stood on end, her cells screaming, "Danger! Danger! Danger!" Instead of bolting forward, Dai instinctively crouched down and rolled to the right. When she stood up again, she was startled to discover a monkey, covered in vivid red fur, had appeared where she had just been standing. The red-furred monkey stood upright, about 1.30 to 40 in height, its fur a blood-red hue, coarse and short. Its long limbs were remarkably strong, with sharp claws on its hands and feet. Unlike a typical monkey, this red-furred creature had a remarkably short tail, measuring only 20 to 30 centimeters, which seemed entirely disproportionate to its robust physique, causing a shiver to run down Dai's spine. Observing the ground beneath the monkey's feet, which had been crushed and cracked, Dai felt a surge of dread. Had she not dodged in time, her head would surely have been crushed. Clearly displeased with its missed strike, the red-furred monkey slowly turned toward Dai, squatting down with its hind legs ready to pounce. This was bad. The monkey was likely gathering strength. Its immense power and impressive jumping distance meant that if it were to pounce on her, it would be a fatal encounter. Dai gripped her iron axe tightly, her sole means of defense. Although she doubted her ability to penetrate the creature's defenses, she had no better equipment at her disposal. The red-furred monkey had evidently noticed the gleaming axe in Dai's hand, and instinct warned it to avoid this iron object, as its fur did not provide as much protection as it appeared. If it failed to land a successful attack, it would surely suffer pain from a counterstrike. Dai, feeling utterly deranged, marveled at her ability to discern the apprehension of a monkey from its expression, particularly regarding the axe in her grasp. Was it possible that the beasts of this survival world possessed such humanity? Had this red-haired monkey achieved sentience? Indeed, it was a reality within this survival game. Creatures were stratified by rank, each exhibiting varying degrees of intelligence. Unfortunately for Dai, the red-haired monkey she now faced not only surpassed her current level, but was also a creature with nascent intelligence. However, given that the monkey had gained awareness, there existed a strategy to counter it. Ordinary beasts, upon assessing the disparity in strength between themselves and their adversaries, would typically charge recklessly. Yet, this particular red-haired monkey, wary of the axe she wielded, likely had other reasons for its hesitation, refraining from launching an immediate assault. In confronting a creature that had learned to seek advantage and avoid harm, Dai felt a glimmer of hope for redemption. She attempted to retrieve a powerful windproof lighter from her survival kit, which she had carried over from her previous novice world. To her surprise, she was able to extract it with a mere thought. Concealing the lighter in her left palm, she cautiously maneuvered towards the tunnel's entrance. Seeing its prey attempt to flee, the red-haired monkey could scarcely contain its agitation, letting out a series of loud screeches in an attempt to intimidate the human before it. Despite its formidable strength, each vigorous attack left its legs temporarily weakened. Otherwise, it would have already pounced to rend the human limb from limb. Disregarding the monkey's cacophony, Dai continued her methodical movements, channeling all her mental focus into the two items within her game backpack and survival kit, poised to summon them at a moment's notice. At last, when she was less than 5 meters from the tunnel's mouth, the red-haired monkey resolved to strike again. Although it sought to exploit any potential opening or to launch a surprise attack like before, the opportunity had slipped away, with hesitation threatening to cost it its quarry. The monkey, having regained a modicum of strength, decided to unleash its lethal skill once more. Yet, to its astonishment, the human suddenly hurled the iron implement in her possession towards it with great force. The monkey, poised for action, was forced to evade the unexpected projectile. But the ordeal did not end there. As it turned to escape, the monkey caught sight of another gleaming iron object hurtling towards it. This time, it could not dodge in time, and the sharp tip struck its left shoulder. Though the wound was minor, the force of the blow staggered it. Furious, the red-haired monkey questioned how this human could wield another iron object. Had it not only seen one in her grasp, or had the other been concealed? Before it could muster a roar of rage, it was taken aback to find the seemingly feeble human had closed the distance to a mere half-meter. With a furious bellow, the monkey attempted to charge at the human. However, before its roar could finish, the human produced an unknown object that unleashed a torrent towards its face. The acrid liquid splattered, causing the monkey to wail in agony as it shielded its eyes, desperately trying to wipe away the substance. Yet, its fur quickly absorbed the unidentified liquid, rendering it unable to rid itself of the foul substance. A vivid tongue of fire erupted from Dai's hand, hurtling directly towards the red-haired monkey's head, now coated in the noxious liquid. In an instant, flames engulfed its entire head, filling the rainforest with its anguished cries, the acrid scent of burning fur and oil making Dai feel queasy. A minute prior, Dai had anticipated the monkey's impending attack and had swiftly hurled her axe at it. The monkey, caught off guard as it prepared to unleash its skill, was forced to evade the blow. Yet, Dai did not retreat after throwing the axe. Instead, she summoned her novice pickaxe from her backpack and hurled it at the red-haired monkey. As the pickaxe struck its left shoulder, she seized the opportunity to retrieve the accompanying insect repellent from her survival kit. With the monkey's eyes irritated and unable to open, Dai gritted her teeth and held the dual-headed lighter close to the nozzle of the repellent. With both hands, she pressed down on the lighter and the repellent simultaneously. The propellant ignited upon contact with the lighter's flame, transforming into a furious little fire dragon that ignited the repellent on the monkey's fur. Its head became a massive crimson fireball as it rolled on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames with dirt and grass. However, instead of being quenched, the flames spread to the surrounding grass. Dai would not simply stand by and watch it extinguish the fire. Seizing the moment, she retrieved her axe and charged at the struggling monkey. Initially, her nerves caused her to miss several strikes, but she managed to land a blow to its waist. The monkey, feeling the pain, momentarily neglected the flames on its head and attempted to crawl back into the rainforest. Realizing she could not allow it to escape, Dai pursued, steadying herself as she rained down blows with her axe. 1, 2, 3, until she had delivered a total of 16 strikes. By the time she paused to catch her breath, the red-haired monkey lay lifeless, reduced to a bloody mass upon the ground. Gasping for air, Dai leaned on her knees, exhausted. She was grateful for the sustenance provided in her previous novice world. Otherwise, she would not have had the stamina to contend with such a formidable foe. Once she regained her breath, she hastily extinguished the remaining embers, determined to preserve the rainforest as her future source of timber. Once the flames were extinguished, she turned her attention back to the corpse of the red-haired monkey. To her surprise, a game notification panel appeared above the fallen creature. Congratulations, Tester 7001, for successfully slaying a level 3 Chihua monkey. Would you like to decompose it? Ah, no wonder this troublesome monkey had proven so difficult to defeat. It was indeed a level 3 creature, while she was only level 1. Yet, why had she not received any experience points for this victory? If monsters do not grant experience, how then can one elevate their character's level? Dai, having taken out the half-finished bottle of water from her backpack, sipped it lightly while confirming the decomposition option. A flash of white light enveloped the mangled corpse of the monkey, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a pile of various resources that could be stored in her backpack. Successfully decomposed level 3 Chi Yin monkey corpse. Congratulations. You have obtained Chi Yin monkey fur X1, Chi Yin monkey meat 500 GX10, magic crystal X3, beast tendon X2, resource chest X1. Gazing at the heap of items on the ground, Dai felt somewhat helpless. Her backpack had too few slots, totaling only 10. Although each slot could stack up to 999. The monkey had yielded 5 different resources. Currently, her backpack already contained bread, meat buns, water, wood, stone, and glowing mushrooms, which occupied 6 slots. Even after she had extracted some items from her shelter, there simply wasn't enough room. Was she to rely on manual labor for transportation? After a moment's contemplation, Dai decided to remove the meat bun that occupied a single slot and consumed it along with the mineral water in her hand. With one slot freed, she was finally able to stow away all the items dropped by the red-haired monkey. Why was this monkey so stingy? Such a large creature only provided me with 10 pounds of meat. And the monkey skin too, it felt like it shortchanged me by at least half its size. Never mind. In light of the resource chest it dropped, I shall let it slide. Dai refrained from mentioning the possibility that her excessive hacking had caused the skin to shrink. One by one, she collected the materials from the ground, hesitating to open the resource chest for fear that doing so might yield even more new resources, which would further strain her already packed backpack. After stuffing the chest in her backpack, she picked up the 3 magic crystals, and once again, a notification panel appeared. Magic crystal detected. Do you wish to absorb 1 magic crystal to elevate your character's level to 2? D. So this is the correct method for leveling up. Defeating monsters, obtaining magic crystals, and absorbing them to level up. Without a moment of hesitation, Dai chose to absorb. One of the 3 magic crystals in her hand transformed into a stream of light and flew into her body. Immediately, she was enveloped in a golden glow, and her character level instantaneously ascended to 2. This is truly remarkable. Dai clenched her fist and bounced on the spot, feeling the changes in her physical prowess. Now, even without accessing her character information panel, she could distinctly sense a shift in her strength and constitution. Open the personal information panel. ID, 7001 name. Hudai age, 15 level. 2. Magic crystals required for next level. 5. Constitution, 5. Strength, 7. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 12. Spirit, 9. Points available for allocation, 3. The average values for an ordinary adult are 5. Skills, decomposition talent, none. Looking at the personal attributes panel, which was clearly more appealing than it had been at level 1, Dai wiped the blood from her hands with a clean blade of grass. Leveling from 1 to 2 required just 1 magic crystal, but progressing from 2 to 3 would be significantly more challenging, as it now required 5 crystals. Moreover, the attributes of constitution, strength, and agility increased by 1 with a rise in character level, whereas intelligence and spirit did not. Additionally, leveling up granted her 3 points to allocate freely. All attributes now displayed parentheses, indicating that she could click to utilize the 3 available points. The survival literature mentioned instances of acquiring freely allocable attribute points upon leveling up, but the key lay in how to distribute them wisely. She wondered whether the enhancements in her physical capabilities would persist permanently in this testing world. When she transitioned to the next world, would the strength she gained vanish? Or would it accompany her? If only this newfound strength could eternally belong to her. The delight of acquiring strength was quickly dampened by the realization that the 7 days system lacked an interactive mechanism to address her multitude of questions. Never mind. I shall not dwell on this matter. What is gained is fortune. What is lost is fate. This question could be reserved for the 7th day. for now. Let me simply survive these days. It must be said that Dai possessed remarkable mental resilience. She scarcely entertained thoughts of failing to complete the survival tasks of this world, even amidst the uncertainty of her erroneous transmission. Just as Dai was lost in contemplation, a cold mechanical voice echoed in her ear once more. Congratulations, Tester 7001, on successfully elevating your character's level to 2. The mercenary system is now available to you. You may consume your magic crystals within the mercenary system panel to summon mercenaries. The quality and abilities of the summon mercenaries are entirely random, and they can assist the summoner with hunting, gathering, escorting, and other basic tasks. All summoned mercenaries will be 100% loyal to their summoner, never betraying them. What? Summoning mercenaries? What a delightful opportunity. Dai hurriedly reopened the panel, immediately spotting the shimmering mercenary system page. She quickly clicked on the page, which displayed a simple line at the top. Daily summonable mercenary limit. 1. Current magic crystal requirement for summoning. 1. The space below was empty, devoid of any content. Dai opened her palm to examine the 2 magic crystals resting quietly within. Knowing that 5 were required to reach level 3, making an immediate ascent to that level impossible. Given this, utilizing 1 magic crystal to summon a loyal and diligent aide seemed an exceptionally prudent choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai promptly chose to use 1 magic crystal for the mercenary summoning. Are you sure you wish to use 1 magic crystal to summon a mercenary? Confirmed. As Dai eagerly watched, one of the 2 magic crystals in her palm suddenly shattered into powder and gradually vanished into the air. Then, approximately 1 meter before her, a water blue light circle approximately 25 meters tall materialized. Dai stared intently at the blue circle, fully aware that she had risked her life to obtain 3 magic crystals. And now she was spending 1 to summon a mercenary. What if a peculiar entity emerged from this random summoning? She had no idea where to return it. After about 15 seconds, a tall figure stepped out from the light circle, and Dai's first impression was that this being had legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. With a single stride, it was before her. This height must be nearly 2 meters, right? Standing at just under 6 meters. Dai had to tilt her head back to gaze up at the towering figure. Despite its massive build, it exhibited no clumsiness, instead exuding a presence reminiscent of a formidable mountain. As Dai craned her neck, she could only see its prominent nose and thin lips, the latter adorned with a faint scar on the lower lip. Greetings, Master. Mercenary number 001 extends his greetings to you. The voice of the towering figure seemed to drift down from the heavens, causing Dai's heart to suffer 1,000 points of critical damage once more. Perhaps due to his imposing stature, she found his voice rather dull, akin to that of something emerging from a can. Nevertheless, she quickly reassured herself, reminding herself that a large frame might imply formidable combat prowess. Who wouldn't desire a robust and powerful bodyguard? Lowering her gaze to the information panel, she was astonished to see the basic information of her first mercenary suddenly appear on the previously barren mercenary system panel. Mercenary No. 001. Unnamed qualification. S-Class level. 1. Requires 1 magic crystal to upgrade to the next level. Constitution. 50 strength. 50 agility. 50. Oh my, had she been graced by the fortune of a celestial to summon an S-Class super strong aide as her very first mercenary? With such an impressive stat line of all attributes at 50, he utterly eclipsed her own personal attributes, which hadn't even reached double digits. Did this mean that with this exceptional fighter by her side, she could afford to relax for 7 days? Of course, such good fortune was likely too good to be true. Logically, she understood that 7 days would not grant her such ease without some form of challenge. After perusing the information panel of mercenary number 001, Dai discovered that this mercenary could also upgrade using magic crystals. However, he was already quite formidable at the moment, boasting full attributes of 50. Thus, for the time being, she would refrain from wasting magic crystals on him. She was uncertain how many levels she would need to attain to achieve such an impressive data panel herself. Since mercenaries could not be taken with her, it was far more important to focus on upgrading herself. Who knew if enhanced abilities might be carried over to the next world? After her moment of excitement, she decided not to rename 001, considering she would only remain in this world for 7 days. Naming him might create unnecessary attachments. 001. Pick up the pickaxe on the ground and follow me. Her backpack was already full, so she intended for 001 to carry the pickaxe while she wielded the axe. She planned to make a quick return to the shelter to clear out some items from her backpack before venturing into the next space. 001 obediently grasped the pickaxe and walked ahead of Dai, clearing the way for her. When they arrived at the tunnel entrance, 001 paused for about 10 seconds, staring at the opening, which was less than 5 meters high, just as Dai was about to urge him to hurry into the tunnel. 001 skillfully swung the beginner's pickaxe and struck the stone wall above the tunnel entrance. The words Dai had yet to utter were swallowed back in disbelief. Chapter 41 Ding. Your personal wallet has received a magic crystal, for she witnessed that, which she had struggled to excavate to a height of only around 5 meters. 001 had effortlessly expanded to nearly 2 meters. Dai exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? Wangdahua? Was there height discrimination even in this survival world?" Although the tunnel had been widened, allowing her to stand upright without stooping, she felt utterly humiliated by this testing world. Unfortunately, she had no evidence to support her claims. Fuming, she returned to the space where the shelter was located, lifted the grass curtain at the entrance of her small straw hut, and entered. She promptly removed the wood, stones, chien monkey fur, 2 beast tendons, and a resource treasure chest from her backpack, clearing out half of its contents. She refrained from taking out the monkey meat, fearing that its bloodied scent might attract other beasts, or that it would spoil quickly once removed from her backpack, where time was frozen. After a moment's thought, she also retrieved the initial 500 g of bread and a bottle of water, handing them to 001. After a moment of surprise, 001 extended his hands to accept the bread and water. Holding the decent food and clean water, the tall man appeared somewhat awkward. After expressing his gratitude, he began to devour the bread ravenously. Dai observed that he seemed to have been hungry for quite some time. Noticing his eyes glisten with emotion, was it from gratitude or a gag reflex? After removing the bread, her backpack finally had 6 slots freed up. However, with such a robust protector by her side, Dai felt significantly less pressure. Initially, she had been eager to upgrade the shelter to level 2 before nightfall. But now she felt that even if she couldn't upgrade today, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Taking advantage of 001's mealtime, she decided to see what treasures lay within the resource chest dropped by the chien monkey. This was the second treasure chest she had obtained today, and her anticipation was palpable. Just as she reached for the chest, 001's long arm intercepted her. "Please allow me," his deep voice resonated above her. "Fine." Even his height was a reminder of her own stature. That was truly infuriating. Nonetheless, Dai willingly passed the treasure chest to 001. She had been overly presumptuous. There was surely a chance of hidden danger within the chest, and it was prudent to leave such matters to a professional. Setting aside his bread and water, 001 grasped the pickaxe with one hand and cautiously lifted the lid of the treasure chest with the other. At the moment the lid opened, a white figure surged forth, darting straight toward 001. However, 001, who had been anticipating this moment, remained unfazed. His eyes sparkled with determination. In a flash, his pickaxe struck like lightning, cleaving the creature that had sprung from the chest in two, leaving it motionless amidst the hay. He was left speechless. 001's movements were astonishingly swift. Was this the prowess of an S-class mercenary? No. Dai felt certain this was not 001's full potential. Yet such details were of little consequence now. What mattered was that this extraordinary mercenary was now her ally. In her excitement, she slapped 001's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Well done, my friend. Impressive." However, to her utter surprise, the moment her hand made contact with 001's shoulder, a melodious mechanical voice resonated in her mind. "Ding! Your personal wallet has received a magic crystal." Dai exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Shy from the praise of his master, 001 awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Dai stared in astonishment at her hand, then at 001's shoulder and back at her own hand. Suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, she hastily retrieved her 7 days phone, opened the personal wallet page, and was delighted to see my change, magic crystal quantity. One note, resets upon switching worlds. How wonderful. Dai could hardly contain her joy as she laughed exuberantly, repeatedly patting 001's shoulder. Yet, once again, touching 001 did not increase her magic crystal count. This appeared consistent with the rules discovered in the novice world. Unfortunately, there was only one 001, and she could only earn one magic crystal each day. According to the information provided, after midnight, one can summon a new mercenary once again. Thus, if tomorrow another 002 is summoned, 2 magical crystals can be obtained. 3 the day after tomorrow, and 4 the day after that. Indeed, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It seems that in this testing world, magical crystals serve as the fundamental currency. 001 was somewhat perplexed by the master's eccentric behavior. Despite his confusion, he chose to accept it. After all, he had no say in who would be his master, and aside for appearing weak and unreliable, his current master at least shared food with him. With that alone, this master had already surpassed 90% of his previous employers. Dai attempted to extract a magical crystal from her personal wallet. Upon discovering that there were no obstacles to the extraction, she placed the retrieved crystal into her game backpack, which now contained 2 magical crystals. The magical crystal acquired through her golden pinky was identical to the one obtained from slaying the red flame monkey, with no discernible difference. This reassured her regarding the crystals gained through this method. At this point, 001 had finished his bread and was savoring his bottled mineral water in small sips. Dai finally turned her gaze towards the 2 halves of a corpse lying on the haystack. The creature was not large, with long ears and a slender tail. Resembling a large white rat or rabbit, it appeared rather plump, and Dai decided to disassemble it. After the disassembly, she obtained 300 grams of Bainshu meat. And that was all. Dai was taken aback. This was not scientific. Such a hefty creature should yield at least 5 or 6 kilograms. Yet it only produced 300 grams of meat? Was there such a high tax in this world? The Bainshu was only level 1, and it was normal that it did not drop a resource chest upon defeat. But what about the fur? The beast tendons? The magical crystals? Surely, a tooth or claw would suffice. Silently placing the meager 300 grams of rat meat into her backpack, Dai had no choice but to bypass this disheartening reality. Thankfully, there was still an entire resource chest left to examine, so she decided to move on. Fortunately, the resources within the chest did not disappoint her. Chapter 42, The Endless Ladle, Prairie Space. Inside the resource chest, there were 3 items: Hay X20, Backpack Expansion Voucher X1, Endless Ladle X1. Hay served as a fundamental material for upgrading the shelter, and Dai was pleased to stack it with the wood and stone she had previously collected. Now, only 30 units of hay remained for upgrading to a level 2 shelter, which greatly satisfied her. Next was the Backpack Expansion Voucher. This item was like a timely blessing for her, and she immediately chose to use it. Instantly, 5 additional slots became available in her backpack, bringing her immense joy. Although the slots were still somewhat insufficient, it was a significant improvement over before. The Endless Ladle, based solely on its name, was a mystery to her. Upon taking it in hand, an item description promptly appeared. Endless Ladle function. Place the Endless Ladle in a liquid, and after 12 hours, it will release the same liquid at a rate of 1 L per hour for 48 hours. What a splendid item. According to the description, this ladle should work with any liquid. Drinking water qualifies as a liquid, so wouldn't that solve the critical issue of potable water? With just a bottle of mineral water and this ladle, after letting it sit for 12 hours, she could obtain 1 L of drinking water each hour for the next 48 hours. That amounts to 24 L in 1 day and 48 L in 2 days. It would be far too much to consume. Perhaps it could also provide enough water for simple washing. Perfect. Extracting the folding cup from her survival kit, she opened the last bottle of drinking water, submerged the Endless Ladle inside the cup, and filled it with water. Checking the current time, it was 2:16 p.m., which meant that by 2:16 a.m. the next day, her Endless Ladle would begin producing drinking water. 001 observed his employer diligently working without uttering a word, quietly finishing a third of the bottle of mineral water, preparing to save the rest for later. Clean drinking water and food were precious in this world, and he was exceedingly hungry. He could not protect his employer effectively if he was not well fed, which was why he could not resist devouring the bread. However, water was different. If he drank carefully, a single bottle could last him several days. Once Dai had finished with the Endless Ladle, she looked up to see her tall companion 001 cautiously placing the remaining half bottle of water in a corner of the shelter. She immediately understood his intentions. Rushing over, she exclaimed, No need to conserve water, just drink. I just acquired a fantastic tool. After 12 hours, we will receive a full liter of drinking water every hour. However, the empty bottles cannot be discarded. We currently have no other containers to hold water, so we must keep them for now. Hearing this, 001's eyes widened in astonishment. We can obtain 1 L of clean drinking water every hour. Could it be the strange-shaped ladle the employer was just fiddling with? Was his new employer's luck extraordinarily high? Not only had he drawn an S-level mercenary on the first attempt, but he also managed to acquire such a valuable item from a chest. 001 could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He had a kind-hearted employer, whose personality seemed pleasant, who actively provided him with food and water, and whose luck was simply extraordinary. It appeared that this employer was destined to go far. Clang, clang, clang. The duo set off once more, this time choosing to dig at the last blue light point at the starting point. Dai wielded her axe, trailing behind the humanoid excavator 001, marveling at the humanized design of this survival game. Was this the joy of having a high-level mercenary? Even digging could be delegated to another. What a delight. Unbeknownst to die. The ability to summon a mercenary at level 2 was a privilege granted to her as a test participant by the main system of the cavern survival game in this testing world. Normally, players needed to reach a minimum level of 5 to acquire their first mercenary, unlike her, who had the opportunity to summon one at merely level 2. However, none of this mattered. Even if Dai were to learn of these privileges, she would simply regard them as her due rights. After all, as the only living person in this testing world, she could not utilize the communication channel normally, nor could she trade with other players for more resources. Hence, were not these privileges justified? Perhaps due to 001's formidable strength, his excavation efficiency far surpassed her own. After approximately half an hour of digging, when Dai saw the tunnel open up, she initially thought this fourth space might be another small space. However, upon peering out, she was taken aback. Was the space truly so vast? The prairie before her was expansive and boundless. She could barely make out the distant stone walls surrounding her. It appeared that this space was at least 10 times the size of her first space. Upon discovering sunlight within the fourth space, she quickly retrieved her sunglasses, finally sparing her eyes from further discomfort. In such an expansive grassland, gathering enough hay to upgrade the shelter should not pose a challenge, right? Even if hay is insufficient, I can always collect a bundle of fresh grass and dry it, can't I? As she surveyed the verdant ground beneath her feet, contemplating how to procure some hay, the corner of her eye caught 001 seemingly adopting a defensive stance in a particular direction. She quickly lifted her gaze toward that direction and was astonished to discover a large mass of small white dots slowly moving across the distant grassland. 001, what are those? She inquired. The distance was somewhat considerable, and despite trying to shield her eyes, she could hardly discern what they were, only speculating they could be some sort of animal. 001, devoid of any tension or concern, calmly replied, Master, that is a herd of prairie rock sheep, and there are quite a few of them. Sheep, a whole flock. It is well known that a large multitude of sheep means an abundance of delectable mutton. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her iron axe, pointing it forward with grand bravado. 001, let us go after them. We shall feast on roasted lamb tonight. Upon hearing roasted lamb, 001's eyes shone even brighter than hers, filled with the promise of meat. Extending his hand towards her, he requested the axe she held. Understanding his intentions, she willingly handed over the axe and took the novice pickaxe he offered in return. Grasping the iron axe, 001 hefted it and signaled for her to follow closely behind him. The two crouched low and swiftly made their way toward the flock of sheep. With her agility being somewhat mediocre, she exerted all her effort to keep pace with 001, who adjusted his speed to ensure they did not fall too far apart. He consistently kept her within a safe distance, ready to provide assistance at any moment. Chapter 43. Mercenary Summoning Ticket in no time. They found themselves around 30 meters from a sheep, concealed behind a thicket. 001 indicated that there was no need to approach any closer, as he could reach them in a single charge. She responded with a hint of skepticism. I suspect you are boasting, but I have no proof. 001 instructed her to conceal herself entirely within the bushes, advising her to remain hidden no matter the circumstances. He then emerged from the thicket, holding the iron axe, stealthily advancing like a leopard lurking in the shadows. Not far away, The herd of prairie rock sheep grazed leisurely. She roughly counted and noted the presence of a robust ram, 5 plump ewes, and 3 spirited lambs. Their sizes were considerably larger than the ordinary sheep from her original world, and she surmised that if she succeeded in capturing this herd, she would have ample meat to last her until her departure from this realm. If a typical player were to encounter this flock, they might ponder whether to slay some for meat or leave a few alive for sustainable farming. However, such thoughts were entirely irrelevant to her. She only needed to survive in this world for 7 days, so there was nothing to deliberate. She would slaughter them all for meat. After exchanging a glance with 001 that signaled her intent to eliminate the entire herd, he licked his lips and sprang into action. The sheep were not particularly vigilant. Rather, their adversary was simply too formidable. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the flock had only just sensed a hint of danger in the air when its proud head was severed from its body. By the time the ram's head rolled onto the lush grass, several ewes had yet to realize that the scythe of death was already aimed at them. What an experience it is to possess an S-class, qualified mercenary. At that moment, as she concealed herself within the thicket, it seemed to her not a scene of bloody slaughter, but rather a grand death waltz led solely by 001. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep in mere moments. The entire flock lay lifeless at 001's hands, all neatly arranged. As the last prairie rock sheep collapsed, she could no longer contain her excitement and burst forth from the bushes. She ran up to 001, extending her thumb in a gesture of commendation. But all that escaped her lips were 2 words: impressive. An additional meal was absolutely warranted. Such an outstanding employee deserved an entire roasted leg of lamb. 001 flicked the axe to rid it of blood, then rubbed it against the grass to clean it further. Noticing her flushed cheeks as she fervently praised him, he responded with an endearing smile. Soon, she began to dissect the sheep, and to her surprise, she discovered that these prairie rock sheep were indeed classified beasts. The ram was level 2, the ewes were level 1, and the lambs bore no levels at all. Successfully dissected a level 2 prairie rock sheep corpse. Congratulations! You have obtained Prairie Rock Sheep Fur X1, Prairie Rock Sheep Meat 500 GX50, Magic Crystal X2, Beast Tendon X1. Resource Chest X1. Successfully dissected a level 1 Prairie Rock Sheep corpse. Congratulations! You have obtained Prairie Rock Sheep Fur X1, Prairie Rock Sheep Meat 500 GX30. Magic Crystal X1. Successfully dissected a level 1 Prairie Rock Sheep corpse. Congratulations! You have obtained Prairie Rock Sheep Fur X1, Prairie Rock Sheep Meat 500 GX30. Magic Crystal X1 successfully dissected a Prairie Rock Sheep corpse. Congratulations! You have obtained Prairie Rock Sheep Meat 500 GX5. Successfully dissected a Prairie Rock Sheep corpse. Congratulations! You have obtained Prairie Rock Sheep Meat 500 GX5. The level 2 ram yielded the most meat, a full 50 pounds. However, compared to its original size, it felt as though it barely amounted to a fraction of the whole sheep. Fortunately, it also provided 2 valuable magic crystals and a resource chest. The level 1 ewes, aside from yielding a sheep pelt similar to the ram, produced 30 pounds of meat, which was 20 pounds less than the ram. Additionally, they provided 1 less magic crystal, likely due to their level 1 status. The lambs yielded even less. Each lamb produced a mere 5 pounds of meat, and they didn't even provide a pelt. How stingy, she muttered quietly, then proceeded to store all the dissected resources in her backpack. In total, she acquired 6 sheep pelts, 7 magic crystals, 215 pounds of sheep meat, 1 beast tendon, and 1 resource chest. Aside from the magic crystals and the beast tendon, the remaining resources only occupied 3 slots in her backpack. Observing her relatively ample backpack space, she contemplated opening the resource chest. Upon receiving her command, 001 took the chest and, using the tip of the axe, pried it open. This time, luck was on their side. The chest contained no dangers and opened without incident. 001 returned the chest to her, and she eagerly peered inside, where she found 20 pieces of wood and 1 mercenary summoning ticket lying quietly. After collecting the 20 pieces of wood into her backpack, she began to examine the summoning ticket. Mercenary summoning ticket function. Randomly summon a mercenary to serve you. Using this summoning ticket incurs no additional cost of magic crystals and ignores the cooldown time for summoning mercenaries. What a splendid item. This essentially allowed for the free summoning of a mercenary, didn't it? Without spending a dime, she could acquire an additional aid and earn an extra magic crystal daily. Where could one find such a good fortune? She felt that ever since being dragged into this infinite cycle of survival tasks by 7 days, her luck had been exceptionally favorable. Initially, she enjoyed a few carefree days in the novice world, indulging in abundant food and drink. Subsequently, despite being mistakenly transported to this test world due to data turbulence, she fortuitously acquired the powerful weapon 001 on her very first day, followed by the exceptional item Endless Ladle. If all goes as expected, by the time this world concludes, the Endless Ladle will undoubtedly occupy one of the 3 designated item slots in her possession. Now, she has drawn a free summoning ticket for mercenaries. How fortunate she has been. If not now, then when? She turned to 001 with a sweet smile, exclaiming, 001, you are about to have a new colleague. The perplexed 001 remained silent, quietly observing his little employer's performance. With ample food and water available, she could easily accommodate 2 more mercenaries. Summoning them posed no burden. She swiftly confirmed the summoning, and the mercenary summoning ticket ignited in a white blaze before vanishing from her grasp. Before her, a white light circle, standing under 1.70 meters, materialized. She pondered, why is this light circle white and so diminutive? A sense of foreboding crept upon her. She distinctly recalled that when summoning 001 at noon, the light circle had been blue and over 2 meters tall. Clearly, it had been far superior to the paltry white circle before her. The emergence of the new mercenary, afoot, from the white circle filled her with a sense of dread, as if all her luck had been expended upon that earlier box opening. Looking up at 001, she pointed at the newcomer who had just stepped out of the light circle, her face a mixture of disbelief and indignation. 001, is this fellow really a mercenary like you? Surely, it cannot be just a scarecrow. 001 glanced at the stiff-faced, vacant-eyed new colleague, awkwardly directing his gaze skyward. After a moment, he noticed that his little employer was still glaring at him in accusation and reluctantly replied, most low-level mercenaries are indeed non-living summons. My master, non-living summons? She gasped in surprise, scrutinizing the newly summoned mercenary, now designated as 002. Its entire form appeared to be composed of dry, yellow straw, topped with a tattered straw hat. Its limbs were long and thin, resembling a bundle of straw affixed to a wooden stick. Its eyes were large buttons, its nose a fork, and it possessed no mouth, rendering it mute. Upon locking eyes with it, she confirmed this was undeniably a scarecrow. Undeterred, she accessed the mercenary system in her information panel, where she discovered an entry for the scarecrow mercenary 002. Beneath Ling Ling Yao's profile, Ling Ling 2号佣兵 Wei Mingming 资质1级等级1级提升至下一等级需要1枚魔晶体质5力量5敏捷5 E-level. How disheartening. Its attributes were even inferior to her own meager ones. What use could it possibly serve? Nevertheless, as a non-living entity, it would require no sustenance, and during critical moments, it could serve as a mere expendable. But wait, if it is a non-living entity, might she still be able to extract magic crystals from it? With this thought, she hurriedly approached, feigning interest in the scarecrow's physical structure, and touched the straw on 002. Ding! Your private wallet has received 1 magic crystal. She exclaimed. This is feasible. Regardless of whether it is S-level or E-level, if it can provide magic crystals, that is all that matters. Her spirits visibly lifted. After dealing with the sheep, 001 informed her that there were no other dangers in this space for the time being. She then began contemplating the collection of straw for drying. However, she was taken aback when 002 unexpectedly produced a large handful of straw from its own body and presented it before her. Ding! Obtained straw X50. She exclaimed, What is this? It can perform such feats. Quickly glancing back at 001, who shrugged helplessly, he explained, This is a hidden skill of the Scarecrow Mercenary. It can provide the employer with 50 portions of straw daily at no cost. After all, if it had no utility, many employers would likely burn it for fuel upon summoning. She nodded in understanding, recognizing that with such unimpressive attributes, it was hard not to consider it as fuel for the fire. In fact, typically, employers who are not in need of magic crystals would choose to burn scarecrows immediately upon summoning. After all, Each employer has a limit to the number of mercenaries they may possess, and allowing a non-living mercenary to occupy a slot would be impractical. 001 continued to enlighten her on the subject. Eager to learn about the mercenary limit, she inquired, and 001 informed her that the typical cap for mercenaries an employer can possess is 5. If one could gain additional slots, they could surpass the limit and summon more mercenaries. This was one of the advantages of having a high-level living mercenary. If it weren't for 001's guidance, she would likely have remained unaware of these rules until leaving this world. For now, she decided against tossing 002 onto the fire, as the daily provision of 50 portions of straw was quite beneficial for her early game. With enough straw at hand, she resolved to return with 001 and 002 to upgrade the shelter. She still had ample time left in her day. First, she would elevate the shelter and then seek out the 5th space for excavation. The trio, herself, 001, and the Scarecrow, quickly returned to the 2nd space where the shelter was located. She located the upgrade interface for the shelter, detected that the materials for upgrading the basic shelter have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. As soon as she spoke, 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and 50 units of straw vanished from the ground and her backpack, transforming into sparkling stardust that flew towards the small straw hut. Soon, the hut glimmered with a golden light, akin to her own upgrade, and morphed into a small wooden house measuring approximately 2 by 3 square meters. The foundation was made of stone, while the walls and doors were wooden, with a thatched roof. It appeared sturdier than the straw hut and exuded a quaint charm. 初级庇护所，当前等级2级，占地面积2乘以3平方米，升级条件：木头150，石头200，干草100。使用方法：可选择在一块2乘以3平方米的平整空地上安放您的2级初级庇护所，不需要使用时可收回背包。The Level 2 shelter possesses minimal insulation and warmth, capable of fending off attacks from beasts and monsters of Level 2 and below. It is imperative to elevate the level of your shelter as soon as possible. After the upgrade, will it still remain a basic shelter? D. Reflecting on the slightly altered information of a shelter, lamented that the attributes of this Level 2 shelter remained exceedingly underwhelming. She pondered how to advance the shelter from basic to intermediate level, speculating that it likely required some special means, and thought she could inquire with 001 later in the evening. Unbeknownst to her, 001, now transformed into an encyclopedia, replied, I am merely a mercenary. Thank you. The materials required for upgrading from Level 2 to Level 3 were significantly more than those needed for the transition from Level 1 to Level 2. However, she felt reassured that she was no longer alone. With 001 by her side, she believed that gathering these materials would be relatively straightforward. Die Consciously des Reich Audit 002 is Productivity. As a potential for 002's capabilities remained uncertain given its attributes. Nonetheless, 002 could still provide 50 portions of hay daily without consuming her food or water, which left little room for complaints. Chapter 45. Gathering Stones, Space 5 Die approached and opened the wooden door of the small cabin, discovering that the floor was no longer strewn with hay, but had transformed into wooden planks. The cabin, however, remained as empty as the Level 1 grass hut, devoid of any furniture. She paid it no mind, placing the beast tendons and sheepskin she had just dismantled inside the cabin before stepping out to look at 001. 001, I have excavated all 4 blue points at the starting point. What should we do next? Where else can we find diggable spaces? Without hesitation, 001 responded. Players entering this world will initially encounter 4 distinct space markers, much like the blue points you have observed. Once those 4 blue points have been exhausted, the newly spawned space markers will require a return to previously excavated areas for discovery. Typically, after all the markers have been mined, new ones will randomly appear in the already excavated spaces. Upon hearing 001's explanation, Dai immediately surveyed the entire space too. 001 assisted her in diligently checking, as the newly refreshed space markers were often not very conspicuous. However, they ultimately did not uncover any new markers within Space 2. Therefore, she resolved to venture with 001 and 002 to Space 1, where stones necessary for upgrading the shelter to Level 3 could be found, allowing her to check for markers while conveniently collecting a few stones. Clang, clang, clang. 001 led the way, expanding the tunnel that Dai had previously excavated to a height of 1.5 meters to a full 2 meters. Dai grimaced, silently trailing behind, while 002, the scarecrow, brought up the rear. 002 was incapable of speech and displayed no expression. It could only comprehend simple commands. But its quiet obedience led Dai to harbor no high expectations of it. Nevertheless, it could still provide 50 portions of hate each day without consuming her food and water, which was a significant advantage. The group swiftly arrived at Space One, where the cavern was illuminated by glimmering mushrooms. Dai quickly turned off her precious small headlamp and instructed 001 and 002 to gather stones while she began searching the stone walls for diggable points. As Dai's mercenaries, 001 and 002 would automatically transfer resources into her backpack upon touch. This was far more enjoyable than the earlier ordeal of bending over to pick up stones alone. Ding! Acquired stone X1. Ding! Acquired stone X1. Ding! Acquired stone X1. Before Dai could even reach the stone wall, the sounds of stones being collected rang out like an incessant notification. She turned to see, wow, what an impressive efficiency 001 has in gathering stones. Meanwhile, 002's movements were sluggish, akin to that of an elderly gentleman. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, having free labor that requires neither food nor drink, and which offers 50 portions of hay daily, is a tremendous boon. What more could one desire? Dai turned her attention back to searching for markers. 001 informed her that once the initial 4 markers were excavated, the positions of newly appearing markers were quite random and often not very noticeable. Thus, he advised Dai to search diligently to avoid missing any opportunities and wasting valuable digging time. With one hand gripping her axe and the other running along the stone wall, Dai meticulously searched, almost inch by inch. She had employed the same method when exploring the Space 2 where her shelter was located. However, at that time, 001 and 002 had assisted her, while now they were preoccupied with gathering stones, thus slowing her pace. Dai was reluctant to venture into Space 3, as it was a vast rainforest, making the search significantly more challenging than the barren stone walls of Space 1. Additionally, she was uncertain if other dangers lurked within the rainforest. Even with 001 by her side, she was not inclined to explore Space 3 at this time. After roughly 20 minutes of feeling along the wall, she finally discovered a diggable marker on one of the stone walls. This point was not blue, but a yellowish brown with a hint of deep brown. It was positioned quite high, approximately 1.70 meters off the ground. Had she been digging alone, it would have been an exhausting task. She called over 001 and 002 to point out the space marker on the wall. Without hesitation, 001 picked up his pickaxe and began digging vigorously. The height was insurmountable for the petite Dai, but for the nearly 2-meter-tall 001, it was a trivial task. Die Tucht. Is being tall really that impressive? Coughing, she acknowledged that indeed, height seemed to carry its own advantages. Before long, 001 had carved out a large hole 2 meters high in the stone wall. However, due to the marker's height, the large hole did not connect directly to the ground. The bottom of the hole was about 1 meter above the floor of Space 1. 001 decided to dig forward an additional meter before returning to pull Dai and 002 up from the ground. This excavation took even less time than in Space 4, completing in roughly 15 minutes. 001 instructed Dai and 002 to remain in the tunnel for the time being, as he sensed the presence of other creatures in Space 5. Gripping his iron axe, 001 cautiously tossed a stone into Space 5. Splash! The trio in the tunnel heard the sound of the stone hitting water. After approximately 3 minutes, 001 confirmed that no immediate danger lurked outside, and he cautiously exited the tunnel, stepping into Space 5. Dai and the Scarecrow had waited in the tunnel for about 5 minutes, during which she even heard 001 engaged in battle within Space 5. However, it wasn't long before 001 concluded the fight and returned to the tunnel's entrance, pulling Dai out. Master, a deep pool rock snake resides in Space 5, which I have successfully slain. There are currently no other dangers. Upon entering Space 5, Dai beheld the enormous serpent's corpse, over 3 meters long, with its head gruesomely cleaved apart. The sheer sight startled her, rendering her pale and nearly causing her to faint on the spot. She was not particularly timid, yet confronting such a colossal serpentine creature for the first time left her somewhat bewildered. After taking a moment to steady her heart, she instructed zero zero 001 to autonomously search Space 5, while leaving the Scarecrow by her side. She then prepared to dissect the immense serpent before her. Successfully dissected the level 5 Deep Pool Rock Serpent carcass. Congratulations! You have obtained Deep Pool Rock Serpent Skin X1, Deep Pool Rock Serpent Meat 500 GX30, Magic Crystals X5. Beastendens X1, Visuous Gest X1 His. Level 5. Do they hold me in such high regard? Chapter 46. Level up to 3. Collecting hay, this marked the first day of her survival in this cavernous game world, and she had just excavated her 5th space, only to be confronted with a level 5 beast. Just asking, is this a beaver? Damn it. Fortunately, she possessed the S-rank qualified 001. Otherwise, she might have been consumed whole by the Deep Pool Rock Serpent. Another 5 magic crystals acquired, with the 9 already in her possession. I now have a total of 14 magic crystals, more than enough to ascend to level 3. Should I level up first? With a thought, she acted swiftly. Dai chose to absorb 5 magic crystals for her upgrade. In an instant, the crystals transformed into radiant light and entered her body, and with a flash of golden light, she ascended to level 3. ID 7001 name. Who Dai age 15 level 3 to advance to the next level. Required magic crystals 10 constitution 6 strength 8 agility 10 intelligence 12 spirit 9 free allocation points 6. The average value for an ordinary adult is 5. Skills dissection talent none. A cacophony of cracking joints reverberated within Dai, and she could distinctly feel her strength and physical prowess had significantly improved. The previously cumbersome novice pickaxe now felt as light as a feather, enabling her to leap and nearly touch a height of 2 meters and 45 centimeters. The enhancement of her abilities filled Dai with profound emotions. She earnestly hoped this newfound power would accompany her into the next world. To ascend to the next level requires 10 magic crystals, and summoning a 3rd mercenary post-midnight also necessitates magic crystals. With only 9 magic crystals remaining, alas, the supply is insufficient. Meanwhile, immersed in the joy of her recent upgrade, Dai failed to notice the Scarecrow behind her tremble upon witnessing the glow of her ascension. Master, I have returned. 001 soon arrived, axe in hand, having conducted a cursory search of Space 5. According to him, aside from the subterranean waterways where the Deep Pool Rock Serpent lurked, he had also discovered 2 new spatial prompt points. 2 spatial prompt points, indeed? Dai nodded in understanding. However, she had exhausted her quota of excavatable spaces for the day, and with her recent ascent to level 3, her current excavatable spaces had not increased. This meant she could not delve into any more spaces today. Without the ability to explore new areas, acquiring magic crystals and treasure chests would be impossible. The time was still early, with several hours until 8 o'clock in the evening. Should she gather stones and would first? She certainly could not afford to waste precious time. With her mind made up, Dai promptly turned back to Space 1 to continue collecting stones, knowing that upgrading the shelter from level 2 to level 3 required a total of 200 stones. Although the underground waterway in Space 5 contained fresh water, which might be a boon for future players entering this world, for Dai, who possessed an endless sieve, it was merely a redundant resource. Who would go to such lengths to scoop up underground water when clean drinking water was readily available? The presence of parasites was uncertain, and who could say what lay beneath after being inhabited by such a massive serpent? The mere thought of a snake having once dwelled in that water extinguished any desire she might have had to drink from it. Presently, she was the only living being in the entire game testing world, and there was no prospect of trading fresh water with other players. Thus, Dai spared not a glance at the subterranean waterway and turned to leave. Upon returning to Space 1, Dai intended to check how many stones they had collected previously. She needed 200 stones to upgrade the shelter to level 3. Let's see. Wow, 001, you are impressive. In such a short time, you collected 308 stones. Dai gazed at the quantity of stones in her backpack, astonished. Not all of it was me. 002 helped too. 001 pointed towards 002, who was intermittently shedding tufts of hay. Dai waved her hand dismissively. Oh, with 002 speed. Who can say if it even contributed a fraction of what you collected? It seemed the stones had overflowed. Perhaps she should head to Space 4 to gather some grass for drying. If she finished collecting grass and still had time, she would then venture to Space 3 to chop wood. Plans adjusted, Dai promptly set her intentions in motion, informing 001 and 002 as she walked. The two mercenaries had no objections and followed her to the grassland in Space 4. Upon entering the grassland, 001 did not immediately rush to cut grass for drying. Instead, he wandered around the space for 10 minutes, ultimately discovering a patch of towering bulrushes. The bulrushes, swaying in the breeze, were not particularly water-rich, making them easy to harvest. In less than a moment, 001 had felled a sizable batch with his axe. Meanwhile, 002 struggled for an eternity without managing to uproot a single bulrush. Prompting die two Vince in Zimpati. 002, never mind, come over and take a break. Observing its plight, Dai decided to call it over to rest. To her surprise, 002 stood quietly in the grassland, embodying the essence of a scarecrow. Gazing at the mound of bulrush stalks towering before her, Dai stepped forward to stow them in her backpack, only to discover that upon entering her backpack, they transformed into hay. Ding! Ebtanda Yeki 68. Could it be that 001 knew these bulrushes would automatically convert into hay upon collection, which is why he brought us here to gather them? Unfortunately, 001 was too busy sweating and laboriously harvesting bulrushes to notice Dai's astonishment. Upgrading the shelter to level 3 required only 150 units of hay, and with the previous contribution of 20 units from the scarecrow, she already had 88 units of hay. Given 001's efficiency, Dai felt confident that within 10 minutes, they could gather the required 150 units. However, she wanted 001 to finish harvesting the entire patch of bulrushes before leaving. The level 2 shelter currently had wooden flooring. If upgraded to level 3, it would likely retain wooden flooring or perhaps even transition to stone. That would be rather hard. It might break bones. Collecting extra hay for the floor would ensure a more comfortable sleep at night. The bulrush patch was not particularly vast. In less than half an hour, 001 had completely cleared it. Ding! Ebtanda Yeki 141. With an additional 141 units of hay acquired, her total reached 229 units. Now that both stone and hay quantities were sufficient, Dai, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to proceed to Space 3, the only space among the 5 she had recently opened that yielded wood. She meticulously recounted everything she had encountered in space number 3 to 001, who listened attentively and nodded slightly upon finishing. It's nothing to worry about. If need be, you can simply rest at the tunnel entrance with 002 while I gather wood alone. In Chapter 47, the Level 3 Shelter, the small stone house, she pondered, does this mean I can also wait in the shelter and you can return after gathering wood? The thought of an easier way to avoid work made Dai eager to try it. 001, with a sincere expression, shook his head in disapproval of her suggestion. Why not? Dai asked, puzzled. Your current shelter is merely a basic one. A scarecrow alone cannot provide adequate protection for you. However, as you mentioned, today marks the first day of the game. Even if monsters or beasts appear, their levels should not be too high. You could attempt to fend them off if ambushed. Recalling the recent encounter with a deep pool rock serpent, Dai shivered involuntarily. Who said there wouldn't be high-level monsters on the first day? What about that level 5 deep pool rock serpent? Never mind. I will accompany you to space number 3, she muttered, reluctantly following behind 001. 002 trailed a bit further back, and together they, along with the scarecrow, ambled towards the rainforest space of number 3. The tunnel leading to No. 3 had already been expanded by 001, allowing for an easy passage. Before long, they arrived in the rainforest world. Upon switching off his headlamp and donning sunglasses, Dai settled at the tunnel's entrance to begin exploring the classic games on her phone. 002 positioned itself beside her at a distance of about half a meter, knowing that even if it could win a fight, it needed to maintain a brave demeanor in case of danger. Meanwhile, 001 wielded an axe, starting to chop down the nearest trees. The rhythmic sound of timber falling filled the air. Unlike Dai, who had developed blisters from her previous attempts at chopping wood, 001's iron axe flew through the air with great prowess, easily felling small trees of about the width of a bowl in mere moments. Ding! Obtained wood X10. Ding! Obtained wood X12. Ding! Obtained wood X18. The quantity of wood acquired varied according to the size of the trees. Previously, Dai had only selected the thinnest and smallest trees to chop down, resulting in an average of 10 pieces of wood per tree. However, with a staggering strength value of 50 points, 001 faced no such limitations. He methodically circled around the tunnel entrance, clearing layers of trees, one after another. Thus, the notifications of wood acquisition in Dai's mind varied, but the minimum was always 10 pieces. Sigh, it seems my personal attributes render me rather weak. Even chopping wood, I can only manage 10 pieces at a time. The scarecrow, with all attributes totaling just 5, silently lowered its head to the ground and remained quiet. Ultimately, the trio spent nearly 2 hours in space number 3. By 7 o'clock in the evening, 001 had felled almost 1/5 of the trees in the entire area before he decided to stop. During his efforts, he also handled 2 level 2 little red flame monkeys that had emerged from nowhere. Successfully dissected level 2 red flame monkey carcass. Congratulations. You have obtained red flame monkey fur X1, red flame monkey meat 500 GX6, magic crystal X2, beast tendon X1, resource chest X1. Successfully dissected level 2 red flame monkey carcass. Congratulations, you have obtained red flame monkey fur X1, red flame monkey meat 500 GX6, magic crystal X2, beast tendon X1, resource chest X1. The 2 newly acquired monkey furs were slightly smaller than that of the level 3 red flame monkey, and the meat yield was 4 pounds less. However, Dai was quite satisfied with the magic crystals and resource chests, as she had initially thought there would be no new magic crystals today. She opened her backpack to check her inventory, finding her basic materials totaled as follows: wood X387, stone X308, dry grass X229. Excellent. We can call it a day. Dai powered down her phone, carefully stowing it away. She then beckoned 001 and 002 to accompany her back to shelter number 2, as they had less than half an hour before the safety period ended, and she felt hungry and ready to return. Upon arriving at the small wooden house, she did not rush inside, but instead took a moment to survey the remaining space in number 2. 001, if I upgrade the shelter to level 3, will there be enough space here? Dai decided it was best to ask 001 directly. Having an encyclopedia of knowledge by her side made self-doubt unnecessary. Hearing Dai's question, 001 did not respond immediately. He circled around the stone walls of space number 2, then nodded at her. Today is sufficient. Upgrading to level 3 poses no issue. However, tomorrow we will likely need to seek out a larger space. All right. With this accurate response, Dai felt reassured and boldly chose to upgrade the shelter's level. There was no need to suffer when a more comfortable living situation was within reach. Detecting that the materials required for upgrading the basic shelter have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Instantly, 150 pieces of wood, 200 pieces of stone, and 100 pieces of dry grass transformed into sparkling particles that merged into the small wooden house before them. Following this, the shelter radiated a golden light, revealing a sturdy-looking small stone house to the 3 of them. Basic shelter current level. Level 3 has reached the maximum level of the basic shelter. Further upgrades require advancement. Area 3 by 3 square meters advancement requirements. Wood 500, stone 800, dry grass 300, iron 300, copper 100, quartz 100, clay 100. Usage instructions. You may place your level 3 basic shelter on a flat area of 3 by 3 square meters. If not in use, it can be stored in your backpack. Level 3 basic shelter offers moderate insulation and can withstand attack from beasts and monsters below level 3. Please upgrade your shelter's level as soon as possible. Must we advance to upgrade further? Dai murmured as she glanced down to see a lengthy list of advancement requirements, her eyes widening in shock. The materials needed for advancement seem rather excessive, not to mention the overwhelming quantities of the 3 basic materials. I haven't even encountered copper, iron, or clay today. With a distressed expression, Dai turned to 001 and said, 001, I fear we may not be able to relocate tomorrow. Aren't the advancement conditions for this shelter a bit too high? Based on today's experience, we should only be able to produce 1 type of resource per space. So I doubt we can gather enough materials tomorrow. 001 regarded Dai thoughtfully, but remained silent. Forget it. Let's not dwell on that for now. We should find something to eat. You must be hungry too, 001. Dai decided to temporarily set aside the disheartening topic and address her own hunger. She pushed open the stone house door and boldly stepped inside. To her surprise, this stone house was no longer as empty as the previous grass and wooden houses. It featured simple furnishings. In Chapter 48, the Scarecrow yearning for human food, she noticed candle-like fixtures on several walls of the room, although she lacked candles. However, this posed no challenge for her, as she had glowing mushrooms at her disposal. In a hurried manner, she produced a generous handful of luminescent mushrooms, prompting the tall figure of 001 to methodically fill each candlestick with them. Soon, the entire room was suffused with a soft, comforting glow. Although the brightness did not rival that of electric lights, the gentle illumination provided by the glowing mushrooms instilled a serene and tranquil ambience, inexplicably uplifting the spirit. With a stable source of light established, Dai continued her exploration of her Tier 3 shelter. Remarkably, the modest stone abode, measuring a mere 9 square meters, was ingeniously divided into a bedroom and a living area. The inner chamber, approximately 4 square meters, housed a simple yet genuine single wooden bed, while the outer lounge extended to around 5 square meters. As she had surmised, the flooring throughout the Tier 3 sanctuary retained its wooden essence, yet it was visibly sturdier and more aesthetically pleasing than that of the Tier 2 shelter. In the center of the living room, a sunken stone hearth facilitated cooking and boiling water. Meanwhile, within the inner room, Dai laid down a thick layer of hay on the wooden bed, having retrieved a sleeping bag from her storage compartment brought from the novice world, ensuring a comfortable night ahead. The remaining hay was then spread out in the living area, distance from the hearth, creating 2 makeshift sleeping areas for 001 and 002. Indeed, even 002, the Scarecrow, was afforded its own separate bedding of hay. While Dai busied herself with these arrangements, 001 was diligently preparing the lamb meat she had brought forth. Despite 001 assuring her that all meats procured through decomposition in this world were safe for consumption, the thought of monkey and rat flesh made Dai feel somewhat queasy. Snake meat, however, piqued her interest, and she contemplated trying her hand at a snake stew once she acquired a pot. With remarkable skill, 001 roasted the meat, filling the air with a delectable aroma of sizzling fat. Dai stood by, captivated as 001 prepared the first batch of freshly roasted lamb. As the host, she naturally took the first bite of the tender, juicy meat, astonished at its exquisite flavor even without any seasoning. Joyfully, she savored the meat skewer in her hand, occasionally tearing off a piece to feed 001 beside her. Initially taken aback, 001 had not anticipated that his young mistress would offer him her roasted meat in such a direct manner. Yet, her demeanor was so casual and fluid, devoid of any ulterior motives, that he accepted her offering with delight. Indeed, he was famished. As an S-rank mercenary, his appetite was considerable. Yet many employers during the early stages of the game were often impoverished and lacked the good fortune of having a mistress who could effortlessly procure prey. Consequently, they tended to be quite stingy with food, often reluctant to share generously with their mercenaries even in the mid-game. Thus, the mercenaries learned to restrain their natural hunger. However, as 001 glanced at the gluttonous little girl devouring her meal, he thought that this employer might indeed spare him from hunger. Unbeknownst to D, who perceived 001 as simple and honest, he was already contemplating numerous thoughts. After sharing 3 substantial skewers of lamb with him, her peripheral vision caught sight of 002. The Scarecrow, seated opposite them, quietly observing. Uncertain of her own motivations, Dai instinctively raised a skewer of lamb toward 002, inquiring, 002, "Would you like to try this roasted lamb?" 001 has cooked it splendidly. Hearing his young mistress say this, 001 was about to intervene, for in his understanding, non-living mercenaries had no need for food or water. Strictly speaking, they were not even considered living beings. Yet Dai found it difficult to reconcile this notion, as she could harvest magic crystals from 002, leading her subconscious to regard it as a person. Holding the skewer aloft for a full minute, just as Dai was about to give up, 002 surprisingly raised its arm, trembling slightly, and accepted the sizzling, succulent meat skewer. 001 was taken aback, staring incredulously at the Scarecrow across the fire as it lifted the skewer to its iron fork, which served as a nose. Though the Scarecrow possessed no mouth, it did not hinder its yearning for human food. It held the skewer aloft, seemingly relishing the aroma of the roasted meat, absorbing its essence as if drawing energy from it. During this singular dinner, zero zero 001 managed to roast over 5 pounds of lamb. Naturally, Dai could not consume such a vast quantity. She managed to eat a little over half a pound, while the remainder found its way into zero zero 001's belly. As he patted his stomach with a satisfied burp, he shyly suggested that next time he could consume the meats she found unappetizing. Dai realized that zero zero 001 had discerned her aversion to monkey and rat meat. After confirming that he was indeed willing to eat those meats, Dai readily consented to his request. After all, there was a considerable amount of meat in her backpack, and discarding it felt wasteful, while leaving it uneaten merely occupied valuable space. Since zero zero 001 had proactively offered to help her consume it, why not accept? After dinner, zero zero 001 took the initiative to tidy up the shelter and reignite the campfire. Dai retrieved several pieces of wood from her backpack, handing them to zero zero 001 to ensure he could keep the fire going throughout the night. Zero zero 002 had long since nestled into the hay bedding Dai had prepared for it, yet she felt as though its button-like eyes were always fixed intently upon her. The mercenary system had assured her that summoned mercenaries were entirely loyal to her, so she harbored no concerns about zero zero 002 harboring any ill intentions. Moreover, given that it was merely an E-rank weakling, it could not possibly pose a threat to her, especially with the ever-watchful zero zero 001, boasting full attributes of 50 nearby. After checking the endless funnel, which remained quietly submerged in drinking water, Dai was not in a hurry. She still had 3 treasure chests unopened, and perhaps they might yield something valuable. From her backpack, she produced 3 chests, one belonging to a level 5 deep pool rock snake, and 2 from the level 2 little red rock monkeys. The chest from the deep pool rock snake was noticeably larger and a deep green in color, while the chests from the little monkeys were red, akin to the one she had opened from the first level 3 red rock monkey. Without hesitation, Dai pushed all 3 chests toward zero zero 001, signaling him to assist with the opening. Zero zero 001 grasped his axe, spat into his palm, and prepared to break the seals. Chapter 49, Household Equipment Selection Voucher, Agility Potion. Perhaps buoyed by unwavering confidence in his abilities, zero zero 001 swiftly opened both chests belonging to the level 2 little red rock monkeys. Today appeared to be Dai's lucky day, for neither chest contained any dangers. After thoroughly verifying that nothing peculiar had emerged from the chests, zero zero 001 returned them to Dai. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Dai began to examine the contents of the 2 chests. Ding! Congratulations, you have received Purified Water X2, Hot Dog Bun X1, Stone X20, Household Equipment Selection Voucher X1. Overall, the items obtained were quite ordinary, lacking anything particularly captivating for Dai. Water, food, and basic materials totaling 20 units, with the only notable item being the Household Appliance Selection Voucher. Dai carefully reviewed the introduction of the Furniture Selection Voucher, which essentially allowed her to add 1 household appliance from the options available within the shelter without any resource expenditure or cost. Immediately, she envisioned the household appliance she wished to add. She took the voucher to a corner of the living room, directly opposite her room. There, she decided to use the selection voucher to add a bathroom to her shelter. Heaven knows she had been holding it in all day, and after summoning zero zero 001, it became even more unbearable. Detected that you possess 1 household appliance selection voucher. Would you like to proceed with the selection? A. Full kitchen. B. Full bathroom. C. Sunroom. D. Preservation storage. Indeed, the option for a bathroom was available, and it was a full bathroom, solving the issue of bathing as well. I choose B. As soon as she spoke, the selection voucher in Dai's hand disintegrated into powder, and simultaneously, blue glowing grid patterns appeared on the floor of the shelter. She placed the bathroom in the designated glowing grid, and within a second, an independent bathroom approximately 2 square meters in size was completed. Dai joyfully opened the door and stepped inside, having been desperate to relieve herself. The bathroom featured a self-circulating vacuum toilet, a small enclosed shower room, and a wash basin with a mirror cabinet. Ding! Detected that Tester 7001 shelter contains a full bathroom facility. Would you like to use 1 magic crystal to provide 7 days of water and electricity supply for the bathroom? Note, the water provided by the bathroom facility is clean living water and is not suitable for drinking. 1 magic crystal for 7 days of water and electricity? A bit pricey, but acceptable. Dai counted the 13 magic crystals in her backpack, suddenly recalling that she had one more in her private wallet, totaling 14. If she used one for the bathroom and spent 10 to upgrade her personal level, she would have 3 left. She wondered how many magic crystals would be needed for the next mercenary recruitment. However, 3 should suffice. Dai did not consider that the next mercenary might only require 1 magic crystal for summoning. She was well aware from the survival game literature that the requirements for summoning materials generally increased as one progressed, sometimes even doubling. At present, the priority for Dai was undoubtedly the bathroom's water and electricity. If there were not enough magic crystals to summon the next mercenary, she could always wait until tomorrow to excavate new spaces for more magic crystals. Resolutely, she took out a magic crystal and charged the bathroom with 7 days of water and electricity. With the system prompt, the ceiling light in the bathroom immediately illuminated with a warm white glow. After being without light for a day, seeing it now made Dai feel as if she had been transported to another world. She tried turning on the tap at the wash basin, and indeed, clear water flowed forth. Dai hurriedly leaned in, cupping her hands to wash her face. Refreshing. Quickly, she closed the bathroom door and comfortably relieved herself. She planned to shower later before bed, as there was still a treasure chest outside that needed opening. When she emerged from the bathroom, she discovered that 001 had already opened the large treasure chest. The lid was ajar, revealing a headless turkey lying on the ground. A turkey? From its appearance, it indeed resembled a plump turkey, but overall, it was larger than a typical turkey. Dai was perplexed as to how such a sizable creature had fit inside the chest. Nonetheless, she was delighted to have acquired such a large chicken. After all, she loved chicken meat, and apart from its size, the bird appeared entirely normal, not peculiar at all. Successfully decomposed the level 2 Baiyu Yan's chicken corpse. Congratulations, you have obtained Baiyu X100, Baiyu Yan's chicken meat, 500 GX3 Dai. No magic crystals or treasure chests. It seemed that the beasts or monsters obtained from this treasure chest did not yield magic crystals or treasure chests, regardless of their level. However, the level 2 Baiyu Yan's chicken did grant an additional 100 Baiyu feathers. Though she was unsure of their utility and decided to stack them beside the pile of materials against the wall. She then turned her attention to the supplies within the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Apple Juice X3, Iron X20, Eggs X4, Clay X10, Agility Potion X1, quite a bounty. However, Dai's eyes were immediately drawn to the bottle of Agility Potion radiating a blue glow. She reached for it, and information instantaneously appeared before her. Agility Potion. Consuming it permanently increases agility by 3 points. A splendid find. Without hesitation, Dai uncorked the bottle and downed its contents in one swift motion. Almost simultaneously with the potion entering her system, she felt as light as a feather. She decided to upgrade her level as well. Without delay, she retrieved 10 magic crystals from her backpack and silently wished to level up. A flash of golden light indicated her personal level had risen to level 4. ID, 7001 name. Who Dai age, 15 level. 4. Next level upgrade requires 20 magic crystals. Constitution, 7. Strength, 9. Agility, 14. Intelligence, 12. Spirit, 9. Free allocation points, 9. The average value of an ordinary adult across all categories is 5. Skills, Decompose talent, none. Observing her personal attributes, while they could not compare to 001. They had significantly improved since she first arrived in this world that morning. With 9 points of free attributes, she pondered how to allocate them. Currently, Dai did not find it necessary to engage in active combat, as 001 was sufficiently capable, which is why she had not considered allocating her free attributes thus far. After some contemplation, she decided to temporarily set them aside until a need arose. After explaining the use of the bathroom to 001, Dai prepared to take a shower and rest. Today's adventures had been exhausting, and she was grateful for 001's assistance. Otherwise, she doubted she would even be able to stand. Chapter 50, Mercenary Number 003. The Scarecrow 001 fiddled with the campfire and then settled down on a straw bed with an axe, intending to keep watch. To his surprise, just as he got comfortable, someone gently tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found 002 had appeared beside him, its frail, straw-made hand resting on his shoulder. Gazing at the buttonhole of the other for a moment, 001 uncertainly asked, Are you suggesting that you will keep watch tonight? 002 nodded, a few strands of straw falling from its head. Indeed, it was best if 002 was willing to keep watch, as the Scarecrow did not require rest or sleep. Unlike him, who was a living being, despite his robust physique, he still needed to rest to replenish his strength. After pondering for a moment, 001 nodded at 002. All right. Then I appreciate your willingness to keep watch. He then pointed to the campfire in the middle of the living room and added, be careful with the bonfire tonight, and make sure you don't burn yourself. Additionally, if you sense any danger outside the door, remember to alert me immediately. Understood? 002. As 001 pondered whether it had truly comprehended the previous exchange and considered repeating itself, 002 finally managed a hesitant nod. On the second morning of the testing world, after a silent night, Dai continued to enjoy her exceptionally restful slumber. 002 had vigilantly guarded the door throughout the night, while 001 had awoken twice in the middle of the night to add more fuel to the campfire and conduct a brief inspection before returning to rest. Upon rising, Dai stretched languidly atop a bed of hay, taking her time to get out of bed. She retrieved a bottle of the apple juice she had prepared the previous evening and savored it sip by sip before leisurely making her way to the living room. After her bath the night before, she had washed one layer of her two-layer clothing at the sink, hanging it up to dry in the shower. Although the other layer bore a hint of perspiration, she had no alternative clothing, planning to wash it later. As for her outerwear, it was best left for another world. Upon entering the living room, she discovered that 001 was washing his face in the bathroom, while 002 sat by the entrance, leaned against the door, cradling her new pickaxe. 002 had willingly stood guard at the door all night long, a task it had volunteered for. 001's voice echoed from behind Dai as he shook his head, flinging droplets of water from his face. Dai was taken aback by the revelation that 002 had taken the initiative to keep watch throughout the night. She suddenly found that the straw figure had an endearing quality. Resolutely, she decided that before departing this world, she would not let the Scarecrow be fed to the flames. Approaching 002, Dai half-squatted before it, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Thank you, 002. You worked hard last night. It was evident that Dai's smile held a charm that was effective not only on humans, but also on scarecrows. 002 bashfully lowered its head and awkwardly patted the back of its own neck. Then, to Dai's astonishment, it suddenly produced 50 units of straw from its body and offered it to her. Thank you, Dai replied. For her backpack currently contained a plethora of meat, but no other food. She extracted all the chicken she had obtained the previous night, mindful of 001's appetite. Fearing that a meager offering would not suffice. Without any cooking utensils, they could only roast the chicken. And 001 merrily set about doing just that while Dai inspected her endless funnel. The endless funnel had been soaking in drinking water for over 12 hours and was ready to begin dispensing clean water. Dai took out all her empty water bottles and placed them under the funnel, collecting the flowing water one by one. The endless funnel could yield 1 liter of drinking water per hour, while each empty bottle could hold only 550 milliliters. Consequently, she had to retain all 4 empty bottles from the previous day to collect the water. With 1 bottle of water and 2 bottles of apple juice remaining in her backpack, she handed the last bottle of water to 001 and pointed at the endless funnel, explaining that they would have 24 liters of drinking water available daily, so they need not be frugal, but could simply fetch more when desired. However, she reminded him that the empty bottles should not be discarded, but kept for collecting water. All right, understood. 001 beamed like a child upon hearing about the ample water supply. With plenty of meat and an endless supply of clean water, 001 vowed that Dai was the best employer he had ever followed. Having settled everything, while 001 was busy roasting the chicken, Dai opened the mercenary system panel to check how many magic crystals were required for today's mercenary recruitment. Number of mercenaries available for summoning today. 1. Current magic crystal requirement for summoning a mercenary. 1. Originally 2. Detected that 7001 is a tester for this survival game. Hence, the magic crystal requirement has been adjusted to 1. So, being a tester had its perks. Dai mused, recalling the 200 durability of her axe and pickaxe, and she marveled at the privileges afforded to testers. Since only 1 magic crystal was needed daily to summon a new mercenary, and each new mercenary would provide her with a free magic crystal every day, this arrangement was undeniably advantageous. Do you confirm the use of one magic crystal for summoning a mercenary? Confirmed. Suddenly, both 001 and 002 seemed to sense something, pausing their activities and turning their attention towards Dai. This was Dai's third summoning, and the outcome was similar to when she had summoned 002. A white portal soon revealed a wooden figure. Mercenarino. 003. Unnamed qualification. D grade level. 1. Requires 1 magic crystal to upgrade to the next level. Constitution. 8 strength. 8 agility. 8. Oh. So 002 was a scarecrow and 003 is a wooden figure. Wait, could 003 provide her with wood? While pondering this, she noticed the wood figure approaching her, exuding an odor of tung oil. The wooden figure was entirely in natural wood color, its head, limbs, and body polished to a smooth finish. Unlike the scarecrow, 003 had a round head devoid of facial features, with only a round wooden skull. It lacked the charm and liveliness of 002, and Dai found herself preferring 002's appearance. As 003 stood before her, it straightened up and promptly pulled a large plank from its body. Ding. Obtained with X30. Dai was astonished. Ding. Your personal wallet has been credited with 1 magic crystal. Ding. Your personal wallet has been credited with 1 magic crystal. Ding. Your personal wallet has been credited with 1 magic crystal. Without further ado, Dai patted 001, 002, and 003 on the shoulders, successfully earning 3 magic crystals. With the magic crystals in hand and the roasted chicken smelling delectable, they enjoyed their meal before embarking on their excavation work for the day. Chapter 51. Relocation of the shelter. Dai, now at level 4, discovered that she could still only excavate 5 spaces today. However, her available time was significantly more generous than yesterday. She could begin digging from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, granting her a total of 12 hours of safe and free excavation time. Today, 001 was equally efficient. They set off from the previously discovered prompt light spots in Space 5, completing both spaces in under 2 hours. On their return journey, they uncovered a basic material they had overlooked the previous day: clay. Although the quantity was modest, they managed to collect around 45 units of clay. Space 6 was a wasteland, expansive and littered with the remnants of modern architecture and debris. In this space, they gathered a substantial amount of copper and iron scraps, which automatically transformed into basic materials for upgrading the shelter as they were placed into the backpack. Additionally, by collecting shards of glass, they converted these into quartz. Overall, Space 6 proved to be quite productive, aside from the absence of treasure chests and monsters to increase their magic crystal balance. Space 7 was a swamp, with a tunnel exit leading to a bottomless mire, rendering it impossible to proceed. Dai decisively abandoned this space, instead of wasting time in such a place. It was better to quickly move on to the next excavation site. Upon exiting Space 7, 001 suggested they explore Space 4, a grassy expanse. He mentioned that spaces like 4 Hao Chaoyuan Kongjian or 3 Hao Yulin Kongjian typically refresh a variety of beasts or monsters daily. They could seize the opportunity to gather resources while simultaneously checking for any new hint light spots in 4 Hao Kongjian. Dai found this idea appealing, and the group hurriedly made their way to the grassland space. Upon entering the prairie, they discovered a herd of black yaks resembling small hills had indeed spawned on the grass today. Once again, it was time for 001's solitary slaughter performance. Unlike yesterday, this time Dai was not the only spectator. A girl, a scarecrow, and a wooden man joined her, sitting leisurely on the grass. Dai sipped apple juice as she awaited 001 to finish off all the yaks before moving in to dissect the carcasses one by one. Successfully dissected a level 3 Haiyan yak corpse. Congratulations, you have obtained Haiyan yak fur X1. Haiyan yak meat 500 GX 100, magic crystal X3, beast 10 X4. Resource chest X1. Successfully dissected a level 3 Haiyan yak corpse. Congratulations, you have obtained Haiyan yak fur X1. Haiyan yak meat 500 GX 100, magic crystal X3, beast 10 X4. Resource chest X1. Successfully dissected a level 2 Haiyan yak corpse. Congratulations, you have obtained Haiyan yak fur X1. Haiyan yak meat 500 GX70, magic crystal X3, beast tendon X2, resource chest X1. In total, there were 5 Haiyan yaks, 2 level 3 2 level 2, and 1 calf of only level 1. They successfully acquired 11 magic crystals, bringing Dai's total to 16. After gathering all the resources obtained from dissection, the quartet began searching for new hint light spots in this space. After an entire hour, they finally located the hint light for 8 Hao Kongjian. Dai felt a sense of melancholy, thinking that both excavation and exploration should not consume so much time. 8 Hao Kongjian resembled their 2 Hao Kongjian where they had set up their shelter. At first glance, it appeared to be an empty stone cave, but it was significantly larger, with luminous mushrooms sprouting everywhere, just like in 1 Hao Kongjian. The luminous mushrooms here flourished even more abundantly, casting a bright glow throughout the entire 8 Hao space. 001 instructed Dai and the other 2 colleagues to remain in the tunnel and not venture outside, while he took an exploratory stroll with his axe. 10 minutes later, he returned to the tunnel entrance, cradling a black treasure chest. Master, there are no dangers or resources in this space, only this one chest. However, the area is much larger, and I suggest we relocate our shelter here. The size of this space can ensure we do not have to change locations until our shelter upgrades to a higher level. 001 extended the black chest towards Dai, who promptly accepted it and stored it in her backpack. Very well, let it be so. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly noon, and she decided it was best to return for lunch before dismantling the shelter and moving to 8 Hao Kongjian that evening. Perhaps the environment of 8 Hao Kongjian was too exceptional. Upon returning to 2 Hao Kongjian, Dai felt a profound discomfort. It was one thing to dwell in darkness without feeling anything, but after experiencing light, the oppressive nature of 2 Hao Kongjian became unbearable. Thus, she waved her hand, deciding to relocate immediately. However, the considerable amount of resources within the shelter could not be taken along with it. Her backpack only had 15 slots. After dismantling the shelter, she realized that all the materials stored within remained behind. Dizite, squatting down to sort through and collect the heaviest materials such as wood and stone into her backpack. She placed the magic crystals in her waist pouch, let the scarecrow carry the endless funnels, and draped all the beast tendons and hides over the wooden man. She extracted the excess monkey and rat meats, which she then placed on 001's shoulder. Finally, everything was settled, and they returned to 8 Hao Kongjian. Dai waved her hand to deploy the shelter and promptly stowed all the items back inside. Yes, this would be her ultimate base. Over the course of 7 days, she felt that no matter how quickly she developed, reaching a high-level shelter was improbable, so she would spend the next 6 days here. After enjoying a freshly grilled beef lunch, 001 devoured an impressive 4 pounds on his own. 002 still asked the 2 for a skewer of grilled beef to sniff, while 003 remained as still as a wooden puppet, utterly unresponsive. Observing 002 reverently sniffing the meat skewer and glancing at the motionless 003, Dai felt an inexplicable sense of oddity. The feeling was intense, yet she could not articulate what precisely it was after lunch. Dai recalled the several treasure chests she had newly acquired in her backpack. 3 had dropped from the Hainyaks, and 1 from 8 Hao Kongjian, all of which she presented to 001. The latter, gripping his iron axe, solemnly opened each chest one by one. Luck was on their side today. Only one of the 4 chests contained danger. As before, a white-furred rock mouse, about the size of a kitten, sprang out, easily subdued by 001. The sole piece of mouse meat obtained was tossed directly into Dai's backpack as she began to inspect the contents of the chests. There was indeed a wealth of items within the 4 chests. Particularly, the chest from 8 Hao Kongjian not only provided her with a backpack expansion voucher, but also yielded a weapon. Exquisite cleaver, equipment level. Level 3 attributes. Strength 5, agility 2 function. A fine-grade weapon for self-defense or attack, with a 1 chance of dealing a critical hit. Durability, 200. Note, as you're a testing specialist in this stone cave survival world, the lifespan of your exquisite cleaver is doubled, so use it with confidence. To her astonishment, it was a cleaver with attributes and special effects. Dai marveled at the sharp blade and the slight heft of the cleaver in her grasp. Now, at level 4, she was perfectly capable of wielding it. However, 001 could not. Despite being an S-class mercenary, his level was only 1, rendering him ineligible to use it. 001. Dai currently lacked the magic crystals to elevate 001's level. and since he could clear everything with his iron axe, she decided to keep the cleaver for her own use. The one chance of triggering a critical hit was a bit, but well, better than nothing. She activated the backpack expansion voucher, increasing her backpack capacity to 20 slots, and a smile spread across her face. The other 3 chests contained 2 bottles of water, a chocolate bar, 2 packets of compressed biscuits, a bag of egg noodles, a lighter, and a large soup pot. 001. You won't need to rub sticks together to make a fire tonight, Dai exclaimed, waving the lighter at him. Indeed, for the past 2 days, 001 had been starting fires by drilling wood. With the soup pot, they could have beef noodles tonight, gurgle. 001 swallowed hard at the sight of the large pot, unfazed by the wood drilling. After all, it was no challenge for him. After organizing the items they had acquired, they returned from 8 Hao Kongjian to 4 Hao Chaoyuan Kongjian. They then searched for new hint light spots in the prairie space, and this time, perhaps due to correct orientation, they located the hint light for the 9th space in under 20 minutes. However, the tunnel leading to 9 Hao Kongjian proved to be a remarkably lengthy excavation. Even though there was the presence of the excavator 001 leading the way, it took nearly an hour to break through. Dai, instinctively sensing that the 9 space was peculiar, found her suspicions confirmed once the tunnel was opened. Once again, 001 ventured forth first, but he quickly returned. Master, this place is strange, was his immediate remark upon returning to the tunnel entrance. Is it dangerous outside? Dai asked, puzzled. Well, there is nothing around the tunnel entrance, but this space feels unusual. My suggestion is to take a look. If you find no value in it, we shall return immediately. 001 sensed that there was indeed no immediate threat to the young employer, and given the vastness of the space, he hoped Dai would witness it for herself. All right. Dai grasped 001's arm and leapt from the tunnel entrance. Upon landing, she was profoundly taken aback by the breathtaking scenery before her. The number 9 space stretched infinitely, as if they had stepped into a completely isolated world. The lighting was dim, and overhead, a thick layer of clouds obscured the sky. A blood moon flickered behind the heavy clouds, sending shivers down their spines as they faced a dark forest and a narrow path leading uphill. The path wound toward the summit, where a foreboding black castle loomed, seated beneath the blood moon. Dai rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps, contemplating whether they should turn back. However, before she could voice her thoughts, 001 suddenly assumed a combat stance, muscles taut like a tiger poised to pounce, his gaze fixated on the forest entrance. At an unknown moment, a goat-headed man dressed in a black butler suit appeared on the path through the woods. With his right hand resting on his chest and his head slightly bowed, he saluted the 4 of them. A cold sweat trickled down 001's forehead as he stared at the sudden apparition, whispering to Dai without turning his head, Master, quietly retreat to the tunnel entrance and escape immediately. I'll hold him off. This creature is formidable. I fear I can only buy you a few seconds. Dai gasped at the revelation. Even someone as powerful as 001 could only struggle against this goat-headed being for mere moments. She turned her head back in terror, only to find the tunnel entrance they had just used to enter the number 9 space was gone. How could this be? In an instant, Dai regained her composure. She placed her hand on 001's broad back and murmured, There's no escaping. The tunnel entrance has vanished. 001 was alarmed. Dai considered using her magic crystals to upgrade 001. With 16 crystals at her disposal, if the consumption for 001's upgrade was similar to hers, it would suffice to elevate him to level 3, enabling him to wield a well-crafted machete. As if sensing her thoughts, 001's gravelly voice reached her ears. It's futile. Even if I were to reach level 50, I might not survive against him. So powerful. Dai exclaimed. Yes, I recall now. This space is likely a specific boss realm. Within this space, there are unique rules. Once you enter such a space, players must fulfill the requirements set by the space's master to exit. Is that goat-headed man the boss of this space? Will we perish? Dai asked nervously, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife. Not immediately. 001 swallowed hard. I do not sense any murderous intent from him at present, but I cannot guarantee that will remain the case. Just as 001 finished speaking, the goat-headed man in the black suit materialized before them, approximately 20 meters away. At that moment, Dai finally comprehended his full appearance. Impeccably dressed, tall and slender, with a pure white goat head, adorned with a tuft of white beard. His massive dark green horns were thick and straight, and his crimson eyes lacked whites, featuring a solid black horizontal pupil. The expression on the large goat head was inscrutable, neither joy nor sorrow nor anger. "Welcome to my Master S estate," the goat-headed man spoke. Dai closed her eyes. "What is meant to be will be. What is dangerous cannot be avoided. Let us test the waters." Taking a step forward, she positioned herself before 001, directly facing the goat-headed man. Just then, 002, who had been steadfastly guarding Dai's right side, trembled as it approached. The straw in its palm crunched audibly, and despite the expressionless straw head, Dai and 001 could sense its intense emotions. Was it fear, anger, or excitement? Strangely, both felt a sudden conviction that 002 might recognize the goat-headed man. Chapter 53. Leave him behind as 002 made a charge forward. Dai swiftly grasped its arm and pulled it back behind her. 002's large head turned nearly 180 degrees to face Dai, startling her with the terrifying sight. Suppressing her fear, she shook her head at 002. After several moments, 002 lowered its head and retreated behind Dai. Swallowing hard, Dai returned her gaze to the goat-headed butler. She forced a trembling smile and spoke, "Greetings, sir. We are merely travelers passing through, inadvertently trespassing on your Master's territory. Might you guide us to a way out? Please believe we mean no offense." Dai hoped to appear as natural as possible, her tone imbued with humility. She only wished to avoid inciting the wrath of this creature, uncertain if it would believe her words. "Ah, travelers merely passing through, welcome." The goat-headed butler placed his right hand on his chest once more, his voice deep and resonant yet devoid of emotion. "Regardless of the reason for your intrusion into my Master's domain, you cannot leave until the established rules are met." "Rules?" Dai inquired. "Indeed, rules. You may also interpret them as requirements. As long as you fulfill my Master's stipulations, you shall depart safely," the goat-headed man elaborated. "Could you kindly explain how we might satisfy your Master's requirements? I sincerely hope they are not too arduous." Dai contemplated silently. "Of course, my dear traveler friend." Perhaps your words triggered some mechanism, for the goat-headed man's tone shifted, now noticeably more animated. "My master's requirements are quite simple." The goat-headed butler extended his right hand, and Dai noticed it bore 5 fingers like a human's, rather than resembling a true goat's hoof. He raised 2 fingers and continued, "There are 2 requests. You need only fulfill one to ensure your safe departure. The first requirement, traverse the woods alone, reach the entrance of the estate, and return with a rose from the entrance to complete the task. As for the second requirement, it is far simpler than the first." As he spoke, the goat-headed man pointed at 001. "All you need to do is leave him behind, to stay in our estate, and I will immediately ensure the safe departure of the rest of you." Dai and 001 were left speechless, and 001 instinctively tightened his grip on the iron axe, while Dai felt a chill run down her spine as she discerned the mockery and teasing tone of the sheep-headed man. It appeared he was certain she would inevitably choose to fulfill the second requirement. Suddenly, she felt the arm of 002, which she had grasped, trembling violently. Was it fear or rage? Did this place conceal some sort of trap? "Please make your choice, traveler." The sheep-headed man spread his arms wide. Dai forced herself to regain her composure, contemplated for a moment, and then inquired, "Regarding the first requirement you mentioned, does it necessitate solitary completion? I would like to know if there is a specific entity that must be accomplished alone." Anticipating her question, the sheep-headed man promptly replied, "Indeed. The entity that must be completed alone is you." Dai pointed at herself, incredulously asking, "Me?" The sheep-headed man affirmed, "Yes. You must traverse the woods alone to reach the manor gate, retrieve the rose, and return." Dai fell silent for a few seconds before nodding slightly. "All right, I understand." Seeing her acquiescence, the sheep-headed man shifted aside, revealing the dark, ominous woods behind him. The ominous clouds, blood moon, an ancient castle atop the mountain all suggested that the dark woods harbored deadly peril. "Now, please make your choice. Ascend the mountain alone, or remain with him." The sheep-headed man's tone brimmed with amusement, as if he had foreseen the choice of the human girl before him. After all, no one wished to wager their life. If one could navigate safely, why take the risk? "Ah, that robust mercenary appears to be excellent sustenance. It seems to be a fruitful day. I choose to ascend the mountain to retrieve the rose for you. The girl's clear voice resonated. Caught off guard, the sheep-headed man's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed. What did you say? I choose to ascend the mountain. Dai reiterated, as 001 stared at the back of her head in astonishment. He had nearly convinced himself that he would be abandoned. Such occurrences of employers sacrificing their mercenaries in dire situations were all too common, and he scarcely dared to hope that the employer would take risks to preserve their lives. Before he could fully process his thoughts, Dai began her preparations. She first removed her windbreaker, then took off the waist pouch and handed it, along with the windbreaker, to 001, leaving the paracord securely tied around her waist. She then unraveled a strip of bandage from her calf, drew out a fine machete, and tightly bound her palm to the handle with the bandage. With a forceful swing of the blade, she gauged its weight. Uncertain if there would be any light in the dark woods, she left her headlamp on. She retrieved her mask from the waist pouch and firmly affixed it to her face, as the forest appeared to harbor miasma, making it prudent to cover her mouth and nose. Lastly, she adjusted her close-fitting, stab-resistant suit. This should suffice. 001. Wait for me here, and keep an eye on 002. Dai patted 001's arm with her left hand, disregarding his hesitations. I shall not abandon any of you, neither you, 001, nor it, 002. As for 003, Dai glanced at 003, who resembled an ordinary piece of wood, and thought, let fate decide for it. Master. At that moment, 001 felt a surge of emotion. If there were a choice, he certainly did not wish to be sacrificed. Yet if the young employer ventured forth without return, he would be forced back to that place. Although he desired neither outcome, if he had to choose, returning to that place would undoubtedly be preferable. After all, there he remained himself, but if left behind, he cast a sidelong glance at 002. If abandoned, he might cease to be himself. It's all right. If I perish, the outcome is far better than leaving you behind alone, is it not? Dai declared as she turned to depart, leaving no opportunity for 001 to interject. 001 realized she was aware of everything. What he failed to notice was that 002, beside him, was even more agitated, tightly clenching its fists as straw fell from its body. The sheep-headed man squinted, scrutinizing this unexpectedly brave little girl. Suddenly, she approached him. Chapter 54. The Task, the Rabbit with the Black Umbrella. Dear Steward, may I inquire what kind of rose you wish me to retrieve for you? Could you provide a detailed description? To avoid the wretched sheep playing word games and making her journey futile, Dai sought clarification before embarking. Dear traveler, beside the manor gate lies a wall adorned with vibrant roses. On that wall blooms a golden rose the size of a fist. Please bring me that magnificent golden rose. Upon finishing, the sheep-headed man bowed slightly to Dai. All right, I understand. The golden rose the size of a fist, you say? Had I not clarified? Even if I reached the manor alive, bringing back the incorrect flower could lead to terrifying consequences. Indeed, there are pitfalls. Dai commended her own cleverness. After performing a brief set of stretching exercises, she checked her mask, the machete bound to her hand, and ensured her shoelaces were secure. Okay, let's go. Dai tightened her grip on the machete and cautiously advanced along the woodland path toward the castle. Soon, 001 and the others discovered with horror that shortly after the girl entered the woods, the entrance had vanished. They had completely lost sight of her. At present, the three of them, oh no, excluding the entirely oblivious wooden figure 003. He and 002 had no choice but to place their faith in the petite girl. As Dai ventured into the dark woods, she too realized that the entrance she had come through had disappeared. However, she remained unfazed, as this had been anticipated. Anything else would have seemed abnormal. The dark woods were enveloped in silence, devoid of even the rustle of leaves or the calls of birds and insects, or the sounds of nocturnal creatures. Dai firmly believed that the most fearsome monsters in the world pale in comparison to the treachery of the human heart. Thus, each step she took was resolute. The path leading to the castle was not straight. It twisted and turned. Dai's phone remained in her waist pouch, and after what she estimated to be over 10 minutes, she turned another corner. Just as she emerged from the bend, she suddenly spotted someone standing on the incline ahead. With the prior encounter with the sheep-headed man in mind, Dai hesitated, uncertain if this figure was truly human. The person stood with their back to her, holding a large black umbrella. The dark canopy effectively shielded their head and torso. The gloom of the woods obscured the light, and the distance between them made it impossible for her to discern the stranger's gender based on attire. Dai cautiously halted, recognizing that the path was narrow, barely accommodating a single traveler. She refrained from considering a detour through the woods, instinctively resisting the idea of entering the dark forest. The path was far safer than the woods. This was her sixth sense. Just as she wrestled with whether to proceed, the figure on the incline spoke. "Oh, it has been a long time since someone ventured here. Are you an invited guest?" The voice was delicate and soothing, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, more reminiscent of a boy who had yet to reach puberty. As he finished his inquiry, Dai observed the figure before her slowly turn, allowing her to discern the peculiar head resting upon its shoulder. A rabbit? The creature before her was indeed a rabbit-headed humanoid, yet its stature was significantly smaller and more slender than the sheep-headed butler. The sky loomed dark, thick with a multitude of ominous clouds, resembling a piece of silk marred by the wind. The rabbit gazed down upon the girl descending the slope, its blood-red eyes revealing an unsettling beauty. Clearly, this was no human. It was likely that every inhabitant of this estate was akin to the sheep-headed butler, a creature of grotesque nature. Despite the fact that her opponent was merely a rabbit, Dai dared not underestimate it. After all, the sheep-headed butler was still a sheep, and even 001, upon reaching level 50, had been unable to defeat it. The strength of the monsters in this cursed domain was unfathomable. It would be prudent to answer its questions earnestly. "I apologize, dear sir, but my friends and I are merely travelers who happened upon this place by chance. We were not summoned here. If our intrusion has disturbed you or your family, I sincerely apologize." Dai earnestly conveyed her regrets to the rabbit while discreetly concealing the machete she held behind her back. She was uncertain whether the rabbit had noticed her weapon. Regardless, brandishing a knife while professing innocence felt profoundly incongruous. "Travelers, you say?" The rabbit lowered its black umbrella, propping it against the ground like a staff of civility. It tilted its head, seemingly pondering Dai's response. "How did you come to ascend the mountain?" Did you encounter the butler?" Dai hastily replied. "Indeed, we met the dashing butler. He requested my assistance with a task, promising to escort us away once it is completed." She refrained from divulging her quest to retrieve the golden rose, for who could fathom the tangled tales of love and vengeance among these creatures? She resolved to keep that information to herself for now. The rabbit appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "No wonder. I thought it peculiar for you to be here without an invitation. That explains it. While the butler is indeed gentle, he can be rather mischievous, often taking advantage of lost souls. I can understand what he might ask of you. How about this? I've been rather bored on the mountain. Would you care to keep me company for a while?" Upon saying this, Dai observed the rabbit's mouth stretch into a silent grin, revealing its three-parted smile. Yet, she found no charm in its smile and involuntarily felt goosebumps prickling her skin. "I, too, would be honored to accompany you for a while. However, my friends are still waiting for me down the mountain, and the butler expects my swift return, so..." Dai hesitated, fearing a blunt refusal might provoke the rabbit, which had thus far seemed relatively amiable. Upon hearing her words, the rabbit's smile faded. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through the foreboding forest path. Dai shivered involuntarily, yet she noted the rabbit's body quiver slightly as well. It twirled its wrist, and the black umbrella unfurled gracefully in its grasp, raising the umbrella high above its head. The rabbit leapt lightly, its form buoyed by the wind, tracing a silver arc through the air. The black umbrella swayed gently in the breeze, akin to a clandestine dancer, before drifting down before Dai, its crimson eyes fixed upon her, revealing a wistful expression. "Indeed, you cannot afford to linger too long. All right, how about this?" It suddenly clapped its hands, as if struck by a brilliant idea. "I know what the butler desires you to accomplish, but please believe me, it is certainly no trivial task." Dai silently rolled her eyes, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. However, the prospect of a useful item as a reward for playing a simple game was unexpected. She recognized that the butler's request would be arduous, but if what the rabbit claimed was true, it might be exceedingly difficult. "Very well, I would be honored to engage in this game with you." Gestatte Ernesti LY. Her sincerity so convincing that even 001 would believe she genuinely wished to partake in the game. "Wonderful." The rabbit beamed, evidently pleased with Dai's attitude. It adjusted its sapphire blue bow tie and cleared its throat, stating, "The game is quite simple. I shall tell you an incomplete story, and you may pose 5 questions. I will respond to each with either yes or no. After the 5 inquiries, you must reconstruct the entire tale." How does that sound? Quite simple indeed. Should you succeed, I shall immediately present you with the item. Dai quickly discerned a flaw in the rabbit's proposition. What if I fail to complete the game? The rabbit paused, clearly taken aback by the sharpness of her intuition. Fail. It tilted its head, contemplating, then replied in the most innocent tone, "If you do not succeed, you shall not be permitted to leave. I will insist that you remain for another game until you complete it. However, should you fail the first attempt, even if you succeed in subsequent games, the item will not be bestowed upon you. After all, I am rather fond of that item, and I simply wish to see my dear butler's exasperated expression." Hee. Dai felt as though she had been caught in a double bind. Seeing that Dai had no objections, the rabbit cleared its throat and began to recount the tale. The child of the castle's master suddenly vanished, driving the couple to madness. They commanded the butler to search for their offspring, but he scoured the entire castle to no avail. 3 nights later, they heard the sound of a nursery rhyme emanating from the castle's attic. The lord and lady wished to investigate, yet fear held them back, so they dispatched the butler to check. He returned shortly, shaking his head. "The attic is empty, save for some old toys." This continued for several days until the couple resolved to ascend to the attic themselves that very night. As promised, the singing echoed from the attic. The lord and lady summoned their courage and climbed the stairs. Upon entering the attic, they found it as the butler had described, devoid of anything but scattered, worn toys. Yet the melody beckoned from a hidden door within the attic. Trembling, they approached and opened the door, only to be horrified to find their butler cradling a dust-covered doll, humming the familiar nursery rhyme. With the story concluded, the rabbit's gaze brimmed with nostalgia, sorrow, tenderness, resentment, and a multitude of indescribable emotions. Dai's memory was exceptional. She listened intently to ensure she missed not a single word. Naturally, she meticulously observed the rabbit's expressions, detecting subtle changes even upon its non-human visage. "Now, you may begin your inquiries." After a moment, the rabbit seemed to emerge from its reverie, its voice ringing clear and pure, reminiscent of youthful innocence. It gestured for Dai to commence the game. "Oh, by the way, remember, you only have 5 opportunities to ask questions." Dai quietly nodded, replaying the entire story in her mind, confirming that she had never heard this tale anywhere before. If she had never heard it, then it was an entirely new story. A castle, a steward, children. While she pondered, Dai inadvertently noticed the ancient castle towering high behind the rabbit, the goat-headed steward, the voice of the rabbit, innocent like that of a youth, the castle on the mountain. In an instant, a spark ignited in her mind. She felt as if some thought had been illuminated in her consciousness. Once more, she organized her thoughts, connecting the clues she had gathered, and surprisingly arrived at a chilling hypothesis. Dai quickly prepared her first question, eager to test her theory. "Your Excellency, may I inquire if the couple who owns the castle originally had 2 children?" Upon hearing Dai's first question, the rabbit's eyes noticeably brightened. Its expression became intriguing, and with a grin, it replied, "Yes." Dai's heart sank. If the answer to her second question was also affirmative, her hypothesis would be virtually validated. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she spoke again. "The couple who owns the castle abandoned one of their children." This time, she used a declarative sentence, as if she already knew the answer and would not err. The rabbit's smile vanished. After a moment, it seemed to suppress discomfort, uttering a single word, "Yes." Recognizing the rabbit's displeasure, Dai understood that this was the grim reality of the story, and she could not shy away from it. If she wished to complete this game of uncovering the story, she had to confront the truth, tearing it open and throwing it in the rabbit's face. She even suspected that the rabbit was deliberately setting traps for her through the game, compelling her to hand over the evidence that would lead to her demise. As if sensing her concerns, the rabbit waved its paw, saying, Continue. I will honor our agreement, so do not worry." Dai, if I'm not worried, then something must be amiss. Firmly closing her eyes, she reopened them and posed her third question. The couple who owns the castle knew from the outset what lay in the attic, which is why they dare not ascend. Still a declarative sentence. It again elicited the rabbit's cold, icy demeanor. "Yes, the missing child is dead. Yes, you survived." The rabbit suddenly lifted its head, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Dai's face, as if trying to bore two holes into her visage. After a long pause, it finally murmured a single word. Yes, there is still one more chapter. Chapter 56, The Steward and the Young Master. Hearing this response, Dai secretly sighed in relief. Regardless of whether the rabbit would go back on its word, at least she had deduced the truth, hadn't she? Do I still need to restore the story? She cautiously inquired, noticing the rabbit staring down, silent for a long time. Yes, I want to know how you guessed it. No, you must have guessed it right. It must be that way. So, please restore the entire story. Right now, immediately, without delay. Remember, it must be complete and flawless. Not even a single detail can be wrong. If you misstate any detail, consider your game lost. Do you understand? The rabbit's three-part mouth twisted into a gradually contorted and malevolent expression. Dai kept her right hand behind her, tightening her grip on the knife. Although she knew it might not pose a significant threat to the rabbit before her, she did not wish to die. Taking a chance was better than surrendering to her fate. Understanding, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and Dai began to narrate the entire story she had pieced together. The couple who owned the castle originally had 2 children, twins. The elder brother was healthy and charming, while the younger brother was born with a cleft lip. The family regarded the cleft-lipped child as an ill omen, a demon born of sin. Consequently, the castle owner ordered the younger son to be confined in the attic, never to be seen again. Gradually, aside from the steward who would bring him food and water, everyone in the castle forgot about the existence of this young master. Through daily interactions, the steward discovered that the young master was very different from the spoiled elder brother. He was exceedingly obedient. The steward developed a fondness for him, treating him with great care. In addition to his daily meals, the steward would occasionally bring him new clothes and toys, and the young master became very reliant on him. In his small world, there was only the steward's gentle smile and that cramped attic. After the birth of the twins, the castle owner and his wife never had any more children. They believed that the younger son in the attic had cursed them, rendering them unable to bear new life. Their plotted plan to murder the younger son was inadvertently overheard by the steward, who was utterly shocked. He did not wish for the young master to be eliminated by the lord and lady. For many years, the young master had been like his own child. Yet the castle owner ultimately entrusted the covert handling of the young master to him. In his rage and despair, he devised a plan to protect the young master. First, he secretly moved the young master out of the attic, hiding him behind a secret door. He dressed him in the clothing of a stuffed toy, disguising him as a large plaything. After completing this, he returned to report to the castle owner that the young master had been dealt with. The castle owner, instead of being sorrowful, patted his shoulder, praising him highly. In his fury, the steward devised a scheme to lure the elder brother out of the castle, leading him to his demise in the dark woods below the mountain. Upon returning to the castle, he orchestrated the sound of the young master's favorite nursery rhymes emanating from the attic. Seizing the opportunity granted by the castle owner to check on the attic, he secretly delivered food and water to the young master hidden behind the secret door. As this eerie situation prolonged, the servants in the castle, filled with fear, gradually resigned and left. Eventually, only the steward and the couple who owned the castle remained. One day, the steward also vanished, and the singing resumed in the attic. Terrified, the castle owner and his wife had no choice but to muster their courage and ascend the stairs to discover the truth. To their astonishment, the attic was utterly empty. Just as the steward had said, there was nothing but dust and old toys. Yet soon, they followed the sound of the singing and discovered a hidden door in the attic that even they had been unaware of. Trembling, they pushed open the secret door, revealing the steward in the darkness, cradling the young master disguised as a stuffed toy. He slowly turned his head to face the castle owner and his wife, who were now petrified with fear. The steward's lips curved into a faint smile. "My lord and lady, I have found the young master." Dai's voice was steady and unhurried, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Yet upon finishing her tale, she clearly observed that the rabbit's head had completely drooped, its long ears hanging limply. The air around them seemed to thicken, enveloped in a deathly silence. She dared not shatter this eerie stillness, so she quietly stood opposite the rabbit, patiently awaiting its judgment. It was uncertain how much time had passed. Dai felt as though it could have been an eternity. With a barely audible sigh, the rabbit finally lifted its head slowly. Dai's heart, too, surged her throat. Once again, A long, drawn-out sigh echoed, followed by the sound of gentle applause. The applause was not loud, but slow and resolute. The rabbit clapped its hands, its eyes glistening with moisture as it fixed its gaze unwaveringly on the human girl before it. Congratulations, you have completed the game. With a sigh of relief, it was now Dai who took a moment to exhale. As it spoke, the rabbit reached into the pocket of its coat, a movement that startled Dai, who feared it might produce a weapon to end her life in an instant. Fortunately, this was a trustworthy rabbit, just as it had claimed. Soon, it retrieved a small glass vial, the thickness of a thumb and no longer than 3 centimeters, filled with a shimmering golden liquid. Here, take it. The rabbit presented the vial to Dai, a pained expression crossing its face. This is the essence of life. Even the steward might take a year to gather such a precious amount. You must keep it safe. If I hadn't promised you this, you would likely never encounter such a treasure in your lifetime. At first glance, Dai sensed the rarity of this item, quickly extending her left hand to receive it with utmost care. Before she could examine it closely, the rabbit continued, I have a pretty good idea of the task the steward assigned you. After all, that individual lacks creativity, repeating the same old tricks. When you reach the gates of the manor, the likelihood is almost certain that you will encounter a flower bud that may take ages to bloom. At that moment, just a drop, oh no, half a drop, just half a drop of the essence of life will suffice to induce its premature blossoming. Do not, under any circumstances, remain idle in hopes of saving the half drop, for that flower typically takes a full century to bloom. Dai was taken aback, realizing her suspicions about the old Bidong were indeed justified. Chapter 57. The first gatekeeper then. How shall I repay you for this abundance of essence? Upon hearing Dai's inquiry, the rabbit displayed a look of disbelief. It scratched its long ears, utterly astonished that she would propose returning such a precious substance, knowing its value. However, after a brief moment of surprise, it quickly regained its composure, waving a dismissive hand. If I have given it to you, then it is yours. The essence of life has many uses. Keep it for your protection. Dai glanced at the small vial in her hand, then back at the rabbit, her gratitude now sincere. Thank you very much. She carefully tucked the vial into her quick-drying undergarment. Although she currently appeared as an unblemished princess, it was the safest place she could think of at the moment. I appreciate your guidance and assistance. If I have the chance to pass by your manor again, I would gladly engage in new games. Dai unleashed her unbeatable smile, causing the rabbit's red eyes to sparkle with delight. Really? You will play with me next time? Dai nodded earnestly, recognizing that such a generous gift from this naive rabbit was indeed rare. One must seize every opportunity. I have never lost in wit, and I would gladly accept another chance. The rabbit was clearly pleased by Dai's promise. In high spirits, it twirled in place, then offered her a piece of information for free. By the way, you're only halfway to the gates of the manor. However, the remaining distance may prove challenging. Upon hearing this, Dai felt a shiver of apprehension. The rabbit continued, I can only inform you that 3 gatekeepers will emerge to obstruct your ascent. Beyond that, I cannot say more. Exercise caution as you proceed. Gatekeepers blocking her ascent, 3 in number. Although the rabbit claimed not to elaborate further, Dai was grateful for this information. Yet she could not resist asking one more question. Do you believe I possess the strength to overcome them? The rabbit scrutinized her with its crimson eyes, making Dai feel as though she were being scanned by an X-ray machine. After assessing her, the rabbit replied, just barely, if you cannot quickly enhance your abilities, you may face dire consequences. Dai contemplated her panel, where she had yet to allocate her 9 points of free attributes. If she distributed those points wisely, she might just survive. Hopefully. Thank you once again for your guidance. Dai bowed sincerely to the rabbit. Now, you should hurry up the mountain. Remember to survive. I look forward to your next visit. With that, the rabbit raised the black umbrella high, lightly stepped, and leapt into the air, quickly vanishing from sight. 3 formidable gatekeepers. You say. Dai resolved to allocate 3 of her 9 free attribute points to agility. As the saying goes, speed is the essence of martial prowess. With improved agility, her reflexes and speed would enhance correspondingly, giving her a better chance to evade surprise attacks. The remaining 6 points would remain untouched for now, to be allocated as needed during actual encounters. This strategy echoed the wisdom from classic survival literature. With limited free attribute points, if one could not become a versatile warrior, It was best to reserve them for emergencies. Thanks to the rabbit's warning, Dai proceeded more cautiously and deliberately. Unlike the earlier part of her journey, the path had grown windy since her encounter with the rabbit. The breeze was not strong, but it rustled the dark trees on either side, significantly hampering Dai's auditory perception and judgment. Consequently, as she ascended with vigilance, she suddenly spotted a peculiar shadow darting out from the woods about 10 meters ahead, landing with a thud in the middle of the path. Dai thought, what happened to the element of surprise? Yet, she reasoned, its emergence was not entirely a misfortune. She halted to scrutinize the strange shadow. It must be the gatekeeper the rabbit had mentioned. However, she was uncertain whether the three gatekeepers would be congregated together or stationed separately along the path. If it came down to a one-on-one confrontation, Dai felt she could manage. But facing all three at once could spell her doom. The towering shadow did not immediately charge at her, which allowed her to remain wary while also checking her sides and behind her for any hidden companions. Suddenly, the shadow emitted a jarring, discordant sound. The source uncertain, whether from its mouth or its very being. The strange noise snapped Dai's attention back to the present, and she readied her blade, positioning it across her chest. The shadow began to approach her with an awkward, disjointed gait, accelerating in speed. In mere seconds, she discerned the creature rushing toward her was indeed a person. More specifically, it was a lifeless corpse reanimated. What had appeared strange from afar was now revealed. The figure was clad in the voluminous gown of a European noblewoman from the Middle Ages. The gatekeeper had a slender upper body, long arms, and fingers tipped with 10 inky claws. Its skin was decayed and torn, exposing the dark, melting muscle beneath and the waxy bones within. Upon its head rested an exaggeratedly large top hat, tattered to the point where its original hue was indiscernible. The lace and feathers that adorned it had long since disintegrated into wisps. Beneath the black veil lay a visage grotesquely decayed, with 2 pitch-black eye sockets that held flickering green flames of the soul. Wielding sharp claws, this once noble lady lunged toward Dai in a most discordant manner. Sensing her opponent's speed was swift yet manageable, Dai refrained from immediate evasive action. Uncertain whether the 10 black nails would inflict poison, Dai silently reminded herself to avoid being caught. With a swift lateral movement, she evaded the noblewoman's initial assault. Fortunately, the voluminous petticoats restricted the creature's agility, resulting in a straightforward attack pattern. Failing to connect, the creature did not immediately pivot, but rather charged forward several steps, propelled by inertia. This clumsy approach led Dai to seize the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to its waist, causing the creature to topple forward in a most undignified manner. The force of her strike was so immense that she distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. Yet, this ghastly being was not truly alive. After sustaining a blow of such magnitude, it contorted its upper body, attempting to rise from the ground. However, likely due to a broken spine, it could only raise its upper half while its massive lower body lay motionless. The noblewoman's anguished cries echoed as Dai circled behind her, placing a foot upon her back. With both hands raised high, she summoned all her strength and delivered a decisive blow to the creature's head. The enormous hat shattered under her strike, and beneath it, a head crowned with gray curls was cleaved in two, releasing a nauseating torrent of foul, viscous matter that nearly caused Dai to retch. However, with the obliteration of the head, the upper body of the noblewoman fell limp and lifeless. Thankfully, the mask she wore had shielded her from most of the acrid stench. Dai quickly distanced herself from the corpse, scraping the blade of her weapon against the grass until all remnants of the grotesque substance were removed. Holding her breath and tightly covering her mouth and nose with her left hand, Dai cautiously prodded the noblewoman's lifeless form with the tip of her knife. Confirming the creature was indeed deceased, she hastened up the mountainside until the body vanished from her sight. Leaning on her blade, she lowered her mask and took several deep breaths, reflecting on her recent encounter with the first guardian. That creature's speed was notably swift. Had she not augmented her agility by 3 points, she might have failed to evade its initial strike. However, its attack patterns were rather simplistic, which ultimately provided her with an opportunity. Yet, she sensed that the subsequent 2 guardians would not be so easily vanquished, as the rabbit's words hinted at their formidable nature. After a moment of contemplation, Dai secured her mask and resumed her ascent. Approximately 10 minutes into her steady climb, she suddenly heard the rustling of branches from the dark woods to her right. Stopping abruptly, she turned toward the source of the sound, her expression tense. Thankfully, she had secured her weapon to her hand. Otherwise, the sweat pooling in her palms might have caused her to lose grip. The rustling grew louder and more pronounced, soon transforming into a thunderous cacophony of trees being uprooted. When the source of the commotion finally emerged into view, Dai was nearly paralyzed with terror. In stark contrast to the slender form of the noblewoman, the second guardian resembled a corpulent ball, adorned with tattered finery that signified a noble lineage. Its visage was similarly decayed, with greenish flames flickering in its darkened eye sockets. The plump guardian barreled forward, crashing through all trees in its path, hurtling straight toward Dai. Its imposing presence was far more formidable than that of the noblewoman, immediately suppressing Dai's mobility and nearly flattening her. Had she not instinctively gripped the blade of her knife with her left palm, the searing pain from the cut would not have jolted her from the grip of dread. With a desperate roll to the side, she narrowly avoided the guardian's crushing blow. The continuous sting in her palm alleviated her fear and freed from its mental grasp. Dai quickly recognized her swiftness far exceeded her adversary's. As long as she wished to evade, the creature could not catch even a fragment of her garment. Its speed was lacking, but its strength was colossal. Hence, she resolved to outlast it with her agility. Indeed, she had a fighting chance. As she deftly avoided its advances, she swung her blade. Yet, after several strikes, despair washed over her, for despite her utmost efforts, she could not breach the guardian's defenses. Even after landing several powerful blows, she could only manage superficial cuts, utterly failing to inflict any substantial harm. After narrowly dodging another of the guardian's ferocious charges, Dai reluctantly allocated 2 points into her strength attribute. Uncertain of the final guardian's capabilities, she hesitated to expend all her available points at once. With her strength now exceeding 10, reaching a total of 11, she swung her blade with renewed vigor. This time, her strike penetrated deeper, slicing through layers of fat to reveal the dark, rotting flesh beneath, yet still failing to reach the creature's vital areas. Was 2 points of strength truly insufficient? With only 4 points remaining, should she invest further into strength? If she did, she might not survive the last guardian. If she refrained, she would surely fail to overcome the current foe. Clenching her teeth, Dai resolved to add 2 more points to her strength. The moment she did, a surge of immense power welled within her, clamoring for release. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed for the guardian's head with all her might. To her astonishment, the creature's skull proved so resilient that her strike rang out like iron against iron. Nevertheless, the plump guardian was not invincible. Her blow cleaved a fissure into the back of its head, igniting a flicker of hope within Dai. With each successful evade, she grew increasingly adept, circling behind the guardian to unleash another strike at the same vulnerable spot. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 17 strikes, 18 strikes. After an exhaustive series of blows, she finally shattered the guardian's cranial defenses, exposing the repulsive black and yellow tissue within. Just 1 final strike remained. At this juncture, Dai found herself breathless, her stamina dwindling. After being thoroughly incapacitated, the opponent unexpectedly entered a frenzied state. The rotund guardian rampaged, crashing left and right, his massive hands desperately reaching for Dai, with a speed that had increased at least 3-fold, nearly matching Dai's current pace. Dai took a deep breath, focusing all her attention on evading his relentless attacks. She was acutely aware that the brute's strength was terrifying. If she were to sustain even a single hit, her fate would be sealed. However, her stamina was severely depleted, and her movements began to falter. This was a battle of attrition, a test of which of them could outlast the other. With a resounding crash, Dai realized she could no longer endure. Gritting her teeth, she darted into the nearby dark woods. At this point, her life was at stake, and she could no longer worry about potential dangers lurking within. The hefty guardian swung a massive hand, aiming for Dai's diminutive figure, and struck a sturdy tree with full force. The tree, unable to withstand the blow, splintered in half. Seizing the opportunity, Dai emerged from the other side of the tree, swiftly maneuvering behind the rotund guardian. With a fierce determination, she aimed for the exposed back of his head and struck down with her blade, shouting Dai. The force of her strike penetrated deeply into the guardian's skull, seemingly severing his central nervous system. His colossal body collapsed with a thud, dragging Dai down with him as she struggled to withdraw her weapon. Breathless and exhausted, Dai nearly succumbed to the familiar stench wafting from the fallen guardian. Standing on his back, she struggled to extract her blade, adhering to her usual practice of cleaning it before vacating the crime scene. At this point, she could clearly see the manor's gates. She knew that advancing a little further would bring her face to face with the final guardian, but her energy was utterly spent, leaving her no chance of victory unless the opponent was equally reliant on wit, an unlikely scenario. Deciding to rest, she sat down and retrieved purified water and chocolate from her resource box, consuming them slowly to restore her strength. Although chocolate was an excellent source of quick energy, she only had 1 bar, which barely replenished a third of her energy. Realizing that cooking meat on-site was impractical, she resorted to her remaining option, compressed biscuits. Taking out a 250g piece, she was pleasantly surprised by its savory onion flavor. After consuming it with a bottle of water, she finally felt revitalized. Not rushing to continue her journey, she unwrapped the bandage from her right hand and used a strip of gauze from her leg to tightly bandage her left hand's wound. She then began to perform muscle relaxation exercises for her limbs. The second guardian had proven significantly stronger than the first, and she dared not assume the third would be any weaker. The final guardian could very well be the most formidable of them all. She needed to adjust her condition to an optimal state. After rewrapping her blade to her right hand, Dai jumped in place, gauging her internal strength. It was remarkable how her fully digitized body responded. After a bit of nourishment and rest, she felt revitalized, much like in a game where her health was fully restored. Gazing toward the distant manor gates, she resumed her ascent. Strangely, she encountered no sign of the final guardian as she approached the manor's entrance. As she surveyed her surroundings, a sense of unease escalated within her. The castle's iron gates glimmered with a dark red sheen under the blood moon, resembling a rusted wound that had festered for far too long. The central twisted iron bars converged, their tips sharp as fangs, while the door bore indecipherable runes that occasionally flickered with a ghostly green light. The hinges had long since seized, and the door hung, slightly ajar, as if an invisible force were pushing from outside. The walls flanking the iron gate loomed ominously high, their black stone surfaces adorned with deep red roses that teetered on the edge of blackness. The buds appeared grotesquely swollen, their petal edges curling like claws, while thorns writhed between the bricks, occasionally dripping dark sap. Vines wove intricate patterns across the stone walls, pulsating with the movement of ominous clouds. The remnants of a gargoyle clung to the wall, entwined by flora, its hollow eye sockets harboring a motionless night raven. Mist seeped from the crevice of the door, carrying the dank chill characteristic of a cellar, forming a web-like frost among the roses. Dai squinted, convinced she had imagined it, as she perceived the thickest vine twitch suddenly, its thorns scraping against the stone door, reminiscent of nails scraping against bone. The blood moon flickered between clouds, casting bar-like shadows upon the gates, which slithered across the ground, merging with the moss at the base of the walls. Dai observed the moss secreting a viscous substance, corroding the scattered rose petals into honeycomb-like cavities. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the entire floral wall to rustle, revealing the pale fuzz on the undersides of the leaves, akin to countless moths simultaneously unfurling their wings. This macabre scene sent a shiver down Dai's spine, prompting her to retreat hastily. Something was off. This place was far from normal. Gripping her blade tightly, she scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance and quickly discerned the anomaly. The task assigned by the goat-headed man was to retrieve a golden rose at the manor's gates. The words of the rabbit corroborated this assertion. It was clear that a golden rose should indeed be present at the manor gates, but perhaps it was not yet in bloom. However, Dai's gaze shifted among the grotesquely vibrant red roses, leading her to a chilling conclusion. She had not spotted a single golden bud in this cursed place. This indicated that she was not at her intended destination. This was certainly not the entrance to the ancient manor. Biting her lip hard enough to draw blood, she felt the warm liquid trickle down her chin. It was all a deception, all an illusion. But when had she fallen into this mirage? Was this the final guardian's ability? The power to create illusions? The crux of the matter was whether the final guardian possessed any other special abilities beyond this. If it were merely an illusion, Dai believed she might find a way to break free. Yet if the final guardian wielded additional means, she would find herself in dire peril. Regardless, if the adversary possessed other abilities, they would undoubtedly exploit the illusion to launch an attack. Therefore, Remaining still was wiser. She would wait for the moment to strike when the foe attempted to ambush her. Resolute, Dai clasped the hilt of her blade, allowing it to hang limply before her. Then, she closed her eyes, focusing all her sensory capabilities on her ears, standing motionless as she endeavored to capture the slightest sounds around her. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. She stood still for a full 15 minutes. The last gatekeeper of the ancient castle could no longer contain himself. He initially intended to gradually undermine the humans through illusions, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and claim her life. However, to his astonishment, the human not only remained unfazed by the illusions, but also began to recover her strength gradually, leveraging the very phantasm that was meant to ensnare her. A sudden movement in her left ear caught her attention, and a barely perceptible sound of slicing air from her left rear sent a chill down her spine. In an instant, she allocated all her remaining 2 points of freedom attributes to agility, and with a rather awkward stance, she raised her blade defensively behind her. A sharp clang resonated as she barely managed to block the assault. The failed strike prompted the third gatekeeper to swiftly retreat, vanishing once again into the illusions. Butterfly quickly recounted her initial encounter. The opponent was extraordinarily fast. Even with the additional 2 points, her current agility had soared to 19. Yet she still found it challenging to cope. However, the gatekeeper's strength was rather unimpressive. One might even describe it as exceedingly mediocre. During her hasty maneuver to defend herself, the force behind that strike barely reached 50%, yet her adversary had still been forced back effortlessly. Regaining her defensive stance, Butterfly closed her eyes, awaiting the next assault. Crafting illusions, remarkable speed, minimal strength, utilizing daggers as weapons, and likely coated with poison. These elements painted a clear picture of her opponent. He was a diminutive, fragile being, lacking in both defense and power, hence resorting to such tactics. Unbeknownst to the gatekeeper, who had entirely concealed himself within the illusions, the astute human had already stripped him of his fundamental attributes. With the analysis complete, Butterfly felt a wave of calm wash over her. The adversary's attack power was feeble. Even with a slight edge in speed, she could afford to trade blows. The only concern was the potential poison on the dagger. Thus, she fully relaxed her mind, her focus now sharper than ever. The hidden third gatekeeper, unable to contain his frustration, attacked 3 more times, but only once managed to graze the pocket of her cargo pants. The other 2 attempts were either deflected by her full defense or failed to penetrate her protective gear. This realization made Butterfly silently commend her investment in that armor. Although the third gatekeeper struggled to eliminate her, he was distinctly more cunning than the previous 2, employing strategy and weaponry with expertise. Consequently, his attacking frequency began to wane, intervals between strikes stretching longer. This trend could not continue. If he hesitated to attack again, it would pose a significant dilemma. Butterfly's mind raced. She knew that if she wished to resolve this final confrontation, her next move must be decisive. She mentally rehearsed her strategy before slowly lowering her right hand. Extending her left hand, she suddenly produced a dark green object in her palm. Without hesitation, she inserted it into her mouth and swallowed it whole, grimacing at its unpalatable taste. After consuming the dark green item, she methodically unfastened the clasps of her protective gear, lowering the zipper as well. Indeed, Butterfly intended to bait the opponent into attacking her once more. However, to avoid being fatally struck, she did not fully remove the left side of her protective garment, but instead adjusted the right side to reveal a conspicuous vulnerability. Now, she was wagering on the gatekeeper's intelligence, albeit limited. The obvious flaw she exposed was too tantalizing for him to resist. During his previous assaults, he had discerned that the human's black attire was peculiar, as his dagger could not penetrate it. Now, witnessing her unraveling the garment to expose her right shoulder, he realized that while it might not be a fatal blow, if his dagger could pierce her skin, the poison would assuredly incapacitate her. With rapid calculations, the third gatekeeper concluded what he believed to be the optimal course of action. Gripping his glowing green dagger tightly, a flicker of mockery glinted in his darkened eye sockets. He launched himself at Butterfly with full speed, aiming directly for her right shoulder. What he did not anticipate was that this time she offered no resistance at all. Just as his dagger was about to pierce her shoulder, an alarm rang in his mind. but his momentum was too great to be halted. The dagger easily penetrated the flesh of the young woman, and before he could withdraw, her left hand seized his arm with a fierce grip. The pain twisted Butterfly's expression into a fierce visage, her eyes snapping open to glare menacingly at her captive quarry. No matter how desperately he struggled against her hold, she did not relent. "I have you now." Gritting her teeth, she lifted her right hand. In a battle of strength, he was no match for her. His feeble attempts to scratch and kick at her left arm were futile. With a swift motion, she brought down her blade. The fragile third gatekeeper's skull yielded more easily than that of the noble gatekeeper. She swore she hardly exerted any effort, yet his entire crown seemed to cleave away. Perhaps the disbelief in the little gatekeeper's eyes as he perished was too glaring. Butterfly, unusually, felt compelled to explain. "Would you like to know why I did not succumb to the poison?" As the lifeless body began to grow limp in her grasp, she delivered one final blow to its head, casting the small gatekeeper's corpse heavily at her feet. "You shall never know," she declared, then forcefully withdrew the dagger lodged in her right shoulder, reversing its path to plunge it into the heart of the little gatekeeper. Deep Pool Rock's serpent's gallbladder function, upon consumption, grants immunity to all poisons. Note: the user may develop varying numbers of scales on their skin. The dark green substance she had just ingested was the gallbladder of the Deep Pool Rock serpent, which she had obtained in Space 5. It was this very item that had emboldened her to act as bait. Although uncertain if the gallbladder would entirely neutralize the poison on the gatekeeper's dagger, its effects were undeniably remarkable. Chapter 61. Physical Transformation. Task completed. The poison coursing through her veins was swiftly dismantled by her innate immunity, leaving behind merely a bloody wound from the dagger. Ouch! It hurt. Blood streamed relentlessly from the wound, and Butterfly felt her body temperature plummeting. Trembling, she fished out a small glass vial gifted by the rabbit from her sports bra, her second lifeline in this perilous endeavor. Enduring the excruciating pain, she removed the cork with her right hand, then dipped her pinky finger into the golden liquid, scraping its surface with her nail. She quickly brought her fingertip to her mouth, tasting the golden elixir. At this moment, it seemed that not even half a drop remained. Dai remembered the words of Tuzi. If that golden rose only required half a drop to bloom, then her own life essence, which was of a lower tier, likely needed even less. Indeed, as the golden liquid flowed into her body through her mouth, she radiated a faint golden glow. The wound on her left palm and the blood hole on her right shoulder gradually healed amidst this golden luminescence. Dai felt herself transcending, elevating, and further elevating. The game system's notification chimed incessantly in her ears. A continuous stream of Constitution 1 echoed, totaling 12 points. Just a tiny bit of life essence had raised her Constitution to 19 points. This was on par with her agility attribute. The benefits of increased Constitution were not limited to the rapid healing of her injuries. She also distinctly sensed her height increasing, her muscle mass expanding, and her physical strength enhancing. She dared to assert that now, if she stood before that portly gatekeeper, he would be unable to lay a finger on her. Hastily, she secured the glass vial and carefully tucked it into her pocket, zipping it up. Unsettled, she gently patted the exterior through the fabric, still feeling anxious. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved it and stashed it away in her sports bra. It seems my body has grown a bit. The enhancement in Constitution has this benefit too? Dai assessed her transformed physique with astonishment. Upon lifting her gaze to observe her surroundings again, she was astounded to find that everything had changed. The scene that had once resembled the gates of hell had vanished, replaced by a landscape that, while still somewhat eerie, was far more pleasant than before. The ancient castle stood silently in the night, its two heavy oak doors bound tightly by iron hoops, their surfaces marred by cracks and faded crests from the passage of time. The towering walls loomed, almost swallowed by darkness, while dense rose vines clung to the rough stone crevices. The walls were adorned with blooming crimson roses, resembling a multitude of flamboyant red-skinned skulls against the night. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the stone path before the door. A subtle fragrance of roses mingled with the damp scent of moss and aged wood in the air. Dai soon spotted a unique golden hue amidst the sea of scarlet. Just as Tuzi had informed her, the golden rose was merely a plump bud, showing no signs of blooming. How fortunate, that she had not encountered Tuzi along the way. Otherwise, her arduous climb to the mountaintop would have ended with the old ram's head thwarting her. Having dispatched the 3 gatekeepers, she believed Tuzi would not deceive her. Aside from these 3 ghastly beings, there should be no further dangers. She hurried to the golden bud, retrieving the glass vial from her bosom once more, and tremblingly dripped a tiny amount onto the bud. Instantly, the bud burst forth with golden radiance, its exquisite golden petals unfurling in the light, safeguarding the life essence. Dai let out a sigh of relief as she gazed at the fully bloomed golden rose. Finally, it was accomplished. The subsequent process unfolded with an astonishing smoothness. She plucked the golden rose and turned to dash down the mountain, passing once more the corpses of the diminutive gatekeeper, the portly gatekeeper, and the noblewoman gatekeeper. Observing their attire, Dai felt she had come to a realization. The ram-headed figure and Tuzi, though now monsters, had once been human. Even the 3 gatekeepers she had vanquished, despite being undead, still retained their human semblance. Tuzi's tail, the butler, the little lord, the castle's masters. Dai closed her eyes, envisioning the deep blue bow tie around the neck of the diminutive gatekeeper, indignantly exclaiming, "TSK, in the end, I was merely used as a tool." When Dai raised the blooming golden rose before the ram-headed butler, she was certain she saw the creature's dark, horizontal pupils widen in surprise. The ram-headed figure carefully accepted the golden rose from the human girl's hands, bringing it close to its nostrils, and in that moment, it caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance of life essence. So that is how it is. It discreetly glanced at the figure of 001 nearby. Lamenting this wasteful young master, does he not comprehend the preciousness of life essence? Just a tiny drop requires at least the extraction of an entire arm from a human of that caliber. And yet the young master so casually bestowed it. Tuzi the young master. It was not just a tiny drop. I gifted an entire vial. You have successfully completed your task. The ram-headed figure produced a beautiful wooden box from somewhere, opened it, and carefully placed the golden rose inside before tucking the box back into its embrace. Therefore, can you now allow us to depart? Dai flashed a standard smile at the ram-headed figure, while 001 and 002 behind her were evidently still reeling from the shock of her return with the golden rose. Especially 002, who was so agitated that it was nearly shedding hay. Dai thought that if it continued to tremble, it would soon transform into a broom. Of course, I shall honor my promise. The ram-headed butler regarded the human girl before him, realizing he had underestimated her. After a deep, scrutinizing gaze, he raised his right hand and waved toward a spot approximately 5 meters away. Instantly, the tunnel entrance they had arrived through reappeared before everyone. Thank you for keeping your promise. We shall take our leave now. Goodbye. Upon seeing the tunnel entrance, everyone was elated, well, except for 003, who had been a mere spectator throughout. He neither expressed joy nor discontent, appearing entirely detached. However, just as they reached the tunnel entrance, Dai suddenly recalled something. She turned her head and called out to the ram-headed figure not far away. By the way, Mr. Butler, I promised Mr. Tuzi that I would come back to play with him. May I return through this tunnel if I wish to come again? On weekends? Oh no. Cattle and horses do not have weekends. Later, there's still a chapter 62. The teleportation mark 002. May I return through this tunnel if I wish to come again? The ram-headed figure was nearly taken aback by her words. What? This human said she would return? And made a promise to the young master? After a moment of silence, it finally spoke. Once you leave here, the path you are currently using will completely vanish. This means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will never be able to return to this world again. But, as it spoke, it stepped forward towards Dai, and before anyone could react, it extended its right index finger and touched Dai's forehead. D. 001 and 002. Oblivious 003. Do not panic. I merely mark you with a brand. A moment later, the ram-headed figure swiftly retreated to its original position. With this mark, you will be able to communicate with it in your mind and teleport here at any time. When you come again next time, you will be a guest of our estate. However, you may only use the mark to teleport once a year. Please be aware. D. Upon hearing this, Dai quickly focused on the golden mark resembling a rose in her mind. Indeed, as she subtly communicated with the mark, it truly responded to her. With a satisfied nod, She waved her small hand again towards the goat-headed butler. Thank you. Until we meet again. The journey there took nearly an hour of excavation, but the return was effortless. In less than 15 minutes, Dai and her companions had retreated back to the fourth grassland space. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Dai instructed 001 and the other two to cut grass while she sat nearby, reflecting on their recent excursion to the ninth space. They had lingered in the ninth space, which was that ancient castle estate, for a full 4 hours, including an hour of excavation and over half an hour descending. This meant that the ascent alone had consumed roughly 2 hours. However, this was to be expected, as the rabbit and the 3 gatekeepers were no easy adversaries. Any minor misstep by any of the 4 could have cost her dearly on the mountain. Glancing at the system time, she noted it was already past 7 in the evening. They should return to the sanctuary after cutting grass for another half hour. It seemed there would be no time to excavate the 10th space today. Alas, originally capable of exploring 5 spaces in a day, today had seen a wasted opportunity. Nevertheless, she touched her chest through her tactical jacket, feeling the firmness of the small glass vial, and a smile graced her lips. Although the time spent in the ninth space was the longest and fraught with danger, its rewards were also the most substantial. This vial of life essence must be taken to the next world. Such treasures could scarcely be obtained even in realms of magic and cultivation. At precisely 7:40, Dai promptly rose, brushing off the grass clippings from her trousers, and signaled for everyone to wrap up and return to rest. She approached to gather the reeds harvested by 001 and the others in her backpack. Ding. Obtained HX2 31. The group then returned to the 8th space in a grand procession. The materials gathered today were insufficient to elevate the sanctuary to an intermediate level. But Dai was unperturbed. A trip to the 6th city ruins space tomorrow should suffice. Upon returning to the sanctuary's living room, Dai discovered that the endless funnel had nearly filled her 18-liter stockpot to 2/3 full. After removing all the empty bottles, she filled them with water from the pot and handed the pot, along with the remaining water and an entire pack of egg noodles, to 001. Additionally, retrieving 6 pounds of fresh yak meat from her backpack to present to him. Tonight's dinner would be beef noodles. Having said that, she first headed to the bathroom to wash up. 001 cheerfully began cooking. Relishing the bliss of having ample food daily, he wished to remain with his current employer forever. Never wanted to change masters again. Meanwhile, upon returning to the sanctuary, 002 silently sat against the door with a steel axe, seemingly on guard. 001 assumed it was merely keeping watch and paid no mind. 003 stood motionless against the wall of the living room, exuding an air of true puppet-like stillness. 001 sliced the yak meat into evenly thick pieces, first pan-frying them on the stone slab until golden brown. The yak meat, rich in fat, soon filled the room with a delectable aroma. The water in the stockpot quickly boiled, and he added the entire pack of egg noodles, fashioning several pairs of chopsticks and wooden bowls from wood as preparation. Initially, he intended to prepare utensils only for himself and his employer, but, catching sight of 002 leaning against the door, he decided to prepare a set for it as well. Just then, Dai emerged from the bathroom, having changed into a clean, quick-dry outfit. Taking a deep breath of the rich aroma wafting through the air, she swallowed her desire for food. There were still pressing matters to attend to before indulging. 002, come here, Dai called to the one sitting at the door. She clearly noticed the befuddled expression on its face as it gazed at a hay ball. 002 slowly rose from the ground and approached Dai, shaking off a few strands of grass. 001 promptly picked them up from the floor and tossed them into the campfire, adhering to the principle of waste not. Dai paused, observing 002 as it finally shuffled to her side. She took a moment to gaze at it before reaching into her bosom to retrieve the small glass vial containing the life essence, presenting it before 002's head. Upon seeing the golden liquid within the vial, 002 began to tremble violently. You indeed recognize this. Dai retracted her hand, holding the vial, her expression serious. 002 gradually calmed down, its button-like eyes fixated on Dai's hand, its body still trembling slightly. After a pause, it nodded at Dai, affirming her statement. Taking a deep breath as if resolving something monumental, Dai looked at 002 and spoke again. Tell me, how much do you need to return to your original form? Her words stunned everyone in the room, except for 003, of course. 001's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "What? Recover? What can 002 recover?" In a fit of intense trembling, 002 dropped to one knee before Dai. It shakily extended 5 fingers, only to retract 2 moments later, perhaps realizing it had been overly greedy. 5 drops? Though this figure exceeded Dai's expectations, it was not beyond acceptance. The small vial of life essence given by the rabbit contained approximately 20-30 drops. If she would part with 5 drops for 002. It was not impossible. Chapter 63. Young man, Dai's plan forget about those 2 drops. Dai stated, carefully removing the cork from the vial. Here are 5 drops. You decide how to use them. Remember, only 5, no more. I nearly risked my life to obtain this. 002 solemnly nodded its head, extending its frail right hand. Its elongated pinky, slender and dry, resembled a withered yellow root. It slowly dipped its pinky into the vial containing the life essence, and Dai clearly witnessed the essence diminish by 1/5 in an instant. Simultaneously, 002 was enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. Both Dai and 001 found themselves unable to open their eyes against the brilliance. She quickly capped the vial and tucked it back into her clothing, while 001 rushed to shield Dai, adopting a defensive stance. With their eyes partially squinted, they quietly observed the resplendent golden light before them. Wrapped within, 002 was completely obscured, leaving them uncertain of its condition, whether alive or dead. Surely it could not perish. After all, life essence was not poison. Just as Dai contemplated this, the golden light began to shift. The golden hue gradually faded, revealing a blurred human silhouette within. A youth with raven black hair cascading over his shoulders, possessing a well-proportioned physique, standing no taller than 1.8 meters. With long limbs and pale skin, the youth's face remained obscured as the golden light had yet to fully dissipate, preventing Dai from discerning his features. Nevertheless, she sensed that his age was not much greater than her own. The youth's upper body was bare, and his lower half was merely draped in a patch of hay. Undoubtedly, this youth was the former 002, and this astonishing transformation left 001 momentarily speechless. In a manner located in the 9th space, I encountered some extraordinary events, and individuals. Considering the intentions of the ram-headed figure and the stark contrast in 002's demeanor upon seeing it, I surmised that 002 must have previously visited that space. Or rather, that manor. However, it seems that 002's former employer abandoned him, leaving him to the mercy of the ram-headed creature, which subsequently transformed him into his ghastly state. After listening to Dai's explanation, 001 recalled the chilling gaze of the ram-headed butler fixed upon him, causing his hair to stand on end. How perilous. Had the young employer chosen the first option, would he have also become a scarecrow, grateful to his master? Had it not been for the master's bravery, it appeared I too would have met a similar fate. No, you shall not. Before 001 could finish his words, a cool voice interrupted. Both Dai and 001 turned towards the source of the voice, where they beheld a strikingly handsome youth approaching them. The reason I could transform into a scarecrow after having my life force drained is due to my unique ability, soul transfer. When that wretched ram-headed creature was siphoning my vitality to use as fertilizer, I adeptly employed my skill to extricate my soul from my body. However, at that moment, there were no suitable vessels for my soul to inhabit, so I had no choice but to conceal my essence within a scarecrow in the manor's fields. To my astonishment, with the reboot of this game world, my soul, along with the scarecrow, was summoned back to the mercenary's birthplace, until you called me to your side. Having said this, the youth knelt once more before Dai. I offer you my utmost loyalty and respect, my master. I shall serve you faithfully, never to betray, even unto death. Observing 002's devout kneeling, Dai felt a tumult of emotions within her heart. Originally, she had only 5 days left in this world, and she could easily pretend to remain ignorant, conserving her life essence instead of rescuing 002. After all, she had intended to utilize that vial of essence in her subsequent world of survival, where every drop was of utmost value. Like a mere passerby in her life, 002 could easily be disregarded. Yet, what she wished to convey was that she was not succumbing to a moment of compassion. Rather, she suddenly considered another possibility, As 001 and 002 were summoned tools in this testing world, could they also be classified as items by Chi-Ri and thus designated? Mercenary tools, item designation. Items can indeed be specified. This logical chain, she believed, was flawless. It was the pivotal reason behind her resolute decision to save 002 with her life essence. Meanwhile, 001 remained unconvinced. What if I were to have my life force extracted by that ram-headed creature? 002 looked at him with sincerity. Then you would become a mere cadaver. 001. The orange flames of the campfire licked the bottom of the pot, while the firewood crackled and popped. 002 held a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup, eating with a countenance of pure bliss. Lacking clothing, 001 removed his coat to provide temporary cover, and the oversized garment on 002 resembled a long gown. After satisfying their hunger, Dai fetched more dry grass from her backpack to ensure a more comfortable night's sleep for 001 and 002. As for 003, it seemed entirely indifferent to bedding, remaining motionless against the wall. After discussing the night watch schedule, Dai paid no further attention to them. She was utterly exhausted, feeling drained to the core. Thus, after finishing her meal and rinsing her mouth, she returned to her room to rest, initially intending to ponder over the details further. Her body and mind had already been overtaxed, and as soon as she slipped into her sleeping bag, she fell into a deep slumber. On the third morning of the game testing world, after sipping half a bottle of water while seated on her bed, Dai slowly arose. Overnight, the pot had filled with more drinking water, and at that moment, 001 was using it to brew meat soup. Meanwhile, 002 had woven several backpacks from dry grass, of varying sizes, and had also crafted a few large wooden cups. The wooden cups were already brimming with drinking water, all flowing from an endless funnel. Witnessing this scene, Dai felt a sense of satisfaction. If she could truly have these two by her side, wouldn't the future survival tasks become significantly simpler? As per usual, she patted her pocket and once again obtained 3 magic crystals, bringing the total in her possession to 19. While breakfast was still simmering, she summoned a 4th mercenary, again benefiting from the Tester S discount, summoning with a single magic crystal. The unremarkable white portal revealed yet another rusty Tin Man emerging from within. Upon his arrival, the Tin Man immediately peeled a piece of metal from his body and handed it to Dai. Ding! Obtained Iron X15. D. A subsequent chapter awaits. Chapter 64. SSS level Mercenary 002. Treating all equally, she approached and patted the Tin Man's arm, successfully earning another magic crystal. Habitually checking the Tin Man's information, she was startled by what she found. Having been too exhausted the previous night to glance at 002's restored attributes, she took the opportunity to view them now. Mercenary 002. Unnamed qualification. SSS level. 1 magic crystal required to advance to the next level. Constitution. 80 strength, 80 agility, 80 intelligence, 25 vitality, 20 special skill. Soul transfer. Dai instantly turned her head to look at 002. You are of SSS rank? 002 nodded affirmatively. Yes. At this, 001 gasped in astonishment. What a remarkable individual to possess an SSS rank, even surpassing him. He silently rejoiced over his decision from the previous day. Those 5 drops of life essence had been worth every bit. He had unwittingly acquired an SSS level bodyguard. Glancing further at 004's personal information, Mercenary 004, unnamed qualification, C level. 1 magic crystal required to advance to the next level. Constitution, 12 strength, 12 agility, 12 surprisingly acceptable. C level, with all attributes at 12 points, already exceeding the initial attributes of an ordinary player, suggesting that players fortunate enough to summon the Tin Man early in the game would find it quite beneficial. The entirety of the third day unfolded without incident. All 5 spaces explored today were minor ones, lacking resources, with not a single treasure chest to be found. Fortunately, they concluded their searches in less than 3 hours. Before lunch, they ventured into the grassland space, where a flock of sheep had respawned. Unlike the first day, today they encountered level 3 Huangyan sheep, with the flock's leader being a formidable level 5 Huangyan giant sheep. But Dai was no longer the same as before. Now, alongside her was not only 001, but also the SSS Level 002. The battle commenced and ended swiftly, with Dai ultimately collecting several hundred pounds of mutton, 23 magic crystals, and 7 resource chests from this group of Huanyan sheep. She disregarded the rest, assuming they would prove unnecessary by the time she departed this world. During lunchtime, Dai convened a discussion with 001 and 002 regarding the afternoon's arrangements. They unanimously decided to head to Space Now 6 to procure the necessary materials for the advancement of their shelter. To their astonishment, Space Now 6 presented them with a remarkable surprise today, a horde of zombies that could explode with magic crystals. Initially, 002 intended for 001 to lead Dai and 003 in gathering materials while he took the resilient Tin Man to slay the zombies. However, after about an hour of collecting materials, Dai proactively approached 002 with a machete, expressing her desire to join the battle against the zombies. "I cannot remain in your shadow forever," Dai declared earnestly, gazing into the boy's eyes. "The battle against the 3 gatekeepers in the Black Forest yesterday made me acutely aware of my lack of combat experience. These slow-moving zombies are the perfect training targets." 002 found himself unable to refute her and reluctantly agreed to her joining, albeit maintaining a cautious distance to ensure her safety. Within the ruins of City Number 6, they discovered not only an abundance of copper, iron, and quartz, but also a modest supply of stone and wood. They lingered there for a full 5 hours, departing only at 6 in the evening after vanquishing nearly every zombie in sight. Otherwise, they might have continued until 7. Upon returning to Space Number 8, they successfully advanced the shelter to a medium level, restoring its status to Level 1, though it now displayed as a medium shelter, Level 1. After assessing their materials, they realized they needed an additional 200 units of wood and 80 units of stone to elevate the medium shelter to Level 2. Taking the initiative, 001 grabbed an axe and ventured to Space Number 3 to chop down trees. With 002 safeguarding the little employer, 001 was free to act independently. Meanwhile, Dai had just finished washing her clothes and bathing when the amounts of wood and stone in her backpack became sufficient to upgrade the shelter. She chose to proceed with the upgrade, and thousands of materials transformed into luminous points, flooding into the shelter. In an instant, a 2-story concrete building appeared before them. The total area of the upper and lower floors was approximately 120 square meters, featuring a bedroom upstairs, with a bathroom also relocated to the upper level. The lower floor included a living room, 2 small bedrooms, and a vacant room of merely 3 square meters. If they were to acquire an equipment selection voucher, they could indeed establish a kitchen. After dinner, it was time for the customary treasure chest opening. Today, 002 was responsible for the unboxing, perhaps due to 002's fortunate streak. Out of 7 resource chests, he only uncovered one with danger, while the others remained silent. When Dai inspected the contents of the chests, it once again confirmed that 002 was far luckier than 001. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 15L of purified water, 1 watermelon, 2 household equipment selection vouchers, 1 mercenary summoning voucher, 50 pounds of rice, 5 vegetable seeds, 1 insulated water bottle, 1 quilt. Dai's eyes lit up. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. She resolved that from this day forth, she would entrust all chests to 002 for opening, grabbing an equipment selection voucher. She hurried to the vacant room and directly opted to utilize the voucher to construct a kitchen. Instantly, a fully equipped, multi-functional kitchen appeared before her. A double stove, solid wood cabinets, a complete set of pots and pans, a rice cooker, a microwave, a steamer, and an air fryer. Everything was accounted for. Of course, this kitchen would also require a magic crystal every 7 days to ensure its unlimited supply of water and electricity. Thankfully, Dai currently had an ample supply of magic crystals. Furthermore, through observation, she discovered that the spaces constructed using household equipment selection vouchers could be upgraded alongside the shelter's level. She noted that the bathroom upstairs had indeed become more luxurious since the shelter reached the medium level 2 status, adding several new amenities. The wash basin and mirror cabinet had been upgraded, the shower room enlarged, new hardware fixtures added to the walls, and a fully automatic washing machine placed in the corner. Most satisfyingly, a water heater and a heated bathroom fan had been installed on the ceiling, ensuring she no longer had to endure cold showers. With 1 selection voucher remaining, she had yet to decide how to use it, so she stored it in her backpack. Without hesitation, she opted to summon a mercenary with a newly acquired summoning voucher. After all, acquiring an extra magic crystal daily was too good to pass up. On the fourth day in this world, Dai awoke not to a biological alarm clock, but to a system reminder from 7 days. Extra compensation has been issued. Please check promptly. Roused by this unexpected boon, Dai recalled the promise made when she first entered this world. Once you successfully survive for 3 days, we shall grant you 2 random cards from the survival point shop. Now on the 4th day, having survived beyond the initial 3, the compensation cards had arrived. She quickly glanced at her 7 days storage, and indeed, she found 2 identical cards. With a mere thought, she retrieved both cards, discovering that their functions were the same. Designated Increase Card. Function. Using this card, you can increase the capacity for a specified item. Note, at most, 3 of these cards can be used during each world transition. Price. 500 survival points. 500 points each. Dai felt her breath quicken. Initially, she had contemplated the possibility of acquiring 2 valuable cards, but she never imagined 7 days would be so generous, providing her with 2 cards worth a total of 1,000 survival points. Had she perhaps seized the fortune of some fated individual? Upon closer examination of the card's description, she realized that the price of 500 points was not excessive at all. After all, this card allowed for the additional capacity of 1 item, effectively meaning she was purchasing a premium item for 500 survival points, a transaction that was truly worthwhile. Perfectly, she had been struggling with the distribution of designated items in this world, and now that this dilemma was elegantly resolved. To exchange 500 points for either 001 or 002 seemed an extraordinary bargain. After breakfast, Dai summoned 001 and 002 for an impromptu meeting, allowing 003 to 006 to pursue their own activities. By the way, 006 was the newly summoned wooden figure that morning. Now, Dai had 3 wooden companions, one in natural wood color, another in black oak, and the one summoned that morning in cherry wood. Hearing from 001. Tomorrow she will be able to summon the final mercenary. After that, if she wishes to summon more mercenaries, there are only 2 avenues. Either her personal level must rise to level 30, which would unlock an additional 5 fixed mercenary slots. This option can essentially be dismissed, as she has only 4 days left before departing from this world, making it impossible for her to reach level 30. The alternative lies in acquiring a mercenary summoning ticket from a resource chest, which is not restricted by fixed slots. If fortune smiles upon her, and as she manages to obtain an unlimited number of summoning tickets, she would have an endless supply of mercenaries. Diexin calculated that, even if she did not acquire any new summoning tickets before her departure, she would still have 7 mercenaries by her side, guaranteeing a minimum of 7 magic crystals daily, which suffices. After all, she has recently discovered a new source of income, killing zombies in Space 6. It is worth noting that just yesterday afternoon, she harvested nearly 300 magic crystals from those adorable little creatures. Of course, 002 was the one who defeated the most zombies. She and the Iron Man were merely bystanders. However, after an afternoon of real combat, Diexin's combat skills have significantly improved. Thus, the daily guarantee of 7 magic crystals can only be deemed better than none, as a single magic crystal can sustain 1 unit of equipment in her shelter with unlimited electricity and water for an entire week. In the future, the number of units in her shelter requiring magic crystals for power and water will inevitably increase, making a larger reserve of magic crystals all the more advantageous. After leveling up yesterday, a dining table and 4 chairs appeared in the living room. Now, 001, 002, and Diexin sat face to face at opposite ends of the table. Diexin reviewed what she wanted to convey and then spoke. I called you both here to discuss something in advance, so you'll be mentally prepared. In fact, I may be different from the employers you have previously followed. The distinction lies in the fact that, as a tester in this world, I will only remain here for 7 days. On the morning of the 8th day, I will depart from this world and automatically be transported to another. 001. 002. Seeing the 2 display such animated expressions and eager to speak, Diexin quickly raised her hand to halt them. Please, let me finish first. After a brief pause, she continued along her previous line of thought. As of now, I have been in this world for 3 days, which means I have only 4 days left before I must leave. I summoned you here to discuss matters concerning my departure. Let me introduce my basic situation. I am a tasker, and my mission is to survive in different task worlds. In each distinct task world, I must survive for 7 days to qualify for transportation to the next world. Upon completing each task world, I can take 3 items or artifacts from that world. Similarly, after this world ends, I can take 3 items from here as well. I am currently uncertain about the classification of you mercenaries within this game. I do not know if you qualify as items. However, if by chance I can take you with me, would you be willing to accompany me? Would you be willing to wander with me across various worlds? With that, she fell silent, allowing 001 and 002 time to process her words. Across the table, one appeared bewildered while the other furrowed his brow, both at a loss for words. Eventually, it was 002 who first gathered his thoughts and spoke. I can answer your first question. In this world, we mercenaries, whether living beings or non-living entities, regardless of our ranks from SSS to E, are indeed classified as game items. At this moment, 001, sitting beside him, nodded in affirmation of 002's statement. 002 continued. As for your second question, I believe I expressed it clearly the night before yesterday. Yesterday, the daily reading count surged once again, surpassing 900 but still falling short of 1,000. Later, there would be another chapter, with the daily count not yet reaching 1,000. I wonder if I should add more today. How about this? I will release the 2 regular updates today, and if the total number of requests for additional updates exceeds 60, I will add another chapter tonight. Everyone, please lend a hand and encourage more updates. Chapter 66, Shelter Items. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, as long as you are willing to take me along. Gishin did not expect 002 to respond so readily. After a moment of surprise, she smiled and nodded at him. Very well, since you are willing. Even if the chance is but 1 in 10,000, I will take you with me. 002 smiled. It's a promise. Observing the two who had already made an agreement. 001 felt anxious. He believed that everything he wanted to say had been articulated by 002, leaving him uncertain about what to express. In truth, after understanding the circumstances surrounding 002's transformation the night before, 001 had already resolved to pledge his unwavering loyalty to their little employer. Now, seeing his opportunity snatched away by 002, he was at a loss, fidgeting in frustration. Amused, 002 looked at 001's restless demeanor and smirked. Calm down, brother. If you're also willing, just nod your head. Upon hearing this, 001 hurriedly nodded. Seeing this, Gishin finally felt a sense of relief. Yes, she had successfully secured 2 formidable guardians. If both could accompany her, her future endeavors in different worlds would become much easier, confirming the decisions of both. She spoke again. Since both of you are willing to accompany me, let us begin discussing the next matters. As I mentioned at the end of this world, I can select 3 items to take with me. However, I also possess 2 designation cards, each of which allows the selection of 1 additional item. This means that if there are more than 3 items worth taking from this world, I can utilize these 2 cards, allowing me to take a total of 5 items. Do you understand? 002 nodded, while 001 appeared confused. Observing this, Gishin disregarded 001's naive expression and continued as someone nodded. Currently, I have confirmed that I will take you to, along with the endless funnel, which can infinitely replicate liquids, and the essence of life obtained from the manor. These 4 items are certain. As for the final position, I am contemplating. Gishin gestured with her hands, sweeping through the room. I'm pondering whether this shelter could also be considered an item. At this, 001 finally comprehended, sharing an expression of astonishment with 002, both filled with disbelief. Gishin explained, You see, this shelter can indeed be stored within the game backpack, so I believe it qualifies as an item. Is that not reasonable? Without hesitation, 001 blurted out, Reasonable. Meanwhile, 002 deliberated carefully before stating, If we adhere to your reasoning that anything that can be stored in the game backpack counts as an item, then your proposition is indeed plausible. By the way, when will we be able to ascertain whether we and the shelter can be taken along? Die Antwort gab, in 4 Tagen, also am 5. Tag nach heute 7 Uhr morgens, werde ich zusammen mit allem mich herum in einen Raum namens Zubereitungsraum teleportiert. Nur dort kann ich feststellen, welche Dinge mitgenommen werden können und welche nicht. Doch macht euch keine allzu großen Sorgen. Falls ihr beide oder der Unterschlupf als nicht zu benennende Objekte angezeigt werdet, habe ich andere Möglichkeiten, euch mitzunehmen. Ich kann im Überlebenspunkt-Shop Objektumwandlungskarten kaufen, um euch zwangsweise in benennbare Objekte umzuwandeln. So kann ich euch problemlos mitnehmen. Eine Objektumwandlungskarte kostet 50 Überlebenspunkte. Wenn 001, 002 und der Unterschlupf eine solche Karte benötigen, um ausgewählt zu werden, wären das insgesamt 150 Überlebenspunkte. Momentan hat die Schmetterlingsfrau nur 110 Überlebenspunkte, was nicht ausreicht, um 3 Karten zu kaufen. Doch sie ist diesbezüglich unbesorgt, denn nach erfolgreichem Abschluss der Überlebensmission in dieser Welt wird sie neue Überlebenspunkte erhalten. Die Erträge dieses Mal sollten doch deutlich höher sein als im vorherigen Anfängerbereich. Als die kleine Auftraggeberin das äußerte, fühlten sich 001 und 002, obwohl sie nicht genau wussten, was dieser Überlebenspunkt-Shop ist, etwas beruhigt. Nachdem sie sich einig geworden waren, planten die 3 akribisch die verbleibenden 4 Tage, fast auf die Stunde genau, was zu tun ist. Zunächst, da sie beschlossen hatten, den Unterschlupf mitzunehmen, sollten sie dessen Niveau und Rang so weit wie möglich erhöhen. Außerdem sollten sie so viele Gutscheine für Haushaltsgeräte wie möglich sammeln, um den multifunktionalen Lebensbereich im Unterschlupf vollständig freizuschalten und dessen Komfort und Funktionalität zu verbessern. Darüber hinaus sollten sie so viele Magiekristalle wie möglich sammeln. Alle 3 benötigen Magiekristalle für ihre Aufstiege, und auch der multifunktionale Lebensbereich des Unterschlupfs benötigt sie. Um sicherzustellen, dass der Unterschlupf nach dem Verlassen dieser Welt noch 3 bis 5 Jahre lang normal funktioniert, müssen sie mindestens mehrere tausend Magiekristalle zusätzlich erwerben. Da sie die Magiekristalle nicht mitnehmen können, müssen sie vor dem Verlassen dieser Welt alle Magiekristalle ausgeben. Entweder um ihre persönlichen Level zu erhöhen oder um sie im Funktionsbereich des Unterschlupfs einzuzäunen. Ob die Kraftsteigerung nach dem Aufstieg erhalten bleibt, darüber will die Schmetterlingsfrau vorerst nicht nachdenken. Sie betrachtet alle Vorbereitungen als Teil eines Plans, in dem die Kraft erhalten bleibt. Falls die Kraft tatsächlich erhalten bleibt und sie 3 nicht aufgestiegen sind, wäre das eine große Überraschung. Schließlich stellt sich die Frage, ob sie neue Räume erkunden sollten. Derzeitig können die bereits erschlossenen Räume stabil verschiedene Grundmaterialien liefern. Die Prärie und der Regenwald können täglich neue Wildtiere auf einem höheren Level erscheinen lassen, was eine wichtige Quelle für tägliche Ressourcen und Fleisch ist. Es wäre jedoch unklug, viel Zeit mit der Erschließung neuer Räume zu verbringen, sodass die 3 einstimmig beschlossen, keine neuen Räume mehr zu erkunden, sondern sich darauf zu konzentrieren, die Ressourcen der bestehenden Räume maximal zu nutzen und zu optimieren. Um die Effizienz der Arbeit zu gewährleisten, holte die Schmetterlingsfrau alle Magiekristalle aus ihrem Rucksack und stapelte sie zu einem glitzernden Hügel auf dem Tisch. Insgesamt waren es 367 Magiekristalle. Sie zählte 72 Magiekristalle heraus, teilte sie in 2 Stapel zu je 36 und schob sie vor 001 und 002. Hier, nehmt sie und steigt auf Level 5 auf. Nach diesen Worten nahm sie selbst 20 Magiekristalle und begann mit dem Aufstieg. Die Magiekristalle verwandelten sich in Staub, und mit einem goldenen Lichtblitz erreichte ihr persönliches Level 5. Nummer 7000 Einnahme. Hudi Alter, 15 Jahre Level 5, um zum nächsten Level aufzusteigen. Werden 35 Magiekristalle benötigt, Körper 20, Kraft 14, Geschicklichkeit 20, Intelligenz 12, Geist 9, frei verteilbare Punkte 3. Der Durchschnitt für Erwachsene liegt bei 5. Fähigkeiten, Zerlegen Talent. Keine Kapitel 65 hat eine Verfolgungsanzahl von 29, wenn die Verfolgungsanzahl in diesem Kapitel 31 übersteigt. Werde ich vor Mitternacht ein weiteres Kapitel hinzufügen. Der Countdown für die 2. Welt läuft. Freut euch auf die Reise in die 3. Welt. Kapitel 67, der letzte Sprint in der 2. Welt, für alle, die nach einem Update drängen. Ist es wirklich so, dass man für den Aufstieg auf Level 6 35 Magiekristalle benötigt? Nun, das bedeutet, dass wir zusammen 105 Magiekristalle benötigen. Bei verbleibenden 275, abzüglich 105, bleiben uns 170. Ich frage mich, ob das ausreicht, um uns 3 auf Level 7 zu bringen? Die Schmetterlingsfrau zählte erneut 3 Stapel mit je 35 Magiekristallen und stellte fest, dass die beiden anderen bereits auf Level 5 aufgestiegen waren. Sofort schob sie 2 Stapel mit 35 Magiekristallen zu den beiden und forderte sie auf Level 6 aufzusteigen. Es sind noch genug Magiekristalle vorhanden. Weiter. Während sie sprach, griff sie nach ihrem Anteil von 35 Magiekristallen und sagte, je höher unser Level, desto stärker werden wir. Je stärker wir sind, desto mehr Magiekristalle können wir täglich sammeln. Wenn ich richtig liege, sollten heute in allen erschlossenen Räumen die Wildtiere, Monster und Zombies, die erscheinen, ein höheres Level und eine größere Anzahl haben als gestern. Wenn wir nicht schnell unsere persönlichen Level erhöhen, wird es nicht nur ineffizient beim Farmen, sondern wir könnten sogar in Gefahr geraten. Während sie sprach, erstrahlte ein goldener Blitz und ihr persönliches Level stieg erneut auf Level 6. Sie spürte die pulsierende Lebensenergie und die aufkeimende Kraft in ihrem Inneren und warf einen Blick auf die benötigte Anzahl an Magiekristallen für das nächste Level. Während sie leicht die Stirn runzelte, für Level 7 werden 55 Magiekristalle benötigt. Nach Durchsicht der verbleibenden 170 Magiekristalle stellte sie fest, dass dies genau ausreicht, damit alle 3 auf Level 7 aufsteigen können, und es bleiben sogar 5 übrig. Ohne zu zögern, schwenkte sie die Hand und verteilte 55 Magiekristalle an jeden, um weiter aufzusteigen. 3 goldene Lichter erstrahlten im Raum, und alle 3 stiegen auf Level 7 auf. Gleichzeitig erfüllte die reine Kraft, die von den 3 ausging, das Wohnzimmer des Unterschlupfs. Eine schreckliche Macht, die durch den Aufstieg hervorgerufen wurde. Die Schmetterlingsfrau öffnete das Söldnersystem-Panel, um die aktuellen persönlichen Attribute der beiden zu überprüfen, und war schockiert, als sie entdeckte: 001 Söldner, unbenannt Qualifikation, S-Level, Level 7. Um auf das nächste Level aufzusteigen, werden 80 Magiekristalle benötigt, Körper 101, Kraft 101, Geschicklichkeit 101, frei verteilbare Punkte 35. Talentfähigkeiten: keine 002 Söldner, unbenannt Qualifikation, SSS-Level, Level 1. Um auf das nächste Level aufzusteigen, werden 80 Magiekristalle benötigt, Körper 115, Kraft 115, Geschicklichkeit 115, Intelligenz 25, Energie 20. Frei verteilbare Punkte 70. Talentfähigkeiten, Seelenübertragung. Die Schmetterlingsfrau war perplex. Wie viel Basisattribute gewinnt ihr jeweils pro Levelaufstieg? Und wie viele freie Attribute erhaltet ihr? Die Schmetterlingsfrau fragte mit zusammengebissenen Zähnen. 001 war verwirrt. Bei jedem Aufstieg meines persönlichen Levels steigen meine Körperkraft, Stärke und Geschicklichkeit jeweils um 3 Punkte. Und ich erhalte 5 Punkte freie Attribute pro Level. 002, der das gerötete Gesicht der kleinen Auftraggeberin sah, wollte lachen, wagte es jedoch nicht. Bei jedem Aufstieg meines persönlichen Levels steigen Körperkraft, Stärke und Geschicklichkeit um jeweils 5 Punkte, und ich erhalte 10 Punkte freie Attribute pro Level. This should illustrate the relationship between our ranks, S and SSS levels. There is no need for you to dwell upon it. Suddenly, Dai felt an overwhelming malice emanating from his world. What to do? For the next 4 days, Dai and 7 mercenaries split into 3 groups, embarking on a race against time. 003, accompanied by 005 and 007, the Wooden Brothers Quartet, was assigned to Space 1 to gather stones, since they did not require sustenance. And the stones in Space 1 refreshed daily. They merely needed to collect stones for 11 hours each day. Even if their movements were slow, with 4 of them working together, they could amass sufficient stones to meet the requirements for upgrading the shelter. Meanwhile, 001 took on the responsibility of clearing the beasts and monsters that refreshed in the prairie and rainforest spaces each morning, utilizing any spare time to fell trees in the rainforest. After his level increased, he often managed to fell a significant portion of the trees in a rainforest space within a single morning, and in the afternoon he would join Dai, along with 002 and 004, in Space 6 to gather materials needed for upgrading the shelter. Dai and 002 began their day by hunting the refreshing zombies in Space 6 to collect magic crystals. As Dai had surmised, the zombies in Space 6 indeed grew stronger by the day. Fortunately, Dai and her companions also became increasingly formidable. Thus, for these zombies, their only fate was to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Soon, the evening of the 7th day arrived. By this time, Dai's shelter had been upgraded to an advanced level 1. It was not that they wished to refrain from further elevating their shelter's rank. Rather, after achieving the advanced tier, they lacked the necessary materials for further upgrades. After all, they had not explored new spaces for the past 4 days, and the basic materials from the primary space were insufficient for the needs of an advanced shelter. However, Dai did not mind, for an advanced level 1 shelter was more than adequate for her needs. Although the advanced shelter remained 2 stories, it spanned nearly 400 square meters, with 150 square meters on the upper floor and 250 square meters on the lower floor. Additionally, there was a 150 square meter courtyard in front, providing ample comfort for the three of them. During these 4 days, they had acquired nearly 100 resource chests from slain beasts and monsters. The honorable and arduous task of opening these chests undoubtedly fell to the fortuitous little prince, 002. Among the 100 chests, in addition to a plethora of food and daily necessities, they also uncovered a portion of intermediate materials. Thankfully, these intermediate materials were obtained. Otherwise, the shelter might not have been able to successfully advance to the higher level. Furthermore, within the vast number of chests, Dai was thrilled to find a total of 22 household equipment selection vouchers. Naturally, Dai firmly believed that this fortune was undoubtedly due to the lucky charm of the little prince. Indeed, according to the original design of the cave survival game, a regular player would be considered very fortunate to find a household equipment selection voucher in 50 resource chests. Moreover, for ordinary players, acquiring 50 resource chests was no small feat. Including the one remaining from before, Dai unlocked all the multifunctional living areas available in the current shelter. In the case of a primary shelter, using a selection voucher would yield only 4 options. However, in the case of an advanced shelter, the options expanded to a full 12. Beyond the most basic kitchen, bathroom, sunroom, and cold storage, the advanced shelter even allowed for the construction of multifunctional media rooms, gyms, hot spring pools, temperature-controlled nurseries, pet spaces, poultry farming areas, livestock breeding areas, and the option to unlock a highly fortified underground safe space. Dai arranged the sunroom and temperature-controlled nursery on the roof of the shelter, and upon successful construction, a staircase automatically appeared, providing access from the second floor to the rooftop area. The 7th day was punctuated by a surge in demand for updates. The number of requests for Chapter 65 reached 32, and for Chapter 66, it had just recently reached 28. The promised additional update was finally here. If tomorrow's daily readership surpasses 1,000, another chapter will be added. Chapter 68, Comprehensive Upgrade. Since there were still surplus selection vouchers, Dai arranged for 001 and 002 to each have an independent bathroom in their rooms. She created 2 multifunctional media rooms, placing one in the first floor living room and the other in the second floor living room, while the gym and hot spring pool were situated adjacent to the first floor living room. Each constructed underground safe space measured approximately 30 square meters, and since there were still excess selection vouchers and ample magic crystals, Dai decided to build 5 underground spaces directly beneath the first floor, connecting them all. She then added a bathroom, kitchen, storage room, temperature-controlled nursery, and a multifunctional media room within the interconnected underground spaces. This way, should they ever encounter a nuclear catastrophe in any task world, they could safely remain in the underground spaces until the 7-day mission concluded. The underground safety space was designed to withstand impacts equivalent to an asteroid collision. Although they currently possessed no pets, poultry, or livestock, Dai ensured that provisions for them were made in the spacious courtyard, with 2 of each being constructed. Once everything was completed, she gazed contentedly at her newly equipped home and, with a flourish of her hand, infused the entirety of the multifunctional areas with 5 years' worth of magic crystals. 7 days in a new world. 5 years indeed felt like a long time. Dai believed that within these 5 years, she would undoubtedly discover a substitute for magic crystals. Thus, temporarily replenishing for 5 years was more than sufficient. Over these 4 days, due to the ever-increasing number of zombies, they even encountered mid to high-level zombies that could drop more than 2 magic crystals. This directly resulted in a substantial daily income of magic crystals. On the 4th day, their magic crystal earnings amounted to 1, 298. On the 5th day, 2, 891. On the 6th day, 5, 102. And today, on the 7th day, a boss-level zombie had emerged in Space 6, capable of dropping hundreds of magic crystals. 002 spent the entire day in Space 6, single-handedly battling various boss zombies, ultimately defeating around 40 of them, yielding a total of over 4,000 magic crystals. Among them was even a Lord-level boss zombie, which dropped a staggering 1,000 magic crystals. Consequently, their total magic crystal income for today reached a peak of 8,009. Therefore, after allocating 5,000 magic crystals for the shelter's upgrade, the remaining 12,000 magic crystals were dedicated to enhancing their personal levels. After discussion, 001 and 002 unanimously decided to reserve a sufficient amount of magic crystal for Dai, ensuring that she could reach level 20. The remaining crystals would be divided between the two of them, although they vowed to protect Dai with their lives in the event that she found herself isolated, or if they ultimately discovered they could not accompany her from this place. Her higher personal level would increase her chances of survival in the future. After careful contemplation, Dai agreed to their suggestion. She directly utilized 810 magic crystals to elevate her personal level to 20. ID 7001 name. Cutie age 15 level 20 magic crystals required for the next level. 860 constitution 35 strength 29 agility 35 intelligence 12 spirit 9 free attribute points 48. The average values for ordinary adults are 5. Skills decomposition talent none, with a generous allocation of 48 free points. Cutie contemplated her choices and resolved to invest a portion into her intelligence and spirit, attributes that would not increase with her personal level. Although she was uncertain of their utility at this moment, she believed that enhancing these attributes would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. Thus, she decisively raised her intelligence to 25 and her spirit to 20. This decision was inspired by the foundational attributes of SSS level 002 at level 1. After deducting 24 points, 24 free points remained, and Cutie aspired to transform herself into the coveted hexagonal warrior. She promptly elevated her constitution, strength, and agility to 41 points each, nodding in satisfaction before switching her panel to the mercenary system page to closely admire the splendid attribute panels of her two level 18 super companions. 001 mercenary, unnamed qualification, S level, level 18, magic crystals required for the next level. 685 constitution, 230 strength, 135 agility, 135 intelligence, 5 spirit, 5 free attribute points, 0. Talent skills, none, 002 mercenary, unnamed qualification, SSS level, level 18, magic crystals required for the next level. 685 constitution, 170 strength, 185 agility, 300 intelligence, 30 spirit, 50 free attribute points, 0 talent skills, soul transfer indeed. After 001's personal level reached 10, they too possessed intelligence and spirit attributes. Although their values were merely at the average level of ordinary individuals, they at least boasted a complete set of personal attributes. After a discussion between 001 and 002, they allocated their earned free attribute points into different attributes. 001 concentrated almost all of their free points into Constitution, aiming to develop into a tank with high defense and health. Meanwhile, 002 invested a significant portion into agility while also enhancing strength, intelligence, and spirit attributes. Undoubtedly, 002 was set on a path as a high-speed, high-explosion warrior. Should an opportunity arise to learn new skills in other realms, they could transition from melee to a high-damage assassin or transform ranged combat into an agile, versatile sharpshooter. With decent intelligence and spirit attributes, acquiring a few magical skills was not out of the question. Cutie gazed at their exceptionally splendid personal attributes, her mouth watering at the comparison to her own modest stats, which paled in comparison to her two bodyguards. After ensuring the endless funnel had soaked in pure water for 12 hours, she stowed it away in her backpack, pausing its usage time. Cutie recounted her belongings. They were essentially as they had been when she departed from the novice world, albeit her clothing had significantly deteriorated over 7 days, appearing somewhat worn. Nevertheless, she meticulously cleaned them all and donned them as per her usual routine. Particularly, her anti-stab suit had performed admirably during the past week, safeguarding her life on multiple occasions. Observing the clinking attire of their little employer, 001 was bewildered, while 002 chuckled uncontrollably. Perhaps their brief time in this world had led to a lack of extraordinary items. Even with 002's luck, they had not discovered any crafting stations or equipment with attributes. They had, however, unearthed a few attribute-laden weapons. Otherwise, they would have been left to fend off zombies with mere steel rods. Yesterday's daily reading volume was announced. 984. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking 1,000. Rounded up, I shall consider it 1,000 today. My dear readers, Exert yourselves a bit more and help me achieve a daily reading volume of 1,000. Will you? Thus, today I shall provide 3 updates. Should the cumulative prompts for updates exceed 100, I shall add yet another chapter today, a 4th update. Dear readers, please lend your fingers to urge me onward. Twinkling bright, light up 5 little stars. Across rivers and mountains, kindness abounds. May I receive positive reviews, if you please? Chapter 69, 002. Am I very small? If she were to descend into the game alongside a multitude of other players, even without her own discoveries, the vast pool of billions would surely yield crafting items for others. Thus, she could acquire equipment through trade. However, for Hudi, who was entirely alone, a lack of findings equated to having nothing at all. In the resource chests, she had retrieved a few ordinary garments, most of which were male attire, which she distributed among 001 and 002. Moreover, the 3 of them had all swapped their weapons for new ones. Hudi initially wielded a cleaver, feeling quite adept with it, and thus chose the best attribute cleaver from her new arsenal. A lowly with a cleaver indeed, it was quite the sight. 001 selected a 2-handed greatsword over a meter in length, while 002 opted for a flexible sword that could be coiled up to the size of a belt. She powered on the phone acquired in the novice world, setting an alarm for 6 o'clock the next morning. Hudi moved her sleeping bag to the living room on the 1st floor, planning to sleep there with 001 and 002. Those 7 days was unlikely to be untrustworthy and commenced the teleportation prematurely, after her previous erroneous teleportation experience. She resolved to prepare for the worst on the morning of the 8th day in the game testing world, at 6 o'clock. The melodious ringtone of her phone awoke the trio sleeping in the living room simultaneously. They hurried to their respective bathrooms to freshen up, returning to gather their belongings and share breakfast. The breakfast consisted of white flatbreads filled with meat, prepared the night before and stored in the game backpack. 001 devoured 12 in one go, while 002 managed 5. Hudi silently observed them. Managing to consume 3 herself, it was impossible. Each flatbread was larger than her face, and 3 was her limit. Any more would make her burst after satisfying their hunger and thirst. Glancing at the time on 7 days, revealed only 20 minutes remained until teleportation. The trio exited their shelter, and with a flick of her wrist, Hudi stowed the shelter in her backpack. They each secured their weapons tightly to their arms with strips of cloth, and Hudi suggested they hold hands, as she was still concerned about the possibility of her companions not being transported into the preparation room together. 0000900000008000000 300000020000001000000. Time's up. Congratulations on completing the 7-day survival mission in the game testing world. You will soon be teleported to the preparation room. Please prepare for the teleportation. Here it comes. Deej tightened her grip on the 2 individuals, her face etched with anxiety, her heart racing. 002 offered her a reassuring smile, but she barely registered it before she was plunged into the same sensation she experienced when first transported from the novice world. Just like last time, she felt the environment around her suddenly stagnate, as if her surrounding space had been frozen in time. Following this, darkness enveloped her vision, and her body went limp. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself once more in the mist-shrouded space. The absence of warmth from human touch in her hands made her heart sink. Had 001 and 002 indeed not accompanied her in this transport? However, as she lowered her gaze and scanned her surroundings, she was delighted to discover that a large and a small figure were lying on the grass. Was that not 001 and 002? 002 exclaimed. Am I really that small? The 2 were lying motionless on the ground, devoid of breath or heartbeat, resembling lifeless wax figures. If not for the warmth of their skin beneath her hands and the white light they emitted, she might have believed they were no longer alive. A prompt appeared. Discoverable selectable items. Would you like to choose to carry this item? Yes or no? The appearance of the white light, accompanied by a selection prompt, relieved her. It meant she could choose them, saving her 2 conversion cards. Realizing they had made the journey with her, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She took out her Chiri phone to check the progress and rewards of this mission, feeling no urgency since time was on her side. Perhaps they could rest a while longer. Congratulations on successfully completing the survival task in the game testing world. This is the successful completion of your second task world. Following this, you will have 1 hour of rest time. Please choose the items you wish to carry to the next task world within this hour. Your personal clothing and accessories will automatically accompany you to the next task world without additional selection. Selectable items will emit white light when touched. Otherwise, they will emit red light. You may choose any 3 items you deem necessary, which will accompany you on your survival journey until they are completely destroyed and no longer usable. Please choose your items carefully. Preparation Room Countdown 57, 2309. The opening remarks were nearly identical to those at the end of the last Novice World, but the subsequent reward information piqued her interest. Congratulations on successfully completing the second task world, earning 100 survival points. Note, due to a detected teleportation error in your second task world, resulting in a mismatch in survival difficulty, the survival points reward has been adjusted to match the corresponding difficulty task world, with an additional compensation of 150 survival points. Wonderful. Adding this to her existing survival points, she now had a total of 360 points. With this, she could afford to purchase a forced escape card, and her heart settled. She extended her small hand, confirming 001 and 002 as designated carry items, and retrieved a small glass vial containing life essence from her inner garment, confirming that as well. This item was far too precious. She could not risk it being transported with her skin. What if it didn't make it? Who would she turn to for solace? It was much safer to utilize a designated slot. Thus, her 3 carry items were confirmed, 001, 002, and the life essence transformed into 3 beams of white light that surged into her body. Instantly, she examined her Chi storage compartment, where she could clearly see the icons of 001, 002, and the golden glass vial lying peacefully within. Now, on to the main event. She attempted to open the game backpack within the testing world. It opened smoothly. After 7 days of accumulation, her game backpack had expanded to 80 slots, filled with a plethora of resources. However, her focus lay solely on 2 items, the high-level sanctuary and the endless funnel, occupying the first and second slots of her backpack. In the morning, did everyone catch the 93rd military parade? It was spectacular, stirring great excitement. As of the last chapter, there have been 31 requests for updates. If everyone desires 4 updates today, the combined number of requests for this chapter and the next must surpass 69. Let us go, everyone. Chapter 70, Prophecy Card. The Migrant Army, additional update. She first retrieved a designated enhancement card from her Chi storage compartment. Then, with a thought, placed the entire sanctuary from her backpack. Taking a deep breath, as there were no specific usage instructions for this item, she could only attempt to bring the designated enhancement card near the sanctuary. Soon, she received a prompt that satisfied her. A designated item has been detected. Would you like to use this card for an additional designation? Yes. As soon as she affirmed, the card transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the sanctuary. When her small hand once again touched the sanctuary, the familiar white light illuminated, and a pleasant notification rang in her ears. Selectable item detected. Would you like to choose to carry this item? Yes or no? Indeed, yes. Using the same method, she stored the endless funnel into her Chi storage compartment, feeling that her journey in this testing world had been a resounding success. A sanctuary that could be summoned anytime, anywhere, check. 2 super-level guardians, check. An exquisite item of undead flesh and bone, check. An endless source of water, check. Oh, and she almost forgot to purchase the forced escape card. Opening the Chi Reap S survival point mall, she noticed her survival point balance had changed, while everything else remained the same as when she first accessed it. This mall could only be opened in the preparation room. Once transported to the task world, the mall link would turn gray. She had previously attempted this in the testing world, and once it turned gray, it could not be accessed. Without hesitation, she spent 100 survival points on a forced escape card, but then hesitated over the prophecy card. A prophecy card costs only 10 survival points, which isn't too expensive. However, she felt the next task world shouldn't be too challenging, so is it necessary to acquire one? After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to purchase one to test the waters. After deducting 10 survival points, a beautifully crafted purple card appeared in her hand. The front of the card bore a golden question mark, while the back featured a geometric eye, exuding an air of mystery. Would you like to use the prophecy card to briefly obtain a visual fragment of the next task world? Yes, since she had bought it. She intended to use it, and without hesitation, she chose to activate it. Instantly, the white mist surrounding the preparation room began to swirl rapidly. Before long, the mist transformed into another scene. Tens of thousands of migrants trudging through billowing dust on the official road and in the fields beside it. Countless migrants stretched as far as the eye could see, their tattered clothing and gaunt faces resembling mere shadows of their former selves. They lowered their heads, trudging forward in a daze. Dai, caught in the heart of the mist, gazed in astonishment at the refugees who passed by her in the fog, the swirling dust from the sandy ground billowing directly into her face. It was only at this moment that she realized it was all an illusion, merely a visual representation generated by the prophecy card. The immersive sensation was so vivid that it took her a moment to comprehend. Suddenly, from the rear of the refugee procession, the earth-shattering sounds of galloping hooves and screams erupted. Dai immediately turned her head towards the source of the noise. Witnessing the once slow-moving refugee army burst apart like oil meeting cold water, instantly shrieking and scattering in all directions. Barbarians! The barbarians are coming. Run for your lives. Buzz. The scene abruptly halted. The mist reverted to white, peacefully enveloping Dai, as if the refugee army had never existed. Refugees, barbarians, migration. Judging by their attire, the next task world seemed to be an ancient one. After a considerable time, Dai finally regained her composure from the heart-stirring scene. If it is indeed an ancient world, then my current outfit appears somewhat out of place. Upon returning, I will need to find a way to acquire some local currency to obtain a few sets of traditional clothing. However, my gold chain remains intact. Even if I cannot successfully earn the local currency, gold is a universal currency in ancient times, so I should be able to exchange it for some money. After thoroughly checking her entire ensemble, since it had successfully traversed from the novice world, she believed it would not pose an issue in the next realm. She also felt the large blade firmly wrapped around her arm, the only uncertainty now being this weapon, along with the powers acquired in the game testing world. The upcoming ancient world appeared somewhat perilous. Without a suitable weapon at the outset, it could present significant trouble. Time slipped away, and the 1-hour preparation period swiftly drew to a close. Countdown complete. Preparing to transport you to the next task world. Please get ready for transportation. 10, 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. Her body began to turn transparent, a dazzling array of colors intertwining and dancing around her form. This time, there was no error as before. Dai sensed that the transport was proceeding exceptionally smoothly, and soon she vanished entirely from the preparation room. Barbarians! The barbarians are coming. Run for your lives. Mother! Help! Don't kill me, please. The familiar sounds of screams and hooves filled her ears with frantic, emaciated refugees all around her. The colorful shimmer surrounding Dai had yet to dissipate, and she found herself standing bewildered in the midst of the refugee army, precisely mirroring the scene she had witnessed while reading the prophecy card. She quickly realized that the refugees rushing towards her seemed unable to touch her body, and she surmised it was likely related to the vibrant glow encasing her. This radiant aura must be some form of invincibility shield, designed to prevent me from meeting an untimely demise. In her contemplation, Dai noticed the colorful light beginning to flicker, understanding that her invincibility time was likely drawing to a close. Thus, she hurriedly ran in the direction of the main group, aiming to avoid being trampled by the crowd once her invincibility expired. The luminous aura flickered for perhaps 3 seconds before vanishing, and as it did, Dai immediately felt a solid sense of reality beneath her feet. Reflecting on the duration of her invincibility, including the final flickering moments, she estimated it lasted about 10 seconds. Well, 10 seconds should suffice to evade most close-range attacks. However, if I were to be transported directly into volcanic lava, even 10 minutes of invincibility would not be enough. The promised additional chapter has arrived. Real-time battle report. Chapter 68's demand for updates stands at 32, while Chapter 69's is at 31, with 37 more requests needed for today's 4th additional chapter. Everyone, kindly lend your hands to support Yiya with some update requests and positive reviews. 3. Chapter 71. The Third World, 1 coin. Yesterday marked the first day where the update requests exceeded 100, leading to additional content. She was immensely grateful to be wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hooded jacket at this moment. Otherwise, the dust kicked up by the thousands of fleeing refugees would have been enough to fill her lungs. Although her attire was peculiar, surrounded by desperate refugees, no one had the time to notice what she was wearing. Dai could hear the sounds of hooves and screams drawing ever closer behind her, prompting her to instinctively quicken her pace. Upon landing, she realized that the large knife wrapped around her arm had vanished. Dai did not believe that she could confront an entire cavalry unit armed solely with basic survival tools from her inventory. Therefore, the immediate priority was to find a safe place to release 001 and 002. Ding! Your private wallet has received 1 coin. Huh. Just as she began to accelerate, she inadvertently brushed against a nearby refugee, and the familiar mechanical sound echoed in her ears. Oh no, it seems that while fleeing, I can also gather some wealth. But is this 1 coin the same as I understand it? The basic currency unit in this world seems rather trivial. Upon this realization, Dai discreetly stowed her sunglasses in her waist pouch to prevent them from being knocked off. Then, squinting slightly, she pulled her windproof hood down and plunged into the dense crowd of refugees ahead. Phew! Following the flow of humanity, Dai managed to reach the forefront of the refugee line. Seizing the moment when the leading refugees scattered, she darted into a lush grove beside the main road. Many refugees followed her into the woods, yet Dai chose not to continue fleeing with the main group. Instead, she found a robust, ancient tree and quickly climbed up. Now seated on a sturdy branch, she sipped from the endless funnel that provided pure water. It must be said that this endless funnel is an exceptionally practical item. As long as a sufficient amount of pure water is reserved for it to soak, she will never have to worry about hydration. After running alongside the refugee army for over 2 hours and swiftly navigating through the woods for another half hour, she successfully hid herself in the treetops. Dai was confident that the strength, physique, and speed she gained in the previous world had been entirely retained. At this moment, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Her stamina remained abundant, and she could probably run for another day without any issues. This was undoubtedly splendid news. Thus, 001 and 002's powers would also be fully preserved. As such, even if this world were one of chaos and warfare, with their superhuman abilities, oh no, not just hers, but rather they were the true superhumans. While she was merely an accessory to their prowess, just the 3 of them alone could effortlessly dominate. It seemed that as long as she avoided unnecessary risks, completing the tasks in this world would not be overly challenging. Dai muttered to herself while browsing through 7 days on her phone. Chiri, young girl, please do not raise the flag so early, all right? Since there was no teleportation error this time, Chiri did not provide her with the basic information about her current world. Based on what she could see with her own eyes, it could be deduced that she was in an ancient realm embroiled in warfare. However, it remained uncertain whether calamities akin to those in the novice world would suddenly occur. So she checked the weather forecast on Chiri's phone, which indicated clear skies for the next 7 days. Clear skies? What kind of disaster could arise on a sunny day? Extreme heat, intense cold, or perhaps a plague of insects? With her significantly enhanced constitution, Dai now possessed a remarkable tolerance for both cold and heat. The impoverished refugees outside, clad in tattered rags, revealed nothing of the current season or temperature. At the very least, she could ascertain that it was not winter, as her breath did not condense in a frosty mist in the air, suggesting it was one of the spring, summer, or autumn months. The Chiri app offered no further useful information, prompting Dai to close the app and casually swipe to her private wallet. Checking her recent coin balance, my change, 3,692 when copper coins and 3 taels of silver plus 692 when copper coins. Note, resets upon world switch. Quite impressive. Dai snapped her fingers, pleased that her first earnings in this world had materialized so readily. It seemed she would not need to tap into her reserve funds for the time being. She returned the endless funnel to her storage compartment. Feeling satiated from breakfast and not particularly hungry, Dai decided to head towards the official road, if the pursuers had left or were far away. She believed she could blend back into the throng of refugees to earn more copper coins. Without descending from the tree, she maneuvered through the branches with the agility of a nimble monkey. Her superior physical capabilities filled her with exhilaration and comfort. In no time, she reached the edge of the forest nearest to the official road, skillfully concealing herself among the dense treetops as she surveyed the crowd on the road. Numerous refugees were still fleeing in chaos, and despite her vision extending over 100 meters, she could only see an endless sea of people and swirling dust. It seemed that her earlier sprint had been too swift, leaving her unaware of the pursuer situation. Should she now descend to continue earning copper coins? After observing the refugee density for about 10 minutes, Dai finally leaped down from the tree and quietly merged into the mass of fleeing people. If the majority of the regions in this country were embroiled in conflict, randomly selecting a campsite would not be wise. While she was not afraid of the so-called barbarians, she preferred to avoid an environment rife with ambushes. In contrast, earning some coins and then finding a relatively safe city along the official road would be the optimal solution for the first couple of days. In the city, she could acquire food, clothing, and shelter, and potentially even transportation. However, she wondered if entering the towns in this country would require a travel permit, as Chiri could only provide electronic identification, and the visible technological level in this world did not seem to support such things. As the familiar sound of coins being deposited filled her ears, Dai contemplated her next steps while weaving through the crowd. Yesterday, the cumulative push for Chapter 6870 surpassed 100 requests, and the promised additional chapters are here. Chapter 68 had 32 requests, Chapter 69 had 36, and Chapter 70 had 45. Today afternoon, I will check if the daily reading exceeded 1,000. If so, there will be further updates. Chapter 72, Ruthless Slaughter. Ordinary refugees barely reacted when she brushed past them. They continued their frantic escape, consumed by their own plight. A few, upon realizing she was an oddly dressed individual, would turn and flee in terror. However, occasionally, she encountered some brazen ruffians. These individuals were often tall, burly men who, despite being among the refugees, continued to bully others within the crowd. Even amidst the mass panic, they seized the opportunity to rob or steal what little possessions the other refugees had left. During her quest for copper coins, Dai had inadvertently crossed paths with them a few times. Once, a scruffy man with a scraggly beard and slanted eyes, seeing Dai as a diminutive figure in peculiar attire, attempted to grab her, emboldened by his larger stature. Dai could not indulge him. She had to stand her ground. Lowering her body, she evaded his filthy grasp and swiftly maneuvered to his side, executing a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. He did not even have time to scream before Dai delivered a fatal blow, crushing his skull, and he was promptly trampled into the ground by the horde of fleeing refugees behind her. Witnessing Dai's decisive ruthlessness, his companions scattered in terror. This small figure, neither human nor ghost, is too fearsome. Suddenly, a vacuum of space formed around Dai, as no one dared to confront this harbinger of death. Utilizing her formidable physical prowess and nimble footwork, Dai navigated through the refugee throng, causing chaos and reaping rewards. She spent even less time than before, but garnered a greater yield. After collecting over 30 taels of silver, she retreated once more to the forest by the official road to recuperate. Sipping from her endless funnel, she gazed at the over 30 taels of silver in her private wallet, feeling troubled. According to ancient standards of living, even if 001 had a rather substantial appetite, 3 individuals could certainly survive on this amount for 7 days. If a famine were to arise due to the war, she could simply refrain from releasing 001 to conserve food. However, with just the 2 of them, she believed they could live quite comfortably on this sum. 001. Master, may I inquire if you are being polite? Yet if I intended to purchase 2 horses with this amount, it would undoubtedly fall short. Moreover, I had been running along the official road for several hours, with no idea how far the nearest town might be. Ideally, I could acquire 2 horses directly. While my speed is not slow, traveling on horseback would undoubtedly be far more pleasant. Securing horses in this desolate wilderness seemed nearly impossible, and once in the city, purchasing them would likely be out of reach. It appears I will need to devise a plan involving the marauding barbarians pursuing the refugees. I will not squander a single copper coin if I can acquire it for free. After ensuring no one was nearby, Dai promptly released 001 and 002 from her storage compartment. As they landed, still unaware of their surroundings, Dai swiftly dragged them up the trunk of a tree large enough for 3 or 4 people to embrace, where they each selected a nearby branch to sit on for a brief conference. Blah, 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 blah. That is the current situation. In a moment, Follow me to ambush the solitary barbarian cavalry. Let us procure a couple of horses for transportation first. After briefly outlining the situation, both 001 and 002 nodded in understanding. The three then dismounted from the trees and stealthily advanced along the edge of the forest, moving away from the direction the refugees had fled. By the way, did you bring your weapons with you? Mine and team make it. As they walked, Dai suddenly recalled something and turned to ask the two. They surveyed themselves but found no trace of weapons and could only shake their heads in resignation. Well, if they didn't come along, they didn't come along. Regardless, our strength has followed us. When we turn back to seize the horses, we can conveniently snatch a couple of knives to use temporarily. Dai waved her hand dismissively, although she lamented the loss of the three enhanced weapons, with 001, 002, and the refuge already with them. What more could they possibly need? Suddenly, Dai slapped her forehead in realization and halted her steps. 001 and 002, following closely behind her, surrounded her with concern, their confusion evident. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Dai let out a wry smile and said, I am truly foolish. We have brought the refuge with us, yet I completely forgot about it, since they possess a ready-made refuge. There is no need to worry about whether to camp or infiltrate a city. Upon arriving at a location, they could simply set up the refuge, and that would suffice. They did not even have any travel permits, and if they wished to enter the city, they would surely have to sneak over the walls. Once inside, lacking a legitimate identity would complicate matters such as finding lodging. Given this cold weapon era, she truly did not believe anyone could dismantle her refuge. Still unaccustomed to carrying an entire abode in her pocket, Dai had previously been filled with visions of camping under the heavens should they fail to enter the city. However, upon reflection, it was not too late. No worries, the plan remains unchanged. This time, we need not all enter the city, 002 reassured her. We will locate the nearest town and find a safe, secluded spot nearby to temporarily set up the refuge. Then, I will go alone into the city to gather intelligence and procure supplies. Dai nodded, approving of this arrangement. If this world were solely plagued by war and devoid of chaotic natural disasters, they might very well survive for 7 days relying solely on the refuge. After approximately 40 minutes, the trio finally reached the rear of the refugee procession. Yet, to their utter astonishment, the so-called barbarian cavalry that had been ruthlessly slaughtering the defenseless refugees was far from the entire cavalry unit Dai had imagined. It was merely a small squad of over 30 individuals. They were positioned at least 100 to 180 meters from the barbarian cavalry, who were still gleefully butchering the innocent, while the nearby official road and the surrounding wilderness were already littered with countless corpses of the refugees. They lay scattered across the ochre soil, their bodies grotesquely mangled. Viscous crimson liquid mingled with sand and gravel, flowing profusely, and the heavy stench of blood in the air was nearly enough to induce nausea. Had Dai not endured the baptism of a blood-soaked battlefield in Space 6 of her previous world, she would have long been unable to suppress the urge to vomit. At noon, the daily reading figures from yesterday have been released. 1203, we surpassed 1,000. Surpassing 1,000. For the first time, the daily reading has exceeded 1,000. Although it cannot be compared to other prominent authors, this is the first time a new book has achieved such a milestone. And I am exceedingly grateful for everyone's support. The adjacent novel featuring a powerful female protagonist in ancient times failed to understand the recommendation mechanism of the platform, resulting in a lack of exposure from the onset. This new work has been thoroughly researched, and thankfully, it has not encountered any major errors. The earlier update this morning does not count. Today we celebrate with 3 updates, and this is the first one. Chapter 73. 002's Feast of Slaughter. This band of barbarian cavalry found amusement in the slaughter of defenseless refugees, their war horses not even breaking into a gallop as they pursued the exhausted refugees who had fallen to the back of the line. They emerged like demons from hell, slowly appearing through the swirling dust, clad in armor fashioned from beast hides and iron plates, their heads adorned with bizarre helmets embellished with fangs and feathers. They wielded uniquely curved crescent-shaped blades. The leading cavalryman was tall, with snake-like tattoos inked in dark blue spiraling from his forehead down to his neck. He emitted a cacophony of sounds, seemingly shouting incomprehensible words, his face alight with a frenzied excitement as one after another, the refugees fell to his blade. The cavalryman issued strange whistles as Dai watched helplessly as an elderly man, white-haired and fleeing in vain, was suddenly struck down by a barbarian's blade, severing half his skull and splattering brain matter and blood upon the dirt road. The barbarians harvested lives as if they were reaping wheat. A young mother, clutching her infant, managed to run a few steps before being knocked to the ground by a horse. The child was flung from her arms, landing several paces away, wailing in heartbreaking cries. One barbarian, laughing maniacally, turned his horse around, and with a heavy stomp of its hooves, the infant's cries abruptly ceased. Truly a pack of brutes. 001's eyes widened in rage, his fists clenched tightly as if they could crush boulders. If not for 002's restraint, he would have charged forward to tear that barbarian apart. What are you holding me back for? Let me crush these beasts. He turned to 002, his eyes blazing with fury. 002, his expression icy, smirked coldly. You stay here to protect the young master, and keep an eye out for any fleeing horses. There are merely over 30 beasts. I can handle them alone. Hearing this, 001 felt reluctant, but he knew he could not best 002. Moreover, someone indeed needed to remain to guard the young master, so he could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. Dai sensed the fierce and tumultuous killing intent emanating from 002, so she merely cautioned him to be careful and allowed him to proceed. After all, when facing 002, it was always the enemies who trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the barbarian cavalry's slaughter continued unabated, the riders atop their steeds entirely oblivious to the tall youth clad in a white tunic and trousers, who was slowly approaching them through the billowing dust. One of the barbarian cavalrymen, chasing after fleeing refugees, was the first to spot the youth walking against the tide of humanity on the official road. The youth's long black hair was tied high behind his head, fluttering in the wind. His cold, pale face revealed no emotions, and his slender phoenix eyes were half closed, his thin lips pressed tightly together, with long brows almost touching his temples. Although he was dressed somewhat differently from the ordinary refugees, upon encountering such an easy target, the dim-witted barbarian couldn't help but feel delight. With a shriek, he brandished his crescent blade and charged at the youth. However, what he did not expect was that just as his warhorse was about to collide with the youth's chest, the young man suddenly vanished into thin air. The barbarian, before he could halt his momentum, the youth who had just disappeared reappeared on his horse's back. The youth crouched atop the horse, casting a wicked smile at the barbarian, and with a gentle swipe of his left hand, he brushed against the right hand holding the blade. The barbarian, in horror, discovered that his crescent blade had inexplicably transferred into the youth's left hand, without allowing the barbarian to make any further movements. The young man swiftly slashed his curved blade across the opponent's throat. The barbarian's windpipe was severed, and he clutched his gushing neck with both hands, gasping for breath before tumbling off his horse. The young man switched the curved blade from his left hand to his right, lightly tapping the horse's back with his toes, and vanished once more into the air. By the time he reappeared, he had already landed on the back of another nearby horse. 002 did not truly possess the art of invisibility. Rather, his agility attribute, soaring at 300 points, enabled him to execute movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, creating the illusion of instantaneous disappearance and reappearance. It was only after he had swiftly claimed the lives of 4 barbarian cavalrymen that the captain of the cavalry noticed the anomaly. He pointed at 002, who had just cut a barbarian's throat, and bellowed loudly, prompting 4 or 5 barbarian riders to spur their horses toward him. The young man stood calmly upon his horse, each hand wielding a crescent-shaped blade, neither dodging nor evading, waiting serenely for the 4 or 5 riders to charge at him. As the distance between them dwindled to less than 5 meters, he twirled his blades into a mesmerizing crescent dance, resembling a reaper from the underworld, and with a cold smile, leapt high into the air, plunging into the midst of the enemy. According to 002's plan, as he began his deadly performance amidst the barbarian cavalry, Dai took 001 with her to retrieve the battle horses that had scattered after losing their masters. 6 horses will suffice. I am no judge of horses, so you choose. Aim for the young and strong ones. We can travel faster this way. Dai admonished 001 without looking back. The latter, relying on his robust physique like a steadfast anchor, firmly restrained several startled warhorses, preventing them from moving an inch. In truth, 001 murmured softly, lacking confidence. Actually, with our agility attributes, we should be able to outrun these horses. Dai finally turned her head to glare at him, gritting her teeth. No, useless. Eventually, after they had selected 6 sturdy horses, 002 returned, swirling his crescent blades. Master, here are the belongings from over 30 individuals. Please take them. A fur package was thrust into Dai's hands, which looked unmistakably like something 002 had stripped from a barbarian. Dai was taken aback that 002 had independently activated the looting skill, and with a delicate gesture, she disdainfully opened the bulging fur package. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, and Dai vowed never to disdain the filthy fur package again. If there were more like it, she would gladly accept 2, no 3. Inside the blood-stained and grease-smeared fur were a large bundle of gold coins, silver ingots, and numerous strings of copper coins. Gold bracelets, silver hairpins, longevity locks, and jade rings were scattered throughout, evidently plundered by this band of barbarians from others. Alas, had she known these barbarians were so wealthy, she would not have wasted hours acquiring merely 30 taels of silver. Dai selected the most valuable-looking pieces of jewelry, storing them alongside the gold in her waist pouch. The remainder was shared among 001 and 002, ensuring they each carried some money for protection. A new chapter has arrived. A new rule for additional updates. Before the 100 chapters mark, every time the gift value accumulates to 100, an additional chapter will be added, with no upper limit. After 100 chapters, the additional update rules will be adjusted according to the current popularity. A free update is equivalent to a single gift value. Please assist by clicking to support when you have time. I express my gratitude to everyone here. After all, writing novels is about seeking greater income. I believe earning money through hard work is admirable. Wouldn't you agree? Love you all. Chapter 74. I forgot I cannot ride a horse. Today I've worked hard to write 4 chapters. At this moment, the official road was devoid of any refugees, leaving only the 3 of them, 6 horses, and a ground stained with blood and severed limbs. Dai took out her phone to check the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. She retrieved the endless funnel to replenish their water supply, and the 3 scavenged a few weapons from the fallen barbarian cavalrymen. 002 found a crescent blade quite comfortable, so he selected 2 newer ones to strap to his waist. Dai and 001, unaccustomed to curved blades, each found a cleaver and a dagger, similarly securing them at their waists, ready to set off. We will not take the official road for now. Dai pointed towards the open wilderness to the right of the official road. We will traverse the plains, circumventing the advancing refugee army ahead. Once we have shaken off this group of refugees, we will return to the official road. Also, remove any insignia related to identity from these 6 horses. They are not war horses, but merely ordinary steeds. 002 nodded and, along with 001, began to strip the horses of any identifiable gear, discarding everything that clearly belonged to the barbarians. Although Dai was not particularly tall, her strong physique allowed her to swiftly mount a horse. However, she soon encountered a critical issue. 001, 002. I forgot I cannot ride a horse. Chuckling nervously, Dai's face fell as she gripped the reins tightly, her body stiff with tension. 001 looked bewildered. 002 sighed in exasperation. Observing his young master's excessively rigid form, 002 gently advised, do not be overly tense, try to relax your body. The more tense you are, the more anxious the horse will become. Your current level is already at 20. Both your physique and reflexes far exceed those of an ordinary person. You must believe that even if you fall from the horse now, you will surely be fine. Die internally screamed. Isn't it a matter of whether I will fall to my death? 002 nudged the horse's belly, guiding the steed to approach Dai's side. Then, he reached out to grasp the reins in her hands, helping her adjust the tension. Thus, follow the movements of the horse's bones and muscles, gently controlling your body in harmony with it. Soon, you will find that riding is not such a daunting task. As he imparted this knowledge with patience, Dai discovered for the first time that 002 was indeed a remarkably patient teacher. Furthermore, 002 possessed a vast knowledge base, nearly mastering his skill tree. Following his guidance, Dai endeavored to relax, synchronizing with the horse's rhythm, transitioning from a brisk walk to a trot, and eventually to a full gallop, all within merely half an hour. It turned out that galloping across the vast plains was such an exhilarating experience. Dai reveled in urging her steed to sprint across the endless wilderness. And since there were 3 of them with 6 horses, they all found it quite easy to run. They galloped for approximately 2 hours before 002 returned from reconnaissance, reporting that they had entirely shaken off the refugees. Only then did the trio steer their horses back onto the official road. Running along the official road was even swifter. However, after an entire afternoon of riding, as the sun began to set and darkness crept in, there was still no sign of a city. Dai signaled for the 3 to halt their horses. Alas, not even a small village in sight. Throughout this journey, not even a station along the official road remains. Either they have been completely plundered, or they have already turned into a pile of rotten wood. It appears that before darkness descends today, we shall not find any towns. Dai, turning to the 2 companions, suggested, "Shall we spend the night in the wild and continue our journey tomorrow?" After a moment of contemplation, 002's gaze fell upon the woods across the official road. He pointed with his whip and said, "Let us take refuge in the forest for the night. With our combined strength, we need not fear the wild beasts within. Ordinary folk or soldiers would not venture too deeply into the thickets. If we conceal ourselves in the dense foliage, we can effectively evade detection and avoid numerous troubles." Dai nodded in agreement, and 001, disinterested in further deliberation, led the trio to unanimously decide to spend the night in the woods. Thus, they dismounted and guided their horses deeper into the forest. After approximately half an hour, with their stamina, they discovered a relatively flat and open patch of grassland near the depths of the ancient woods. The shelter had access to water, so there was no necessity to search for a water source. As long as the area was sufficient for their refuge, they could proceed. 001 led the horses aside to avoid disturbing Dai while she set up the shelter. Dai surveyed the grassy expanse, then chose a position near the center. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the shelter from her storage compartment. The 6 warhorses watched in astonishment as a small structure materialized from the ground, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. However, once they were led into the livestock area of the shelter and saw the lush oats and alfalfa scattered about, all thoughts of the miraculous event were forgotten. The horses had toiled all day without a morsel to eat. The most pressing matter was to satisfy their hunger first. After securing the 6 horses in the breeding area, Dai returned to the shelter with 001 and 002. In the familiar environment, the 3 of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Dai conducted a brief inspection of the shelter's functional areas, confirming that all water and electricity supplies were intact and that the equipment was in proper working order. Only then did she truly relax. Excellent. The expenditure of over 5,000 magic crystals was not in vain. It seems that no matter which world we traverse to, we shall always have a place to rest. She instructed 001 to fetch a kettle, a pot, and a large bowl from the kitchen and began to draw water using the endless funnel. 002 expressed a desire to venture into the woods to hunt, but was promptly intercepted by 001. Wait. With 001's authoritative demeanor, 002 could only acquiesce with a nod. 001 grinned widely and strode into the forest, proclaiming his intent to return with a grand catch. Dai paid little attention to their plans. They were free to go as they pleased. She had other areas to inspect. Upon ascending the staircase to the climate-controlled nursery atop the shelter, Dai's eyes sparkled with delight. The nursery was lush and vibrant, brimming with an array of fresh vegetables and fruits. Even onions, ginger, garlic, and chives were all present. She recalled having opened several seed packets from the resource chest in the previous world and had attempted to plant them in the climate-control nursery. To her astonishment, with the nursery's enhancement, all the plants matured within 3 days. Moreover, the seeds obtained in the game testing world, even after being harvested once, did not wither but continued to grow and bear fruit. What surprised Dai further was that these plants could be preserved within the climate-controlled nursery and existed alongside her shelter. Wait, the cattle and horses have just returned home. The 3rd chapter has arrived, including the chapter 1 added this morning to make up for yesterday. There are a total of 4 chapters today. Tomorrow, I may only be able to post 2 chapters as I've taken leave to accompany my father to the hospital, leaving no time for updates. As Dai held a crisp cucumber in her hand, a sudden realization struck her. She hurried downstairs, racing towards the storage room door. much to 002's bewilderment, and flung open the door to the cold storage room. Uh, uh, uh. Startled by Dai's exclamation, 002 almost dropped the cup he was holding. He rushed to the storage room entrance, finding Dai sitting on the ground, bewildered. What happened? He asked. With trembling hands, Dai pointed inside the storage room, her expression one of heartbreak. Look, the items we placed in the storage room can exist alongside the shelter. Oh no! All those ingredients we collected in the last world are wasted. Upon hearing this, 002 looked inside the storage room and indeed saw a solitary bag of rice, a bag of flour, and approximately 100 pounds of black yak meat lying forlornly. Ah well, knowing this now is not too late. Before we leave this world, we shall spend all our gold and silver to stock up on rice, flour, and oil for the storage room, ensuring we will not have to worry about food in the next world. He gently reassured Dai as he helped her to her feet. Sigh. It can only be this way. Dai felt despondent, her heart aching at the thought of the vast quantities of ingredients and various meats left in her previous game inventory. At that moment, 001 returned from a hunt. He had not ventured too far into the woods and had managed to catch 2 unsuspecting roe deer by a nearby waterhole. Skillfully skinning and butchering the 2 deer outside the courtyard, he then fetched 2 large pots from the kitchen, filled them with the cut pieces of venison, and brought them back to the shelter. The kitchen also preserved all the seasonings they had acquired from the resource chests, and 001 rolled up his sleeves, ready to cook. That evening, they enjoyed fragrant rice accompanied by vegetables from the nursery, crisp greens, cold cucumber salad, and sweet persimmons, coupled with a sumptuous feast of tender venison. The 3 of them dined heartily, scarcely lifting their heads. After their meal, they prepared to visit the gym to work off their food. Under the guidance of 001 and 002, Dai's combat skills and agility grew increasingly proficient. With ample high-quality meat in her diet, her physique became ever more robust. After training, Dai ascended to the upper level, indulging in a relaxing hot bath before retiring to her room. Yet, before she could drift into slumber, she sensed an ominous presence surrounding the shelter, cloaked in an ethereal aura of menace. The shelter's soundproofing was quite effective, muffling the outside noises. However, this did not hinder her perceptive abilities, which far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Even through the walls, she could sense the situation outside. Suddenly, she sprang from her bed and dashed to the window. Through the glass, she glimpsed pairs of green, red, and golden eyes lurking in the dense forest below, all fixated on their shelter. Just as she contemplated whether to descend, she observed 001 swaggering out through the main door. He too had likely been roused by the commotion of the wild beasts outside, standing bare-chested with an irritable expression. Following his silhouette, Dai noticed the bloodstains on the ground outside the courtyard, a light dawning upon her. It must have been the remnants from 001's butchering of the roe deer that attracted this pack of beasts. Very well. Since this trouble was caused by 001, let him handle it. Dai crossed her arms, comfortably observing from the second-floor bedroom window as she watched 001 below. Before long, 001 boldly emerged from the courtyard, confronting the lurking figures in the darkness. Gathering all his strength, he bellowed, "Get lost!" Instantly, an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, manifesting as countless blades of light that surged forth. The nearby wild beasts, intimidated by his ferocity, whimpered and fled with their tails between their legs. Yet, some remained stubbornly rooted, unwilling to retreat despite 001's imposing presence. With a cold smirk, 001 declared, "Since you refuse to leave on your own, allow me to expedite your journey." With that, he launched himself into the depths of darkness, soon followed by the anguished cries and moans of various beasts echoing through the dense forest. As dawn broke over the ancient world, the sky barely tinged with the hue of dawn, Dai, yawning, made her way to the first floor, only to be astounded by the sight of 002 preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "What brings you to cook today? Where is 001? She inquired incredulously. 002 stirred the meat porridge with his long cooking chopsticks, responding resignedly, "I sent him back to get some sleep. That fool hunted throughout the night. You might want to check the pantry. I suspect we won't be lacking for meat." Perplexed, Dai rushed to the pantry and gasped. Within the approximately 90 cubic meter space, neatly arranged were various processed meats, stacked higher than herself by more than a meter. "Master, come and enjoy breakfast," 002 called. presenting the meat porridge and scallion pancakes on the dining table. There was still some room in the pantry. A quick return to procure more grains would complete their preparations. Dai, placing her chin in her hands, obediently sat at the table, porridge in one hand and pancake in the other, her eyes growing brighter with each bite. I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional, 002. With a glimmer in his eyes, 002 smiled. If you like it, I shall make it for you often. Meanwhile, 001, who was catching up on sleep in the bedroom, felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. At 8 in the morning, Dai and the others returned to the official road, mounting their horses to continue their journey. After 3 full hours, 002 signaled for the others to halt. Master, you and 001 should take refuge in the nearby woods while I scout ahead. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. 002 switched horses, handing the one he had been riding to 001, and swiftly rode ahead. Dai and 001 obediently led their horses into the adjacent woods, knowing that among them, 002 possessed the most formidable strength, and Dai trusted his instincts. Soon, 002 returned at gallop. Dai hurried to meet him. What did you find? What lies ahead? 002 frowned. Master, approximately 30 kilometers ahead lies a vast and formidable city. However, he paused as Dai handed him the endless funnel. 002 took a few sips before continuing. I did not approach the city because just outside the nearest gate, there are over 150,000 troops poised for an assault. Deguspit. 001 echoed her surprise. Having just returned from the hospital, I still needed to visit another one later in the afternoon to pick up medicine for my parents. Busy as I am. Just after noon, yesterday's data was released, showing an astonishing increase of 65. Could this be a belated debut? My heartfelt thanks for everyone's support. Unfortunately, I cannot provide an additional chapter today. This one was completed late last night. I had some drafts saved, but last week my USB drive failed, erasing all my work from the third world. I will need to wait until tonight for another chapter. So, if anyone has a moment, please encourage me for updates and support my free endeavors. I do not aspire to become a striking protagonist in my writings, but merely seek to improve a little each day. Thank you all. Chapter 76, Scouts and Interrogation at Present. Our only option is to circumvent this army to continue our journey. 002 pointed toward the fields on the opposite side of the official road, suggesting, we will move laterally in this direction until we are completely out of the army's reconnaissance range. Then we will redirect forward and see if we can find a city that is neither besieged nor fallen. 001 scratched his head, puzzled. Why go to such lengths? Like last night, we could simply set up a shelter in the woods and stay there for 7 days. Isn't the master's task merely to survive for 7 days in each world? I can hunt. We won't lack for food. Wouldn't that fulfill the survival task? In response, 002 shook his head, patiently explaining, have you forgotten that after each world, the master can designate 3 items from that world to bring to the next? If we merely endure until the 7th day, how will we help the master find 3 worthy items to take to the next world? This is only the 3rd task world for the master, which generally follows an easy to difficult progression. The subsequent task worlds will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging for survival. If we do not gather useful items in these simpler worlds, we may find ourselves unable to survive in the more difficult worlds ahead. Dai nodded, understanding that her choice not to simply endure stemmed from this reason. A whole day had passed, and they were nearly oblivious to this world, lacking even a hint of opportunity. After analyzing the current situation, the trio promptly veered off the official road, once again entering the fields. This time, 002 took the lead, and the 3 of them, along with their horses, sped away from the army. After running for over an hour, just as they were about to escape the reconnaissance range of the 150,000 troops, 002 suddenly slowed his horse and gestured for Dai and 001 to pull aside. Once they halted, he pressed his horse forward. Meanwhile, Dai noticed 2 small black dots approaching rapidly from the distance. 002 charged toward those 2 black dots. After a while, it seemed the approaching figures had just realized 002 was galloping toward them, hastily turning their horses to flee. However, to their utter shock, their adversary showed no mercy. The moment they attempted to retreat, 002 released the reins and leaped from his mount. With a light touch on the saddle, he unleashed his impressive agility of 300 points. darting forward with such speed that Dai and 001 could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Ordinary war horses, even at their peak, could not escape his pursuit. In mere seconds, 002 caught up to the fleeing pair, his crescent blade whirling through the air, severing one of their legs, causing both to tumble from their mounts, kicking up a cloud of dust. The distance was too great for Dai to discern the events clearly. Approximately 10 minutes later, 002 returned, still mounted. With fresh blood on his curved blade, Dai immediately understood he had just gone out to kill. "Master, we cannot proceed any further," 002 declared upon his return, sharing the intelligence he had just acquired. "I captured 2 scouts from the barbarian tribes, and, after interrogation, they revealed that approximately 80,000 troops from their tribe are advancing toward Qingmu City." "Oh, Qingmu City is the large city I just spotted. Dai de Jing sind bereits 150,000 Soldaten vor den Stadtmauern versammelt? Wie können da noch 80,000 weitere Truppen unterwegs sein?" 002 winkte ab und sprach weiter. "Das ist noch nicht alles. Abgesehen von den 150. 000 und den 80. 000, die bereits voraus sind, haben die beiden Späher auch berichtet, dass sich im Westen der Stadt, also in unserer Richtung, eine weitere Horde von Barbaren befindet, deren Zahl sich auf etwa 100. 000 beläuft. Auch sie sind auf dem Weg zur Qingmu-Stadt. Da die Qingmu-Stadt von den majestätischen 10.000 Bergen umgeben ist, genügt es, die Stadt von 3 Seiten zu belagern. Das bedeutet, dass insgesamt 330,000 Barbaren auf dem Weg sind, um die Qingmu-Stadt anzugreifen. Als sie dies hörten, waren die und 001 entsetzt. Die fragte hastig, "Hast du auch herausgefunden, warum sie die Qingmu-Stadt angreifen? Bei so einer gewaltigen Truppe kann die Qingmu-Stadt doch nicht einfach eine Stadt sein." 002 nickte. "Ja, diese Barbaren sind eine Ansammlung von ungehobelten Wilden, ohne jeglichen Anstand. Mit ein wenig Folter haben sie alles gestanden." 001 warf einen verstohlenen Blick auf das blutige Schwert an 002s Seite und schwieg. Laut den beiden Spähern stammen sie vom westlichen Tangu-Stamm, der seit Generationen in den Urukan-Bergen lebt und eine große Bevölkerung hat. Das Land unter unseren Füßen gehört zum Da-Liang-Königreich. Und die Qingmu-Stadt ist die Hauptstadt des Da-Liang-Königreichs. Ursprünglich wollte der Prinz des Tangu-Stammes die Tochter des Königs von Da-Liang heiraten. Doch dieser wies ihn zurück. Aus Wut marschierte der Prinz des Tangu-Stammes mit seinen Truppen gegen Da-Liang und erreichte schließlich die Hauptstadt Qingmu-Stadt. Geplant war, dass der Prinz des Tangu-Stammes mit den 3 Armeen, sobald sie bereit sind, die Stadt angreift. Er schwor bei ihren Ahnen, dass er die Prinzessin von Da-Liang heiraten würde, selbst wenn er sie rauben müsste. Was für ein Prinz des Tangu, so kindisch. Meister, glauben Sie das? Ist das eine Märchen? Nur um die Prinzessin zu heiraten, führt er 300,000 Soldaten direkt zur Hauptstadt? Hahaha, das wäre ja absurd. Die hatte einen finsteren Gedanken. Ich bin kein 3-jähriges Kind. Ich glaube das nicht. 002 lächelte schief. Meister ist weise, ich glaube es auch nicht. Aber die beiden Späher sind schließlich nur einfache Soldaten, ihre Kenntnisse sind begrenzt. Ich habe meine Fähigkeiten an ihnen angewendet und kann sicherstellen, dass sie nicht lügen. Wenn sie tatsächlich die Wahrheit sagen, bedeutet das, dass der offizielle Grund für den Feldzug des Tangu-Stammes gegen Da-Liang darin besteht, die Prinzessin zu rauben. Die überlegte kurz, das könnte nur ein Vorwand des Prinzen des Tangu-Stammes sein, die genauen Umstände kennt nur er selbst. Der entscheidende Punkt ist, dass die Qingmu-Stadt von 3 Seiten belagert wird, und hinter der Stadt erhebt sich ein unüberwindbares Gebirge. Ich habe das Gefühl, dass es in der Qingmu-Stadt etwas gibt, das den Prinzen des Tangu-Stammes anzieht, selbst wenn er solch einen lächerlichen Vorwand benutzt, um in die Stadt zu gelangen. 002 schlug vor, soll ich in der Nacht heimlich in die Qingmu-Stadt eindringen und Informationen sammeln? Die schüttelte den Kopf, noch nicht, wir haben noch genügend Zeit. Selbst wenn das, was ich suche, in der Qingmu-Stadt ist, müssen wir uns nicht sofort in Gefahr begeben. Ist die wahre Gefahr in dieser Welt tatsächlich der Krieg? Haha, Ratmal. Übrigens, wir haben bereits 81 von 100 für die Liebe gesammelten Stimmen. Es fehlen nur noch 19, um ein zusätzliches Kapitel zu erhalten. Kapitel 77, Leeres Dorf. Sie hob einen Ast auf und begann, im Sand zu zeichnen. Lass uns die Gelegenheit nutzen, um die Armee herum zur Rückseite der Qingmu-Stadt zu gehen, wo es keine Truppen des Tangu gibt und somit auch die Wachen von Da-Liang nicht dorthin abgezogen werden. Wenn die Armeen des Tangu beginnen, die 3 Stadtportale von Da-Liang anzugreifen, wird niemand auf das Gebirge hinter der Qingmu-Stadt achten. Zu diesem Zeitpunkt können wir von den Bergen in die Qingmu-Stadt eindringen. während alle ihre Aufmerksamkeit auf das Schlachtfeld an den Stadtportalen gerichtet ist. Wir können die Gelegenheit nutzen, um in den Palast von Da Liang einzudringen und vielleicht die Schatzkammer zu durchstöbern oder die privaten Schatzkammern der Adelsfamilien zu erkunden. Als sie dies sagte, leuchteten die Augen auf und 002 sowie 001 schauten begeistert zurück. 002 fügte hinzu, bevor wir das tun, wäre es am besten, wenn wir im Voraus herausfinden, ob es in Da Liang etwas gibt, das allgemein bekannt ist und von großem Wert. Die nickte. Lass uns zur Rückseite des Berges gehen. Von dort aus ist es einfacher, in die Stadt zu gelangen und Informationen zu sammeln. Einverstanden, so machen wir es. Nachdem die drei beschlossen hatten, setzten sie ihren Weg fort, wobei 002 erneut die Führung übernahm. Auf dem Weg erntete 002 5 weitere lebende Tengu-Späher und erhielt von ihnen ähnliche Informationen. Von den 7 getöteten Spähern war nur einer, der ein wenig wie der Anführer der Späher aussah, bereit, wertvollere Informationen preiszugeben. Du sagst, dass die Prinzessin von Da Liang, die der Prinz des Tengu-Stammes begehrt, außergewöhnliche Talente besitzt, was ihn dazu bringt, sie unbedingt zu gewinnen? Es war fast 2 Uhr nachmittags, als sie endlich die große Umfassung der Tengu-Armee um die Qingmu-Stadt vollständig umgangen hatten. Sie fanden einen schattigen Platz und ruhten sich aus, während 002 das Mittagessen, das er am Morgen zubereitet hatte, an die beiden anderen verteilte. Die füllte ihren Eimer mit Wasser, um die Pferde zu tränken. Ja, genau das hat der Speeranführer gesagt. Die bissen ein Stück Fleischbrot, das zwar kalt war, aber immer noch köstlich schmeckte. 002 kaute und murmelte. Er sagte, dass er das zufällig hörte, als die Ältesten im Stamm ein Treffen abhielten und er an dem Zelt der Ältesten vorbeiging. Mehr wusste er nicht. Es wurde nur gesagt, dass die Prinzessin von Da Liang anscheinend über Fähigkeiten verfügt, die andere nicht haben, und dass der Prinz dies dringend benötigt. Die war überrascht, Fähigkeiten, die andere nicht haben. 002 nickte. Ja, genau das hat er gesagt. Das ist auf jeden Fall eine wichtige Information, da wir derzeit nicht sicher sind, ob es neben dem Krieg noch andere plötzliche Katastrophen in dieser Welt gibt, sollten wir unseren ursprünglichen Plan beibehalten. Die entschieden, und die drei begannen, ihr Essen zu genießen. Nach einer kurzen Pause setzten die drei wieder auf die Pferde und trafen schließlich am Nachmittag gegen 4 Uhr auf das erste Dorf, das sie seit ihrer Ankunft in dieser Welt vor 2 Tagen gesehen hatten. Das Dorf war klein, mit einfachen Strohhütten, ohne auch nur ein ordentliches Lehmhaus, und es schien, als lebten die Dorfbewohner in großer Not. In der Nähe des Dorfes wuchsen nur kümmerliche Pflanzen, die kaum erkennbar waren. Vorsichtig erkundeten sie die Umgebung des Dorfes und waren überrascht zu entdecken, dass es sich um ein verlassenes Dorf handelte. 001 und 002 gingen ins Dorf und stellten fest, dass es keine Anzeichen von Plünderungen gab, aber die Menschen, Lebensmittel und grundlegenden Lebensmittel waren alle verschwunden. Es schien, als ob das Dorf in den letzten Tagen noch bewohnt war, mit deutlichen Spuren des Lebens. Wahrscheinlich sind die Bewohner geflohen, als sie von den bevorstehenden Kämpfen hörten. Die betrachtete das leere Dorf und analysierte. 002 nickte und schlug vor. Sollen wir nicht dem Fluchtweg der Dorfbewohner folgen? So könnten wir auf dem Weg auf die Dorfbewohner treffen und von ihnen viele nützliche Informationen erhalten. So machten die drei sich erneut auf den Weg. Und da 001 gut im Verfolgen war, übernahm er diesmal die Führung. The impoverished villagers, perhaps having recently escaped or suffering from chronic hunger, could hardly travel far. Soon, Dai and her companions intercepted a group of villagers claiming to be from Lu Jiaxiyuan. These ragged, emaciated individuals harbored an instinctive fear of the knights atop their imposing steeds, especially given Dai's trio's eccentric attire. Initially, the villagers mistook them for marauding brutes who delighted in the torment of the innocent, and they screamed in terror, attempting to flee. 001 and 002 deftly circled on horseback, confining most of the villagers in a tight cluster, with only a few managing to escape. However, as their families were encircled by Dai's group, those fleeing did not abandon their kin, but instead cowered at a distance, peering back nervously. Ultimately, it was the elderly village chief who noticed the lack of murderous intent in the 3 figures, calming the villagers down. In the face of these defenseless commoners, Dai did not allow 002 to interrogate them directly. Dismounting, she noticed a few small children with disproportionately large heads, sucking their fingers and gazing at her with wide eyes, which reminded her of her own hunger from 3 days of starvation. She produced the endless funnel, instructing 002 to first quench the villagers' thirst. After a full day of travel, the villagers were fatigued, famished, and desperately thirsty. Upon witnessing the sweet, flowing water from the endless funnel, they gasped in astonishment. Eventually, Under the leadership of the old village chief, they retrieved their meager bowls to collect the water. Dai cast a deep glance at the villagers before vaulting back onto her horse and dashing into the nearby dense thicket. Once she was certain she was out of sight, she hurriedly retrieved a shelter from her storage compartment and set it up in a clearing. Rushing inside, she carried out 4 slabs of wolf meat, which she hung on the backs of her 2 horses. Although she had no taste for wolf meat herself, it would serve perfectly to pry open the villagers' mouths. She possessed little rice and flour, unwilling to part with them. Instead, she harvested 20 to 30 pounds of potatoes from the temperature control nursery, as any more would not suffice for her own sustenance. For those villagers who endured a year of hunger, potatoes paired with wolf meat would be nothing short of a sumptuous feast. Exiting the shelter, she waved her hand to retract it entirely and returned to the villagers of Lu Jiaxiyuan, bearing the potatoes and wolf meat. The gaunt villagers, seeing the girl who had just ridden away return with a bounty of meat on her horse, were filled with envy. Adults and children alike gazed at the slabs of wolf meat, instinctively swallowing hard. Dai approached the village chief, looking down from her mount, and inquired, "Are you the chief of Lu Jiaxiyuan?" The elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s but actually under 50, nodded respectfully, "Yes, I am indeed the chief of Lu Jiaxiyuan. May I ask why this esteemed individual has stopped us?" Having witnessed the miraculous, self-flowing spring, the old man spoke with an added measure of deference. Dai did not respond to his query, but instead pointed with her whip towards the direction from which they had come, continuing, "Is that empty village over there yours?" Uncertain of the intentions behind the 3 visitors, yet desperate to safeguard the lives of his 100 or so villagers, the old man replied honestly, "Yes. That village is indeed the residence of the Lu clan. 2 days ago, we learned that the capital was surrounded by a barbarian army. To avoid being caught in the conflict, I decided to lead the village to flee." Dai's assessment coincided with their predictions, yet she was taken aback by the villagers' frail condition, struggling to carry their families and belongings, having made only a meager distance in over a day. "What do you intend to escape to?" The old man trembled, extending a hand toward the distance. "About 10 miles ahead lies the foot of the mountain. There, at the edge of the forest, our ancestors built a temporary refuge to evade military disasters. Whenever Qingmu Cheng was besieged, we would retreat there until the conflict subsided. Even the most destitute among them understood the wisdom of having an escape route." Dai was genuinely surprised that a village so impoverished could still retain a fallback in the mountains. However, she quickly grasped several key phrases from the old man's words. "Ancestors. Each time, is the old chief truly divulging everything to me, unafraid that we might seize your refuge?" 002 remarked with a hint of amusement. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. "Esteemed ones, your actions are akin to divine beings. How can we mere mortals possess anything of worth?" Dai soon formulated a plan, tapping the slabs of wolf meat on her horse. She said to the old man, "Gather your villagers and lead us to your refuge. We will not take advantage of your hospitality. This meat and grain shall serve as compensation for our stay." Upon hearing the first part of her statement, the old man felt a chill in his heart. But when he heard the latter half, his murky old eyes sparkled with hope. Is this truly the case? A gentleman's word is his bond. Dai gestured for 001 and 002 to stand down, allowing the villagers to emerge, and urged, "Quickly, let us ride." The villagers, excited by the promise and the sight of the fresh, red meat, called out to their family members who had hidden away, swiftly organizing themselves to set off once more. Perhaps spurred by the prospect of meat, they required no further urging from the old chief and surged forward with renewed vigor, doubling their pace. Even so, by the time they reached the temporary refuge at the mountain's base, darkness had nearly enveloped them. Had Dai not produced a lighter, enabling 001 and 002 to hastily craft several torches, they might have struggled to find their way in the dark. The refuge of Lu Jiaxiyuan was exceedingly concealed. If the entire village remained quiet, even those passing by the forest's edge would be hard-pressed to discover the multitude hidden within. The refuge occupied less than half the area of the village they had previously seen, with tightly clustered, thatched huts. According to the old chief, at least 2 or 3 households would have to squeeze into each hut to make accommodations. The old man deliberated whether to offer a hut to Dai and her companions. But Dai outright rejected their kindness. "Why would I forsake a shelter for your humble huts when I already have a refuge?" To her surprise, The villagers of Lu Jiaxiyuan had set numerous traps around the perimeter of their refuge. Upon their arrival, the old chief promptly assigned several young men to inspect the traps. If any had been damaged by wild beasts, they would be repaired immediately, while those intact needed to be activated. All the villagers began to bustle about, their occasional glances drawn to the few vibrant red pieces of meat. Yet, they were acutely aware that the meat belonged to an esteemed individual, and as long as no invitation was extended for them to take it, they could not covet it. Dai was quite pleased with their discretion. Noticing everyone tidying up their homes, Dai waved her small hand and led 001 and 002 to the area behind their temporary refuge. Closer to the foot of the mountain, 001, clear this area. It is insufficiently large to accommodate our shelter, Dai instructed, pointing to a relatively flat section. 001 scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Are we really going to set up the shelter in front of these villagers?" Dai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our time in this world is limited to just over 5 days. It matters little if they learn our secret. They have deliberately sought refuge in this ancient forest to escape the ravages of war, and they would not expose us by venturing out. Besides, even if they try to flee, could they outrun us? 002 concurred precisely. They have already witnessed the endless funnel. Allowing them further glimpses of our extraordinary abilities would not be unwelcome. The ancients were often superstitious and held reverence for the divine. By showcasing some of our ethereal capabilities, we may extract valuable information from them. A village that can establish such a refuge to evade disaster must have some wise individuals, such as the old village chief. After speaking, 002 gestured towards the direction where they spotted old Lu leaning on a wooden stick, methodically directing the villagers in their tasks. Upon hearing the sentiments of the young master in 002, 001 ceased his hesitation, acknowledging that intellectual pursuits had never been his forte. Dai retrieved a knife from her survival toolkit, yet 001 dismissed it as inadequate. "Is this a toy?" he remarked, gazing at the diminutive blade in his hand. The remained silent. Ultimately, he resorted to uprooting the small trees with his bare hands, easily breaking the larger ones with a single punch, and borrowed a machete from the villagers to level the ground. This display left the villagers of Lu family village astounded, their hearts racing in disbelief. Goodness, is this still a human? This strength surpasses even our village Dahuang. Dahuang was the sole ox the village had once possessed. As the cattle and horses returned home, they hurried to the second chapter of today's tale. Finally, when the villagers had nearly finished preparing the temporary refuge, the few who had gone to check the traps returned, and 001 had also completed his task. In full view of everyone, Dai waved her hand and conjured a 2-story building unlike anything they had ever seen. The structure was adorned with blue bricks and red tiles, topped with a transparent glass canopy. Not only that, but even the windows were made of clear glass. And in front of the building lay a meticulously manicured courtyard of lush green grass. Surely, this was a dwelling fit for celestial beings. In that instant, the entire refuge fell silent. Even the youngest children paused their playful antics. It took a moment for old Lu and the villagers to react, and they promptly knelt before Dai and her companions, bowing deeply in reverence. Dai did not deter them. This was precisely the response she desired. Only by instilling a sense of awe could she ensure they would speak honestly later on. Once the 6 warhorses were led into the shelter, Dai instructed 001 to carry some wolf meat, and the 3 made their way to old Lu's thatched cottage. They unloaded the wolf meat beside the central bonfire of the refuge, discarding a sack of potatoes as well. Several children could hardly contain their saliva, eager to rush over and examine the large meat. However, they were restrained by the adults behind them. The villagers of Lu family village were astute, recognizing that these divine beings had matters to discuss with their chief, and that now was not the time to interrupt. Dai found a large stone to sit upon and addressed old Lu directly. "Old village chief, you mentioned that this refuge was established by your ancestors for the entire clan to evade the calamities of war. Does this mean that conflicts frequently arise here? If not, there would be little reason to exert such efforts in creating a refuge akin to a small village, would there not?" Old Lu, while tempted by the meat, felt a greater reverence for the divine beings before him. Truth be told, their struggle for sustenance was arduous. The soil of DeLiang was barren, sandy more than loamy, yielding minimal harvests each year. Coupled with taxes and tributes, the remaining grain barely filled their bellies, let alone allowed for the luxury of purchasing meat. Though their village was near the mountains, and hunting was possible, few possessed the requisite skills. Thus, witnessing the generosity of these three divine beings stirred his heart, even if he could restrain his desires. What the villagers? Old Lu's gaze swept across the eager faces in the refuge, taking note of his own emaciated kin and the children, who had long been deprived of the taste of meat. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to speak candidly. Alas, I do not know where the three divine beings hail from or where you're destined to go. However, since you take an interest in Ardalion, allow this old man to share what I know. Dai gestured for him to continue. We are eager to hear more. Old Lu cleared his throat, his aged eyes fixed on the crackling bonfire, as if he were reliving the past through the flickering flames. Ardalion was once a small and unassuming nation, not particularly affluent, yet it remained untroubled by the world. Due to the barren land, lacking in specialties, for centuries no external power coveted us. Although the common folk lived in hardship, they enjoyed a measure of freedom. We only heard of the conflicts between other nations, never once experiencing the same in our own land. Dai mused silently, recognizing the normalcy of such a situation. A nation so impoverished that it could not even recoup the cost of provisions would naturally deter any would-be invaders. Yet for the common people, was this not a form of happiness? Old Lu tossed a piece of firewood into the crackling flames and continued narrating. However, approximately 80 years ago, the then ruler of the Liang, the grandfather of the current monarch, who was over 60 at the time, welcomed a new daughter into the family. In my youth, I heard my grandfather speak of how the old ruler cherished this little princess as a jewel in his palm. He indulged her whims, granting her every desire, no matter the cost. While it was natural for a father to dote on his daughter, strange occurrences began to unfold. Ever since the princess's birth, the entire realm of the Liang was thrown into turmoil. First, the winds and sands intensified within our borders, followed by years of relentless drought with no rain in sight. After a few years, as the princess matured, although the drought eased, news of the old ruler being assassinated began to circulate. Furthermore, rumors of the princess being kidnapped surfaced every few years, though each time the old ruler would dispel them. This continued until the princess came of age, at which point foreign nations flocked to our gates, seeking to marry the princess. An enchanting tale. The little princess is said to be as beautiful as a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, and several foreign princes even engaged in fierce battles to win her favor. It was widely anticipated that the aged monarch would bestow the princess upon the most powerful prince of the Jin Fan kingdom, as such a union would allow Ardalion to align itself with the mighty Jin Fan and secure a prosperous future. However, to everyone's astonishment, the old monarch resolutely rejected the matrimonial proposals of all princes, including that of the Jin Fan prince, citing the princess's tender age and the inappropriateness of early marriage. Consequently, all the foreign princes were expelled from Qingmu City. Although they departed in discontent, the relentless nightmare of war was about to unfold. As if recalling a harrowing past, the elder's figure became even more stooped. Lu Leahan's lips quivered, and the surrounding villagers wore expressions of despair, some covering their faces while quietly weeping. Others seated on the ground, cradling their heads and sighing deeply. Despite the old monarch's expulsion of the foreign princes, they remained undeterred. Nations took turns declaring war on the Liang, with a simple condition for a ceasefire. If the little princess were to be married off to their kingdom, they would halt their assaults on the Liang. With only one princess and a multitude of foreign princes, the Liang found itself in a precarious situation, for whichever prince the princess chose would not bode well. Most critically, the old monarch, surrounded by wolves, still refused to allow the princess to marry outside their realm. Thus, to protect the princess, the Liang fought valiantly against wave after wave of foreign armies. The land was left in ruins, and countless brave souls perished in battle. The entire nation urged the old monarch to allow the princess to wed, believing that only through her marriage could the Liang survive. Yet, the old monarch remained steadfast in his refusal. Finally, upon the princess reaching her 20th year, the Liang faced its largest assault yet. The Prince of Jin Fan personally led the charge, vowing not to return until he had captured the princess. This day marked the third update for the readers, with a promise to add another chapter should the requests exceed 60. Chapter 80. History repeats itself, faced with the vast and seemingly endless army of 400,000 from Jin Fan. The citizens of DeLiang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Besides surrendering the princess, DeLiang saw no avenue for survival. Lu Laohan extended his frail, bony hand to wipe the deep creases on his face and continued his tale. That fateful day, the 400,000-strong army of Jin Fan besieged the city, and the hearts of the citizens were heavy with dread. With the assistance of her maidens, the little princess escaped the palace and ascended the city walls. The citizens below believed their princess was prepared to sacrifice herself for DeLiang, and though reluctant, they sighed in relief. However, what they never anticipated was that the princess, standing atop the high walls, faced the advancing army and the Jin Fan prince, shouted a proclamation, and then, without hesitation, drew her sword and took her own life. The outcome was utterly unforeseen. Yet, what astonished them even more was that upon witnessing the princess descend from the walls like a shattered butterfly, the Jin Fan prince uttered a single sentence and withdrew his forces. After returning to his homeland, it is said that the Jin Fan prince, stricken with longing for the deceased princess of DeLiang, succumbed to despair within a year. Although the princess had perished, DeLiang, against all odds, gained a fleeting chance to survive. Upon learning of the princess's demise, the old monarch was filled with wrath. He ordered the execution of half the palace attendants on duty, and just 7 days later, he himself passed away from heartbreak. Time swiftly passed, and 40 years later, as the people of DeLiang were on the verge of forgetting that tragic history, the current monarch welcomed a lively and charming little princess into the world 20 years prior. Since her birth, it seemed as though history had been rewound. For everything unfolded just as it had 60 years earlier with the princess who had taken her own life. First came a prolonged 6-year drought, and when the little princess turned 10, the reigning monarch faced multiple assassination attempts, while the princess narrowly escaped abduction on several occasions. Following this, the current monarch, emulating his grandfather, confined his daughter, forbidding any contact with her. Upon her coming of age, once again, a multitude of princes from various lands sought her hand in marriage, only to be rejected. The princes then returned to their realms, rallied their forces, and turned back to assault DeLiang. After enduring over 40 years of recuperation, DeLiang had finally managed to restore some strength, only to face forced conscription and repel wave after wave of princes. Today marked the arrival of the mightiest adversary, the Prince of Tanggu. The once mighty Jin Fan kingdom, which had sought to forcibly wed the little princess, crumbled after the death of the prince, and within a mere decade, was consumed by the current Tanggu. Thus, it was the Tanggu prince who now commanded the army to claim the present princess of DeLiang. Lu family village, having learned from the lessons of 60 years past, had been meticulously established over the decades. This refuge had allowed it to evade the incessant wars that plagued the land. Uncertainty loomed over the fate of DeLiang once more. With Lu Laohan's tale concluded, Dai fell into a brief silence. The story presented numerous enigmas, far more intricate than the tales recounted by the rabbits in the ancient castle. Dai sensed that many parts of the narrative were disjointed, and crucial pieces of the puzzle were missing. She needed more fragments to piece together the truth of the matter. Noticing that the village elder had fallen silent, Dai broke the stillness and inquired, "Do you know why those foreign princes would go to such lengths, even waging war, to seize the princess of DeLiang?" Lu Laohan's lips quivered, and his gaze flickered. To Dai, this mannerism only reinforced her suspicion that this old man harbored knowledge of significant secrets. She resolved to extract the truth from him, for time was of the essence. Only 5 days remained in this world. Dai felt a compelling urgency. Whether she could salvage something of value from this realm hinged upon uncovering the breakthrough within the story. 50 pounds of meat. She extended a hand toward the village elder, her 5 fingers splayed before him. "This time does not count. I will supply your Lu family village with 50 pounds of meat daily for a full 5 days. Upon hearing Dai's promise, the villagers of Lu family village erupted in excitement. Lu Laohan, overcome with emotion, trembled as tears streamed down his face. He vigorously nodded, resolute in his decision to divulge all he knew. The old man revealed that his grandfather had once served as the chief scribe of Qingmu City. Due to the conscription of nearly all male members of their family, his grandfather had sought every means to preserve the Lu lineage, ultimately fleeing Qingmu City to settle in this location, carrying with him the flame of their heritage. It was also because his grandfather had been a low-ranking official that he had some awareness of court matters and the monarch's affairs. "According to my grandfather, The little princess of your possessed a peculiar ability, which the old monarch was reluctant to relinquish by allowing her to marry outside the realm. It is likely that the foreign princes who sought her hand were motivated by the same reason, going so far as to wage war for the treasure that was Arda Liang princess. Today, 60 years later, it seems that the current princess harbors a similar enigma, something that the foreign royal families covet yet cannot attain. Otherwise, why would they repeatedly raid Arda Liang? A strange ability, indeed. Die Chao 002 Exchanget Aglangsa. And the other understood. The response from the old village chief of Lu family village resonated almost identically with the testimony from the Tanggu scout captain that 002 had captured. It appears that this De Liang princess, or rather, these two De Liang princesses, are indeed concealing a monumental secret. After leaving behind some wolf meat and potatoes, Dai bid farewell to the old village chief and returned to the sanctuary with 001 and 002, the villagers of Lu family village. Upon witnessing their entrance into the ethereal abode, could no longer contain their excitement and erupted in cheers over the wolf meat on the ground. The old village chief organized for one portion of the wolf meat to be cooked, while the rest was salted and smoked for future consumption. Although the population of Lu family village is small, each individual could only receive a piece the size of a mahjong tile. Yet, they felt immense satisfaction, for they had just heard that the celestial being had promised their chief 50 pounds of meat each day. The last chapter's request for an update had not surpassed 60, with 52 requests received so far. Should I add an update today or not? Well, considering that today's initial reading volume broke 2,000, I shall make an exception and provide an additional update. Here is the first update of the day, Chapter 81, Information Prompt, The Path to Survival. Old Lu gazed towards the two-story building shimmering in the darkness, his murky old eyes filled with an indescribable expression. Upon returning to the sanctuary, 001 willingly set about preparing dinner, while 002 headed to the gym to train. Dai descended the stairs to indulge in a hot bath. Comfortably soaking in the tub, she closed her eyes and began to review all the clues she had gathered since entering this world. Whether it was the testimonies of the Tanggu scouts or the tales recounted by the village chief of Lu family village, she believed that all of these would prove valuable. The task of 7 days was straightforward. Simply survive for 7 days in each world to depart. Yet, what was the underlying purpose of 7 days? For instance, in the previous world of erroneous game testing, although she had been mistakenly transported into that survival game world, even if it hadn't been her, other testers would certainly have been sent in to evaluate that game world. The objective of the testing was clear. Shortly after the conclusion of the tests, official players would soon be deployed into that stone cave survival world to experience the game. Her role in the last world was to assess whether players could survive in that environment. So, what role would she play in this world? On the morning of the third day, or more accurately, the early hours before dawn, Dai woke up early due to having gone to bed early the previous night. Glancing outside at the pitch-black woods, she decided to linger in bed for a little while longer. She retrieved the 7 days phone from beneath her pillow, intending to check if there had been any changes in the weather for the coming days and to take another look at the 7 days app. To her surprise, the clean interface of the 7 days app from yesterday now featured a new introduction regarding the current world. Although the information was brief, it granted her some new intelligence. Congratulations on surviving to the 3rd day in the new world. Apart from the novice world, upon surviving to the 3rd, 5th, and 7th days in each task world, you will unlock a piece of information regarding the current task world. You have now survived to the 3rd day in the new world. Please receive your first piece of task world information. Without hesitation, Dai clicked to confirm, and a message quickly appeared, which she skimmed through. The current task world is an ancient one, with its economy, culture, military, and technological levels relatively underdeveloped. This task world is small in scale, consisting of only one continent, with no oceans. There are 7 countries, and you currently reside in Liang, the one with the smallest land area among them. Huh, is that all? No matter how Dai swiped the screen, it remained unresponsive. The first piece of prompt information consisted of merely 2 short paragraphs. How frustrating. This was hardly different from having no prompt at all. Dai indignantly stuffed the phone into her waist pouch, since 7 days would provide her with 3 prompts for each subsequent world. It would greatly assist her in accomplishing the survival task, even if the information contained superfluous details. However, Dai reconsidered, Had she not had 001 and 002, nor experienced the enhancement of her body from the previous game testing world, but instead had been transported directly to this challenging world from the novice realm, it would be hard to say how much she would have grasped about the current world after 2 days. Thus, the prompt was not entirely lacking in value. At the very least, had she been the version of herself from the novice world, wandering the official road or the wilderness beside it for 2 days and nights, merely surviving without starving or dying of thirst would have been a stroke of luck, let alone gathering intelligence. Therefore, it was not that 7 days provided too little information, but rather that she had already been ahead of the game in this task world. Realizing this, she resolved not to wait idly for the 5th day's prompt from 7 days. It was time to take the initiative. She decided to investigate how to stealthily infiltrate Qing Mu City today. Yet, to her astonishment, a task she had anticipated would be challenging turned out to be remarkably effortless. During breakfast, she shared the information she had obtained with 001 and 002, and the three of them briefly devised a plan for infiltration before preparing to depart. Before leaving, Dai did not forget her promise to the village chief of Lu Family Village. Opening the preservation storage room, she surveyed its contents and found at least 3 wolves' worth of meat, her brows furrowing in contemplation. 002 stifled a laugh, suggesting that if the master did not enjoy wolf meat, she might as well give it all to the villagers. They could attempt to enter the city later, and if they succeeded, acquiring some delicious meat would not be difficult. Dai nodded in agreement and instructed 001 to bring out another portion of wolf meat. Even if they could not enter Qing Mu City today, there would surely be an opportunity in the coming days. Whoever wished to eat the sour, bitter wolf meat could do so. She certainly had no desire for it. 001, however, was indifferent to the fact that his hard-won meat was being given away, although he noted that since the master did not enjoy wolf meat, he would refrain from bringing it back in the future. Upon exiting the sanctuary, Dai attempted to reclaim the horses from the breeding space along with the sanctuary. To her delight, it worked seamlessly. She could now confidently assert that as long as the functional areas opened up within the sanctuary were designated by household devices, they should all be independent storage spaces. As long as the items correspond to the functional requirements of the region, they can be permanently stored and will not vanish upon transitioning between worlds. Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems I can return and dispatch a few generals from the barbarian army, seizing a few fine steeds to keep in the sanctuary. They do not intend to ride out today, partly because they are not far from the rear mountain of Qing Mu City, and partly because bringing horses along would be cumbersome. It is essential to note that they plan to stealthily infiltrate the city, and the route in and out may not be the same, making it more convenient to proceed on foot. Not far ahead, the villagers of Liujia village once again witnessed Dai effortlessly remove a 2-story building from existence. They were astounded. In the eyes of the villagers, filled with reverence and fear, Dai tossed some wolf meat to the old village chief and casually inquired. To her surprise, the old chief indeed knew a shortcut to the rear mountain of Qing Mu City. Dai mused, does this count as an effortless gain? Upon reflection, it was not surprising that the only village within several dozen kilometers, led by Old Lu, would possess knowledge of how to access Qing Mu City from the back mountain. However, she was utterly shocked after hearing the old chief's account. It turned out that this very path was the escape route taken by his grandfather, who fled Qing Mu City with the remnants of their family. Today, a second update is here. There will be another update tonight. Additionally, we are only 75 contributions away from the next 100 special updates. If you have the time, dear readers, please lend a hand and click to support. If you have a moment, kindly illuminate the stars at the end of the text and leave a positive review. I assure you, the first day of scoring will bring forth a flood of updates. Chapter 82, The Human Pathmaker 001, Additional Update. The old man could not guarantee the current viability of this path, nor whether it had been discovered by others. Regardless, 60 years had passed, which was an eternity. Old Lu repeatedly emphasized the uncertainty of this shortcut to Dai, but she waved her hand dismissively, indicating that direction was what mattered. It was far better than wandering aimlessly. No matter. If this path is still accessible, once we enter the city today, we shall return with a load of provisions for you. Dai and her companions took a few steps to the edge of their resting point, bending down to stretch their legs. The villagers had never witnessed such peculiar movements, and they curiously set aside their tasks, fixated on the 3 celestial beings to see what they would do next. After approximately 10 minutes of warm-up exercises, the trio exchanged glances. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let us go. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the three shot forth from the woods, like arrows released from a bow. Their speed was such that the villagers behind them could only perceive a gust of wind sweeping across the ground. They barely caught a glimpse of the three celestial figures before they vanished from sight. This was merely a display of 001 and 002 keeping pace with Dai. Had they operated at their full speed, it would have been akin to an act of instantaneous disappearance. Indeed, these were celestial beings employing divine techniques. Father, celestial beings are truly formidable. All the villagers of Liujia village paid their respects in the direction where Dai and her companions had vanished. While only the village chief, Old Lu, bit his lip, his expression inscrutable. Amidst the swirling sands, the three moved like solitary wolves racing across the wilderness. Following the direction provided by the old chief, they soon arrived at a dense thicket after a brief run. After 60 years, the markers left by the Lu clan had been erased by the elements, and the path they once carved through the brush had been obliterated. However, Dai, possessing the ability of a pathmaker, felt no inconvenience. 001, clear those bushes. Understood. The robust 001, having grown even stronger under Dai's daily abundant nourishment, swung the machete seized from the barbarian cavalry. With several swift strokes, he cleared a substantial area of brush. The approximate location given by Old Lu was about 15 miles from the eastern city wall of Qingmu City, within a thicket where the Lu clan had opened a shortcut 60 years prior. Dai resolved that even if the shortcut no longer existed, she would carve one out herself in this thicket. Thus, akin to excavating space in the previous world, 001 led the way through the underbrush, while Dai followed closely behind. Meanwhile, 002 was responsible for monitoring their clearing direction. 002 would run back and forth between the city wall and their current position to ensure that 001 and Dai maintained the correct trajectory. Although the machete obtained from the barbarians was less efficient than the iron axes and picks from the previous world, 001's speed remained unyielding. At last, after nearly 2 hours of tireless effort, they had cleared a narrow path suitable for one person through the thicket. Master, if you clear another 20 or 30 meters ahead, we will reach the end. Ahead lies a substantial rock wall, which directly connects to the rear mountain of the outer district of Qingmu City. Upon hearing this, 001 nodded, quickening his pace. The worn machete was already battered, with nicks and dullness scattered across its blade. Yet 001 paid it no mind, relying solely on sheer strength to push through the underbrush, using the machete merely as leverage. Moments later, they indeed reached a massive rock face, and 001 began to push laterally to the right as previously instructed by 002. After about 5 or 6 minutes of lateral movement, a dilapidated cave, overgrown with vines and weeds, came into view. We found it. Overjoyed, 001 eagerly tore away the tangled vines, swiftly clearing the entrance of the cave. Dai retrieved her high-powered headlamp, which had shone brilliantly in the previous world, and switched it on, scanning the depths of the cave. Master, pass me the lighter, 002 requested. Without hesitation, Dai fetched it from her survival toolkit and handed it over. Using materials at hand, 002 fashioned a simple torch from nearby plants, igniting it with the lighter. He then extended the torch into the cave, shaking it up and down, before thrusting the burning torch deep into the cave's depths. Though uncertain of 002's intentions, Dai chose to trust him. Moreover, noticing that 001 remained silent indicated that 002's actions were undoubtedly justified. The three stood outside the cave, watching the torch burn steadily within. Aside from the crackling of the flame, the cave was eerily quiet. Finally, when the torch had burned out completely, 002 and 001 breathed a sigh of relief. They began preparing new torches, taking the opportunity to explain to Dai. This cave has not been used for 60 years. We do not know if it has been claimed by wild beasts or if it has collapsed at some point. By tossing a torch inside, if no smoke or beasts emerge during the burning, it indicates the cave is safe. Additionally, if the torches can burn sufficiently until the materials are completely consumed before extinguishing, it indicates that the cave is indeed interconnected. The circulation of air ensures an adequate supply of oxygen within the cave, thus entering will pose no danger. How enlightening. Dai nodded, indicating that she had acquired new knowledge. Shortly thereafter, several torches were completed. These torches were evidently far more robust than the one used for the experiment. Dai donned her headlamp upon her forehead, while 001 and 002 each held a torch. They also secured an unlit spare torch around their waists, forming a straight line as they boldly stepped into the depths of the cave. The pathway within the cave was not fixed. It twisted and turned, ascending and descending. After approximately an hour and a half, the trio finally emerged from the cave into another dense forest. They extinguished their torches and turned off the headlamp. 002 signaled for silence and nimbly leapt up to the branch of a poplar tree. Like an agile monkey, he quickly ascended to the crown of the tallest tree nearby. After a brief survey, he realized they had arrived at the rear mountains of the outer city of Qingmu City. At the foot of the distant mountains lay several small villages, accompanied by vast tracts of farmland. Even in the outer city, Qingmu City lacked the billowing yellow sand present outside its walls. The sky was a clear azure, occasionally adorned with wispy, white clouds. Although the fields appeared less fertile, they were still superior to the meager, sandy plots of Lu family village beyond the city walls. 002 promptly returned to Dai and 001, directing them forward as the three continued their journey. Descending the mountain, they soon spotted the nearest farmhouse. 002 instructed Dai and 001 to remain at the forest's edge, striving to avoid detection. He then stealthily infiltrated a nearby homestead, choosing an unoccupied dwelling to scale the wall and pilfer some of the clothing left drying in the courtyard. After retrieving the garments, he left a silver ingot on the dining table as a token payment for the clothing. He swiftly returned with several outfits, and the trio concealed themselves in the woods to change. Dai did not remove her inner garments or her protective attire, but simply donned an outer coarse cotton dress that had faded from washing. 001 had the most humorous predicament. His large frame rendered him unable to wear any of the clothing. Thus, 002 had brought him a tattered patchwork sheet, which he awkwardly wrapped around himself like a makeshift robe, yet it was still preferable to his camouflage battle uniform. They neatly folded their discarded clothing into a leather package, forming a large bundle that 001 hoisted onto his shoulder. Once they had changed, the three cautiously emerged from the forest, carefully avoiding several village women foraging for wild vegetables, and made their way along the village path towards the outer city. Lacking any items to verify their identities, they had no choice but to wait for a lapse in the patrols of the city guards, stealthily climbing over the walls of the outer city to finally enter. Their goal for the day was to infiltrate Qingmu City. Whether they could access the inner city was of little consequence. Their primary aim was to gather intelligence, and they could attempt the inner city again tomorrow, if necessary. Upon entering the outer city, the trio made their way straight to the largest marketplace. Without a doubt, they knew how to find the market. A casual inquiry in a nearby tea stall with a few coins would suffice to gather information. Entering the marketplace, the vibrant bustle momentarily left Dai in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't there a massive army of 300,000 at the gates? Hadn't the great Liang endured wave after wave of foreign invasions for years? Hadn't the valiant men of the great Liang perished in droves? Yet, how could this lively marketplace be so devoid of the tension and dread characteristic of wartime? The trio exchanged glances, suppressing their strange feelings. The immediate priority was to procure new clothing before gathering intelligence. However, their disheveled appearance led them to be promptly shooed away by a shop assistant from a nearby tailor shop. "Hey, where did these filthy beggars come from? This is no place for you. Hurry up and leave before you soil our establishment and anger our esteemed customers." Dai's indignation flared. "What do you mean, filthy? Can't you see how pristine my attire is, despite its faded state?" As 001 prepared to retaliate, 002 swiftly pulled him back. Unable to contend with his companion, 001 reluctantly withdrew. The tailor's assistant rolled his eyes in disdain, spitting at Dai's feet. With narrowed eyes, 002 coldly gestured across his throat to the assistant. The latter froze, as if ensnared by a venomous serpent, struggling to breathe, his back drenched in cold sweat. The trio wasted no time on such trifles and turned towards another tailor shop across the street. This time, 002 produced a large silver ingot from his possession, weighing at least 10 taels. He casually toyed with the ingot as he led Dai and 001 to the entrance of the new tailor shop. The shop assistant had already observed the ruckus at the previous shop and immediately noticed the tattered young man pulling out a significant sum. He was not concerned with how these ragged individuals possessed such wealth. He only needed to know they had money and were willing to spend it in his establishment. "Ah, my esteemed guest wishes to purchase clothing? Please step right in. Whatever catches your eye, just let me know." 002 glanced at the assistant, satisfied that wealth spoke volumes. He tossed a silver coin into the assistant's hands, and the trio began to peruse the shop. The assistant was practically ecstatic at the prospect of earning a commission. He even took a moment to flaunt the silver coin to the assistant from the previous shop, relishing the irony that it was the same money that had been carelessly rejected. After spending over an hour navigating the outer city market, they faced a dilemma. 001's stature made it impossible to find suitable clothing in the shop. Consequently, Dai decided to lavishly spend 8 taels to have a custom outfit tailored specifically for him. The tailor was eager to fulfill the order for the generous fee. He immediately summoned 8 seamstresses from the back to expedite the crafting of a fitted outfit for 001, which was completed within the hour. Dai and 002 had a much easier time of it. Although 002 was taller than the average citizen of the Great Liang, minor alterations would suffice for him. As for Dai, her petite frame made it even simpler. The harm is minimal, yet the insult is profound. On the bustling streets of Wangshu, a figure clad in deep crimson riding attire, adorned with a pair of deerskin boots, has her hair elegantly swept up with a wooden hairpin acquired for a mere 10 coins. Meanwhile, 002 is dressed in a dark azure outfit, cinched at the waist with a broad sash that accentuates his slender form. 001, in stark black attire, appears from a distance as formidable as a towering black bear. This trio, parading down the street, instills a sense of trepidation in all who cast their gaze upon them. Contrary to the traditional image of ancient times, DeLiang does not prohibit the sale of weaponry. The 3 soon inquired about the most renowned weapon shop in the outer city, eager to select 1 or 2 suitable armaments. Upon reaching the requisite number of requests for an update, I could hardly contain my excitement and rushed to provide an additional chapter for everyone. This update does not affect the quantity plan for today. Please continue to express your support and encouragement, which will motivate me to provide more updates. Thank you. Chapter 84. A web of doubts, though it remains unclear why Qingmu City appears largely unaffected by the siege of the Tonggu army outside its walls. It is prudent to update 1's weaponry as a precautionary measure. The wealth acquired from the 30-odd barbarian cavalrymen, excluding jewelry, amounts to over 800 taels of silver and gold, coupled with a modest sum in Dai's personal purse, a hem which is rather insignificant truly. On their way to the weapon shop, they sold all the unnecessary trinkets and ornaments they had encountered at a pawn shop, garnering an additional 300 taels in silver notes. With nearly 1,200 taels in hand, Dai felt emboldened to browse the weaponry. Wealth in arms is paramount. Without funds, one cannot even procure a decent blade. Indeed, when the trio emerged from the weapon shop, their remaining funds had dwindled to under 200 taels. Dai selected an antiquated yet exceptionally sharp iron cleaver, a quintessential weapon for mountain bandits. Overall, her image and demeanor were entirely incongruous with such a fearsome weapon, but she was utterly indifferent. The joy of wielding it was what truly mattered, and that was that. 001 chose a massive broadsword weighing 80 pounds, now wrapped in cloth and slung across his back, exuding an aura of intimidation. 002 was pleasantly surprised to discover that the crescent blade was not exclusive to the barbarians. He found an even finer model at the weapon shop in DeLiang. The 2 curved blades became the most expensive items of their arsenal, costing a total of 400 taels, while 002 also acquired a sturdy bow and a quiver of iron arrows. Dai purchased these without a moment's hesitation, for he was currently the strongest combatant among them. It was essential to equip him appropriately, was it not? Seeing the trio's lavish spending, the shopkeeper graciously gifted each of them a finely crafted dagger. Dai's willingness to invest in such costly weapons stemmed from another motive. She aimed to test these arms in the gym at the shelter. Ahem, who knows if they will still be intact when transported to the next world? Dai declared, Baiyuji is omnipresent, and I shall seek it both high and low. Glancing up at the sun, she realized it was inconvenient to check her phone for the time on the lively streets. But the rumbling of a certain someone's stomach served as an apt reminder. Leader, it's noon. We should have lunch. Very well. Who else but the mercenaries of her own household would she pamper? Let us find a bustling restaurant for our meal, Dai suggested. Lively places are more likely to yield information. Her companions nodded in agreement as they made their way along the main street of the outer city towards the inner city, passing numerous tea houses and taverns, yet failing to find a satisfactory establishment. They did not require a particularly lavish restaurant, nor could it be a roadside stall frequented by laborers and idle hands. Just as they were about to exit the main street, they stumbled upon a surprisingly thriving little eatery tucked away in a side alley. Without hesitation, they entered. The waiter enthusiastically ushered them in, but alas, the establishment was bustling with patrons, leaving only a small table in the far corner empty. However, Dai was unconcerned. The corner was ideal for remaining inconspicuous, allowing them to eavesdrop on conversations. The small eatery operated without a menu, relying solely on the waiter to announce the dishes. Dai ordered several delectable options, including pure meat dishes like white cut beef, requesting double or triple portions. There was no room for skimping. A meager amount would hardly suffice for 001 alone. The waiter thought to suggest that perhaps they were ordering too much, but upon seeing the imposing figure of 001, well, it seemed these portions might barely meet his appetite. As they awaited their meal, Dai and her companions pricked up their ears, attempting to glean information from the surrounding diners' discussions. However, to their astonishment, amidst the chatter of the bustling crowd, not a single soul mentioned the 3 paths of the Tonggu army besieging the city. It felt as if the citizens were blissfully unaware of the dire situation surrounding Qingmu City. This was abnormal, utterly unacceptable. How could the populace, with the 3 main gates besieged by an army of 300,000, continue their lives as if nothing were amiss? Dai cast a glance at 002, ready to speak, only to see him gently shake his head. He then stood and called out to the waiter serving the table next to them. "Excuse me, do you have a restroom?" The waiter pointed outside, replying, "Sir, this establishment does not have a restroom. You'll have to exit and take a left. There's a dead-end alley over there." With a cheerful smile, 002 thanked him for the directions. He flashed Dai a reassuring look, then turned and exited the restaurant. Upon stepping outside, he headed to a nearby bun shop, purchasing 10 meat buns and 20 plain steam buns for a handful of coins. Accepting the large oil paper bag from the shopkeeper, 002 turned his gaze towards a few small beggars beneath a large locust tree. The eldest among them looked no older than 7 or 8, while the youngest was merely 3 or 4, their eyes glued to the big buns, mouths watering in anticipation. Walking over with the hefty bag of buns, 002 crouched before the eldest beggar and waved a meat bun enticingly before him. "Would you like one?" The ragged little beggar nodded vigorously, exclaiming yes, with a mischievous smile. 002 replied, "Excellent. Answer my questions, and you shall receive a bun or a steamed roll for each correct response." The little beggar's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Deal?" 002 tilted his chin toward the nearby alley, then stood and walked in that direction. The beggar hesitated, torn between uncertainty and the allure of food, but ultimately, the temptation for sustenance prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he took the hands of his younger siblings and followed the unfamiliar boy into the alley. The alley was deserted, silent as the grave. Throwing the meat bun in his hand, 002 spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "First question, where is this place?" Caught off guard by the stranger's inquiry, the little beggar blinked in surprise. Was this even a question? Who would he know? Could it be? Was this person an outsider? It is quite astonishing. How many years has it been since outsiders visited? How did he manage to enter the city? A refugee? No. Judging by his attire, he could not possibly be one of them. Besides, even if he were a refugee, he should at least recognize this place. Who on earth is this individual? As the bustling scene unfolded, the young boy, with his plump dumpling in hand, caught the attention of a small beggar who swallowed hard, deciding not to overthink matters. All he desired was the food in that person's possession. He would simply inquire and answer himself. What did it matter from where he hailed? We are currently in the capital city of Daliang, Qingmu City, specifically in its outer district. Seeing the small beggar's perceptiveness, 002 smirked, tossing a meat bun into the beggar's arms. "Very well, this one is yours." The small beggar fumbled to catch the bun, quickly dividing it in half, suppressing the urge to take a bite, and handed the pieces to his younger siblings. 002 raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what a compassionate young man. Indeed, a child like you wouldn't lie too extravagantly. Now, for the second question, are there any recent conflicts for Daliang? Having successfully secured a meat bun, the small beggar answered without hesitation, yes. Ever since my birth, foreign forces have been incessantly attacking us in Daliang. My father was conscripted when I was 5 and never returned. My mother passed away from illness 2 years ago, and that is why I now beg with my siblings. With a swift motion, 002 interrupted the reminiscing by tossing another bun towards him. The small beggar, undeterred, happily inhaled the aroma of the bun before taking a hearty bite. The third question, do you know that a great army is currently positioned outside Qingmu City? With his mouth full, the small beggar mumbled, of course, of course. I've heard many have come this time. 002 was taken aback by this revelation. If even a small beggar knew of the imminent military threat, how could others in the outer city remain so nonchalant? Having devoured the bun, the small beggar licked the crumbs from his palm and mumbled, "You are not from Qingmu City, are you? Although I do not know how you managed to enter. I am discreet and will not pry. My lips are sealed. I will not disclose your matters, so rest assured." With narrowed eyes, 002 surveyed the astute little beggar once more. After a moment, he tossed another bun to him, stating, "You are quite perceptive. Now for the fourth question. Given that you all are aware of the army's presence, are you not afraid?" The small beggar split the bun again, offering it to his siblings, and replied, "Not at all. Our Princess Ming is here. Those villains cannot breach our walls." Princess Ming? Before he could delve deeper into inquiries about the enigmatic princess of Daliang, 002 received an unexpected piece of information, causing his eyelids to twitch. Skillfully, he produced another bun and tossed it to the small beggar, continuing, "Now for the fifth question. Who is Princess Ming? Why does her presence grant you such confidence against foreign incursions?" The small beggar raised 2 fingers, earnestly correcting, "That is 2 questions, not 1. Fine. Consider it 2 questions. Princess Ming is the only princess of our Daliang. It is said she is the reincarnation of the legendary Sun Princess and Moon Princess. Those 4 invaders come specifically for her. The officials in the city have proclaimed that as long as Princess Ming remains, we have nothing to fear from outside marauders." As he spoke, the small beggar unconsciously straightened his back, brimming with pride. With 2 buns tossed into his arms, 002 proceeded with his 7th question, "But wait. If that is the case, how could your father have been conscripted in the past?" The question seemed to strike a nerve, and the small beggar lowered his head, sniffling as he replied in a muffled tone, "At that time, Princess Ming had just come of age, and her powers had yet to awaken. Therefore, in order to protect her from being seized by foreign forces, Daliang sacrificed many soldiers to fend off the initial waves of invasion. My mother said my father was unfortunate enough to draw the conscription lot and perished on the battlefield. Our village had over 1,000 people, yet only 3, including my father, were conscripted." 002's lips twitched slightly. "Cough, cough. How unfortunate that only 3 were chosen from your entire village." Deciding against handing out buns one by one, he simply shoved the entire oiled paper bag into the small beggar's hands. With a fierce look, he warned, "I do not have much time left. Consider these buns your payment. Now, tell me the name of an inn with reasonable prices that does not require identification for check-in. In about an hour, wait for me at the entrance of that inn. I have further questions. If you do not show up, it matters not. There are plenty of beggars in this outer city, but this is the only amount of silver I possess. However, should you disclose my matters." As he spoke, he revealed 2 10-tael gold ingots, waving them before the small beggar and his siblings, causing their breaths to quicken. "Come to the Lai Feng Inn. The proprietor there is fair and never cheats customers. The prices are reasonable." The small beggar exclaimed, "Rest assured, I, Qin Xiaoniu, will not reveal anything about you." In truth, even if he did, 002 would not be overly concerned. He merely sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Satisfied, he patted the beggar Qin Xiaoniu on the shoulder, reclaiming the 2 ingots. "Very well. I shall see you at the Lai Feng Inn in an hour. If you arrive, the silver is yours, and I may even bestow upon you an opportunity." The small beggar clutched the oiled paper bag tightly, nodding earnestly, "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you." 002 hurried back to the small restaurant, where the table was now laden with an abundance of dishes. 001 was rubbing his belly, staring longingly at the spread. Not rushing to inquire about his findings, Dia waved her hand, exclaiming, "Let us eat. In this vast world, eating comes first." Regardless of the situation, one must fill their stomach before addressing anything else. In a whirlwind, the table was cleared of all its offerings, and even Dier requested additional dishes and a large bowl of steamed rice. It was indeed remarkable that a simple eatery could consume 3 taels of silver in a single meal. As the night concluded, the second round of updates still required 60 more contributions to sustain our passion. If any kind souls have time, please lend your support. Thank you. Twinkling like stars. Illuminate 5 little stars. No matter the distance, kindness prevails. May I receive your favorable reviews, please? Thank you, everyone. Chapter 86. Chun Xiaoniu, however. With the silver they had, Dai and the others had enough for their needs. Any unspent would be left behind, and she certainly would not neglect 001. Following the information obtained from the beggar Chun Xiaoniu by 002, and after spending a silver coin to subtly extract more details from a waiter at the tavern, it became evident that the Lai Feng Inn was indeed a reputable establishment that treated both young and old with fairness. The 3 of them finished their meal and proceeded directly to the Lai Feng Inn, where they rented a room to rest briefly. Estimating that the time was right, 002 gracefully descended the stairs to wait for Chun Xiaoniu at the inn's entrance, only to find that he had been waiting for over a quarter of an hour without seeing any sign of him. Just as he contemplated abandoning the search for Chun Xiaoniu and seeking another source of information, he spotted 3 small figures stumbling towards him in haste. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chun Xiaoniu along with his younger siblings. The 3 children bore bruises, and Chun Xiaoniu limped, dragging his siblings along as they desperately fled towards the inn. Remarkably, they were being pursued by a few adult beggars, armed with bamboo poles and wooden sticks, who were chasing them with malevolent intent, hurling curses in their wake. Chun Xiaoniu's younger sister, the youngest of the trio, stumbled and fell, crying out in distress. Chun Xiaoniu quickly bent down to help her, only to feel a rush of air behind him. It was over. He tightly embraced his siblings, closing his eyes in despair. However, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a dreadful scream echoed from behind him. He opened his eyes to find that the boy who had given him steamed buns at noon was standing there. "Hey, you little rascal, you're late." 002 kicked the beggar who had attempted to ambush Chun Xiaoniu from behind, sending him sprawling several meters away, then stood with arms crossed behind Chun Xiaoniu. The boy crouched on the ground, looking up at the youth illuminated by the sunlight, who appeared as radiant and divine as a celestial being, overwhelmed with emotion. Chun Xiaoniu felt tears streaming down his cheeks. "Thank you for saving my life." The other beggars, who had been chasing Chun Xiaoniu, were mere cowards. Upon witnessing the scene, they immediately turned and fled, howling in fear. Without a glance at the beggar he had knocked out, 002 swiftly lifted Chun Xiaoniu, grasping his siblings by their arms, and they proceeded into the Lai Feng Inn. An hour later, all 3 children, after being cleaned and dressed in new clothes, with their wounds treated, lined up and knelt before Dai and her companions. It was indeed the large bag of buns that had nearly cost them their lives. 002 had not anticipated that such a casual act could have put them in peril and felt a bit awkward as he reached into his own pocket to pay for hot water and new clothes for the 3 siblings. "Thank you for granting us our lives. If you wish to know anything, I, Chun Xiaoniu, will tell you everything I know." Dai attempted to have them rise to speak, but the obstinate children insisted on remaining on their knees. "Very well, if you wish to kneel, then so be it." At this moment, Dai had already gleaned all the prior information from 002 and had woven it together with the intelligence she had previously acquired, carefully piecing it together. She sensed a multitude of fragments in her mind, faintly beginning to coalesce into a coherent narrative. Yet it was still insufficient. The fragments were lacking, and the connections between them were incomplete. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke. "Chun Xiaoniu, please recount your story. Begin from your birth and share everything." Chun Xiaoniu was taken aback by her request. "You wish to hear my story? Aren't you supposed to be asking me questions?" Dai nodded slightly, while 001, standing like a formidable wall behind her, rumbled, "Just speak as you are asked. After all, it is we who inquire, not the other way around." Startled by the imposing presence of 001, Chun Xiaoniu instinctively shrank back. Dai raised her hand, signaling 001 to remain silent. At that moment, Chun Xiaoniu realized who held the authority among the 3 before him. Gathering his courage, he began to narrate the entirety of his life story. My name is Chun Xiaonyo, and I am 9 years old. This is my brother Tai Dan, 5 years old, and this is my sister Yadan, 4 years old. We hail from a village 30 li east of the outer city, known as Shan Aoz. My father was conscripted when I was 5 and perished on the battlefield. That year, my brother turned 1, and my sister was just born. Subsequently, my mother raised us through farming and washing clothes, but she fell ill with a cold the winter before last and soon passed away, leaving us behind. At that time, I was too young to work the fields, and no one would employ me. Local bullies seized our land and home, while the village chief and the headman refused to assist us. Thus, I had no choice but to bring my siblings to the outer city to beg for a living. Dai had asked Chun Xiaonyo to recount his life from birth, and he did precisely that. He spoke of his memories directly, while recounting everything his mother had told him about the past. Dai and her companions listened intently. Although Chun Xiaonyo was merely a common child from the outer city of Qingmu City, and his mother an illiterate peasant, they nonetheless uncovered many clues that had not been revealed by the village chief of Lu family village. Dai felt uncertain whether the village chief genuinely lacked knowledge or was intentionally withholding information from her. Was her shock not sufficient to prompt him to speak? Or did he have reasons he could not divulge? Once Chun Xiaonyo finished his account, Dai instructed 001 and 002 to take the siblings to the inn's main hall for a meal. She needed solitude to reflect on the clues she had gathered thus far. It was known that there existed a mysterious and powerful princess in Qingmu City, referred to as Ming Gongzhu by the people of Daliang. As for the rumors of her being the reincarnation of the Sun and Moon princesses, it was surmised that her abilities bore resemblance to those legendary princesses, leading to such claims of reincarnation. Dai absent-mindedly picked up a copper coin from the table, her fingers unconsciously rubbing its surface, signaling the rapid processing of thoughts in her mind. The Ming Gongzhu had only recently come of age, around 4 or 5 years ago, and shortly after her coming of age, Daliang faced an invasion from foreign forces. Xiaonyo's father had been conscripted at that time and perished in battle, never to return. Nevertheless, Daliang ultimately claimed victory in that war. For, in the second year of the conflict, Ming Gongzhu fully awakened and utilized her powers to protect Qingmu City. Though she had not solicited anyone's assistance the day before, the number of requests for updates had surpassed 60. She was delighted by the support and decided to add a chapter for everyone, without encroaching upon this year's update quota. She implored everyone to leave positive reviews, promising that should scores be released, she would provide further updates. Regardless of the scores, updates would be forthcoming. Chapter 87. The Lu clan's anomaly. What abilities Ming Gongzhu had awakened remained unclear to Xiaonyo. The young beggar merely pointed to the sky, gesturing vaguely, implying that Ming Gongzhu could envelop the entire Qingmu City under a protective dome. As long as that dome remained, no matter how many troops surrounded the city, they would be unable to breach its defenses. Although Chun Xiaonyo had never ventured into the inner city, nor had he approached the edges of the city wall, he had heard from the adults in the city that if any enemy forces dared to approach the walls of Qingmu City, the colossal barrier enveloping it would transform them into a mist of blood, reducing them to mere ashes. Is this very shield bestowed by Princess Ming that has firmly kept the armies of various nations at bay? What kind of power is this? Is it a supernatural ability? The barrier that Chun Xiaonyo mentioned must be a protective shield constructed from some unique power. As for the claim that those who approach the barrier are immediately turned into blood mist, Dai believes it to be an embellishment by the citizens of the city to mythologize their revered princess. Nevertheless, there is no denying that this protective shield possesses remarkable power. Dai rubbed her temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She had inquired of Chun Xiaonyo whether there were any other supernatural beings in the Great Liang, but he replied that the entire Great Liang was composed of ordinary folk. To his knowledge, only Princess Ming possessed such extraordinary abilities, which is why the ruler of Great Liang was resolutely unwilling to relinquish her. She did not believe that Chun Xiaonyo was fabricating tales. On the contrary, the notion that Princess Ming had erected a protective shield over Qingmu City corroborated why, upon entering Qingmu City, even in the outer city, they no longer witnessed the desolate scenes of swirling yellow sand outside. The entirety of Qingmu City was pristine, devoid of even a grain of sand, with blue skies and white clouds visible overhead, presenting a refreshing and serene visage. Chun Xiaoyo mentioned that the people of Great Liang were well aware of Princess Ming's protection over Qingmu City. Thus, every day, countless refugees from Great Liang traveled great distances to escape the ravages of war, braving mountains and rivers to reach Qingmu City in search of refuge. Qingmu City welcomed all, providing a designated area for the refugees to take shelter from the calamities of war. Xiaoyo was unclear about the identities of the two princesses, Sun and Moon, only stating that his mother had mentioned they were former princesses of Great Liang, renowned for their beauty, kindness, and formidable abilities. Based on the tale recounted by the village head of Lu village yesterday, it seemed one of the princesses was indeed the one who had taken her own life on the city wall 60 years ago. The other princess's era might be too ancient for the old village head to recall, which is why he refrained from mentioning her. It is also possible he knew but chose to withhold that information for some reason. Dai felt that the latter possibility was more plausible. She inclined towards the belief that the village head had not shared the complete truth with her. No, the village head likely did not deceive her. He simply did not disclose everything he knew. He repeatedly stated that many of his stories had been passed down from his grandfather. Given his age, it could be inferred that he had not been born 60 years ago, meaning those events could not have been his personal experiences. After his birth, his grandfather, being elderly, would have certainly shared all pertinent matters regarding the lineage of the Lu family with him. His grandfather had been a low-ranking official in the city of Qingmu. Thus, he had access to more comprehensive information than a mere beggar from the outer city. Furthermore, there was another point Dai found disconcertingly incongruous during her listening to the village head's tales. He claimed that his grandfather had secretly left Qingmu City to escape the ravages of war, preserving the Lu family bloodline, and established Lu village outside the city. However, this was highly irregular. After the princess's suicide, Prince Jin Fan immediately withdrew his troops. Shouldn't a reasonable person return to Qingmu City to continue their life after the enemy's retreat? Even if the village head's grandfather was merely a minor county official, he would still have been considered a person of means in Qingmu City. Wouldn't returning to Qingmu City be preferable to remaining outside in the swirling sands, foraging for sustenance? This was utterly illogical. Having held an official position, even as a mere county official, was far more comfortable than being an ordinary citizen, let alone a rural peasant. For the village head's grandfather to resolutely abandon everything in the city, even to the extent of carving out a secret passage through dense forests and rocky cliffs to escape Qingmu City, and to persist in his refusal to return even after the enemy forces had retreated. If there were not some ulterior motives involved, it would be hard to believe. Moreover, if the princess of Great Liang 60 years ago possessed the same abilities as the current Princess Ming, then Qingmu City must have also been shielded from the incursions of the Jin Fan Kingdom. Why then did the village head's grandfather feel compelled to endure great hardships to flee Qingmu City with his family? The village head had not disclosed the nature of the abilities of the Great Liang princess. Yesterday, she had assumed perhaps the village head himself was unaware. Yet now, even a small beggar from the outer city of Qingmu knew this information. So how could he possibly be ignorant? There must be hidden truths behind this. Dai picked up a copper coin, rubbing it between her fingers. That old man undoubtedly withheld critical information from me. Initially, Dai had contemplated that since her visit had not been in vain, she might spend the night in the outer city and devise a plan to infiltrate the inner city tomorrow. However, it seemed that would not be possible. She must return to Lu village this evening and find a way to pry open that old man's mouth to obtain the most crucial pieces of information. With a decisive slap, Dai struck the copper coin onto the table and rose to her feet. However, before returning, she needed to visit the refugee gathering place that Xiaoyo had mentioned. That gathering place should be a pivotal point. I sense that new fragments of clues await me there. The refugee gathering place of Qingmu City is located in the northwest of the outer city, while Dai and her companions find themselves in the northeast of the outer city. Both locations rely on the rear mountains. Yet Qingmu City has constructed a wall in the middle of the northern section of the outer city to restrict the activities of these refugees. This wall perfectly divides the northern district of the outer city into eastern and western segments. According to Chun Xiaoyo, as well as the innkeeper and the inn staff, all refugees seeking shelter in Qingmu City were accommodated within the tall walls of the northwest section of the outer city. After leaving the three siblings at the inn with strict instructions not to leave, Dai and her companions hastened towards the northwest. Upon reaching the towering wall, at least 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, Dai found herself with yet another question. The data refreshed at noon today left me in despair. I had calculated the figures yesterday and thought that the reading would improve and perhaps surpass 3,000. However, the outcome was a staggering 15% decline. I earnestly implore the lovely readers who wish to support this book to spare a moment each day to click on the updates and turn to the last page to leave a message urging continuation. Thank you for not letting the book languish. Later, another chapter awaits. Chapter 88. The missing refugees on the first day of her arrival in this world. She encountered countless refugees on the official road. Clearly, those refugees were not the entirety of the Great Liang's displaced population. Prior to that army of refugees, many more had already entered Qingmu City. The total number of refugees likely exceeded several tens of thousands, possibly reaching hundreds of thousands. Given the scale of Qingmu City, the estimated population within the entire city ranged from 400,000 to 500,000. This raises a pertinent question. How could such a small corner of the northwest outer city of Qingmu City accommodate such a vast number of refugees when the entire city could only house 40 to 50,000 people? Do not mention merely a northwest corner. Even if the entire outer city were to be opened up, it would still be impossible to accommodate the multitude of displaced individuals. So, where have all these additional refugees gone? On the other side of this wall, are they truly the refugees who have fled to Qingmu City from various places? The terrifying thought arose in her mind, and she immediately felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed as if something was slipping from her grasp, prompting an involuntary desire to abandon her quest for the truth. Suddenly, Dai felt a throbbing sensation at her temples and raised her hand to pinch the space between her brows. Truth be told, having acquired a formidable physique in her previous life, along with a sanctuary and 2 exceptional fighters, the survival challenges in this world were not particularly daunting for Dai. Were it not for her intention to extract some benefits before departing, as 001 had suggested, finding a secure location to establish her sanctuary and biding her time until the 8th morning would suffice. Conversely, had she still been the inexperienced individual emerging from her first novice world, equipped only with outdoor exploration gear and that money-making system, surviving a full 7 days in this world would have been quite arduous. She would have had to contend with the swirling sands outside, the irrational refugees driven mad by hunger, the brutal and savage soldiers, and the bloodthirsty beasts lurking in the forest. Despite the harsh external conditions, she had managed to survive. However, if relying solely on her previous frail body, traversing to Qingmu City would likely leave her without sight of it even after 7 full days of travel. Perhaps the 7 days arrangement intended for her to experience wilderness survival for 7 days? The difficulty of surviving in the wild seemed to correspond closely with her third world. Yet, what 7 days did not anticipate was that she had acquired an advantage in her previous life, transforming into a competent player. As a player, she certainly did not wish to adhere to the conventional course of action. Standing beneath the towering wall, Dai began to contemplate the situation with great seriousness. The current dynamics of this world were indeed perplexing, with only 4.5 days remaining before her departure. To forcefully extract benefits from this world in the remaining time would only serve to complicate her survival task. After the emergence of doubts regarding the refugees, she sensed an undercurrent of crisis and unease that had eluded her in the past few days. While she had gathered many fragments of information, she still lacked numerous others. Should she continue her exploration, or should she seize the moment, retreat to Legiacan, and comfortably await the conclusion of her survival task? Before she could reach a decision, a coarse voice interrupted her thoughts. Who goes there? What business do you have in the refugee village? Dai looked up to see 2 wall guards approaching. One was stout while the other was lean, both armed and exuding a menacing demeanor. The heavier guard pointed at Dai and shouted, and had it not been for 002 firmly restraining 001, the stout guard would likely have been kicked away like a ball. Sir, we are here in search of relatives in the refugee village. We kindly request your assistance. Dai replied with a respectful gesture, subtly signaling 002 at her side. Understanding the cue, 002 produced 2 taels of silver, and 1 guard accepted a tael. Indeed, silver that could not be taken away was spent without a trace of regret. Upon receiving the bribe, the guard's expressions softened considerably. The stout one, glancing around nervously, finally spoke. These refugees may carry diseases, which is why the authorities have concentrated and isolated them. strictly prohibiting any visits. You are placing us in a difficult position. Dai rolled her eyes inwardly, and 002, ever perceptive, produced another 2 taels of silver, distributing 1 to each guard. This time, a hint of a smile finally appeared on the face of the lead stout guard. You 3 are quite straightforward. I won't bother you with idle chatter then. The stout guards happily tucked the silver away, knowing that their monthly salary was only 6 coins. Earning a sum equivalent to over 3 months' pay in such a short time was certainly cause for joy. The stout guard leaned closer and whispered, to be honest, ever since this refugee village was established, many like you have come seeking relatives. However, according to the rules, it is impossible to allow you inside. One reason is to prevent any diseases from spreading into Qingmu City. If that were to happen, my brother and I could be facing execution. As for the other reason, he paused, leaning in closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper that only Dai could hear. The other reason is that even if we were to sneak you inside, you likely wouldn't find the poor relatives who have fled here. Dai's heart skipped a beat, and she too lowered her voice to inquire. We truly come in search of relatives who have sought refuge here. Why do you say such things, good sir? The stout guard glanced around again, then lowered his head to speak softly. Within this enclosed village, there exists another inner village. The newly arrived refugees can only remain on the outskirts for isolation. The authorities have decreed that these new arrivals may stay in the outskirts for 3 days, receiving a bowl of rice porridge daily. If they can produce a settlement fee within 3 days, or if relatives in Qingmu City can come to assist with the payment, they may move into the inner village. However, to reside long-term in the inner village, they must pay a settlement fee every 10 days. Should they be unable to pay, they must vacate the inner village. The stout guard, perhaps feeling parched from his lengthy explanation, paused to clear his throat before continuing. The last batch of refugees entered the city 6 days ago, and they have long since passed the initial 3 days of free accommodation. From your attire and demeanor, you do not appear to be mere common folk. Your relatives likely possess some means. If they do have money, they should have already been settled in the inner village. If that is the case, although you cannot enter to see them, in light of your goodwill towards my brother and me today, we can relay a message for you. However, I must clarify that we cannot enter the inner wall. There are designated guards inside. We can only pass a message on your behalf, and if the brothers inside locate your relatives, they will relay a response. But this back and forth, you understand, those inside also need to eat. This implication suggested that the guards within were also mercenaries. The issue was that seeking relatives was merely Dai's pretext. She had no such relatives to contact. Nonetheless, she swiftly discerned an issue from the words of the hefty guard. The guard repeatedly alluded to only one circumstance, namely that the affluent refugees would indeed be granted the opportunity for resettlement. In other words, they were essentially purchasing their chance for relocation. However, once their remaining funds were depleted, the so-called village within a village would no longer accept them, inevitably casting them out. The pressing question was, where would they be sent? Moreover, those refugees who initially could not afford the resettlement fees would presumably be driven to the same fate. The whereabouts of this place was what Dai was most concerned about. Thus, she spoke up. To be frank, dear guard, my uncle's family is not wealthy. One could say they are of humble means. Prior to the war, they barely managed to survive in the countryside and were too proud to seek refuge with us in Qingmu City. They were compelled to flee due to the barbarians' pressure, joining the throngs of refugees to arrive at Qingmu City. 6 days ago, upon their arrival, they exhausted their last few coins, which led a laborer to agree to help them inform us. However, that laborer did not come to seek us immediately. We only learned of this today. That is why we rushed here. The guard did not allow Dai to finish her sentence, dismissively waving his hand. You are too late. Since you entered the city 6 days ago and have no money, you will undoubtedly fail in your search for family now. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Dai's eyes, but she quickly adopted an urgent tone, hastily responding, No, dear guard. My relatives were among the refugees who arrived 6 days ago. Even if they have surpassed the 3 days of free stay, only 3 days have passed. What do you mean we are too late? Why will we be unable to find them? She deliberately feigned urgency, urging 002 to continue offering coins, only to be firmly restrained by the 2 guards, who were now too apprehensive to accept any further bribes. The guard sighed heavily, adopting a pained expression. I have indeed encountered many like you who missed their opportunity. It is unfortunate, but you arrived too late. Please do not take it out on me, as we are merely following orders. I've already stated that there are others inside overseeing matters, and our guards outside have no authority to intervene. All refugees who cannot afford the resettlement fees will ultimately be sent to the back mountain to fend for themselves. After all, over the past few years, we in Qingmu City have taken in hundreds of thousands of refugees. If we were to resettle them all, there simply would not be enough space in the city. The mention of the back mountain caused Dai to unconsciously glance in that direction. Noticing her gaze, the guard's demeanor shifted slightly. He hastily interjected, "Hey, miss, revealing the whereabouts of those refugees is already a breach of protocol. You absolutely must not venture to the back mountain." He then forcefully slapped the thick city wall beside him. "Do you see this wall? It stretches all the way to the back mountain. Even if you go there, you will not see anything. Moreover, if you're caught by the guards patrolling the wall, they will not concern themselves with your identity. No matter how much silver you offer, you will be apprehended and thrown into the back mountain along with those refugees." The threat in his last statement was unmistakable, likely intimidating the ordinary citizens of the city. Dai fell silent for a moment, ultimately feigning a deeply reluctant yet seemingly frightened demeanor as she meekly replied, "All right. Thank you, dear guard. Then, we shall take our leave." The trio turned to depart, and as Dai walked, she began to earnestly recall the events following their emergence from the stone cave that morning. They had descended from the back mountain, albeit from the northeast corner, yet had not encountered a single refugee. If the guards' claims held any truth, then after years of being unable to pay the resettlement fees, there should be at least hundreds of thousands of refugees abandoned in the back mountain. However, when they had entered the back mountain that morning, it was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. A mere wall? Could it genuinely confine hundreds of thousands of refugees? Such notions could only deceive the ignorant masses, who harbor an irrational fear of those in power. Moving away from the perimeter of the refugee village, 002 quietly suggested to Dai, "Shall we find an opportunity tonight to sneak in and take a look? This height is no challenge for 001 and me." Dai shook her head. "No, we must return to Lujia village tonight. That old man did not tell me the truth yesterday. I must pry the truth from him." After pausing momentarily, she continued, "However, we can detour to the northwest corner of the back mountain on our way back to verify the guards' claims." The ordinary citizens of the city, even upon learning that their relatives had been sent to the back mountain, would generally lack the courage to seek them out. But we are different. 001 and 002 had never contradicted Dai, and in unison, they replied, "All right." The three swiftly returned to the Lai Feng Inn, tossing a silver ingot to the innkeeper, instructing him to look after Chen Xiaoyo and his siblings. They reiterated that the three should stay at the inn tonight and wait for their return tomorrow. 002 feared that upon stepping outside, they might be assaulted by the band of beggars. Although they could not secure their entire lives, the situation had arisen from the package of buns he had given them, so they at least needed to ensure their immediate safety. After arranging for the young beggar siblings, Dai led 001 and 002 straight towards the back mountain. By now, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and under normal circumstances, it would grow dark after 5. The data from yesterday had been released, and it was disheartening. In truth, I had sensed a decrease in the amount since the day before yesterday, and the results reflected a decline over 2 consecutive days. Is this the so-called silent period? I shall contemplate in solitude. Chapter 90, Silence. An oppressive silence. The journey from the back mountain's secret passage to Lujia village took at least 40 minutes. Not to mention they still needed to investigate the northwest corner of the back mountain, quickly distancing themselves from the crowded areas. They accelerated toward the back mountain at an astonishing pace, moving too swiftly for the average eye to perceive anything but fleeting shadows. They were unbothered by the prospect of acting excessively. After all, in just 4 days, they would vanish from this world. Even if they were apprehended as anomalies and thrown into prison, they could not be contained. Halfway through, 002 proposed that he sprint ahead to the northwest corner of the back mountain to scout, as he was the fastest among them, and there was no need to linger. Dai and 001 could follow behind, ensuring they discovered the truth of the northwest corner before nightfall. Dai had no objections and nodded slightly. Thus, 002 shot off like a meteor. Watching the swiftly departing 002, Dai and 001 maintained their pace, undeterred. Dai's mind was somewhat chaotic, while fragments of information were accumulating. She felt paradoxically further from the truth. With an agility attribute soaring to 300 points, 002, upon fully unleashing his speed, approached half the speed of sound. Even if he dashed past someone, that individual would merely perceive it as a gust of wind, completely unaware that a person had just sprinted by. The journey that would typically require over an hour on foot took the extraordinary 002 less than 3 minutes at full speed. Indeed, as the hefty guard outside the walls of Lyumenkin had remarked, the walls of Lyumenkin indeed extended all the way to the rear mountains. This formidable structure even continued to expand upward, reaching heights that ordinary individuals could not possibly scale. Such an extensive engineering feat could not have been completed in recent years. Yet, 002 was no ordinary person. Without hesitation, he leaped over the wall and, upon crossing to the other side, executed a swift roll, concealing himself within the dense underbrush. His movements were fluid and graceful. Silence enveloped him, a stark contrast to the bustling life he had encountered earlier in the northeastern rear mountains. Inside these towering walls, not a single living soul could be heard. There were no sounds of insects, no bird song, and certainly no cries of wild beasts. The entire northwestern corner of the rear mountains felt utterly detached from the world, leaving 002 sensing an unsettling disquiet within him. He stealthily navigated through the thick foliage, striving to make no sound. In this profound stillness, even the slightest rustle of leaves sent shivers down his spine. As he pressed on, his pace quickened, and within minutes, he emerged from the concealment of the trees. To his astonishment, there was not a single living person in the entire northwestern rear mountains. No, it was not merely the absence of the living. Even the dead were conspicuously missing. Accelerating his pace, he meticulously surveyed the entirety of the area within the walls. The tales of Lyumenkin, the so-called village within a village, and the hundreds of thousands of displaced persons abandoned in the rear mountains, none of it existed. Only another wall stood within the first. Between the two walls, aside from a few guards dressed differently from those outside, there was nothing but desolation. The original residences, farms, villages, and markets in the outer city's northwestern area remained intact, but bore the marks of neglect, their surfaces weathered and crumbling. The streets and courtyards lay overgrown with weeds, and the once cultivated fields had succumbed to wild grass. The entire enclosure resembled a ghost town. Standing at the intersection of the outer city's northwestern corner and the outskirts, the young man's black hair was tousled by a chilling northern wind. In a moment of distraction, he glanced skyward. Lacking a mobile device, he relied on the position of the sun to gauge the time. However, this fleeting glance revealed an anomaly in the sky. Above the enclosed area, wisps of crimson mist spiraled in the air, so faint that only someone with 002's remarkable vision could discern them. This scarlet mist twisted in a helical formation, and he quickly identified its center above a marketplace in the outer city's northwest. He raced toward it, but the closer he approached, the more intense his discomfort became, even prompting him to gag intermittently. In just a few breaths, he reached the eye of the vortex, where he found an ancient street at the heart of the dilapidated marketplace. At that moment, a rustic incense altar stood prominently in the center of the street, upon which rested an open, aged wooden box. Inside lay a spherical bead, crimson as blood. This bead corresponded directly with the swirling crimson mist above. At this location, 002 could clearly see the scarlet mist coiling and converging upon the bead. No, it would be more accurate to say that the bead was actively absorbing the mist from above. Gazing at the blood-red orb, 002 fought against his nausea and the overwhelming unease coursing through him, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, urging him to flee, run, get away as quickly as possible. Without a moment's hesitation, 002 turned and sprinted back toward the rear mountainous walls. He needed to escape and to prevent his companions from approaching this dreadfully strange place. What was that? Just as he reached the outer wall, he intercepted Dia and 001. Who were contemplating entering. Upon landing, he could not suppress a few dry heaves and immediately rubbed his goosebumps while recounting the harrowing details of what he had witnessed within. Upon hearing 002's account, Dia promptly grasped the arm of one of her companions, urgency etched on her face. "We must leave the city. Now, at once." Seeing Dia in such a state was unprecedented for 001 and 002, yet their unwavering trust in her compelled them to dash toward the hidden path in the rear mountain. In less than a minute, 002 hoisted Dia on his back, bending low to carry her, and called out to 001. "Speed up. Use your utmost speed." He had heard that entering the book evaluation phase could expedite the end of the silent period, and with 200,000 words still pending, they were approximately 7 chapters away. "Today, I will maintain the usual 2 updates, and later, I will work overtime to produce a few more drafts, aiming to reach the target of 200,000 words in the next couple of days. The cover for the book was ordered today and should be ready by tomorrow. Without further ado, I kindly ask everyone to lend their support by urging for updates and providing ratings. I must return to my writing. Chapter 91, The Barrier. The Sanctuary Underground, first update of the day. 001 responded without hesitation. Sure, she knew her speed could not match theirs. And as she gazed at the sun nearing the horizon, she obediently nestled against 002's back, allowing him to carry her forward. Although 001's full-speed dash was arduous for her, she did her best to bury her head against 002's back, holding on despite the discomfort. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, the trio finally arrived breathlessly at the dense forest in the northeast corner of the rear mountains. 001, possessing an excellent sense of direction, led the way toward the entrance of the stone cave. Carrying Dia on his back, 002 followed closely behind, both of them moving swiftly like agile deer through the thick underbrush. The entrance was just ahead. Almost there. In no time, 001 spotted the stone cave entrance and called out to 002, who was nearly keeping pace with him. However, before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous crash echoed through the air, propelling him backward like a heavy boulder, crashing into 2 trees before coming to a halt in a disheveled heap. Witnessing this commotion, 002 gritted his teeth and forcefully veered to the side, his feet nearly sparking against the ground as he skidded to a stop. Truly, 001's sturdy constitution was not to be underestimated. He merely rubbed his aching chest and lower back from the impact, shook off the remnants of broken branches and leaves atop his head, and quickly stood up, baring his teeth in a grimace. 002, carrying D, swiftly stomped a few times on the ground, extinguishing the spark that had just ignited beneath his feet before hastening to stand before 001. What happened? 001 pressed down on his swollen temple and shook his head, replying, "It seems there's an invisible wall ahead. I just crashed into that wall and was flung back." Upon hearing this, Dai was taken aback. A barrier? 002 widened his eyes in disbelief. But wait, it wasn't he there when we arrived this morning. After a brief silence, Dai furrowed her brow and spoke solemnly. No, the barrier must have already been here when we arrived this morning. 001's face was filled with shock. How is that possible? If so, how do we get in? Dai turned to glance at the invisible wall behind them, her gaze darkening. Because this is a barrier that only allows entry but not exit. Hearing Dai's words, 002 lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment before voicing his concern. If this is a barrier that only allows entry, when did it come into existence? As he pondered, his eyes lit up. Lu Jiaxiyuan, yes. It must be Lu Jiaxiyuan. This barrier was definitely set up by the Lu clan after they sneaked out of the city. Dai's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Indeed, this barrier was likely established to prevent anyone from the city from sneaking out. It was clear that the old man from Lu Jiaxiyuan had concealed something. What a waste of all those wolf meats. She turned to examine 001. Are you all right? Are you injured? 001 patted his chest, producing a resounding sound. I'm fine. Seeing this, 002 tilted his head to the side and scoffed lightly. Tisich, with 230 points in Constitution, what injury could you sustain? You could be thrown off a cliff and still survive. D. 001. Ahem. Could you let me down now? Let us figure out how to get out. Dai instructed 002 to set her down on the ground, then skillfully pulled out a lighter and a headlamp. At that moment, the last vestige of light in the sky had completely vanished, and Dai promptly activated the headlamp. 001 and 002 then used the light to fashion 2 torches. The crackling flames of the torches illuminated their surroundings as the trio cautiously approached the barrier. When Dai pressed her entire palm against the inner wall of the barrier, the last shred of hope in her heart dissipated. In truth, When she heard 002 describe the blood droplet and the ominous crimson mist above the refugee village, she had already formed a rough hypothesis. Now, standing before this barrier only solidified her suspicions. Thus, she truly wished to leave Qingmu City without delay. If she had known earlier, she would have simply found a place to stay and hunkered down in the shelter for 7 days instead of complicating matters for herself. Yet, she was unwilling to depart this world empty-handed. The difficulty of the world ahead would only escalate, and soon she would be too preoccupied with survival to enjoy the leisure she had now, which allowed her ample time to venture out and seek treasures. No, she meant to search for good items. A tremendous rumble jolted Dai from her thoughts as she glanced helplessly at 001, who was rubbing his stomach. 001 smiled awkwardly. "I am hungry." Dai waved her hand dismissively. She was hungry too. "Let us clear a space and rest in shelter." At her command, 001 and 002 promptly thrust their torches into the ground and began to clear the area with their newly purchased weapons. In less than 10 minutes, they had cleared a clean and level space, and Dai waved her hand, releasing the shelter. As they stepped into the small courtyard, they noticed the 6 splendid horses leisurely grazing in the feeding area. Dai suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Upon entering the shelter, Dai instructed 001 to fetch the ingredients needed for dinner from the nursery and storage room before heading directly to the basement. Tonight, the 3 of us will stay in the basement. Although the basement was slightly smaller than the above-ground shelter, it had all the necessary functional areas. Moreover, the basement's greatest asset was its ability to isolate everything from external destruction and pollution. Dai sensed a looming crisis from 002's discovery. As night fell, her fear intensified. She instinctively felt that staying on the surface at night was unsafe. At that moment, she was immensely grateful that she had established this fully equipped basement in her shelter. With 001 and 002 bustling about, Dai first went to the basement's bathroom for a hot bath. Recently, she had grown fond of soaking in warm water while pondering various issues. The known circumstances were as follows. First, there was a protective shield above Qingmu City established by that so-called Princess Ming, which effectively isolated all adverse external factors, including but not limited to inclement weather and threats attacking Qingmu City. Second, there was a barrier outside Qingmu City that permitted entry but not exit, which likely appeared after the Liu clan secretly left the city 60 years ago. It remained uncertain whether the inner city also had such a barrier. Third, the entire northwestern section of Qingmu City's outer area was essentially a ghost town, with the hundreds of thousands of refugees that should have been present completely vanished. The guards of the refugee village outside the wall seemed entirely unaware of this, or perhaps they knew but dared not speak. Today's first update aims to strive for a book review in 2 days, with 3 updates scheduled for today and tomorrow. As always, on the day of the score, I will deliver a surge of updates. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. Please click on the little star at the end of the article to encourage updates. And feel free to provide feedback, whether good or bad. Though I may lack heart, my determination is resolute. If the data is favorable, I shall work diligently.